One day on Earth, in the middle of a very ordinary day, suddenly the sky flashed with red light and a gate opened in the heavens. From them, horrible monsters poured into the earth. Huge and terrible, they filled the earth. But along with the terrible monsters, there were those who with their strength could resist these terrible enemies. These creatures from another world who came from the heavens and filled the earth were called celestials. In a Korean city, hundreds of cell phone signals suddenly sounded simultaneously in a crowd of people. The people in the crowd received an unusual message. It said that the event that is taking place has been awaited for a long time and has been prepared for since the founding of the Korean Republic. Students at the schools that received the message had already read that they were advised not to leave their homes. People in all corners learned from their phones looking at the horrifying sight in their windows that they should wait for help consisting of the celestials by closing their doors and not leaving their homes. At the same time, pieces of paper with inscriptions written in red began to appear in the air. It was an elixir that was falling from the sky to help people. After that moment, ordinary people on Earth began to have the abilities that the celestials possessed. The human will to live was as strong as the monster's endurance. Ordinary people fought monsters with courage and new abilities. Now they had in their hands a tremendous power that could withstand the terrible creatures, and that power could be taken into their hands by anyone, and with it, power. The divine base that was the source of powers and abilities was divided into three types. The first was called the heavenly base, and it was possessed by those who could use the power of the earth and sky. They controlled the laws of creation of all things. The second was called the earth base, and those who possessed it were guided by the energy of the fire of the earth, of the tree of iron and water that created the surface of our world. The human base was the third type. Those who possessed it could control their bodies with the help of the yin and yang energies of the sun and moon. The last base had nothing to do with humans, the sky, or even the earth. The creatures with this base were completely unpredictable. It was raining. Streams of water fell from the sky onto the earth. A terrible wind picked up the drops and carried them with it. There was the rumbles of two cars colliding in the air. They flew through the air like fluff. This horrible monster was throwing them around, scattering them like toys. The monster had red bloodshot eyes. It made horrible noises that made even the bravest and strongest of the brave afraid. People ran away from it in panic in different directions. They looked back and saw nothing but the monster. Many fell, and not everyone dared to help them. Everyone was trying to save his own life. The huge beast descended to the ground, opened its mouth, bared its long and sharp teeth, and let out a fierce roar that terrified everyone. The monster's eyes were a bright scarlet color with thin stripes of pupils. It looked out for its next victim. At that moment, in the distance, he saw a young man with long dark hair holding a sword. He held a cigarette in his mouth, the nicotine of which triggered hyperstimulation of the central nervous system and then a release of dopamine and adrenaline. His hand held the hilt of his sword tightly. Raindrops ran down the sharp blade and fell to the ground. The young man stood firmly and confidently, preparing to fight the heavenly beast. He was full of determination and strength. The slight smile on his lips told the enemy of his fearlessness before the terrible monster. He was completely focused and concentrated on his goal. The monster opened its mouth again, showing its long, thin tongue, and let out a terrifying roar. It was preparing to attack the young man. The opponents came face to face. They saw each other's eyes and were ready to fight. The young man soared into the sky towards his enemy. The monster opened its jaws and lunged at him. The young man's red eyes with black dots of pupils were full of determination and rage. The sword struck the monster's head with tremendous force. The young man swung his sword again for another devastating swing. The monster flew sideways under the weight of the force and its head hit the wall of the building. Shards from the windows flew in different directions. Another swing of a sword of incredible heft fell upon the monster, and then another, and another. The young man's blows fell on the horrible creature one after another. It became clear that the boy had tremendous power. It was pure chaos. The core of his being was neither earthly nor heavenly. It was not even human. It was an unpredictable catastrophe. Its foundation was inexplicable and uncontrollable. It was imperceptible to the ordinary superficial glance. The decapitated monster was still on its feet, and the people who had seen the battle were frozen in place, horrified by what they had seen. They couldn't believe their eyes and tried to consider who was able to destroy this horrible monster. The girl saw in the distance the silhouette of the guy who had struck the monster and pointed her hand in his direction. A young man who became an unpredictable being who possessed an inexplicable base from birth, stood on the roof of a building and looked at a defeated enemy. He tossed the cigarette that had been in his mouth the whole time and was delivering the chemicals in his system that allowed him to manifest his powers to the ground and grinned. This young man's ancestor was Lady Yuhua. He couldn't understand how the Celestials could let this massacre happen, leaving these monsters behind and not doing anything about it. The guy who had a unique foundation and catastrophic strength was named Hanul. He longed for retribution for the atrocities that the monsters were doing on Earth, and hated those monsters with all his soul. He fought against the Celestials using his incredible and inexplicable strength. The people who saw Hanul defeat the monster rejoiced at the death of the horrible monster and began to speak of him as a heavenly celestial. In all their conversations, they discussed his power and the fact that he was able to protect them, unlike the government who couldn't prevent the disaster. Every phone in the country started spreading information about Hanul. People began to wonder what was in his mouth and admire him. They noticed that he was different from others. Some time ago, our hero's story began in one of the factories in town. Tired workers rejoiced at the end of their shift. Tired men complained of neck and back pain and that the work was hard. Their whole body was aching at the end of the day, and they had no energy at all. They tried to stretch their necks and shoulders on their way out of the building. At this time, Hanul opened a jar of vitamins and drank it in one gulp. He was pleased with how productive the workday had been. He was full of energy and was in a hurry to move on. Colleagues invited the young man to have dinner together, but he was in a hurry and declined the offer. They marveled at how energetic Hanul was and compared his tired condition with their own. The men wondered what he had eaten. The workers assumed it was because he regularly drinks vitamins and takes red ginseng. Park Hanul was thinking that vitamins were the best solution if a person lacked strength, because the chemicals affected him differently from the others. The young man found out about it when a coworker suggested he take vitamins as a nutritional supplement. 2 pills were enough to keep Puck energized and fatigue-free after a full day's work. When the hero took omega-3, his concentration increased and his mind became clear. The guy was glad that he had this marvelous ability and could use it. Puck was thinking about getting coffee on his way home from work and looking at his phone when a pretty girl walked up to him. She apologized for disturbing her, and Hanul looked at her in surprise. The girl was very pretty. She had long hair and a slim figure. She seemed to need help. The guy just had time to think that this situation looks like that scene from the movie where the girl asks for a phone number to get acquainted. Puck quickly pulled himself together, smiled, and asked good-naturedly what was wrong. He didn't expect to hear back that the girl thought he was cute and would ask if he had some time to talk about the do. She turned out to be involved with crooks and cultists. Hanul was disappointed and turned away, heading in the other direction. The girl tried to explain to him that she was not a bad person who lived in the north of the peninsula. The boy didn't believe her. The girl kept calling him, but he quickened his step until he was running to get away from this place and this rogue. Disappointed, Hanul ran away and thought about how unlucky he was and how the beautiful girl was from a sect. He hated everything to do with celestials and sects. His father was a noble and hardworking man, but one day he came home and announced that he had made an important decision. He wanted to create a cure that would make him a celestial. After that, he quit his job and moved to the countryside. He lived in his parents' house and experimented with different medicines and ingredients. He tested it on himself, so he often suffered from stomach pains and was hospitalized for it more than once. But one day he disappeared into nowhere, leaving his family with only a letter. In the letter, he promised to return as soon as he regained his energy, but it's been 20 years and he hasn't returned. Hanul was only 2 years old when it happened. He was just a little boy. He thought about it while buying coffee, thinking about how hard it had been for his mother after his father left. It was a long time ago. He thought about the fact that his father could have just taken some vitamins instead of trying to create a miracle cure. When he stepped outside, he was surprised. He didn't know what was wrong, but something was wrong in the city. Hanul looked up and saw a large glowing disc of light that looked like a UFO. The guy standing next to him thought it was a new movie. Hanul was drinking coffee and looking at the strange phenomenon. He decided it didn't look like filming equipment. For a second, he believed it was aliens. Suddenly, he felt something unusual. The ground beneath his feet trembled. People around him were falling and screaming. They were frightened and thought it was an earthquake. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground, and a horrible clawed hand appeared from it. A huge monster began to emerge from the hole in the ground. First its head appeared, then its torso, and finally the monster was fully on the ground. A terrifying monster stood right in front of Hanul. It was huge. In one hand he held a spiked mace, and on its head it had horns like a bull. The monster opened its toothy maw and let out a terrifying roar. Its fangs were huge and sharp. Hanul froze in place, but his heart had already started getting caffeine and sugar from the coffee. His heart beat faster, accelerating the blood circulation and filling the young man's body with energy. Hanul looked at the coffee can and in that moment realized exactly how caffeine was affecting his abilities. The monster had noticed the young man and was already preparing to attack. Its jaws were still open with sharp teeth. He had already swung his terrible mace to deliver a crushing blow to the young man. While the sharp spiked weapons of the monster were flying through the air approaching the hero's head, amazing changes were happening to him. His body is supplied with energy, his nervous system was stimulated, and his senses and reflexes reached their maximum level. He felt like the monster was moving in slow motion. He dropped the coffee can. He had time to think about how this happened, and his gaze fell on the aluminum container he had just held in his hands. It said Americano on the can. He realized that his digestibility had reached a new level, and that the caffeine had brought him to that state. The guy realized that thanks to the liquid he had just drunk, his reflexes were sharpened, and he could easily escape from the monster. Hanwha looked around and saw dozens of monsters that came out from under the ground attacking ordinary people. He became furious. His eyes glowed red. He felt a tremendous power inside him. The young man realized he could stand up to the monsters and took the first step towards the battle. He kicked the first monster with all his might, and it let go of his mace and flew backwards without realizing where the blow came from. The monster realized that he had missed his only weapon, and he was left completely unprotected. The horned beast rose to its feet and searched for the mace with its eyes and saw it fly to the side. The spiked mace fell exactly in the middle of the opponents a few paces away. Hanwha realized that this was his chance, and he should definitely get this weapon for himself as soon as possible. The monster saw what the man was about to do and shrieked and rushed forward to get ahead of his opponent. Man and monster were equally eager to get their hands on the coveted item before their opponent did. Their hands were a centimeter away from the spiked weapon, only a final effort remained. A hand grasped the weapon tightly, clenching his fingers around the hilt and squeezing it hard. It was Hanwha. He gripped the mace tightly with both hands and swung hard, preparing to strike. He didn't have to wait long. One mighty leap, and the monster was defeated. The young man was surprised at how easily he was able to hit the monster. It seemed to him that the horrible creature was much stronger. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something that caught his attention. Horned monsters were coming at him from all sides and wanted to attack him. He gripped the hilt even tighter and prepared for battle, feeling a surge of energy. His soul was filled with hatred for these horrible monsters. He wanted to destroy them. The first monster, with one horn on its head, attacked him from above in a leap. He had an advantage because of his position, but it didn't help him. Hanwha swung his mace, struck, and the monster's head flew to the side in helplessness. One by one, the hero destroyed the monsters, fighting them bravely and with all his might. The monsters became more and more around the brave young man, but he continued the battle without stopping for a second. His eyes blazed like his soul. He had to defeat them all. He hated them and protect himself and those around him. One by one, he crushed the monsters around him, swinging his weapon, which always hit the target. The last Hanwha took one last swing and realized he had crushed everyone around him. He stood in the middle of the street with the bodies of defeated opponents lying around him. Sweat dripped down his face, and he thought about the fact that he'd made it and won, and maybe even had time to recover. But at that moment, it seemed to him that something was wrong, and maybe this wasn't the end. The hero looked up and realized that his intuition had not failed him. He saw something terrifying. It was a huge, horrible monster, much bigger than the ones he had defeated a moment ago. The monster was much taller and scarier than the previous ones. His teeth were enormous, and his eyes burned with an unbelievable anger. The young man was frightened, but realized that he could not retreat and had to fight. He hoped that the monster would be weaker than it looked. But at this moment, he felt the energy in his body begin to fade little by little. The giant opponent had already swung his huge spiked mace at the young man, and a second before the weapon touched the young man, the effects of the caffeine wore off. At this time, a nearby store had a view of the hero's battle with the monster from a window. The store employees were arguing about who should have closed the store shutters so the monsters wouldn't get in. But at that moment, Hanwha received a blow of incredible force, and his body was already flying towards the store. The young man flew at full speed into the store's glass and smashed it, and fell to the floor at the same time, knocking down one of the employees. He fell to the floor because he didn't expect such a powerful push and couldn't stand on his feet. At this time, the monster approached the store, and its outline was already quite close. The monster saw a man lying on the floor who was panicking and trying to crawl away from him. The worker begged for help. He couldn't move for fear. His body just froze. The monster was quite close and extended its arm to grab its victim. A lighter flicked on, and the cigarette in Hanwha's mouth delivered a portion of nicotine into his system. No sooner had the lighter touched the floor than a burst of strength filled our hero with new energy. Hanwha flew across the giant monster to save the unfortunate man who was still frozen on the floor in terror. The hero kicked the monster in the neck with all his might, and it didn't have time to harm the store employee. The monster flew through the air from such a powerful blow. His body collapsed for a second. From his mouth came a terrifying shriek. He felt his powerlessness at this moment. His body made a crack in the asphalt under the force of the blow, and the weapon fell out of his hands. The young man was on his feet in front of his lying opponent. He had a cigarette in his mouth, which delivered nicotine to his body, making him stronger. He took another drag and felt his body fill with energy. How his central nervous system was stimulated by the rush of adrenaline. Hanwha finished his cigarette and tossed it aside. The second round of his battle had begun. He sprawled out and felt his body obeying him incredibly fast. Every cell in his body was ready to fight. Hanul delivered the first blow to his opponent right in the face, then a second and another. One by one, powerful blows rained down on the monster that was still lying on the ground. For 1 second, the monster came to its senses and realized it had to do something about it. It let out a terribly menacing roar and gathered its strength, preparing to strike. The young man caught sight of the impending attack and managed to dodge it. But the monster's second strike still hit the target. It was very strong and hit him right in the chest. The hero appreciated the strength of his opponent, but was not going to give in to him in the fight. Hanul delivered a powerful blow to the monster's jaw, and its head flew to the side, taking its body with it. The horned monster lay on the pavement with no strength, its mouth turned up in a sickly grin. Its narrow pupils were fixed on the man who had beaten it. The hero put his foot over the monster's head to give the vile brat one last crushing blow and destroy it once and for all. The force with which he struck the enemy was so great that his body slammed into the asphalt, making a hole in it. The young man looked at the enemy he had crushed. He realized that he had won. At that moment, he also realized that cigarettes could also deliver into his body chemicals that made him stronger. He turned away from the lying body and thought about his mother. He hoped she was okay. He didn't notice the monster behind him get up. Before he knew it, Hanul felt a colossal blow on his face. A powerful paw sought to stamp the man's head into the asphalt. The boy's eyes stared in horror at the enemy who held his life in his hands. And the monster was already swinging for another strike to end the fight. The monster's powerful fist flew into the young man's head with terrifying speed. But something happened that the monster didn't expect. It couldn't figure out what was wrong. It turned out that the horned creature's fist flew into the hero's open palm, which he put out to hold back the blow. Hanul decided it was time to end this fight, and he must destroy this vile monster once and for all. The hero gathered all the strength he had in him. He gathered all his hatred for this creature and stabbed the monster right in the heart. In that second, the monster took its last breath and its eyes saw the light for the last time. The collapsed body of the horned monster collapsed on top of the young man and gave out a gasp. Hanul continued to lie on the pavement with his fist raised up. His face and arms were bruised and bruised. He couldn't believe it had happened to him. With a final effort, he threw the body of his former enemy off of him and finally breathed a full sigh. He realized how tired he was. The guy couldn't even move a finger. At that moment, something caught his attention again. He opened his eyes and raised himself on his elbows. Hanul saw a bunch of monsters like the first ones he fought continue to appear on the ground. They attacked defenseless people and demolished everything in their path. The young man tried to get up, but the last of the strength he had put into the decisive blow had already left him. Hanul watched as countless monsters maimed anyone they could get their hands on. He hated them with all his soul and wanted them gone from the earth forever. At that moment, he heard the cry of a man who was begging for help quite close to him. The man ran with all his legs, and the horned monster was already within centimeters of his victim. The monster's clawed paw grabbed the man by the neck and pulled its victim toward him. Hanul was terrified and shouted at the monster to stop. He couldn't let the man fall victim to this vile creature. The man running away from the monster had time to look back for a second to see the face of his executioner, who had already raised his weapon to strike. At this moment, behind the monster's back, he saw a small point of light that flew straight at them from the sky. This point was getting closer, and its outline was becoming like a woman. This woman's feet touched the ground easily and smoothly without making a single sound. This woman carried a bright white light with her. Her long white hair fluttered in the air. In the heavenly creature's hands was an elixir, a piece of paper with red writing on it. She made a smooth movement with her whole body, and that magic leaf flew at a tremendous speed towards the monsters. He carried a bright white light, the same one that surrounded the woman who came down from heaven. It contained the awesome power of an elixir that could destroy the evil that attacked the earth. One by one, the monsters disappeared in the flow of that marvelous light and turned into ashes. The shining elixir looked like a huge sphere that consisted of white light, and all the monsters that were in its path simply disappeared from the face of the earth. The celestial woman was in charge of the process. She was saving the world from the invasion of the ugly horned creatures. Still exhausted, Hanul lay on the pavement and watched the unearthly creature. He wondered what kind of creature it was and if it was human. The woman turned to our hero and headed in his direction. The young man heard the woman from heaven tell him she was impressed. She asked him how he managed to destroy one of those monsters without any training. The woman wondered who this guy was who was lying on the ground in front of her and had accomplished something she had never seen before from a mere human. Hanul sat on the pavement and looked up at the celestial creature that illuminated him with its radiance. The woman approached the young man and extended her hand to him. The young man was surprised and could not believe his ears. He couldn't believe she was talking to him. She waved her hand, and Hanul's arm itself moved forward in response to her call. The woman leaned forward and scrutinized the guy's palm. She gazed more and more closely and couldn't believe her eyes because She saw no sign of earthly or heavenly basis in him. She did not even feel the presence of a human foundation. The woman realized that the young man carried an inexplicable base. She didn't believe that this young man had been chosen for an inexplicable reason, but decided she had to destroy him to avert disaster. The woman raised her hand, which began to emit a scarlet light, but at that moment she heard, as the young man thanked her for saving him from those horrible creatures that came from under the earth. He couldn't imagine how to express his gratitude for the lives he'd saved. The woman paused for a second, listening to the boy's words, but the decision had already been made. A piece of paper with red writing already appeared in her hand. It rose a little in the air and turned into a glowing capsule that exuded a strange energy. The woman felt sorry that the boy was wasting his talent and such pure energy. Her finger pointed in Hanuel's direction, and at the same instant, the glowing capsule flew into the young man's mouth. He didn't realize what had happened and reflexively swallowed it. His lips tightened. This capsule tasted very bitter, and Hanuel asked what kind of medicine the woman had given him. At this moment, he felt something very strange in his body. The woman explained to the guy that it was a means to seal the center of his unexplained energy. It used to be used to seal demons that couldn't be controlled, but it was the only way to keep him alive. Hanuel didn't realize what was happening. He continued to sit on the road, drops of sweat still dripping down his face. His body was beginning to feel numb. The woman told him that one day his abilities would turn him and the world around him into chaos. His body felt really bad, but then he had to realize it was all for the best. She asked him not to hate her for what she had done. The woman turned around and soared into the sky. She said that maybe they would meet again if it was meant to be. Hanuel was still sitting on the road, looking after the flying celestial creature. His body muscles went limp, and the guy slumped to the ground. He felt an attack of a strange sensation in his body. The guy didn't understand why this woman had done this to him and wondered what such an inexplicable basis she was talking about. At that moment, the thought popped into his head that it might have something to do with his ability. He gritted his teeth and tried to gather the strength to stand up. His body ached and ached, but he kept making an effort to move. He overcame the numbness in his muscles. Step by step, he kept moving and thought that if it wasn't for his ability, he wouldn't be in this world anymore. Hanuel reached the nearest grocery store where he was looking for some sort of remedy. Finally, he found what he was looking for. The jar was already in his hand. He grabbed the cap with his teeth and opened the bottle in one motion. A hangover cure poured into his mouth to deliver the active ingredients into his system. This remedy helped to detoxify the body after poisoning. Hanuel continued to use one remedy after another despite their purpose. One by one, the different components entered his system. But it wasn't working like it used to. He wondered why he thought hangover remedies would help him at all. The young man still continued to feel the numbness in his hands and realized that the capsule the woman had given him had affected his ability. He decided that first he should pack everything he might need and then head to his mother's house. At that moment, a message on my phone sounded. There was an emergency message on the main screen. Hanuel thought that monsters had appeared not only near him, but also in other places. He opened the message and read that the emergency services were asking to install an app to coordinate. In the application, you had to register and fill out a form. Then you had to follow the instructions. Hanuel followed the link and saw an app that needed to be installed on his phone. It looked like it was hastily made, but he figured if it was sent by the official services, it would be safe. The app asked him to upload his ID card to authenticate. Once Hanuel completed the steps around him, red hieroglyphics began to appear again. He figured he was seeing all this because the woman who came down from heaven gave him the cure. At this moment, a notification showed up on his phone saying that a divine base had been revealed in him and the process of analyzing his type had begun. Hanuel didn't understand what abilities we were talking about or why they were divided into any types. Somewhere far away, that same woman felt a strange movement of power. The process of analysis was over. Hanuel thought that if something about the unexplained type was written now, he would be right. In a second, he began to feel the strength begin to leave his body in waves. His legs trembled and his limbs began to go numb again. He was disappointed that it was starting to happen now at the worst possible time. The capsule the woman had given him continued to work. The guy grabbed the can of caffeine again and started drinking quickly, greedily gulping down the coveted liquid. While he was drinking, the process of determining his type was still going on. The guy straightened up the jar and finally felt a little better. He saw that the determination of his base type was almost complete. He was very excited and scared about what was happening. He looked at the screen and waited for the message to appear. The color of this substance was blue. The blue color symbolized the tree. This substance was called empty blue energy. It was considered one of the best among the different types of ingredients. Hanuel felt a tremendous tension in his soul from waiting for the result. And in his stomach, some kind of process started again. It was weak at first, but it got stronger and stronger. The young man threw up right on the floor in front of him and felt his body begin to fill with pure blue energy. It turned out that the blue energy, along with the poisonous ingredients, was the capsule the Celestial gave the guy. The hangover drinks helped neutralize the poison in the pill, but the blue energy remained in him in its purest form. Something began to happen in his body. He was thrown into a fever. He wanted to wait until the temperature was lower. He was uncomfortable sitting, and there was no way he could relax his body. He changed pose after pose, but he couldn't find a place to sit. He couldn't lie down or sit or stand. At one point, he decided that a meditation pose under a waterfall that he had seen once in a movie should help him. The young man tried to repeat the pose as accurately as possible, like that old man from the movie. And it worked. He felt comfortable, and his body began to relax. He decided to sit like this for now, and that's when he remembered about the phone and waiting for the totals. He saw that his base was determined to be earthly, and there wasn't even any mention of an unexplained base. The message was that how best to stimulate his feature and what to pay attention to in order to improve his powers. Hanul thought that the unearthly woman had given him that capsule because his foundation was inexplicable and what the energy of the trees meant. At that moment, he felt that the poison in his body was completely neutralized. The guy guessed that the components that were not poisonous were not destroyed and remained in him and changed something in his disposition. The young man was relieved because if the result showed that he possessed an inexplicable base, he would have to go on the run. A large hologram screen in the room suddenly turned on. At first, it was just a blank and black screen. Then Hanul saw the president of the country addressing all the citizens. The guy was surprised that the president himself went live to say something. It was something very important. The president said that he is obliged to tell the absolute truth for the safety of the people of the country. He began his story by saying that many thousands of years ago, the world was very different from the one they lived in now. What we now call monsters were then inhabitants of our planet. But there were other creatures who sought to enter our world and were able to traverse other galaxies to do so. People in those times also existed, but they were very much disadvantaged and brutally exploited. But in the midst of all this horrible world, one day, a few select people found a divine foundation. People became much more resilient and their lifespan became longer. Then this world became a world where anyone could have power. These people were called the Celestials. They sacrificed their lives in exchange for closing the gates to Earth so that humanity could flourish on the planet. Their exploits were sung in legends and myths. From generation to generation, stories about them passed from parents to their children, while they continued to guard the gateway to our planet as its civilization evolved, until recently, when everything changed. All over the country, people received messages on their phones with important information. They said that the Celestials would be patrolling the neighborhoods, that the government is committed to ensuring the safety of all citizens no matter what. It was also said that all patrol officers were qualified and authorized to enforce the law when necessary. Hanul saw on his screen that the process was complete and the solar wind letters opened. He tapped on the screen and thought that maybe this was what the message said about everyone being matched with skills according to ability. He continued to sit on the floor in a meditation pose, thinking about it. The question came to his mind if these were all the skills that had been mentioned. A picture appeared on the screen showing a man sitting in the lotus posture. The diagram showed 3 centers: the top center on the head, the middle center on the chest, and the bottom center on the legs. Each center pointed to a body part according to the name. Hanul thought that these were the 3 points where he felt the heat, and the man on the diagram was sitting in exactly the same position as the boy. A message appeared on the screen saying that for some time after training, the chosen ones would feel the heat in at least one of the 3 zones. After the heat appeared in the 3 zones, you could start training. The note said that for the earth directions, the main one was respiratory. Hanul at this stage was to begin practicing breathing techniques. He thought about the fact that just yesterday he hated anything to do with celestials, and today he was sitting and practicing mystical breathing. The young man took a deep breath and focused on his breathing. He continued to concentrate on each inhale and exhale. For a second, he thought about the fact that this was coming much easier to him than he had realized. The guy kept breathing deliberately steady and calm to focus and relax his body. It took a long time to feel the heat in all 3 zones. For some, the process took months. It all depended on one's ability. With increased training, it was possible to enter a state in which one could not feel the passage of time. This was Hanul's first step towards becoming a celestial. For a second, he opened his eyes, feeling how relaxed he was. And to his surprise, he found a bunch of plants that grew around him and filled the room. Some tree branches even sprouted through the window. Hanul couldn't understand how it happened. The branches of the plants had grown around the objects, and even had time to grow around his body. He was trying to figure out how long it had been since he'd started breathing practice. The guy wanted to see what time it was, but his phone was dead. He looked for the place where the clock hung. He decided to walk down the hall to find it. Finally, he found a clock that showed the exact date and time. The young man realized that today was the 22nd of June of the 6th month. He tried to count how much time had passed and realized it had been 100 days since he had received that emergency message on his phone. Hanul decided he needed some time to recover and realize what had happened. He took a shower and cleaned himself up. He realized that the wounds on his body had healed, his hair was longer, and he didn't feel hungry at all. The young man did not lose weight at all, but on the contrary, his muscles became bigger. While he was in the shower and contemplating his body, his phone charged. The guy decided to go on the internet and see some news about what had been going on for the past 100 days. Hanul remembered what he had seen the last time he looked out the window. Then he saw in the air a huge dome-shaped barrier. While he was in a trance, this area was sealed off because it was a gateway for monsters. He was forgotten here. Suddenly, some strange sound from down the street caught his attention. He thought it was an earthquake and went to the window to look. He saw a huge silhouette of a creature. At his eye level were the feet of a giant, strange creature. The hero was amazed at what he saw and couldn't believe his eyes. The guy was horrified and tried to find some explanation for the phenomenon. He looked out of the window onto the street and saw before him horrible, huge creatures that were nothing like the ones he had first seen. Everywhere on the street were horrible monsters of enormous size. Some had 3 eyes, and all had huge fanged mouths. Hanul realized he had to leave this unsafe place as soon as possible. He tried to contact someone on the phone, but there was no connection. The guy decided that the app must have been his last chance. The young man thought about the fact that he had spent 100 days in meditation just to get the fever down, but this technique must have been very unusual. Hanul saw a notification in the app that he was not connected to the network, which was required for full access to the full features. He tried to find something useful for himself in other sections of the app. The young man found a section with information about himself and a full description of his profile. He was interested in the section that talked about ability cards. They depended on his nickname, rank, and those who followed him, and he had the ability to level them up. The card for the first ability had instructions on how to use it. Hanul thought it was very easy and decided to start with it. The boy tried to concentrate the power in his fingers and touch the card. Nothing happened. Everything around me remained the same. He looked around him, but nothing had changed with him or in his room. The young man decided to take a step because the ability was called Light Steps. And at the same moment, he hit his head painfully against the opposite wall of the room, which was a few meters away from him. Now he knew exactly how space magic worked, and he could even feel it with his nose. Holding his hand to his face, he decided to check how the other abilities worked. The second card was called Weight, and the boy decided that it affected his muscle mass. The third card had the name Light Strike. The picture next to the title resembled a flash of some kind. Hanul realized that he should try to use these powers, but the dorm room wasn't really suitable for it because of its size. He thought about the roof, but that idea didn't turn out to be a good one because monsters could spot him there. The young man was thinking about what other place he could think of, and at that moment, an inscription on the screen caught his attention. Last time, he hadn't fully explored the workout section of the app. He had only tried the breathing one. Maybe there was something else useful in there. In this section, he learned that he could pump his level depending on how much wood energy and experience was stored in his body. It took about 10 years to obtain just 1 star. Hanul couldn't believe it. He figured he'd be 70 years old when he was done. It turned out that it took a lifetime to perfect his technique. The guy was disappointed but decided to see how many stars he already had. In order to measure your accomplishments, you had to start by concentrating energy in both hands. This was followed by the requirement to extend the left arm forward. Rings appeared around the hand, and their number was an indication of level. Hanul waited for the rings around his hand to appear, and at that moment he heard some sound not far away from him. That sound was coming toward him, and the counting process was not yet complete. The young man realized that there was a monster moving in the hallway outside his door. The sound of his footsteps grew louder, and Hanul could hear even his breathing. The guy had to urgently find something in the app that could help him. He succeeded. He seemed to have found something suitable. The guy stood in the middle of the room, and at that moment the wall behind him began to crumble. Startled, he turned around to see what exactly had happened. And at that moment, the monster that destroyed the wall pounced on him. It was very strong. Its jaws were very close to the young man's face. The monster was huge in size. It had 4 eyes and giant sharp teeth. Hanul remembered an ancient technique called the absorption method. It was the most ruthless because it took away the life force of animals. The hero decided to use an ability that was similar to this technique. He grabbed the monster's head with one hand and used his strength and tried to hit it. He succeeded and was able to flip the monster away from him with one hand. The monster flew exhaustedly to the other end of the room. Its maw groped for air. The defeated monster was lying on the floor a few meters away from Hanul, and the guy started to feel some kind of energy spilling over his body. He thought that if it wasn't for this ability, he would have been finished by now. And the energy that filled him continued to penetrate deep into his body. The iron and protein from the defeated monster entered his body. They made his muscles grow bigger and he was filled with energy. The level of red blood cells in his blood rose. His eyes began to emit light, and the space around him began to glow. This process continued for a while Puck listened to his body sensations. He tried to figure out what exactly had happened while he was fighting the monster. The guy could feel the energy literally bubbling in his body. The thought crossed his mind that when he defeated the monster, the nutrients from his body were transferred to him. Hanul decided that those nutrients should have been enough for him to recover from the light strike. He turned around to look at the body of his defeated foe and noticed something unusual. Some kind of plant sprouts began to grow through the monster's skin. There were several of them. The guy remembered exactly how it hadn't happened a few minutes ago. He decided he'd better take a couple of these sprouts with him just in case. He might need them. Leaving the room, he continued reading about his abilities and learned that he could only use his seed planting skill once on an opponent. Hanul realized that he needed time to absorb the monster's energy, so it was best not to find himself in a situation where he would be alone and there would be several of them. As he read on, he learned that a light strike couldn't kill, but it could drive away monsters or signal for help. He had to wait for the rescue team. While he was thinking about using this ability, he noticed that another monster was looking at him from the darkness. It was completely different. It had blue skin and was covered in spots, and the fur on its head was almost white. The monster opened its mouth and lunged at Hanul. He was very fast. The hero managed to put his arm forward to block the path of the approaching open maw. The monster grabbed the guy's skin with its sharp teeth, but the young man's ability prevented the monster from biting through his skin. The guy swung his free arm and concentrated on hitting his target. His eyes and skin glowed green. He hated the vile creature he saw before him. The young man's fist hit the target. The creature howled in pain and flew backward. The guy had no time to stay put. He had to get out of here as quickly as possible. Puck had to get to the roof to signal for help. Running up the stairs, he saw another monster preparing to attack him. The huge monster jumped at Hanul, and its paws were quite close. The hero didn't hesitate and struck the creature first, but the next monster was already approaching from behind. The monster tried to grab the guy's leg and bite it, but Hanul managed to fend off the attack and flung the vile creature away from him. The guy looked down at the stairs and saw more monsters approaching him. He didn't know how many more of these creatures were in the building and tried to climb the stairs up as quickly as possible. At last, he managed to climb up and open the coveted door to the roof. There was only a short distance to go. But on the roof, something he couldn't even imagine was waiting for him. Hanul saw a colossal-sized monster. It was the size of a house. This giant creature had several pairs of eyes, and its teeth were the size of a man. While the young man was trying to get a better look at this horrible creature, the monster was coming up behind him, chasing him down the stairs and finally catching up with him. Hanul realized that there was no turning back and he had to do something about it. The hero sprinted and headed straight into the giant creature's jaws while simultaneously launching an app on his phone and selecting a light strike card. He touched the card and held his right one out with the phone up. A blindingly bright light blazed around him. The glow was so bright that it was visible for several kilometers. Hanul sat with his arms wrapped around his legs and hiding behind the door and heard someone looking for him. A human voice asked if he could come out. The boy thought it was the rescue team. He saw a man hovering in the air above the roof and rushed toward him with all his legs. He stood directly below the man and looked up at him from below. The man was a fiery Taoist looking down on the guy and asked why the guy was standing. He didn't understand why the guy didn't use flying or jumping. Hanul was embarrassed and told me that he only had 3 ability cards that he had gotten at the beginning. Another monster was approaching them. The man told the young man to hold out his hand. The Sky Man didn't see the monster and told the young man to obey him, while Hanul tried to show him that danger was coming from behind. He yelled to the stranger that there was a monster behind him, and the Taoist finally turned around. He saw the monster, and his hand in an instant blazed with scarlet fire, and scarlet rings like beads appeared around it. These rings rotated around his wrist, and they were the ones that exuded a scarlet glow. They pulsed and vibrated towards the monster, and it flew away from the celestial. Hanul watched as the Taoist, without even touching the monster, sent it into a knockout. The man turned to the guy and told him not to make him repeat his request a 3rd time and held out his hand. The young man couldn't believe his eyes and ears, but decided he had to trust this man. Hanul stretched out his hand, and an unknown force lifted him into the air. He felt himself moving after the celestial. They were flying over the city, and the man asked who the guy was and why he was in a restricted area. He thought the guy was crazy for not valuing his life. Hanul opened his mouth to reply, but the man stopped him, saying he didn't really care. The young man thanked the celestial for saving his life, but the man only nodded in response. From there, they continued to fly in silence over the night city. Suddenly, the young man's phone vibrated sharply, which startled him. He saw that his phone had gotten a lot of missed call notifications and received a huge number of texts. Hanul was glad that his family was unharmed, and he thought about how many things must have happened and changed in that time. The guy was flying through the air and thinking about how much the rest of the world had changed. The next morning, Hanul called his mom, whom he hadn't heard from or seen in over 3 months. He told her he got lost, and then the rescue team found him, and now they have to investigate, so he'll be delayed. He was very happy to hear his mother's voice and to know that she was all right. They said goodbye. A man in uniform came into the room and asked if the conversation was over. Hanul answered in the affirmative. The man handed him a glass of tea. He thanked him and thought about the safety of his family. At that moment, the door opened abruptly, and a man entered the room. He was big with broad shoulders, small eyes, and blonde hair. He asked the employee if he was the same guy. The uniformed man introduced the man as Commander Cha Hyun-jun. He was the apprentice of the chief of the unit they were in. The bogey turned sharply to the employee and ordered him out. The man was surprised because he had to collect Hanul's testimony. Hyun-jun was furious and said he wouldn't say it twice. The employee headed for the door, and the boogeyman asked Hanul if he had studied divine techniques before the gate in the heavens opened. The young man answered no. Bugay was amazed because in this case, it turned out that the young man was the worthy one who was able to wake up his mentor. Hanul didn't understand what exactly put Hyun-jun in such a state. Boogie handed him the tablet and ordered him to look at the screen. He pointed out to the young man that it said Ascendant and told him that there were 9 levels of celestials. Ascending high, great, mystical, heavenly, magnificent, divine, spiritual, and earthly. The last level was possessed by the highest celestials. A disciple or hubei was someone who had just discovered his ability, but the teacher recognized his ability and granted him the ascending level of sunbei. The boogeyman excitedly said that neither age nor where one was born mattered, and it only mattered that the hongbei were subordinate to the sunbei. Hanul realized that the ascending level was the lowest and asked the boogeyman what level his teacher possessed. Hyun-jun was furious at this question and grabbed the young man by the collar, shaking him to bring him to his senses. He demanded that the boy gather his wits. Boogie took the question as rude. The boy should have remembered that if you have an innate base, you must obey your elder ancestors. He was furious and warned that if the guy repeats such insolence to his teacher again, he will not repeat it twice. Hanul grinned and decided that the big guy was just copying his teacher's way of speaking because he thought it was cool. Hyun-jun became even more furious. His eyes became even smaller in size. It looked like he was about to explode. At that moment, a message came out of the tablet with Hanul's card in it, and the light from it illuminated the boogeyman's face. The card said that this hero was assigned Achievement Level High. Hyun-jun was still holding the young man by the collar, and Hanul reminded him that Level High was above Level Rising. Boogie recoiled from the guy and stared incomprehensibly at his information card. The young man adjusted his shirt and took on a deliberately relaxed look, and reminded Hyun-jun that hubei must obey and do everything for their sunbei. A while later, in the same building but in a different room, a conversation was taking place. The teacher sat in front of the boogeyman and said that he just told you to obey him because he's a higher level, and you gave him the room. The disciple sat before him on his knees, burned with shame, and remained silent. The man slammed his fist on the table and called the bege an inconsiderate jerk. He was furious that his apprentice who possessed the bandit technique would sag in front of a puppy. Hyun-jun tried to justify that Hanul's level of achievement was higher than his, and he was obliged to comply. The teacher calmed down and said that it must be due to his body constitution. Bugay asked if this meant that Hanul had an unexplained basis. The teacher again lost his temper at hearing such nonsense and tried to explain that the guy has an earth base, and that like Hyun-jun and like the teacher himself, he was born with it. But there is a bit of wood in his nature. Boogie asked if that meant it would be easier for him to train. The teacher couldn't answer that question, and Hyun-jun was amazed that the teacher might not know something. The man continued to explain. He said that people with the wood element were very rare. People came out of the water. They stepped on the soil and learned how to make fire. Fire was needed to chase away the cold and melt metal to extract it from ore. And though all living things have a common trait in their relationships, there is no harmony. Hanul's powers were based on wood, and that meant his gift was quite rare. The teacher assumed that the fact that he received a message with his request for help was due to the fact that he was not quite a normal person. He told Hyun-jun not to tell anyone what he had learned and that he would give him the medicine when his breathing calmed down. Boogie thanked the teacher. When his student came out, the teacher hesitated. It was amazing. He thought of Hanula and realized that he had never before known that there was a solar wind ability. The clicks of the keyboard filled the room. There was a mug of tea on the table and trash lying around. Hanul sat at his computer trying to find information. So far, all he had learned was that the government reported that there were no people with an unexplained basis. He also read that all having an unexplained divine basis were isolated. The young man thought that when everyone was tested, he was somehow not detected. The divine basis was divided into 3 types: heavenly, earthly, and human. But then another type 4 appeared. Its power could not be measured. This type was called unexplainable. Over the past dozens of years, when the Celestials were almost gone, those who possessed an inexplicable foundation had tried to infiltrate our world. And then the Celestials united to protect the world and banish them, to make sure that only memories remain in myth and legend. These defenders were Hong Gil-dong and Zheng Qi, two of the bravest in our world. Hanul looked skeptically at the defenders and decided they were being exposed. He thought it was foolish to cast out those who were simply different from the majority and honor the likes of Gildan and Uchi. The young man took a sip of tea, and caffeine, theanine, and catechine entered his system along with it. The young man liked that even from rice tea he could get new substances for his body. Hanul figured that when he took the test, his base showed up as Earth because he had taken the capsule the woman had given him before. He had to find some information on a similar effect before that blank blue substance ran out, and they learned nothing. He spent hours on the computer but couldn't find anything. Maybe the government was restricting the dissemination of this information. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He decided to look for information in a different way. Hanul typed the word medicine into a search engine and opened the first website. It was an ordinary site with a database of medicines, but his attention was attracted by an image that was placed on one of the pages. The seeds in the picture reminded him very much of something. The picture of him picking seeds that had grown through the monster's skin flashed through his mind. They were exactly like the photo that was posted on the site, and there was a post next to the photo. Hanul took the seeds out of his bag and examined them carefully. He collected these seeds after fighting the monster that attacked him in the dormitory. Turns out they weren't as rare as he thought. The guy was trying to find a little more information about them. He had never seen anything like it and didn't know where these seeds were sprouting. The young man opened the post next to the picture on the site and read that the author's grandfather had written a book about these seeds and that the author wanted to spread the word. The plant from which the seeds came was called purgatory grass. It grows near the Sanzu River, which separates the world of the living from the world of the dead. If consumed raw, you could get sick, but the sprouted seeds were an elixir that gave dark energy. Hanul learned that these seeds were difficult to germinate and remembered that when he saw them on the monster's skin, they had already sprouted. The boy thought about it and tried to remember in detail how everything had happened back then with the monster. When the monster attacked him, he used his power and took away some of the creature's energy. The young man had an idea. He decided that he should experiment with the seeds he had left that had not yet sprouted. The guy picked up 3 seeds that glowed and exuded radiance and began to prepare himself. The young man sat down in the lotus posture, closed his eyes, and tried to focus on the solar wind breathing technique. He channeled all his thoughts into the flow of meditation and concentrated on his breathing. After a while, Hanul cautiously opened his eyes. He was amazed at what he saw in his hand. It defied logic. Small green stalks were already sprouting from each of the 3 seeds. 2 hours passed. The door to the room swung open and an enraged Hyunjun burst in with a shout of, "Hey you!" But there was no one in the room. There was order on the table with the computer on. Boogie looked around for Hanul but didn't see him anywhere. He looked around the room for the guy, checking to see if he'd stolen any of his stuff. He opened the refrigerator and came across a bunch of peaches he'd bought himself. 1 peach was missing. Boogie thought he was right and the kid was a thief. In the meantime, events continued to unfold in the city park. The seed planted in the ground labored to grow its roots deep into the soil. Nearby sat a breath-concentrated Hanul in the lotus pose. He cautiously opened his eyes to see if he had succeeded. The boy was amazed at what he saw. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. In front of him was a real tree with branches and leaves. 2 hours of meditation had been enough to make it happen. Hanul was amazed at what he had managed to create, and he wanted to make sure the tree was real. He realized that through his breathing technique, there was an energy exchange between him and his surroundings. His ability helped the plant to grow faster. If he continued to grow herbs in this way, he could live with the inexplicable base without any problems. He put his bag away so he wouldn't mess it up. The boy had to try eating some of this plant to make sure he was right. He put a piece in his mouth. His body accepted the stimulant. The active ingredient this time was a sprout of purgatory grass. Just like last time, heat began to spread through his body, if the absorption continues like this. But then something went wrong. The process stopped almost at the very beginning. Hanul decided to try again. Maybe he had done something wrong the first time, but nothing ever came out. The guy couldn't understand what was wrong and why he couldn't do anything. He felt the effect, but only in the stomach area. Maybe it was because the blue substance from the capsule was of higher quality, but there was no way he could get it again. He didn't have the necessary strength. Hanul decided to try again. He closed his eyes and concentrated on his breathing. This time, something different came out. He felt that the third attempt was different from the first 2. The heat in his body had changed. The energy he felt was different, dark. The young man tried to remember exactly what was written in that post. It said that this plant was of a dark nature, and the blue substance was of the nature of wood. It turned out that it could absorb the energy of wood by breathing the solar wind. This meant that he had to learn this method of breathing to absorb his dark nature. If someone were to discover that these two energies had mixed, their life could be in danger. The realization made the boy's knees tremble, but he reassured himself that now he could easily find the seeds. Although his efficiency was dropping, his strength was increasing. Hanul almost left but thought he should go back for the tree. He carefully dug up the ground under the roots with his hands and pulled out the trunk. At that moment, the beeping on my phone sounded abruptly. It was an urgent message announcing the evacuation of the entire Han River coastal area. The boy saw that other people had gotten the message too. They were scared and hurried to get to the shelter as soon as possible. It began to rain heavily outside. Huge drops fell from the sky in an endless stream. Standing in the shelter, the young men looked outside and saw huge worms that appeared on the ground as the rain began to fall. They were unusually large in size, and there were a lot of them. People were disgusted by them. Hanyu tried to calm them down by telling them that they only lived near the ground and that if they were not touched, nothing would happen. The shelter was protected by a protective dome that was attached to the building. The boy was glad he had followed the others to this place. At that moment, a scream came from the side of the street begging for help. A huge monster, something remotely resembling a bird with red eyes, was not far from the shelter. It was chasing a woman and her dog. The woman tripped and fell. Hanul realized that if nothing was done, the woman would be finished. She tried to crawl forward to the shelter, but her speed was lacking and the monster was getting very close. He gripped her tightly with his clawed paw around her waist like a toy, and in one easy motion threw it into the cauldron that was strapped to his back. This cauldron was half filled with huge worms and the woman landed right on top of them. She was horrified by this ghastly moving horror. The worms were completely filling the space around her. Hanul stepped forward to the doorway and looked into the monster's eyes. The man behind him said he could have been in that woman's shoes. The other was horribly disgusted. Suddenly, the men smelled the odor of cigarettes near them. Hanul, holding the dark energy tree in his hands, lit a cigarette and took a drag. The young man decided that this was unacceptable. No sorrow could justify these terrible events. Innocent people should not suffer. The men saw Hanul finish his cigarette and toss the butt aside. And after that, he rushed, running towards the giant bird with the cauldron on its back. In his hand was still the tree that had grown a few minutes ago. The guy sprinted with all his might and kicked the monster in the head, and the huge monster flew away from him like it was airborne. Hanul landed on his feet, still holding the tree, and the woman managed to climb out of the cauldron and into freedom. The young man didn't realize what had happened. His strength was much greater than he had expected. He wondered if it could be from having consumed the sprouts of that purgatory herb. Raindrops ran down his face. The boy guessed what had affected his strength. This rain was no ordinary rain. It was Poseidon's tears of sorrow for his son. The tree in Hanul's hands absorbed the water from the rain, and it made it grow faster. The energy of the tree's element intensified, and it was transferred to the hero. The hero was now capable of much more than before, which meant he could refine the artifact in his hands. The guy gripped the barrel tightly with his fingers and focused his energy in his hand, and the tree became a sword capable of exorcising demons. With such a weapon, he was more confident to engage the monster. The fanged bird opened its mouth and let out a loud shriek and bared its blade-sharp teeth. She spread her wings and prepared to attack with her scarlet eyes flashing. A narrow strip of pupils stared intently at his enemy. Hanul gripped his sword tightly with both hands, preparing for battle. The bird soared into the air and attacked from above. The young man stood firmly on his feet and swung his sword. He was focused and felt the full power of his weapon. Hanul assumed a stable posture and planted his feet firmly on the ground. He couldn't loosen his grip or the monster would topple him over immediately. He couldn't let that happen. The protective barrier was just around the corner. The hero had to resist the monster, and he swung his sword. Out of the corner of his eye, Hanul noticed a gap in the monster's armor. One by one, sword strikes fell on the winged monster. Once again, the young man swung his sword while fending off the giant bird's attacks. The guy noticed that despite the number and strength of the attacks, not a scratch was visible on the weapon. He thought maybe that was a feature of his artifact. At some point, Hanul noticed that the monster didn't take its eyes off the blade. The guy assumed it was because the tree was a peach tree, which was thought to ward off monsters. The monster finally tore its eyes away from the sword and its gaze fell on the woman who was still lying on the ground not far from the battle site. She noticed the direction of the bird's gaze and tried to get to her feet in horror. The hero also guessed the monster's intentions and tried to get ahead of him. The monster was already very close. Its clawed paw was almost touching the woman's body. She fell to the ground again. Her eyes were full of terror. Hanul hurried as fast as he could. He had only a few steps to go. He managed to pick her up in his arms before she hit the ground. The woman tried to thank the young man, but he said it wasn't time to relax yet. The beast saw what happened. It growled menacingly, and with a shriek rushed off in pursuit of the guy with the girl in his arms. It once again launched its clawed paw forward to grab its victims. The woman was terrified and clung to the guy as hard as she could, while Hanul ran as fast as he could. But he was not in time. The bird caught up with them and struck with all its might. Hanul flew away and the woman fell under the protective dome. The guy hit the wall hard. There was a huge dent where his body touched the concrete. Such a hard blow almost knocked the spirit out of him. He managed to avoid fractures and serious injuries only thanks to the effects of the substances, but the effect was already coming to an end. The guy didn't know for sure if the woman had escaped, but he hoped she was already in the shelter. The winged creature was approaching him again. It flew overhead. It glared fiercely at its victim, anticipating retribution for the blows it had inflicted. Hanul thought that if you were that big, it was cheating to fly up from above. The guy realized he wouldn't be able to make it to the shelter in time because the effects of the substances had almost worn off. It occurred to him that he could try planting sprouts. Against a flying monster, they were difficult to use. No matter what he did, the chances of survival tended to zero. He had to use his weapon. His blade was no ordinary blade. It had absorbed the properties of a plant rooted in the earth. It needed a lot of time to grow and become stronger. But now, it was raining Poseidon's tears, and with it, it was possible to increase the sword's strength with magic that absorbed that rain. And on top of that, it was possible to retain the power of subduing a monster in the sword. Hanul focused on his body. He tried to feel his sword as an extension of his arm. He concentrated on channeling the energy of the solar winds into his weapon. And it worked. The ancient lightning strike technique was now in the hero's hands. The young man kneeled on the ground, and the beast that was many times taller than him spread its wings. Both were preparing for battle. The battle began. The boy soared into the air and swung his weapon, and the monstrous bird opened its fanged maw. The hero's blade was faster, and the monster's head flew into the wall of the building from the impact. Hanul swung again and struck another blow with his magic weapon. The force was so great that the monster's head broke through the wall of the building and went into it. The creature was scared it could barely get its head out of the hole. But the hero was alert and was already preparing to strike again. Their faces were some centimeters apart. Hanul's full concentration and fury-sparking eyes were the last thing the monster saw in his life. Hanul was victorious, and the vile creature gave its breath. The unwilling spectators of the battle were beginning to gather outside. They witnessed an unprecedented event and could not believe their eyes. The downed bird was the favorite pet of the mighty deity. That's why no one could tame it, and it went on rampaging for a long time. People were videotaping the hero who saved a man in danger in front of their eyes. He cared. But the guy everyone thought was a superhero got stabbed in the back. This blow was of immense unearthly power, scarlet fire with rings of power like beads. That stab in Hanul's back was delivered by none other than the teacher who had once saved him. There was a burly man standing next to him. The teacher was furious because the young man had ruined Lady Yuhua's favorite creature, and even though he didn't know, it didn't mean he shouldn't be punished. The teacher felt that for such a daring act, Hanul should have been held responsible by the strictest standards. The guy sat leaning against the wall. His head was down, his eyes were closed. Different people in different parts of the city watched this video on their devices. Some saw it on the news, some were sent it by friends, and some saw it on social media. Hundreds of people in a short period of time were learning about what had happened. They forwarded it to each other. In the comments, people shared their opinions about what happened. Many commentators stood up for the young hero. Some condemned the man who maimed him. People actively discussed what happened and asked questions. Some rejoiced that the bird was gone, and meanwhile another dialogue began. Lady Yuhua stood at the window overlooking the city and asked the servants if it was true that her chick was gone. She wondered what had become of the impudent man who had dared to do this impertinence. The maid obediently bowed her head and replied that he had been taken into custody. Lady Yuhua was furious to learn that for such a crime he was merely detained and not punished to the fullest extent of the law. She sternly ordered to tell all of humanity that if they didn't want to find out what her anger looked like, they should tear this insolent brat apart. The maid raised her eyes to her mistress and timidly told her that the video of what had happened had spread throughout the country and was being hotly discussed by the people. She speculated that the new leadership was hoping that Lady Yuhua would be lenient to avoid people's excitement about the Celestials. Lady Yuhua said in a bored tone that she thought this world was too boring because people in power were afraid of those they were supposed to command. She asked the maid how they were going to appease her anger. The maid replied that they hoped to earn her favor with tribute. Yuhua turned away to the window overlooking the city and replied that she would wait. The rain outside the window was letting up little by little. Poseidon's sorrow was coming to an end. Looking out the window, the Celestial thought that the fact that higher beings were free of desires was just an illusion. She was holding a package that was very precious to her. The maid saw Lady Yuhua unwrapping it and asked what it was. Celestia said it was exactly what she thought it was. This plant was called the peach tree of immortality. Even the deities dreamed of having it. Its flowers bloomed once every millennium, and it has borne fruit for at least 3,000 years. This tree can only grow in the garden of the Queen Mother of the Western Paradise. Yuhua told of the orchard disappearing after the Queen Mother sacrificed herself to seal the gates of the Western Paradise. And if now she succeeds in sprouting that tree, she will become the new Queen Mother of the Western Paradise. Much time has passed since the events of the hero's battle with the monstrous bird. Park Hanul walked around the city. People around him turned around and looked at him. They recognized him. He didn't notice them because he was immersed in the memories of what had happened during that time. When he was behind bars, different people came to see him. One of them told him that by his deed, he had made all the heavenly ones look bad in the eyes of the people. He was told to keep his head down and not to provoke a situation like this. And if something like that happens again, he'll have himself to blame. The guy walked and thought about the fact that he didn't do what he did for the reward. He wanted to make the world a better place and save a man's life. He also had a thought that even though his sword had been taken away, he still had something of value left from that night. When his enemy that night was defeated, he looked at his body and saw something that caught his attention. He walked closer and saw that something was tied to the monster's leg. It was a piece of wood the size of a log. It was wrapped in cloth and roped to the monster's leg. Then he untied it, took it in his hands and wondered who would want to tie it to a bird. Suddenly, it hit him. He felt the life force that came from the tree in his hands, and he tried to influence the log with his power. Just at that moment then, the teacher appeared and began his attack on him. But Hanul had already managed to transfer some of the energy and was already getting results. When the force of this blow reached his body, there was already a small sprout in his hand that he had obtained through the power of the solar winds. The boy mentally returned to the present and made a decision. He had to grow this sprout into a real tree. A year later, the weather was sunny in the city. It was a sunny day. There was a news report on TV that said people were outraged by the odor that had appeared in the city. The government was discussing what measures to take to clean up the water. The people sitting in the cafe listened attentively to the announcer who was talking about the news on TV. The man behind the counter in the cafe covered his nose with his hand and said it stinks very badly. He was outraged because he knew that the smell was not coming from the water, but from a monster that had taken up residence in the river. He appeared in Han River a month ago when the celestial energy was a mess. It was a snakehead, a freshwater fish with the head of a snake. He was 1,000 years old. He went from the world of monsters to the world of men. He was strong enough to become God on earth and Lord of the Han River. He announced to mankind that until his demands for human sacrifice were fulfilled, no one would be able to use the water from the river. Young Guizhu, a disciple of one of the 8 sacred celestials, had read the news about the snakehead and thought he was a tightwad. A voice nearby asked him to keep his remarks to himself because they were not relevant to the topic of the meeting. A woman in a strict business suit walked into the office with a telephone in her hands. It was the youngest disciple of one of the 8 holy celestials, Shin Somin. She asked everyone to take their seats. Guizhu rudely joked that the topic of the meeting would be her figure. Somin didn't like it and asked if he was sure of his joke. He continued the stupid joke, saying that this was not a problem they could solve without her involvement. Shin Salmon stood there and listened to him speak. Didn't she think it would be foolish to solve this problem without her participation? Everything that happened was the will of the elders. It was necessary to behave as if nothing had happened until humanity was in trouble and started protesting. The girl tensed her jaw and asked if that was all your master taught you. From such insolence, Guizhu was perplexed. He asked the girl again what she said. Her teacher informed her that tens of thousands of people were sick with infectious diseases, so they were obliged to find a solution as soon as possible. She was outraged at how this brash disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King had insulted her master. The cheeky guy asked Somin, so she thought she could kill the Lord of the Han River. The girl was amazed at his insolence and didn't know what to say. She stood staring at him and a drop of sweat ran down her cheek. Guizhu told me that yesterday 4 celestials went to destroy the monster, and they all failed. He told her to look around and see who the audience consisted of. Their rank was below mystical. He resented the fact that she wanted them to work together and foolishly stepped right into the jaws of the fish. Somi knew that the reason for the sea monster's strength was because it used water and earth techniques at the same time. There were only a few people who were as proficient in 2 techniques at the same time as him. Therefore, it could only be defeated by someone who had a large territory to drive it away by force, or who had a rank higher than earth and water together would. Guizhu told her to forget about his involvement. He asked sarcastically what the difference was between worrying about people and not passing the entrance exam. Somin, feeling her powerlessness before this insolent man, clenched her fist, and the device in her hand shattered into pieces with a crack. The guy got up from his seat and said he'd better go train. Soman was left alone in the auditorium. If someone could kill the snakehead, it would be the best ending to this situation. Shin So-min was strolling in the park. On her shoulder hung a bag with one very interesting item. The girl took the bags off her shoulder, unzipped the zipper, and a pouch showed in the opening. Gently holding it up, she opened the pouch and the very same hilt was revealed. The girl mentally drifted off into memories. A year ago, with the help of this sword, a young man was able to defeat Lady Yuhua's bird. Then the guy was arrested and afterward released. His sword was confiscated by the Celestials. It was a rare peachwood artifact. It was unique in that it could be used even by those of low rank. Because it was shaped like a sword, it caused an uproar in the heavens. But after the energy that was in him gradually disappeared, the arguments stopped. Park Hanul, that was that man's name. He hadn't left town lately and seemed to be working in a restaurant. Sometimes he was seen in different places with his family or with a group of friends. He went to the movies. He wasn't using that app anymore. His phone was turned off. He could no longer use the talisman and evaluate his achievements. Considering everything that happened to him after the fight with the bird, it wasn't surprising. While the girl was thinking about all of this, a running hooded guy was approaching her from the side. He was tall with dark hair. He was wearing a sports uniform and Shin So-min instantly recognized him. It was Park Hanul. As he approached her and she regarded him to make sure of her assumption, he had already equaled her. She was surprised to realize that he had taken a sharp turn off the path he was running on. The girl couldn't let him go. She had to catch up with him. Soman resolutely gathered her forces and used the sudden pursuit technique. She summoned the spirit of the roe deer to her aid. Her speed and agility increased, but she still couldn't catch up with the guy. He flew like the wind. She ran as fast as she could. Plus, she used the talisman, but the distance between them didn't shrink an inch. The girl continued to run through the bushes, paying no attention to anything but her goal. Suddenly, I found myself in a large, spacious clearing, which was empty. She looked in all directions, but Hanul was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. She turned around and saw a guy. He asked her how she was related to the Celestials. The young man took off his hood and said he didn't mean to run away from her, just that he was surprised that someone was chasing him. Hanul was breathing hard and sweat was running down his face. The girl noticed it and realized it. That he didn't use a talisman. He only ran so fast because of his physical strength. She tossed him her phone and he reflexively grabbed it with his hand. The phone on which the application was already open immediately began the process of analyzing the new user's data. Hanul had already forgotten what the app looked like. He was looking at the screen that displayed the scanning process. So-min watched expectantly. She purposely used this ploy. She was curious. The guy saw the results on the screen and his mouth dropped open a little. He decided to get rid of this girl's company by showing her the results. She couldn't believe her eyes. He was still a tall celestial, yet he was shorter than her. His profile card continued to appear on the screen, and Soman continued to read the information. In this image, you can see all terms of medication eater. Important information. The higher the level, the stronger the celestial. Park Hanul and Shin So-min were walking side by side in the park and talking. The young man asked her why she had taken the sword to destroy the snakehead. He was surprised that the Celestials wanted to destroy the monster. So-min was embarrassed. She didn't know what to say to the young man. The young man said that maybe it was just his imagination, but it looked like the Celestials were deliberately ignoring the monsters. So-min was not silent and emotionally explained to him that the reason was that they wanted their students to practice on such problems on their own. The guy didn't like the fact that thousands of people were suffering just because the masters were waiting for their students to develop. He accepted that if he cooperated, the sanctions imposed on him after that battle would be lifted. The guy asked if he could have his sword back. So-min did not expect this question. She couldn't understand how he guessed what was in her bag. The young man explained that when he takes a breath, he can interact with the plants around him. It's an ability he's currently studying. So-min realized that was why he was able to run so fast. Hanul couldn't wait to find out when he could get rid of the curfew. The girl told me that it was temporarily canceled for a snakehead extermination mission. It was a task that attracted the attention of others. And besides, there was no one around to judge him for his help. The curfew was imposed as punishment for sending Lady Yuhua's bird to the grave. That story has now been forgotten. And the snakehead problem is easily solved if So-min's apprentice Taebak convinces Hanul to help destroy the river monster. This is what the area next to the Khan River looked like after the snakehead settled in it. There were several young people standing on its bank. One of them was Shin So-min, Park Hanul, and a few other students. One of the students asked the girl what they had come here for. He hoped that So-min hadn't brought them here just to look at Hanul. She tried to calm them down and explained that it was necessary in order to destroy the keeper of the river. She turned around to look at what Hanul was doing and wondered what he was going to do. The young man stood at the very edge of the river and looked ahead. Behind his back was the bag containing his artifact. He scrutinized what appeared before his eyes. He wore a mask on his face so that he wouldn't smell the horrible stench that came from the river. Park Hanul took out something from the box that he'd been saving for just such an occasion, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Soman saw the guy dipping water in his hand and ran towards him screaming that it was very dangerous. He was at the very edge. In his palms, instead of lumps of earth with small leaves, there were full-fledged sprouts of some plant. The girl took a closer look, trying to remember which plant it looked like. The little sprouts from the young man's hands had already grown into real adult plants that were submerged in water. Hanul asked the girl if she didn't know what it was because he had grown it when he was in junior high school. It was a water hyacinth. It was used to purify water. Hanul looked at the result and said that half the work was done, and now the most important thing was left. He didn't have to wait long. A moment later, the river monster's huge head appeared above the water. Hanul assumed a steady posture, opened his pouch and reached for his sword. It was time to start fishing. The sword flashed in the air, ready for battle. The monster opened its huge, stinking maw. The air around him was filled with an even more foul stench. The monster stared at his opponent and loudly declared that he was the god of this river, and that he wouldn't let some bratty puppy stand up to him. The battle had begun. Hanul soared into the air using water hyacinth leaves and pushing off with his feet. He quickly moved around the monster, holding his sword and looking for a convenient moment to strike. The guy flew towards the huge head of the stinking monster, on the move, pulling out his secret weapon that he had prepared in advance. It was 3 darts. They were already flying into the monster's head, filled with lightning energy, using the solar wind skill that Hanul had obtained after the 10th star. The behemoth didn't expect this from a human. Wooden darts with electricity were very fast and elusive. They darted after this monster, however it wriggled, trying to evade them. At some point, one by one, each of the darts began to reach their target. The beast was amazed at the insolence of the lowly creature and the power of its weapons that could not be traced. Soman and the others only had time to dodge the streams of water that flew in different directions. The girl was amazed at what she saw. With the help of hyacinths, the water was completely cleansed. But Hanul's rank was still not enough to pull off a victory. Even though the hero could handle energy that was hard to see, the monster was still stronger. Their battle continued in front of Soman's eyes. The monster was throwing punches at the young man. The hero flew through the air, and on the fly unzipped his belt pouch to get something else out of it. He opened her pocket and threw the bag so that what was in it spilled into the water. They were seeds from a different plant. They were not like the previous ones. After they hit the water, huge flowers appeared on its surface. They were lilies with large and red leaves. Hanul used them as supports to keep from falling into the water. In an instant, a wooden dart appeared in his hands. It was the last one. The hero focused on filling it with energy and aiming it precisely at the target. The dart tree was filled with lightning energy, and the dart was already flying away from its master towards the snakehead. The monster couldn't believe that such a small toy could harm his body. But this dart wasn't a toy. Hanul had put his heart into it. The giant worm disappeared under the water but promised they would meet again. Hanul exhaled a sigh of relief. He had spent a lot of effort to create this dart, so he couldn't let go of the monster so easily. He gathered lightning energy in his hand, which began to glow with a beautiful light, and channeled the full force of the electrical discharge into the very dart that was lodged in the monster's skin. The beast went deeper into the river. It had never realized how an ordinary man could create something like this. The space above the river was filled with light from the electricity. Soman saw the area around the Khan River being cleared. The smell of fried fish replaced the stench in the air, and the lifeless body of the self-proclaimed river lord appeared on the surface of the river. Hanul took off his mask and breathed deeply of the fresh air. It was refreshing now. The young man's sword pierced the skin of the fallen enemy with its blade. The hero stood on the monster's back and thought about how what he had done was bad for him. He had drawn unwanted attention to himself again, and this time he couldn't escape the consequences. The boy widened the sword hole. So if the Celestials ignored the monster because they were testing their disciples, then it was only for them and not for ordinary people. The young man's hand finally came across what he was looking for. It was the core of those creatures that lived in the water. The guy thought it would be bigger. That was because it wasn't a real dragon. The guy decided the wish-granting crystal would be his consolation prize. Above Hanul came a voice sharply that addressed him. It was one of the 8 Celestials, the Celestial Wolf King. There were other people around him in business suits. Heavenly moved his fingers and chains appeared around the young man's arms. Hanul hung in the air under the tension of the chains. He was in great pain. Furious, the man asked if the brat realized what he had done. Soman watched this spectacle from the ground. She recognized the Celestial Wolf King in the Skyman. The girl remembered the cocky guy in the auditorium saying to be quiet until the mortals were in trouble or started protesting. She realized that everything that was happening was the will of the elders. They showed up as soon as the monster was destroyed. So they thought about how to destroy it, but Puck intervened. She rushed to the Skyman. She screamed that she didn't know how they got here, but they wouldn't let her finish. He interrupted her with the words that she had no right to tell them how they would be safe and what they were allowed to do. Heavenly recognized her as Taibayek's student. The girl confirmed that he was right. He started yelling that a student of such a great master didn't understand the gravity of the situation, that this youngster had only been practicing for a year and even without a master, even though the sword was rare. It took him a year to master the technique that destroyed the snakehead. His intentions were questionable. By her actions, Soman could bring the great teacher Taibayek into disgrace. The girl lowered her eyes in shame. At this moment, the young man suspended in midair grinned. He looked at the Celestial completely calmly and even a little cocky. The Wolf King turned to him and asked if he had lost his fear. Hanul replied that he had nothing to fear. The guy smiled and stated that he had done nothing wrong. The Celestial stared at the boy, wanting to figure out what was in his head. The young man stated that this is not the first time his intentions have been doubted because he has an unexplained basis. This has already been verified with the application. The young man also noticed that it wasn't even 3 minutes after he defeated the monster and they immediately appeared. He assumed that was the way it was planned. The costumed men behind the Celestial looked at each other. They must have been watching the monster pretty closely since they appeared right after it was gone. Hanul asked if they thought that if they destroyed the monster, humanity would start idolizing them. And after he was done with him himself, he broke the plan to elevate the disciple. That's why they showed up so quickly. The master told him to be quiet. The space around the scene that was taking place glowed with blue light. It was the Wolf King who, with words to the effect that the pup had asked for it, aimed a blow at him with his strength. The men standing behind the Celestial's back whispered that it was too drastic a decision. The Wolf King concentrated and fiercely directed his power at the young man. The guy took the blow, holding his sword in his hand and covering his face with his arm. It was the exact same punch to the stomach as last time. He looked up. He gripped the sword tightly in his fingers and boldly brought his hand forward. The men behind the Celestial's back fussed because the young man had drawn his sword on someone he didn't dare. The appearance of this Wolf King began to change. A spirit with 3 heads and white eyes awoke in him. It glowed a bright blue color. He asked the young man if he wished to say anything last. The young man was not the least bit frightened. He looked boldly into his teacher's eyes and declared that today was definitely not the last day of his life. He could not ruin him. Furious at the arrogant brat's insolence, the Wolf King concentrated his energy in his hand and unleashed a blast of incredible force right into the guy in front of him. Hanul didn't even move. He was calm and poised. He was still standing firmly and confidently, and his hand firmly held the sword pointed at the Celestial. The force channeled by the Wolf King reached the place where the guy was standing. But what happened next no one could have expected, not even the Celestial. The boy stood in the same place without moving, and another man stood in front of him. It was Elder Poon Beck, the caretaker of the gardens. He was a high-level spiritual celestial of the 3 heavenly realms. The caretaker reported that he had received a request from Lady Yuhua, and also said that he had to intervene in an unnecessarily violent show of force against the young man. The Wolf King wondered if Yuhua wanted to take out her anger on the boy for the death of her pet. Poon Beck said that if they decided to fight, he wouldn't run away, but it would ruin the reputation of both of them. He reminded them that it was not appropriate to stand in the way of an elder. After these words, the caretaker of the gardens and Hanul disappeared from their place. Left with his unrequited anger, the Wolf King thought about why Lady Yu Wei needed to save this guy. At this time, Park Hanul and Elder Poon Bayek had already appeared in a completely different place. It was a beautiful garden with splendidly beautiful plants that was located in the building. The caretaker asked the boy if he had acted so brazenly because he was sure the elder would show up to prevent his death. Hanul, who was looking at the marvelous plants that filled the space, did not hear the question. The teacher decided to give the boy some advice. It was that even if you thought you were exceptional, excessive arrogance would someday lead to trouble. The young man listened attentively to the teacher, pondering the meaning of these words. He thanked the caretaker for his valuable words, and Poon Beek told him to go straight ahead. Hanul reflected on what the elder had told him and remembered what had happened a year ago. He was confused at the time. No one realized that what he did to the monster back then was well-intentioned. Therefore, he began preparations back when the snakehead rumors first started to appear so that history wouldn't repeat itself. As he thought about it, he didn't notice the doors opening in front of him and a look of surprise on his face. Surrounded by 2 maids in the middle of the room, Lady Yuhua sat on a throne. The Celestial was very beautiful. She pensively looked at the guy who appeared before her. The guy stared back at her and thought about the fact that this time he would not be guided by a hothead. After the incident with the bird, Hanul had been looking for information about who Lady Yuhua was. He learned that she claimed to be a goddess of agriculture, but was really just appropriating plants to see if she had abilities like them. It was rumored that she had a garden where these divine medicines were carefully selected and cultivated. When the guy found out about it, he devised a plan to get the evidence. First, He had to attract the attention of the owner of the garden. He clearly followed every point of his plan and was pleased with the result he achieved. He was right where he needed to be, in front of Lady Yuhua, who was now looking at him. One of the maids came up to him. She was holding a tray with something on it. She asked him if he knew what was on the tray. The guy replied that they're seeds of purgatory grass that germinate very rarely. The owner of the garden said that these seeds were found from people who bought them on the black market. Hanul glanced carefully at Lady Yuhua, who said she was looking for whoever was selling them to punish them. In a mysterious voice, the Celestial asked Hanul if he could guess who the seller was. The boy fell to his knees and bowed his head, begging forgiveness for the sin he had committed. He begged for forgiveness, saying that he had no choice as he had no money at all. Yuhua told him to raise his head. The boy looked up guiltily. She said he had paid enough for his sin. In spite of her forgiveness, he still had to be punished, and the price for the bird was high. The goddess said she would spare him again. The boy stared at her with a look of disbelief in his ears. She said he must now work his sin in her garden. She had a garden of herbs and trees, and now Hanul was to make her garden fragrant with his extraordinary abilities. The guy expressed great gratitude for believing in him and said that his solar wind ability makes the plant bear fruit in 1-2 days. Despite his ability, the herb of purgatory never once sprouted further than those sprouts on the tray, no matter how many times he tried. Lady Yuhua asked if she thought his skill was insufficient. Hanul replied that he did. She still had a hand on her head and noticed that he wasn't as weak as she'd thought. He even had the nerve to contradict her. The boy's face showed a look of incomprehension. He was still sitting on the floor, looking up at the celestial woman. The mistress of the garden waved her hand and said she would provide him with a supply of herbs and tools he would need. The guy had to work with the young ones to get results sooner. Now he was obeying her, and she would reward him with strength. Hanul continued to look at the celestial woman. His gaze expressed real, sincere gratitude. He bowed to the floor and thanked her again for her mercy and generosity. But Lady Yuhua did not see his true face and his innermost thoughts and the plan he had devised. Hanul left the room, and the mistress of the garden returned to her musings. She called out to Jae-jungbi in a quiet voice and asked if she was here. Quiet footsteps not far from the celestial woman made it clear that she was near. It was a tall, slender girl. She looked ordinary, wearing sweatshirt jeans and sneakers. Her blonde hair was in a bun. It was Jae-jungbi, the wilted cherry blossom. She approached Lady Yuhua. The owner of the garden asked what she thought of Hanul. She said he was suspicious. She noticed that he was too submissive. It seemed to her that he wanted to see the garden for his own reasons, not because he was ordered to. As Hanul moved away from the room with the throne, Jae-jungbi said that she heard that he was the one who killed the bird, and that it was he who defeated the Lord of the River Khan, the snakehead. He was obviously inexperienced, and what he achieved said either that he was unique, or that he was a fucked-up psycho. The girl twiddled her thumb at her temple. Lady Yuhua did not understand what the last name meant. The girl explained that it was the name given to the mentally ill in the world. Jae-jungbi said that the Celestial knew he was up to something, but still accepted him, and that's why she asked him to look after him. The mistress of the garden replied that there was no need to worry. She would only let him handle the 6th garden. And even if he's up to something, he can't even appropriate a grain. And if he's useless, he'll become fertilizer for the plants. Jae-jungbi thought about how she didn't understand Yuhua. Even though they agreed to work together because of the peach from the peninsula, she didn't understand her. The girl hoped that this young man would prove far more useful than mere fertilizer for the garden. Hanul walked calmly down the street with his sword slung on his shoulder. He thought about what he had seen today. He clearly sensed that there was another celestial hiding there. He felt it. This mysterious character's strength was over 300, whereas Yuwa's strength was almost 400. Hanul 10 solar wind stars in a year, so now he could roughly count the other's strength, but he wasn't sure about these two. That flashy man with the beard and the beads on his hands had 600. Elder Poon Baek, who saved him, then possessed 400. But at the same time, he had everything. He pulled his phone out of his pocket to open the app. His real card appeared on the phone screen with his profile and information. The guy deceived Shinsoman about his rank, and if his level is now rated as mystical. It turned out that his strength was now equal to about 45. The guy had been secretly studying all the solar wind techniques for the past year, but only in theory. Now he had to try harder. The young man finally came to where his path was aimed. He stood in the middle of the clearing and quietly said hello, saying he was here. In front of him was a tall, beautiful tree. Each branch was decorated with dozens of pink flowers. He held out a blue crystal taken from the snakehead's body and holding it out towards the tree said he had brought something. He opened up some earth at the roots of the tree and placed the Chintamani of the Lord of the Han River there. And on his knees, the guy said that since he was giving this stone to him, he'll forgive the tree in return for a gift for himself. A bit of theory. It's the strength of those Hanul met. Difference in levels does not equal difference in numbers. The young man placed his sword beside him and assumed a meditation pose. He sat in lotus posture in front of a tree with his hands folded and was in a trance. He was concentrating on meditation as much as possible, but at some point saliva flowed from his mouth. This brought him abruptly back from his trance and he was startled. With what delicious peach scent was spilling around and filling the air, Hanul capped off the practice. He had been practicing for a year since he learned how to amplify his attacks with his breath. But just a week ago, the tree bloomed flowers and produced fruits that were still quite small. The scent of peach made the air drool. The fruit seemed so juicy and ripe. Hanul took one peach in his hand and thought why he couldn't eat it. Suddenly, an unusual voice came from behind him and told him that he better not rush to do it. The young man turned around to see who such a strange voice belonged to. On the other side, a small-sized, perfectly alive and talking bear looked at him. Hanul tried as politely as possible to find out who this brown bear was. He replied very seriously that his name was Gwanak. That's what the elder called him. The young man smiled and guessed that the god of Mount Gwanakson stood before him. After the gate in the sky opened for monsters, the deity stopped hiding. The master of Mount Gwanakson was not a happy spirit. Hundreds of years ago, when Hanyang became the capital, an earthly official who studied feng shui said that the fire energy of the mountain would have a bad effect on the city. People added water power by putting up a statue of a horned lion and digging a south pond and stuff. By these measures, they did a lot of damage to the energy of Mount Gwanakson. Hanul looked at the bear and decided that was the reason it was so small. The boy told Gwanak that all the year he had been training here, he had hoped to meet him. God replied that he saw no reason to interfere with such a devoted disciple. The young man was willing to bet he just didn't want to tarnish his authority. Maybe it was the peach. The tree created a barrier, and he couldn't get through. The young man asked the mountain god to wait until he had something to eat, but Gwanak rushed to stop him. He raised his voice sharply and shouted that if Hanul did, it would be sheer recklessness. The boy reached for the fruit, and the bear continued that inside the fruit was the energy of the tree, and if you pluck it, the protective barrier would be gone. Gwanak asked what the boy would do if the people who wanted the tree took it away. The young man asked if he was talking about himself. Bear resented the guy for thinking he was a thief. He said he didn't mean just himself. Someday, people will start to recognize the existence of the tree. Gwanak informed the lad that right now there was someone waiting for him at the bottom of the hill. The guy turned around and looked at the barrier that had been created using the energy of the tree. He saw that there was indeed a huge cluster of dark energy behind him. Bear pointed his finger at the hole in the dome and said that if they had destroyed the barrier by that much, they would definitely want to catch the young man here. Maybe they came for the fruit of the holy tree that Hanjul had grown here. The boy was surprised at the name of the holy tree. He thought for a moment and then remembered the old novel Journey to the West, in which the king of the apes ate a similar fruit. Gwanak realized he had said too much and reminded him that one of the super Taoists was already approaching here with a fire technique. Hanul remembered the man. He thought that with such training, the bear could help him awaken the true power of the tree. The bear said that the human body couldn't assimilate the peach's healing properties, but he wasn't human, so the guy should give the peach to him. And if the guy does that, the mountain god can regain his power to protect this place. But Hanul had already plucked the fruit from the tree and only said he was sorry. He quickly guided this peach into his mouth and Gwanak became enraged and yelled that the guy was an idiot. He didn't realize what kind of madman stood before him and became furious. It was the peach of the same holy tree that made Dongbangsak and the Monkey King celestials. Hanul was very curious as to what would happen to him now. He assumed a meditative posture. His body was absorbing the new active ingredient. The boy opened his eyes carefully, listening to the sensations in his body. Gwanak was also looking forward to what was going to happen. He asked how the boy felt. The young man replied that the parcel was very fresh and juicy. The bear considered him shameless. He was amazed at how easily the boy took such a serious moment. Gwanak continued to freak out and yell that the guy was an idiot, and Hanul began to feel the heat starting to spread. This warmth was not like the previous ones. It was much more gentle and warm. It was all over my body and not just in one spot. A disappointed Gwanak talked about how normally such a peach would take 3,000 years to grow and what could be expected from a fruit grown in a year. Hanul decided to make a joke and said that he had a little problem and asked if God wanted to help him. The bear didn't get the joke and called the guy a jerk. He was angry because even if he wanted to because he didn't have his former strength. Gwanak continued to freak out as suddenly something small flew into his head and bruised him painfully in the forehead. The bear got angry and started yelling that if he couldn't help the young man, it was no reason to throw stones at him. Hanul said he threw it because he was sure he'd catch it. The bear looked at what had popped into his head a second ago. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked in a trembling voice if he thought it was a seed of purgatory grass that had sprouted. Tears filled his eyes, and he gratefully asked if the boy was ready to give him the jewel. Hanul thought he was very nice. The boy reached out and placed a couple more seeds in the bear's open paws. He said that was all he had for now. Gwanak couldn't believe his happiness. The young man asked if he had understood correctly that the mountain god replenished his power thanks to them. The bear continued to look at Hanul with gratitude and replied that the guy was right. The young man looked at Gwanoka with mortification and asked what he was going to do now. The inspired bear replied that he could now sell caves. Hanul was stunned. He even thought for a second that he had heard something. The mountain god explained that just 3 seeds couldn't restore his powers, so he could at least sell the caves to people who needed shelter. The guy asked if there was anything else he could do besides that, and the bear said it was time to deal with whoever was hunting the guy right now. The young man remembered that there was indeed still someone at the border and pulled out his phone to check his location. The guy found a section on the app with this feature and opened it. The screen displayed a map of the area with a few dots on it. Hanul said he had to deal with the guy who was approaching them. Gwanak didn't believe the guy was going to fight right now. The young man replied that if he did nothing, his tree might be taken away. The bear thought that Hanul's training was not enough to win. The mountain god didn't understand why he was so calm. He assumed it was because he was of the MZ generation, and the enemy was closing in. It was Giju. He was running, and was happy to have found him at last. Hanul was standing on the dais when he saw the guy with dark energy. He sensed his energy and asked if he was a disciple of the Wolf King. Giju was surprised how he was recognized so quickly. He hadn't expected it. Hanul asked why he was here and if it was his master who ordered him to be brought. With a grin, the brash guy nodded and unzipped his jacket and reached for an object hidden in his pocket. And he said his master even gave him an artifact like this. Giju was pleased to be entrusted with the 9-tailed fox's plumage. At this time, Gwanak, who was hiding in a tree, exclaimed that even a 5-tailed fox had only been seen once, and that 300 years ago. He couldn't believe such a treasure had been entrusted to this insolent young man. Because of its value and because the tail was still intact, the Cloud Ghost's energy should have been incredible. Giju hesitated for a moment, but then confirmed that it was the very same scorch mark. Hanul asked if the guy was sure that despite his teacher being a wolf king, he intended to set off an explosion with an artifact in the center of the city. Giju grinned again and asked if the guy could sense the unusual energy that surrounded them. No matter what was going on inside the dome, no one outside the dome can see or hear what's going on inside. The guy with another smug smile said that it was also because of the Northern Dark Unit. And the bear from the tree again loudly clarified his words, saying that when he said extraordinary, he meant the power of the 4 heavenly beasts. Hanul turned to him and he continued that if their energy gathered together was so strong, then it meant that Giju squealed in rage, pointing his finger at Gwanak and asking why he kept insolently interrupting him. The hero thoughtfully propped his head up with his hand and replied that he didn't know why he was acting like that. He came up with a pun and called it Namawiki because he sat at the top of a tree and explained everything incomprehensible as Wikipedia. Giju tightly gripped the hilt of his artifact and thought about how first that scum Shin Soman and now this underbear were always meddling in his affairs. He was furious because that snakehead keeper of the Han River was supposed to be his prey, and that asshole got in his way. And now Hanul had to give him his life in exchange for the life of a snakehead. The hero felt Giju's strength increase by 100 in an instant, and that was about 5 times his normal strength. It was like an artifact in a game that constantly needed to be donated. Hanyu resigned himself to it and reached for his sword. When Shin Somin gave him her phone to find out what kind of strength he had, he distributed it all over the mountain and lowered his skills. Then he did it to avoid showing his true power. But now, he had to gather all the energy back so that he could confront the Wolf King's disciple. The first star was for wind distribution. Hanul bowed his head and gripped his sword with both hands. The hero had to concentrate and regain the energy he had distributed across the mountain, because Yan Giju had already launched his tremendous attack. Hanul was ready for this. He assumed a steady posture, swung his sword, and prepared to counterattack. 2 energies. 2 people with the 9-tailed fox artifact, the second person with the tree energy sword. The force of Yan Giju's energy rained down on the guy from above, but he managed to repel the attack. Hanul was calm, centered, and confident. He stood firmly on his feet, and his sword still rested securely in his hand and obeyed its master. Gwanak stared at this sight amazed and couldn't believe that this guy had literally merged with the surrounding nature into a symbiosis. He couldn't believe his eyes. The most ordinary-looking young man was capable of such power. Hanul looked down at Giju and clarified that anything that happens within the protective dome will not break through to the outside, and reminded him that if he was preparing to attack someone, it was to be expected that that someone would be able to fight back. Ian was furious. He had not expected such a turn of events. He swung the 9-tailed fox's scuttlebutt and began shouting that a vile mutt like Hanul dared not to. But he didn't have time to finish the sentence because he felt something strange in his body. The artifact in his hand seemed to suck all the life energy out of him. Hanul saw this sight and didn't realize what was happening before his eyes. He ran to the exhausted Jiju, who had fallen to the ground, to figure out what had happened. Gwanak peered out from behind cover and gently reminded the boy to be very careful. When Yan Giju took this artifact in hopes of immense power, the Opahala took away his soul and he had no strength left. It was part of the artifacts made by the demons. Hanul examined Giju and said it didn't seem too bad, and Gwanak remarked that if the artifact had been with a more suitable person, the mountain would have gone up in flames. Hanul listened to the fact that every sacred artifact could dredge a river or raise a mountain. He took the nine-tailed fox's Opahala in his hand and wondered if this thing really contained such great power. At this moment, he felt a huge stream of energy being directed towards him. It was the same bearded teacher and mentor of Yang Giju. He was furious. With all his legs, he ran to his student, who was lying on the ground with no strength to examine him. He took his head in his arms and said something about it being an incredible failure. Giju in his teacher's arms let out a sigh. Heavenly King couldn't believe that Giju was so stupid, but now, that brat Hanul will definitely suffer the wrath of the Heavenly King. He glared angrily at the insolent man and asked how he could do such a thing. In his mind, he thought Giju was defending himself. Hanul stood exactly where he was. The sword was still in his hand. He waved it and said that the words about it being an incredible failure applied to himself. Still lamenting his disciple, the Celestial said that he should have burned Hanul a year ago on the river. But now, he would definitely not stand for it anymore and would finally lead him to the Heavenly Wolf King. Hanul still stood there looking at the Celestial. His face was calm and centered. So when the Celestial's attack began, he managed to dodge just in time. The young man fled, but the bearded man pursued him, and another blow was not long in coming. So the guy turned around and tried to repel the attack with his sword. He managed not only to repel the blow, but also to build a counterattack. He concentrated and deftly repelled the strong blows, but they did not stop. Finally, one of them reached its goal and knocked the hero down. Hanul wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought that things were getting bad and he had to think of something. The difference in the strength of the opponents was too obvious and strong, and it didn't play into the guy's hands. The bearded man possessed the element of fire and wielded it to perfection. At that moment, Gwanak shouted from the bushes. He was shouting for Hanul to use the Opahal. To do so was to put his strength into it. He wanted to say that it didn't matter what element you possessed, but he couldn't, because a stream of fire hit him. The young man heard the mountain god's advice and wondered if he would end up like Giju, but he decided that until he tried it, he couldn't find out. And he drew out the nine-tailed fox's wreath, grasped the hilt firmly, and swung it. Bearded asked how the man dared to use such a valuable and powerful artifact, and released another wave of power with his beaded hand towards Hanul. The next moment, the young man didn't realize what had happened. The sky was filled with green light in the shape of foxes. He saw with his own eyes what the power imprisoned in the nine-tailed fox artifact looked like. It swept away everything in its path and even cut into the ground, exposing tree roots. Hanul remembered Gavnak and decided that he needed to find him as soon as possible. And at that moment, a blow as sharp as a dagger flew into his back and struck him. Such sizzling pain the young man had never experienced before in his life. He fell to his knees trying to realize what exactly on his body was hurt. It looked like something had been punctured. The boy heard a voice nearby say what a shame it was. It was the bearded one. He was saying that it wasn't enough for the guy to turn the Wolf King's apprentice into a vegetable, but he dared to use the artifact as well. The hero couldn't believe he had survived such a blow. On the other hand, he learned how great was the power of the extraordinary Celestials. With a furious shout, the bearded man released another portion of his energy in the form of beads towards Hanul, which struck the young man in several places at once. The force of the blow was so powerful that he not just fell, but flew aside for several meters. The bearded man intended to prevent any more of this brat from trying to trick him, and playing with the beads in his hand declared that he now intended to take him to the Heavenly Wolf King. For a second, the young man thought that perhaps today was his last day of life. But at that moment, he felt the pain in his body begin to subside little by little. This worked the active ingredient of the peach of the sacred peach tree. Many years ago, the Monkey King intended to get rid of any possible wounds, and so he got his hide. He was invulnerable to any of the artifacts, and endured 49 days on the eightfold path despite the pressure of the Buddha's 5 fingers. The skin he wore saved him for 500 years. Dongbangsak also dreamed of a body immune to death. That's why he got the immortality cells. None of the deadly techniques could ruin him, and even the king of the underworld himself eventually stopped trying. The peach function of the sacred tree created individual apparatuses suited to one of the elements. So the hero got what he wanted. Apparatuses that were responsible for metabolism, including neutralizing the poison. The young man's renewed liver filled his body from head to toe with warm water. The bearded man couldn't believe his eyes. He felt an incredibly strong energy. He couldn't understand how this worthless brat could have water energy. And finally, it came to him that before him stood a man with an inexplicable backbone. Hanul gave a playful laugh and said sarcastically that he didn't know how that happened, but he felt fine because all the fever in his body was gone. At the same moment, the guy grabbed the nine-tailed fox artifact with both hands and directed all the energy he could at the bearded man, who immediately fell off his feet. When the man saw the 9 heads coming toward him, he was very afraid. The bearded man couldn't understand how this was even possible. The light from the fox filled everything around him. A short while later, a furry paw touched Hanul's cheek. He gently pushed, calling and begging to open his eyes. Hanul woke up and asked what was wrong, and the bear was happy to see him awake. Gwanak asked the guy how he made the space around him end up in water. The young man didn't quite know what he was talking about. He felt very tired. He crouched down to recover quickly and tried to look around. He saw that some trees near him had been torn out of the ground, and their bare roots were lying on the surface. The earth looked as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. It looked like it had been plowed over by something huge. Hanul looked at everything that came before his eyes. Gwanak tried to get the boy to talk. A lifeless body floated in the water that filled the space of the plowed land. Hanul had to wade into the water to bring the man's body to land. He was looking for the flag that was responsible for the defense barrier Giju had mentioned. The young man searched the pockets of the bearded man in his search, and at one point his hand fumbled for something unusual. He pulled out the object. It was a small red pouch with a pattern in the middle. Hanul didn't know what it was. Gwanak explained that it's called a treasure pouch, a magical pouch that holds artifacts. The pouch itself was also an artifact. Hanul thought about it and realized that Giju obviously had one too. But Gwanak hurried to stop the guy because the others were probably already on their way here to help the bearded man. Hanul thought for a moment he couldn't just leave the body here. This celestial will obviously be searched for, and when they find him, they will realize what happened, and then the guy will not be happy. The young man picked up the lifeless body on his shoulders and went with it, carrying it to the tree. When they reached the place where Hanul wanted to come, he put him on the ground. The bear hovered over the guy's shoulder, nervously asking him what exactly he was up to. They stood near the tree and the body lay at its base. Gwanak said that if they stayed here long enough, they would find the peach tree through it. The guy smiled slyly and started gathering energy in his hands. When there was enough of it, he directed it into the ground so it would penetrate to the very depths. It was the execution of the solar wind, the second star of the art of chanting. Gwanak looked at what was happening and can't believe what he's seeing. The guy was forcing the tree to consume the Taoist's body for the sake of creating new fruit. After that, the protective barrier reappeared around them intact. He got there just in time. While inside it, they looked up and saw 2 figures peeking out from behind the hill just at that moment. The peach tree bloomed again and renewed the barrier. The 2 figures saw nothing and turned and walked away. Gwanak sighed disappointedly and said that if the bearded man had another element other than fire, Hanul would have been able to grow a new fruit. On the tree, meanwhile, beautiful fragrant flowers had already bloomed. The young man asked Gwanak if the fruit had medicinal properties. He replied that only a couple of people were familiar with the fruit. He went on to say that since nothing changed for Hanul, the fruit was not fully ripe and therefore did not have the full effect. The guy felt that even now he could make the water energy grow. What would happen if he ate the fully ripe fruit? They continued walking while Hanul pondered this. Gwanak was preparing to say something, embarrassed, over his shoulder. Finally, he got over his embarrassment and gathered courage, and asked the young man to show him the world that was outside. Hanul asked if a mountain creature could walk around outside. The bear replied that yes, but that his alter ego had to be released. But he needed strength to do so. The young man humbly accepted that this mountain god would definitely not let go of him. The bear fervently began to justify that it was because even if people come here, no one brings offering. But now that their paths had crossed, he could see the world around him through the boy. Hanul thought for a moment and finally agreed, but in return he demanded that Gwanak give him something in return. The mountain god happily agreed and placed a strange wooden object in the guy's hand. The guy assumed it was a matdongzen. The bear didn't know what it was because it was from the world outside. And Gwanak began to explain again that long ago, strange fantastic creatures with intelligence began to appear in Asia. They were goblins. They were perfectly developed not only physically, but also had a spiritual basis from birth. They were able to create special tools that made their abilities much more accurate. Such tools were the helmet and the mace, one of which was now in Hanul's hands. He looked at the goblin mace and remembered that he had read somewhere that it could only be used by its owner. Guano confirmed it, but it was still an important treasure because it could be traded from goblins for anything, because each was unique. The loss of each helmet and mace meant the wearer lost half his power, and now Young could blackmail the goblin into doing what he wanted. Hanul asked why Guanok hadn't resorted to blackmail himself and assumed that he simply didn't know where the owner was. It turned out he had just found him. The boy evaluated this weapon and thought it was fine with him. He didn't expect to get anything very valuable anyway. And Hanul agreed to take the mountain god with him. The bear's eyes lit up with happiness. He couldn't believe he was finally going to be in the outside world. Guanok was very excited. The young man said it was high time he visited Lady Yuhua's garden. There was an announcement all over the news that the summit in Seoul had been postponed to the 31st due to the New Year's celebrations. The state government was preparing for a meeting of all the heads of all the states and the highest celestials. Hanul was riding in a cab. The chatty driver chattered about how the rumored reason for the postponement was not the New Year, but the tower. The man tried to remember the name. While he was going through the names that came to his mind, and finally, he remembered its name Babylonian. The boy perked up when he heard it. The Tower of Babel was a unique structure built by humans to reach the heavens. Despite the myths being a bit different, she actually existed before the heavenly gates closed. But thanks to the dynasty of Gentiles that was now in power, the tower would be reconstructed in Babylonian style. The cab driver speculated about whether all the world's languages would then be unified. If they were, it would be a big problem. He reasoned that the transfer business would be the first to suffer. Hanul thought about the fact that this would start a whole new world history. He didn't think he'd see this in his lifetime. Suddenly, the car swerved, and the guy hit his head on the glass. The car braked. Right in the middle of the road, a hooded man stood in front of the car. The young man was trying to figure out what had happened. Another monster had appeared. He looked more closely at the figure on the road, trying to figure out who it was. The person with long hair reached up with her hands to her hood and pulled it off. It was Jae Jungbi. She was wearing a sweatshirt and jeans. The girl shouted at the guy to get out of the car. Hanul tried to gather all his things as quickly as possible and went out holding his bag. The girl introduced herself and said she had been asked to be the young man's partner for a while. She said it was the lady's orders and told him to follow her and that he had two choices to walk the line or make himself useful. She also warned him that if he did anything stupid that would get her name in trouble, he'd be in trouble. The boy solemnly promised that he would be careful. Jung Jongbi thought he was a quick thinker. He pulled out his phone with Guanok on it, which was disguised as a pop socket, and asked her what he knew about her. Bear replied that she wouldn't be easy for the guy. He didn't know much about her. The mountain god looked puzzled and asked if the young man wanted to know her weaknesses. Hanul nodded, and Guanok told him that Jang Jongbi likes a good-looking, handsome guy like a magazine cover. The young man didn't understand exactly what he meant and fell into a stupor. Back in the days of Jeju Island, Moon Doryong, who was known for his elegance, was the son of the deity Moon Gokseong. He was a very handsome man. Rumors about his looks spread all over the world. Once else, Jang Jongbi happened to see Moon Doryong swimming. And it was at that moment that her spiritual foundation was awakened in the then ordinary girl. This happened before the heavenly gates were even opened. Hanul couldn't believe that she could awaken her powers just by looking at the handsome man. It was completely impossible. Guanok said he had heard that some awakened powers in a state of shock. Such people were chosen and nurtured by deities in the human world. Moon Doryon's family accepted it because it had the same basis as theirs. Therefore, Jang Jongbi began to pursue him. But she was an ordinary celestial without connections and support, so he didn't perceive her. He didn't take advantage of her or give her hope for something that could never be between them. She realized herself that she had to create a reason for Doryon to want to see her. It developed its power, and in less than 100 years, Jang Jongbi conquered all of Jeju Island. She spared no one, and now her name was known by everyone on the island. The girl became known as the flower that would conquer the heavens and sweep them away if plucked, a withering cherry blossom. After she created a dynasty, she went back to Doryons and proposed to join their lives together in marriage, while the happy bride-to-be dreamed of how fabulous the future would still be. The father and son were plotting with all the people of Jeju Island. On the appointed day, the bride was busy making preparations in anticipation of her lover. But instead of him, a whole army came to her house. Many armed men entered the courtyard. Their faces were covered by masks, and they intended to destroy her. They surrounded Jang Jongbi from all sides, and even from the rooftop they were preparing to attack her. She couldn't believe her lover could betray her feelings like that. Her heart was broken and destroyed, but instead of grieving, the girl got angry. She made the decision to fight back against her attackers and took the first step. Concentrating, Jang Jongbi gathered all her anger and channeled it into her body's strength. Her eyes flashed with ferocity, and her firmly clenched hand was already flying towards the target. A tremendous blow fell upon all the men who wanted to make an attempt on her life. This battle went down in history as the one that almost destroyed Jeju Island. And although at the end of the battle the girl was victorious, crushing her enemies, Jang Jongbi lost because she was betrayed by her own love. She stood alone in the middle of the authorized yard amidst the debris and bodies. After that, a lot of good-looking bachelors were sent to her because rumor had it she liked handsome guys, but none of them survived. And if her acquaintance Princess Baridiji hadn't intervened, it was likely that Jang Jongbi would have been expelled from the Korean peninsula. Hanul became sad. Gwanak asked, didn't the guy feel better knowing that she only liked handsome guys, which meant she had no reason to hate him? When asked by the guy why, the bear replied that his appearance was not to her liking. Hanul threatened to return Gwanak to the mountain. Jang Jongbi heard Hanul cowering and asked what he was doing there. They were already standing on the stairs leading to the gate. It was the destination of their journey. The young man apologized and hurried rather after her. They walked through to the castle, and the girl told them that there were only 6 gardens. Each of them was tended by a caretaker. They went to the door, and the girl continued that there was a 6th among the gardens. Keeping one hand in her pocket, she held the door ajar and said that's where the guy would be working. The light coming from behind the door was very bright. The boy thought that since the garden was the 6th, it was hardly the most valuable. But he realized that he wouldn't be trusted with gardens of precious plants all at once. Finally, the door was opened fully, and Hanul saw that there were 2 suns in this garden. The place was deserted. It seemed as if no one had been here for a long time. The gate of each garden was in a different time and part of the world. From that moment on, he was the lord of that garden. He was to care for and protect it. The boy asked, what is now with the former lord of the gardeners of the 6th garden? The girl replied that they were gone. The place was closed 100 years ago. The young man thought that the importance of herbs had become greater because the world was changing and that the celestials were getting taller. But now the 6th garden was open again. Hanul's labor will be paid, and he will not have to share it with others as he will be doing this garden alone. All the payment will go to him. The young man nodded, and at this moment, sounds began to emerge from Jung Jongbi's hoodie. It was a pop song by a Japanese band. The girl was embarrassed and started looking for the source of the sound. She finally managed to get to her phone, which had continued to roar with a smarmy voice the whole time. But it caught the edge of his sweatshirt pocket and fell right at the young man's feet. Hanul reached out to pick it up and saw a pop band of guys on the screensaver, and the song said he was your prince. At those words, flashbacks of the story of the Sky Girl flashed through the guy's mind. Somewhere nearby, Gwanok's voice was quietly reminding him to be careful and think about what he should say. The guy frantically thought about what was best to say in this situation and opened his mouth. He couldn't think of anything else but to say he respected her. The next moment, he stopped seeing anything around him and heard only the fading words of the song. Park Hanul opened his eyes and saw Gwanok's muzzle above him. He held a berry in his hand and asked if the man was awake. He looked interested. The young man was lying on the ground, trying to figure out what was going on. He was lying in the garden with his arms and legs spread out, and on his chest sat a bear who said it had been 2 hours. The young man asked him what had happened, and Gwanak replied that it was a great blow. It was the first time he had ever seen such a blow thrown without any technique. Hanul was embarrassed. The bear handed him the berries and told him that even though the orchard was neglected, a couple of trees were producing good quality and tasty fruit. The boy remembered that Jung Jongbi had said they would monitor his progress in the garden until the next harvest. He determined himself that he must show success to earn the opportunity to grow more precious plants. For example, something as significant as the sacred peach tree. He was obliged to use this opportunity to avoid becoming a pawn in their game again. He would no longer allow anyone to harm him or his loved ones who remained in the world of the out-of-control celestials. Hanul pondered what the next step should be now to accomplish this. First, he needed to do something about this desiccated field. The young man had an idea. He remembered that he had his sword with him. He opened the bag and saw that the hilt of the sword had been burned off after his last attack. He remembered how strong the blow had been when he had fought the bearded man and realized that was the reason. The guy knelt down, stuck his sword into the ground, and thanked him for saving his life many times. The young man bowed his head to his sword and began to mentally pray. The bear continued to eat berries and watched from the side, and could not believe that the guy was really praying sincerely. Even though it was just a plant, he could take it to heaven without any regrets. At this moment, a small sprout with a green leaf began to appear on the burnt sword hilt. Suddenly, in an instant, the sword turned into a huge full-fledged tree. Its roots grew deep into the ground, gradually strengthening the tree trunk. They went into the soil, and from it sprouted new ones that wrapped around the fence standing on the ground. Gwanok watched what was happening and could not believe his eyes. Because a burned peach tree needed at least a month to rest, but now it only took a few seconds to sprout like this. At this time, Hanul was gathering energy in his hands and finally pointed at the 2 trees with his fingers and ordered them to rise. It was the execution of the solar wind, the 9th star of the art of chanting, agricultural labor, and the trees came to life. They pulled their roots out of the ground and walked towards the young man. He informed them that she would now be in charge and perform the duties of experienced farmers, and the trees obeyed. They walked toward their fellows. They touched them with their hands branches to other trees, and those too began to come alive. One by one, the rows of walking trees were replenished, and soon the nearly withered trunks came to life. Gwanok, sitting on Hanyul's shoulder, was delighted with what was happening. Such a skill required a lot of energy, even from high-level celestials, but the guy managed it without anyone's help. But now he needed rest because he had spent a lot of energy. Gwanok suggested that he eat a newly ripened date. Not far from this place, Hanyul saw a small thatched-roofed building, and they headed there. The young man carefully opened the door and peered inside. It was an almost empty, dusty room. It seemed much smaller from the outside. Gwanok said that while the young man was out, he was here. Bear had read in the memoirs that the past lord of the Sixth Garden's name was Park Hae-un, but he was known by the alias Gumajinin. Hanyul felt very tired. He had spent a great deal of energy on restoring the garden. The guy took a meditation pose to restore some energy using breathing techniques. He focused on his breathing, relaxed his body, and tried to sink his whole body into it. But he couldn't do it because he felt something he didn't expect. The boy listened to his sensations. He wasn't sure what he felt. Gwanok asked what was wrong. It seemed as if some plant was crying out to him for help in response to his breathing. The young man looked around to see where the call was coming from. He guessed that the building must have had a lower floor. Hanyul used a seed from a date he had just eaten and channeled his power into it. The seed obediently sprouted and turned into something like a scream. He took hold of it with both hands, swung it hard, and slammed it into the pay floor. The young man continued to swing the pickaxe without stopping to hear the call of the plant. The stone floor hardly yielded to the pickaxe's blows on it, but still he advanced in his work. Finally, he managed to break through the floor. After the last blow, the stone collapsed, revealing a hole in it. The young man and the god of Mount Gwanok both looked at what appeared before their eyes. Beneath the floor was an enormous-sized security seal written in blood. Whoever did this must have had a lot of animosity. That would indicate that there was something important down there. Hanyul touched the barrier and felt the call come from there. So he had to break that barrier. The boy swung the pickaxe again. The point of the pickaxe touched the barrier with tremendous force and shattered it. The young man, along with Gwanok, looked into the hole to see what was in it. They saw that underneath them was a secret room. They saw a desk with a file and a lamp. Hanyul, with the bear on his shoulder, deftly jumped down and touched the floor with his feet. He picked up the papers on the table and read, "I am Park Hae-un, the lord of the Sixth Garden known by the alias Gumijinin, must tell the following. To tell of the evil and dark deeds that Lady Yuhua did. One day, I was returning home and came across a shrine to a patronizing deity, and I was possessed by a ghost. While I was trying to do something about it, I was seen by a wise scientist who was passing by. He helped me get rid of the ghost and scattered red beans around, and then I was back to normal. But the fact that the ghost had possessed me meant that my spiritual power has been awakened. But if I had stayed in the human world, I would have been persecuted by those who wanted the powers of the Celestials. The scientist who saved me recommended I leave this place before I could get in trouble. A wise man told me he could help me. He knew a Celestial who could help me, and in return, I just had to do his bidding. That's how I got to Lady Juva's pavilion. I had to work hard on myself and practice to get stronger. But because I was born an ordinary human, I was never going to become a high-level celestial. I did all the work without any progress until my debt reached its limit. Before that, I still hoped I could fix it, but I was wrong. When I was 30, I met a girl who, like me, was born a human being with an awakened spiritual power. The information about how this little kid got here shocked me because it was exactly like the reason I came here. I realized I was possessed by a ghost. But it wasn't when I got to the shrine of the patronizing deity, and when the scientist sicked him on me to awaken my core, so he forced me to come to this place. I became a common slave to those who had power over me, a servant who could be replaced at any time by another. I studied the stories of others who had been here like me and realized I couldn't accept my fate. So I prayed to all the masters of earthly arts I knew to teach me. Whenever I got my hands on crumbs of information, I tried to bring them to life. But my earthly body was aging and beginning to fail me. Every year it became more and more flabby and old. Because of the way I looked, I was even nicknamed after a weed, foxtail. Every time I bent over to do a job, they called me the grass that grew everywhere. So I got the pseudonym Gumijinin, which stayed with me forever. When that happened, I started thinking about how I was going to end my life. But after that, the unthinkable happened. Lady Yuhua came to me. She rewarded me for my efforts and sacrifice and proclaimed me Lord of the Sixth Garden. She gave me the Earth Martial Arts and Earth Dragon Arts that were passed down from one Lord of the Sixth Garden to another. To the bottom of my heart, I was touched by such generosity and was grateful to her. I have sworn to fulfill the duties of Lord of the Sixth Garden until my death, and never to forget the favor of Lady Juva. I have dedicated my life to learning the art of the Earth Dragon, and have practiced extensively all my time. My skills were improving and my strength was getting greater every day. Until finally, I reached the level of mystical celestial. But despite all my success in training, my body was getting weaker and weaker. My hands were shaking, my body was decrepit and withered, and then I realized how enormous and all-consuming the Earth Dragon's power was. However, it was absorbed not by me, but by the medicinal plants and herbs that were around me. Without realizing what was happening, I had become a living garden fertilizer. I didn't have long to live. Hanul was mesmerized reading the memoirs of the past Lord of the Sixth Garden. He'd only seen stories like this in movies before. He couldn't believe that the Celestials could do such a thing. It was disgusting. The bear sitting on the guy's head said there was nothing surprising about the story at all. Such things were common. The Celestials regularly did such things to ensure their comfort. The young man realized he could have repeated Gamijinin's story, but he decided he would not allow himself to be sacrificed. Gamijinin's last words were that if someone was able to get to his manuscript, which he had protected with his blood, then he was powerful enough. He had to destroy this pavilion. He turned to the one who read it and told him to keep the treasure and protect it even at the cost of his life. Guanok explained that it must have been about the things that were hidden with the message under the barrier. It was the seeds of a mandrake that had been grown across the ocean. This plant was called the ghostly howl of ginseng because it took away the soul with its cry. Next to the will and the seeds was still some obscure cylinder-shaped object. Hanul looked for information in the message about what it was but found nothing. He tried to listen more closely and feel. The boy suddenly realized that the call that had brought him to this secret room had come from this very object. He concentrated and tried to channel his power into that object to grow whatever was calling to him. But the next moment, a tremendous force threw the guy back. Not expecting anything like this, Guanok ran to the young man's aid. Hanul hurt in exactly the same place as last time, but was generally fine. He told the bear that this thing doesn't want to grow, and as if it looks exactly as it should. The young man tried to figure out what it was. He twirled it around in his hands and tried to find out. For a moment, he wrapped his fingers around her and felt a familiar sensation. To his gut, it was the hilt of a blade. He swung it a couple times like a sword. But the blade didn't appear and they both couldn't understand anything to do with the object. At this time, Lady Yuhua was sitting on her throne surrounded by her servants waiting for a guest. The wagon carried by the men on their shoulders stopped in front of her. The Celestial rose to her feet and greeted her guest with a dazzling smile. It was the master of the Isonokami Shrine, a tall woman with dark hair. The guest got straight to the point. She had learned that Lady Juva's palace held a treasure of great importance to her, lost in a long-ago battle. She demanded her property back with the hilt of a seven-pointed sword. In exactly the same second, Hanul was sitting and holding a strange and obscure object whose purpose he could not understand. The seven-edged sword was a strange artifact, as was the place of Baekje where it was created. It was a state that could not be founded due to lack of power. The force was founded by Pako, Hojiose, which had an unexplained basis. Jumong and his mother Lady Yuhua founded the state of Kogur with the help of Korean ancestors and spirits. But King Anjo founded Baekje through the help of people and without any divine support. He received the element of gold and awakened his earth base late and became a martial art creator, learning it on his own. King Anjo was a genius and Baekje flourished under his rule because of his abilities. But as time went on, the strength of his successors was not enough to maintain the state and Baekje withered away. The king soon disappeared and there was only one person who reminded him of him. It was the prince son of King Anjo. He spread Baekje's power throughout the archipelago because he was a genius like his father, King Jeonchogo, who created the seven-pointed sword, the handle of which was ironically stored on a remote archipelago. Lady Yuhua asked Isonokami if the hilt was not with the blade given to them, and she replied that she had thought so until recently. In the past, a record was found that said King Jeonchogo planned to give the sword to the heavenly king. But the ambassador carrying the sword was shipwrecked and passed away. With great luck, the shipwreck was quickly found and the blade was handed over to the owners. However, it was only a blade. Still with the same dazzling smile, Lady Yuhua asked if her guest claimed that the seven-edged sword actually had a hilt. To her mind, it looked like Isonokami had realized the possibility of the hilt's existence recently, but for some reason it was only now that she came up with the question. Isonokami replied that she didn't come to ask just a few questions. She had traveled such a long way to propose a heavenly battle in 6 months on behalf of the sanctuary. Heavenly battle was a method of peacefully settling a dispute. Yuhua asked what the conditions were. Isonokami replied that from her side, they were offering the blade of a seven-pointed sword. But if their side wins, they'll take one thing from Juva's property. And if the hilt is here, she's given her word to take only it. Also, Isonokam promised not to tell anyone what she might see. The lady agreed. However, Lady Juhua's side also had one condition that the other party also had to accept. 6 months had passed since that meeting. The 5 young men were walking down the corridors of the palace and discussing the upcoming heavenly battle. There were rumors that it would be televised live. Lady Yuhua intended to show it to the world. One of the students said that he would like to see it, although he doesn't understand how it could be broadcast. The young man who went ahead said they were at the entrance to the 6th garden and asked them to refrain from fussing with the others while they checked progress. The man was a 9th level celestial and didn't want to inconvenience the lord of the 6th garden. In those 6 months, the garden had been transformed beyond recognition. It was blooming and green. The men's mouths dropped open at the sight. They couldn't believe how a lifeless place could blossom in such a short time. Hananul, who was having a snack not far from the gate, noticed the newcomers. He had transformed himself in the meantime. When he noticed the guests, he put aside the book he was reading. One of the young guys saw the guy sitting quietly and eating melon and was outraged by his rude behavior. He demanded to show respect to Sir Li Yun, who had a heavenly rank and was leading the procession. Hanul put down the melon and extended his hand to their chief and said it was nice to meet him. He introduced himself by giving his name and saying he was in charge of the 6th garden. Li Yun shook the young man's hand and said that they had come here to check on how Hanul was doing. The character wondered why Li Yun's students make them call him senior. He pulled out his phone, opened the app, and showed his profile card. Seeing the information about Hanul from the app, all 5 of them were very surprised. The young man's level of achievement was heavenly. While the students were practicing their punishment, Li Yun and Park Hanul were sitting in the gazebo drinking tea and talking. The hero learned about the upcoming heavenly battle. Yun said that 2 players of each rank were fighting with the Japanese side. Hanul rarely left the garden and didn't know anything about it. He asked the guest if he would also participate in the battle, and he replied that he probably would. Li Yun's divine foundation was awakened when his family died in front of him during the war. After that, he went to the Yuhua Pavilion. He didn't lose heart. Hanul caught himself thinking that usually Celestials didn't inspire confidence in him, but this guy seemed sincere. A little earlier, he had apologized for the behavior of his students and added that they could call each other brothers. The young men chatted amicably. Hanul was sure that Yun was one of the strongest Celestials, but he modestly replied that he was still learning. And in his opinion, the best Celestial was Guo Chuval, who had the 6th level out of the 9 Celestial qualifications. He was just a little bit away from the next level and was rumored to be a blood relative of Lady Yuhua's son, King Dong Myeongsun. Un was honored to be in the same battle with someone like him. Hanul wondered about Guo Chuval. He was interested in such an outstanding personality. Meanwhile, Lady Yuhua was addressing her family over tea. She informed them that the sanctuary had accepted her offer. She said that the mortals support their side because they destroyed some monsters. If you take part in the issue of national dignity, you can get more adoration than Tybeck's disciples who destroyed a couple. At that moment, a maid came to Lady Yuhua and informed her that the lord of the 6th garden had asked to see her. She hadn't expected this and asked why he had decided to see her. Celestial told him to wait until she finished drinking tea with her family. The maid whispered that Hanul had challenged Go Chuval. This act pissed Lady Yuhua off, and Go Chuval shouted that this guy was too cocky. He jumped up from his seat and shouted that, how dare such a rookie challenge him? The young lady who was sitting across from him said that she saw nothing wrong with them fighting. Chuval became indignant. The girl's name was Go Hyunhwa, and she said that there were rumors that Chuval was intentionally not raising his rank because he was afraid to fight the magnificent ones in battle. And if he didn't want such rumors to persist, he should have accepted the challenge to prove otherwise and demonstrate his skills. Lady Yuhua said after thinking for a while that she agreed with Hyunhwa's suggestion. She turned to Chuval and whether he was capable of fighting the Lord of the 6th Garden. Chuval nodded. He didn't dare to cross Lady Yuhua, and basically he had no choice. The time of the fight was announced. The opponents stood opposite each other. Lady Yuhua was looking at everything from her prime position. She had a fan in her hands, which she waved lightly. There were a lot of people gathered around. Students from different teachers came to watch the fight. Hanul was completely calm and relaxed. His body and mind were in balance and his face showed no emotion. Guo Chuval stood across from him and fury was written on his face. He turned to the keeper of the 6th garden and asked that he not be blamed for going to make Hanul beat in agony with pain. The young man didn't understand why he was so serious. He had just suggested a duel. But his opponent's anger was to his advantage because it clouded his mind. The battle of the heavenly celestials began, and the young man wondered why so many subspecies of celestials were invented, magnificent celestial supreme and others. A satisfied Guanok holding the berry in his hand was glad Hanul needed it. You can see the table, thanks to which it was possible to understand the levels of celestials. Guo Chuval assumed a pose to concentrate his energy and began juggling balls of it. And in an instant, he abruptly launched these spheres of energy at Hanul. They flew from different directions. The young man calmly concentrated his strength in his hands and prepared for defense. The guy created a leaf shield and repelled the Celestials' attack with it. Go Chuval rose in the air, and from there he watched Hanul and tried to hook him with words. He said the shield was so weak that leaves were falling off of it and it was worthless, and that Hanul could say goodbye to this technique like everything else. Guo Chuval formed a huge lump of energy from his power and prepared to channel it into our hero. He was glad that such an insolent brat who dared to challenge him to a fight would soon come to an end. Hanul smiled cheekily and apologized, saying that his shield had actually just recharged, he just needed a little time. It was the technician's solar unveiling, the second star of the art of chanting. He said that if bad luck was going to befall anyone today, it wasn't going to be him. The power of his sword was colossal. It filled the space around him and all that energy flew into Cheval. It was only at that moment that he realized how much he had misjudged the sword. It was quite extraordinary. It didn't just deflect blows, it absorbed the enemy's strength. A second before Isla Hanul's Sfera touched his opponent, a third figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Who put up a defense to keep Go Cheval from destroying him? The voice of a third participant in the action apologized for interfering. When the light was dimmed a bit, Hanul saw the figure of a man with his hand raised in front of him. It was Dam Duok. He continued his speech by saying that they could not lose this child because it was clear to everyone who had won the fight. Go Chuval angrily stated that he was still able to fight, but the man who had intervened in the duel did not listen to him and turned to his mistress Lady Yuhui. He said that in his opinion the battle was won unconditionally by Taoist Park Hanul, Lord of the Sixth Garden. Dam Diok also added that even he and his strength could not create the pavilion they were in now. Lady Yuhua hid most of her face behind an open fan and remained silent in thought. Finally, after some thought, she said that since Dam Diok thought so, she trusted his judgment and agreed with his decision to trust his talent. The man beckoned the young man over to him while Hanul pondered why Lady Yuhua had accepted her nephew's defeat so easily. The young man stood beside Damdyok and looked at him with a sidelong glance. He was very interested in this person and wondered who this person was. He was tall with broad shoulders and short hair. His bright eyes looked forward confidently and calmly. After the battle was over, events moved to Lady Juva's reception chambers. She sat on a chair and asked Hanul standing next to her what kind of training he had been doing for those 6 months. The young man tried to pretend that he hadn't noticed her interest in his sudden progress and said that because of the wood element, the pace of his development was faster. The boy knew he had come to this garden for a reason, and that Lady Yuhua had actually made him the ruler of the garden to grow something special for her. He appealed to her saying that if she trusted him, he would be completely at her disposal and would never betray her trust in him. Yuhua replied that these were rather bold words and suggested that this was his purpose for appearing in her palace to begin with. She advised him to concentrate on the upcoming contest, but promised to think about his words. She then told him to leave. Hanul turned around and went the other way, but suddenly turned around and went back. He looked at Lady Juva, who was still sitting in her chair, and said that he wanted to ask her a question. He asked permission to leave the garden for a while. The weather was beautiful, sunny in the city. It was a lovely day in the city. The men were walking down the street. The young man wondered if Lady Yuhua had put him under surveillance, saying she would find a companion. He didn't expect it to be Damdeok. Hanul asked his companion his name and he replied that he had completely forgotten to introduce himself. His name was Damdeok, but if Hanul liked it better, he could call him Deok. The hero realized that it was the great Quan Geto Damdeok in front of him. Hanul was amazed. He couldn't imagine that a king could be so charismatic. Deok looked around him with fascination. The young man noticed that compared to their first meeting where he looked as strict as possible today, he was quite soft. Deok was looking at the stores that surrounded them and Hanul noticed this and found a cafe with cocktails and sweets with his eyes. He offered his companion a fruit and milkshake. Deok didn't understand what he was talking about. They bought a variety of tasty things and contentedly continued their walk. Deok rejoiced like a child. He had heard a lot about this world, but he had never imagined what he had actually seen. Hanul was happy about it. He asked if he had ever been on Earth before, because he had heard that adult Celestials sometimes came down here. He replied that it was the first time he had died on Earth. Then Yuhua helped him become a Celestial, but he had to live in another world. Hanul realized that the rumors that the king had died early were true. Deok had dreamed of the people of the world knowing his name, but his dreams now seemed childish because in the end, he was just a ruler of the past. He said that even though he hadn't done anything much for this world, the people had done a great job and created a beautiful place. Deok thanked Hanul for allowing him to have a wonderful time in this world. The men continued walking. Hanul took out his phone to look on the map to see where they should go and suggested they walk to Gwanghamun. But Deok's attention was drawn to an unusual sight. He saw people with placards in the street shouting, A crowd of people loudly demanded that this lawlessness stop. Many of them had red signs with inscriptions in their hands. A man from the stage said that people should and could stop this lawlessness. They demanded that the government respect their rights. It was about human sacrifices to the Dragon King. Deok asked Hanul if he had heard correctly. Both of them were shocked. Deok couldn't imagine that the heads of countries could allow such an outrage against the people of their countries. The cocktail glass in his hand crunched. He didn't believe that this could even be possible and offered to go to the head of state right now to sort it out, but Hanul saw something in the sky. A huge dark ball seemed to swoop down on the sun. The surroundings went dark very quickly. Some of the people assumed it was a solar eclipse, but Deok ordered Hanul to prepare and protect the people who were near them. He began to gather his energy and concentrate the power in his palms, getting ready. Suddenly, in an instant, a dark figure flew from the sky like an arrow. The people were horrified at what had happened. The shadow took the shape of a man and stepped on the ground. The people in the crowd began to run in all directions away from it. The creature addressed all those around him as beings who did not know their place. Here you can check out Park Hanul's card to learn about his art. Hanul gritted his teeth and reached a hand into his inner hidden pocket. Taking out the nine-tailed fox's scuttlebutt, he swung and launched himself at the woman who was hiding her face. The energy of the magic artifact hit the place where that woman was standing with tremendous force. But when the lights went out, she wasn't there. Just a big hole in the asphalt and a piece of rag lying there. Screams began to erupt around Hanul. People were fleeing in different directions, and he tried to find the reason why everyone was running away. Turns out, the woman didn't come here alone, but with her own personal army. Her fighters attacked people, knocking them to the pavement and beating them. Seeing this picture, Hanul became furious. He felt a great anger. However, at that moment, he felt something looming over him from above and raised his head to look. The guy managed to dodge just in time from the blow that flew exactly where he was standing. The woman's voice that attacked him said she hadn't expected to meet him right here. Turning to Hanul, she stated that he was a wanderer of the wrong world and promised to take his life in the name of Kvalbin. The guy didn't understand what the woman was talking about and why she was talking about a nationalist gang. Hanul focused on his senses and realized that this woman was one of the Heavenly Wolf King's minions. He recognized this energy even before the statue was destroyed. And this celestial woman clearly made no secret of her intentions to destroy the guy. Hanul asked her loudly if she knew Yang Giju. Shinya's eyes glittered with red fire, though she couldn't see it behind her mask. She prepared to attack and said she would make him pay for all his wrongs he had done no matter what. Hanul smirked and clarified exactly what atrocities she was referring to and folded his arms, gathering and concentrating his energy. The guy channeled his powers through his hands into the ground he was standing on, and the energy flowed in different directions. Like a spider's web, it wrapped around the roots of the trees that were nearby. The woman stood in the same spot and watched skeptically. Behind Hanul's back, the trees were beginning to come alive. They were Ents. The boy said that the only one here who should pay for evil was her. But not only. Her people acting on her orders should have been punished for what they did to the ordinary citizens of the city. Hanul gave an order to the Ents, and they headed towards Yongxing Hei's army. The Celestial saw her men engaged in battle with the walking trees and marveled. Throughout the square, Yongxin's men were fighting an enemy that was stronger than them. She herself stood quietly and watched. At one point, she yelled for her servants to release the Jigloths, spirits that lived in people's heads, demons of headaches and mental illness. Her men obeyed and began to break the seals in a hurry. The monsters of which she had spoken were revealed. They were ordered to tear to pieces the guy who ruined her precious husband. Hanul realized that he couldn't get rid of the monsters with the help of the Ents. He couldn't use the Scorchbearer because there were so many of them. He had an idea. While the men were walking around the town, Hanul went into a store and bought a smoking pipe. He remembered it now and rejoiced at the coincidence. He lit a pipe and white smoke swirled around him. The guy took a drag. The boy took out mandrake leaves and added them to the tobacco. His body began to absorb the active ingredients from it. Muscle cells were activated. Sensory and reflex nerves accelerated. Concentration improved. Tree sprouts were beginning to emerge from beneath the asphalt around him. One of them grew right up to Hanul's arm and he grabbed onto it and ripped it out. The wood in his hand turned into a sword. He took a comfortable, steady stance and said he wasn't going to spare his enemies. The first spirit attacker flew sideways from the young man's blow. The guy started an active attack against his opponents, of which there were many. In one hand, he held a pipe from which he periodically drew leaves. In one hand, he held a wooden sword and swung it. One by one, his opponents fell to the ground, unable to withstand the crushing blows. The widow, hiding her face, watched with a grin. She was confident and calm, knowing that Hanul would not be able to win. She turned to her servants who were watching the battle and ordered them to continue summoning the Dryglots. She kept screaming, but at some point the smoke got into her lungs and she coughed. Her servants similarly fell to the ground, gasping for breath and covering their ears with their hands. They couldn't move. Someone else tried to get away, but nothing would help them. Their end was near. Young-sin didn't realize what was happening. Her voice was shaking as well as her arms and legs. She fell to the ground. Hanul saw her falling from a height and headed towards her. He walked and said he wasn't crazy enough to sword fight her. The mask fell from her face. Her body was absorbing the mandrake along with the smoke. For Hanul, it was harmless because his liver filtered out the beneficial components. For everyone else, however, the smoke was like poison. The guy put the pipe in his mouth, took a drag, and mouthed that secondhand smoke was dangerous. Young-sin couldn't believe that she was coming to an end, and with her last strength she tried to scream. She called out for her father. Hanul sat next to her, still holding the smoking pipe in his hands. But in the next moment, a powerful lump of force flew right next to him. He heard the dark figure ask if his father was the one calling for help. It was Diok, who held a kneeling enemy by the head of his stricken foe. Hanul recognized this man as the Heavenly Wolf King. He was amazed by it. Young-sin saw her father and tried to crawl closer to him. The Wolf King turned to Hanul and Dayoku and asked who they were. He looked at them angrily and asked if they knew who he was. Diok replied with flashing eyes that it didn't matter who they were. The only thing that mattered was that the Wolf King had dared to sin unforgivably in front of humans. The man lying on the ground grinned upon hearing that resistance was futile. The Wolf King started to get up from the ground and said that he was trying to guess what nonsense he would say. He looked at Diokia and told him to memorize what he would say before dealing with him and sending him to hell. He said it was because of them that he wasn't going to spare anyone. A dark power began to seep out of him and spread around him. The Wolf King sucked in the bodies of the fallen around it, and in addition began to absorb the energy of the living. Hanul didn't understand what was wrong with these celestials and why they were so eager to destroy the innocent. The Wolf King's body was surrounded by a dark sphere that sucked in energy. Hanul couldn't figure out how to deal with such power. It was a tremendous power, the eerie and dark art of chanting. Hanul thought about whether or not he should use the nine-tailed fox's scuttlebutt. He wasn't sure it would help, but he had no choice. It appeared to be this reincarnation of Maitreya who had come to the human world. Diok turned to Hanul. He stood looking at the enemy with a concentrated gaze and reaching out his hand to Hanul, asked him to borrow his sword. The young man understood the idea. If it was really the real Damdaok, the son of King Dunmenson, then it would be that. Hanul deftly flicked his sword to his partner and the latter caught it on the fly. The man thanked the young man and deftly grabbed it with one hand and tightly clenched his fingers around the hilt. The sword in his hand shone brightly with golden light, and the energy from it was directed straight at the center of the sphere that overshadowed the sun. Diok had no right to decide the fate of someone who was a celestial, even with all the trespasses he committed against innocent people. But in this case, it was about what the Wolf King had done to his subjects. Thohei Damdaok was willing to be held accountable for carrying out the necessary punishment, and tightly grasping Hanul's shining sword with both hands, he launched the Heavenly Wolf King's attack. The same one turned into a raging creature. The deepest hatred and anger poured out of him. His eyes glittered with hatred. Damdaok's attack succeeded, and his enemy was struck down and his sword stopped emitting light. Damdaok, son of King Donmanson, executed the Heavenly Wolf King. The country was actively discussing the news of the last few days. It was reported that thanks to the quick reaction of the Celestials, all terrorists had been eliminated. And at the moment, the identity of the victims was being established. A link was established between the attack and the nationalist organization Kvalban. The action of the authorities was to eliminate this incident and the proceedings therein as quickly as possible. In her palace, Lady Yuhua was listening to a podcast discussing a recent incident, even though the TV said the problem had been solved. The presenter questioned the involvement of Celestials to solve the problem. He had photo and video materials from the scene of the incident at his disposal. He invited viewers to see for themselves who actually solved the problem. A close-up of Hanul's face was shown, and it was said that this guy became famous a year and a half ago. He was the one who destroyed the huge bird. At this point, Lady Yuhua ordered it turned off. She stared intently at those who now stood before her and pondered what she should do. Diok bowed his head and apologized for causing her trouble. He realized he had committed the sin of descending into the human world without the qualifications of a celestial. He was willing to accept whatever punishment Lady Yuhua would mete out to him. She thought for a moment. Looking at Hanul, she asked him, how dare he look her straight in the eye after what they had done? The guy hadn't expected her to turn to him now and flinched. Like Damdaok, he bowed his head to her and apologized. Hanul noticed that she was smiling and that she was actually pleased that Daok had defeated the Wolf King of Heaven. She had no reason to scold him. Lady Yuhua turned to Damdaok and asked him to look at her. He raised his head. She went on and said she wouldn't tell him that she didn't think what he did was wrong, but recommended that he be more careful from now on. She turned to Hanul and said that he should prepare for disciplinary action. Hanul nodded and replied that he understood. After the conversation was over, Lady Yuhua told them both that they were free to go. Hanul stood on the porch and thought about how long it had been since he had been to his 6th garden. It seemed like it had been forever. Hanul came to the gazebo. He finally had a chance to check out what he had found in the wreckage of the statue of Sejong the Great, in the square where the meeting had been held. He unwrapped a roll-up that contained several books and a couple pieces of paper with inscriptions. The boy heard the call of this bundle just after the battle when everything had quieted down. He went to the call and found it under the rubble. The statue under which this item was located had only recently been installed, so the young man didn't expect these items to have any special value. Hanul looked at the parchment and thought he saw the handwriting of Yido, that is, Sejong the Great himself. At that moment, Gwanak fell on his head. Yido received his nickname Sejong the Great after his passing. Gwanak wondered if it was the one from the Yi family. Hanul realized that Gwanak was familiar with the surname, and he asked what wrong he had done to him. It turned out that this family was the reason Gwanak looked the way it did. They were the ones who suppressed the power of Mount Gwanaksan when they founded the country there. Gwanak continued to rant angrily about how bad they were, while Hanul immersed himself in reading. The words written on the parchment said that today Hyang washed away the blood that had been spilled. Hyang was the real name of Munjong, son of Sejong. After reading this, Hanul realized that the one who wrote these words was definitely King Sejong the Great. They said he knew he didn't have long to live, but he was not bothered by fear. The only thing that troubled him was the thought that he would see his son close his eyes forever. The deity cursed his son Hyang, and the latter was losing weight and withering more and more every day. This deity wanted to exterminate the people on the island, although there used to be many volunteers willing to sacrifice their lives to the deities. However, before the era of the Celestials' rule over humans comes, people who have not yet awakened their foundation must prepare for the confrontation. On a far northern island, there were runes, and it was rumored that if you learned to use them correctly, they could show their power. It would look like a verse that has the immense power of letters. He wanted so much to write the text with these runes in order to. Gwanak assumed that he wanted to create a system of letters similar to the oracle language, and maybe if he had lived longer he would have succeeded. His intelligence was known even among the Celestials, but human resources are limited. Hanul said that he thought Munjong did it because what he read next said that if someone can write and read them, then just by learning how to activate them, they could harness the power of the runes. The author's last wish was not to let these 28 characters disappear into oblivion. He congratulated those who were able to achieve their goals. Hanul put the parchment aside and picked up one of the books that was in the roll. The future dreamed of by the great King Sejong had arrived and was in Hanul's hands. The young man stood in the middle of his garden with his arms folded and concentrating on something. He gathered his energy in his right hand and pointed his finger at the wooden logs. They immediately and obediently soared into the air, leaving Hanul confused. Stunned, he looked at the result of his training and realized what his true attack power was. It was the words. You had to say them as instructed. If you visualized the words in your head, you could use their power just by saying the word out loud. The boy thought about it. He thought about what exactly to say. Then he concentrated and visualized the word and finally said Gori. The log still hanging in the air suddenly flared obediently, and Hanul was even more amazed. The boy came to his senses. He had never seen anything like it before. He spread his arms out to the sides and kept shouting Gorefire, testing the possibilities of his words. The logs obediently flared more and more. Hanul was almost jumping for joy, and Gwanak, awakened by his cries, came out onto the porch. When the bear saw this picture, he yelled why he was setting fire to everything he could get his hands on. Ono jumped on Hanul's head and asked how someone who couldn't make even a small fire when required suddenly decided to have fun that way. Hanul replied that he wanted to test his abilities. The bear warned him to be careful not to burn something important. Hanul was evaluating what had just happened. He realized that the louder he shouted the words, the more the fire burned. This was something to ponder. What it meant. If you want to use all your power, you have to speak as loud as possible. But what if the louder you speak, the more power it takes? And what happens if it's not just him screaming, but several people? Will the power of the fire be stronger? What if instead of one word, you made a long, complex sentence? If the power lay precisely in the intention of the words, what did it mean? He thought about it for a while and realized that he should try to test that assumption. Hanul threw his hands up to the sky and shouted to the heavens to howl and cry as they pleased. The sky hadn't changed. Every cloud was still, and there was silence all around. Hanul imagined how what he was doing looked from the outside and got embarrassed. It was quite loud. At this moment, he turned around and saw Jae Jungbi standing beside him. What she saw sent her into an indescribable gloating rapture. Hanul was trying to figure out how long she'd been standing here and how much of everything he'd done she could see. Jae-jungbi took a cartoonish pose portraying Hanul a moment ago and comically repeated what he said. Imitating him, she shouted that he was the best and the craziest in heaven. Hanul was ready to burn with shame and tried to justify that he had not said such things. The girl told him not to worry and that it was good to do that sometimes, and reminded him of his own phrase, saying, "I respect you." She looked at Hanul and gave him a kind-hearted smile. At this moment, Hanul wished right now that he could fall under the ground right where he was standing. As the boy cooled down, he asked her why she had come here. She said that she had heard rumors that he was going to participate in the heavenly battle. She asked in surprise how he had managed to defeat Guo Chuval and praised him for developing quickly. Hanul became embarrassed. He heard the girl say that she came here because she was also in the battle because she had argued with Madame An. She went outside to practice before the battle, but she came across something she thought he could use. She was supposed to keep an eye on him, but she didn't, and it turned out she didn't need to anymore. You could tell the guy had it under control. Jae-jungbi threw the box in Hanul's hands. The guy barely had time to catch it. He asked what the thing was. The girl said it was writing, and that she was told to give it to him because he was in a battle. The guy asked who told her. Jae-jungbi tilted her head enigmatically and replied that it was one wise man, his father. Images from his childhood flashed through Hanul's mind. He held the box with both hands and tried to comprehend what he had just heard. He remembered everything that had happened in his childhood and how his and his mother's life had changed after that. The boy was furious. The girl didn't realize what she had said. Hanul held the box tightly with his hands and shook with anger. He asked where Jae-jungbi met the man who dared to call himself his father. The girl tried to answer as calmly as possible that in a place called Shenfu. Many years ago, the supreme divine regent Hwanung descended from heaven to Mount Paektu. He gave garlic and wormwood root to the bear and the tiger. The tiger ran away. And the bear survived the ordeal in a cave where he ate only garlic and wormwood. And after that, he became a woman named Eungnyo. This is how Hwanung and Eungnyo life to Tangun Wangom, who founded the first Korean state of ancient Joseon. This myth was widespread among the people, but this legend did not say that Eungnyo was not Hwanung's lawful wife. Together with his family with no animal blood in them, Hwanung ruled the human world. He grew the sacred tree of life on the sacred land of Korea where it bordered the heavens, the land where Shenfu was located. Jae-jungbi told Hanul that his father is now married to Hwanung's youngest daughter and lives in Shenfu. She was finishing her business in this town and was about to return when his father came to see her. He told her that Hanul was related to the Shenfu Palace dynasty. He also said that things were troubled there and wrote about it in a letter. The girl said that's all he gave. Hanul looked at the box. The girl's words reassured him because he thought he had forgotten about his family and had just run away. After all, he had squandered all the family's money, and after he left, the debts fell on Hanul's mother and grandmother. But his father did not take the blame. In the end, the young man's grandmother was gone, and he and his mother were left alone. So he had found a new family. But now that he's part of Hwanung's family, why would he get involved with his past, which should mean nothing? Jae-jungbi told Hanul to open the box because inside was an item she thought was very nice. The young man removed the lid thinking about what his father could have given him. At this moment, he saw something he could not have expected. It was a closed bamboo magic fan. This item was created to use it to trap the dark souls of demonic creatures. This fan had 24 plates that were rated very high quality, and the more plates there were, the stronger the fan was considered to be. The fan that Hanul had gotten contained 72 plates. The boy wondered why his father had given him such a precious item. It could absorb most evil spirits. Jae-jungbi asked if the guy would use it. He said he'd be a fool not to. In a deliberately demonic tone, Hanul said he would take good care of him. The girl heard the guy say that a wimp like him couldn't afford not to use something so precious. Together with the fan in the box, there was a paper on which it was written how to use the fan correctly. Let's get to know the treasures that Hanul Park has collected. The sun was shining brightly from the heavens. There were only 8 hours left before the heavenly battle began. Hanul was basking in the sunlight when a sound caught his attention. The young man felt a familiar feeling and listened to it. It seemed to him that someone was approaching. Quietly treading the ground and gently pushing tree branches apart with his hands, Deok approached Hanul. The young man was glad to see the familiar face of a friend he could call brother. Deok praised the Lord of the Sixth Garden, noticing how he had blossomed under his new master. Hanul thanked his friend for his praise. He asked why he had come here now. Deok embarrassedly began to say that he had come to Hanul with a request. He needed Hanul to help him create one that could eliminate all the ills of the world and bring peace. This flute was created in the time of King Kwang when he washed the perfect human age. But when the wise men stopped interfering, the dragons of the three seas immediately started a war. The victims were many, And to stop the suffering, the three heads of state joined forces to create an instrument that could help them. The flute had tremendous power, and so two restrictions were placed on it. The first was that it was forbidden to be taken out of the country. The second was that no one dare use it against the people of this country. The flute was entrusted to Scylla as it was close to the strongest dragon, but now its whereabouts are unknown, perhaps because it's broken. Diok thought that since Hanul was the lord of the sixth garden, he should know what ingredients were required to create this tool. Because before the heavenly battle flower boundary was weaker, he was going to infiltrate it to get the jade bowl. But if everything worked out, it couldn't be ruled out that Lady Yuhua would suspect that the black cup was missing. And that would mean a war with dragons who would want to destroy the flute. Hanul realized that his named brother was going to be held responsible for this. Hanul realized that this was due to the fact that Diok had seen the strike on Quan Hamun the last time they had come down to Earth and couldn't watch it quietly. The young man noted to himself that Diok was very different from the sages he knew, and Hanul gladly agreed to help his friend in such an endeavor. As a man of the people, it was very inspiring for him to know that there was a man who cared about the needs of the common people. Hanul told his friend that on the contrary, he was worried about not being useful enough. Diok laughed happily and loudly and said that's what he thought. He was sure that the named brother would not refuse to help him. Now it was necessary to find a place where a suitable tree for the flute grew, so they decided to go looking for it right away. The branches and bark of that tree could be used as a precious medicine. The young men set off and had already arrived at the place with their feet on the ground. What Hanul saw before his eyes boggled his mind. There was a whole huge island floating right in the air in front of his eyes. They'd gotten to this place through the door of the dumpster. Diok explained that the pavilion united all these places, but if you touch the formula structure, you could enter that place. Diok turned his head and warned Hanul that they were going to have a bit of a hard time now. He took a wooden horse-like toy out of his pocket and ordered it to come out. In an instant, a fine, sturdy horse named Garmi appeared before the men. Diok held out his hand to Hanul and told him to take hold of it. Hanul looked at his friend. He was suddenly transformed. His simple clothes were replaced by armor. Hanul took his friend by the hand, and together they mounted the horse and rode quickly forward. Diok told his friend not to worry, because they couldn't even touch the tip of their hair. Hanul couldn't understand who or what he was talking about. He turned around and finally saw that they were being chased by creepy monsters that looked like giant fish. All sorts of shapes of water monsters were eager to get their prey. Finally, they reached the air island and Hanul descended to the ground. Diok said that because of these monsters, he could not enter the island. He turned around and looking directly into Hanul's eyes said that he should believe him. After that, he turned his horse around and headed forward. Hanul followed his friend with his eyes. However, there were also monsters on the island. Hanul took out his mandrake leaf pipe and took a drag. He had to finish the job as quickly as possible in time for the named brother's return. The longer and more meaningful the sentences were, the more powerful the words became. Hanul spoke faster and added that anyone rushed to flee from monsters that looked something like monkeys. As he walked, he tried to listen to his senses. He felt two sources of unusual energy. He headed towards the first one and jumped over the tree, hoping that the jade bowl would be there. But it wasn't like that. He saw something else entirely in front of him. A huge monster with yellow lizard-like eyes looked at him. Hanul stopped and tried to determine what level this creature was. According to his senses, the monster had the 5th heavenly immortality level out of 9 or even higher. And this monster was not alone. Hanul was in a very difficult position. Even though he had already resorted to mandrake, it wasn't enough to get past them. He reached into his pocket, and grabbing the hilt, he pulled out and unfurled a magical bamboo fan in front of him. As if on cue, all the monsters rushed towards their prey at the same time. But Hanul was already prepared to use one of the most precious artifacts against them. He ran to meet them and at the same time waved his fan and ordered them out. A huge leg covered in thick wool appeared from the fan. A huge, formidable bear-like beast stood up on both paws and roared loudly and menacingly. The giant lizards saw the creature and scattered away from it, but the formidable beast overtook them and scattered them one by one in different directions. A powerful clawed paw swept everything in its path into eyes glowing with a bright, fiery light. Hanul kept waving the fan. When the bear came out, he said he didn't want to go into the Ponmachukson, but he really liked to use the power. After all, they didn't call him a mountain fire god for nothing, though that wasn't his true image either. Evil implies a large mountain. Evil-ruling mountain spirits are much smaller. Mount Guanak has a fire-like peak that made it a volcano. Ancient people believed that cities overlooking this mountain would burn. To extinguish the fire, a statue of Hete was erected on the summit to suppress the energy of the mountain. The giant lizards were scattering. The bear noticed it and didn't understand where they were running to. He ran after them with his fiery eyes. Hanul noticed it and asked where he had run off to. The boy thought he should head that way too. It made sense that the lizards would flee from a place where they felt powerful. Plus, the black bowl was probably absorbing most of the island's nutrients. But all the plants on this island looked good. Advancing forward, Hanul turned his attention to something ahead of him, a huge turtle shell-like rock that the lizards entered one by one. Guanak returned the familiar image to Hanul's eyes and settled on his shoulder. They both stared at the structure before them. They speculated that this obelisk stone might be a black jade bowl. Hanul's attention was drawn to a certain flow of energy emanating from deep within the stone. Guanak was pulling the guy's hair and demanding he get him down to continue the battle. Hanul said there was nothing unusual inside and asked if he would regret his decision. The bear said that whatever it was, he would roast it. Hanul agreed. He lowered the bear from his shoulder and took out his fan. Guanak once again took on the form of a giant fire bear and roared forward. This battle was like entertainment for him. Finally, he could use at least some of his former strength. The bear was approaching the entrance to the stone, as at one moment he felt something very strange ahead of him. Carefully, step by step, he stepped into the depths and tried to figure out what he was up against. Until 1 second, 2 huge yellow eyes glared at him out of the darkness. The blinding bright light of the energy flow caused the bear to retreat. Flying out of the cave, he asked Hanul to help him. The boy had to get him out as soon as possible. Hanul gathered his energy in his hands and slammed them into the ground, calling out to the plants that appeared from beneath the ground and grabbed the 2 living creatures. Guanak grew small again and took his place on his shoulder, and Hanul, turning to the second, guessed who was the fertilizer on this land. Guanak looked angrily at what Hanul was holding back with plants, and finally realized who it was. It was Hetai's giant-sized puppy. Turns out he'd been here the whole time. Hanul asked him what his name was. The bear repeated and said that he was an adult. However, if this puppy was that size, how many of them had grown up here? The bear was cursing angrily at what he thought was a disgusting creature. One could often see someone who had the appearance of a divine beast and tamed them. Mr. Lee also tamed one of them as a mediator. The reason why Guanak had no choice but to only watch his power being sealed was because of such a creature. This puppy was about 200 years old, and as far as he could see, he was doing his best for it. He was supposed to grow up learning the world. But judging from the fact that he couldn't even resist such a technique, it was clear that he hadn't even learned the basics. Hanul took out his fan and said that everything would be okay now. Guanak guessed what Hanul was getting at and really hoped he was wrong. The guy swung his fan and promised the puppy he'd let him sleep soon. The magical bamboo fan was pulling 2 creatures into itself, a puppy and the god of the fiery mountain Guanak. Their images appeared on the fan. They moved and Hanul watched them. The puppy sprawled on the ground, fearfully squeezing his eyes shut and getting used to his new place. Guanak, on the other hand, tried to threaten him by peering out from behind the trees with a menacing look. The pup jumped up and leaped toward the bear without any apprehension. Hanul watched the 2 creatures interact and marveled. He was sure they would become friends. Now it was time to get down to business. We had to gather what we needed to go on. Hanul folded the fan. The young man went deep into the cave and found what he was looking for. After a while, Hanul and Diok stepped onto the threshold of the castle. Hanbal thanked Diok for getting them back safely, and Diok thanked Hanbal for his help in the case. Hanul glanced at his comrade and noticed that he was out of breath. Sweat was dripping down his face and he was holding his hand to his side. He was wounded. Hanul was worried about his friend. Diok said that he should just rest quietly, which would help him recover. Hanul remembered that the battle was about to begin and how long it would take Dayoku to recover. Diok held out his hand to Hanul, in which the Yoichu lay. The young man was surprised. Diok said the kid deserved the award and asked why he wouldn't accept it. The garden they flew into was guarded by twin dragons. Diok was going to give Hanul both of them, but he had only managed to get his hands on one and wanted to give it to his friend as a thank you. Hanul looked at Yuju, and his gaze began to express non-acceptance. Diok said it was a just reward for what he'd done, and whatever his intentions, he should have forgotten even his godmother's favor. However, Dokhyun's price of reckoning didn't end there. If he could win the battle afterward, he could create a flute and show it to the people. Lady Yuhua will surely get wind of this, and then there will be no escape from her wrath. Hanul thought of what would then happen to his named brother and grew sad. He couldn't find the right words to answer. He took his friend's hand and put it on his shoulder for support. Diok smiled and asked if he was doing this to protect his pride and politely declined. Hanul was sure that even if he didn't accept the Yeoju, Diok wasn't the one who wrote everything down. Diok asked him not to be flattered and to stop calling him Sunbei. The boys laughed amicably at their dialogue. They kept on walking. Hanul supported his friend. Hanul reflected that his named brother was very strong both as a man and as a sage. Diok said that Hanul had to wait a little longer to become worthy of being called Big Brother. Hanul got an idea and suggested that Dayoku go into the Pon Machuksan. Guanak, who heard this, was outraged. He had to maintain his reputation as the god of mountain fire and demanded to be let out of the fan. Hanul offered him a few jars of honey to be patient. The bear agreed. It's battle time. The broadcast has begun. The host welcomed the audience. It was on the island of Tokdo in the Eastern Sea where the battle for supremacy began. The fighters from Lady Juva's side stood in front of the enemy fighters. Even before the battle began, the mood of the Celestials was striking. They were all focused on the upcoming event. This battle was different from all tournaments in that the winner remained and would face the opposing team. People were puzzled that it was not favorable to the winner because all the contestants were of different levels. Hanul tried to furtively glance at Diok to make sure how he was feeling. He looked calm and confident. From the outside, it was not even possible to assume that he was injured. Before the battle began, each representative of the sages had to read out a congratulatory message to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Lady Yuhua was the first to do so, followed by Isonokami. In this message, they both hoped that the Dragon King would understand and allow the contest to be held in the sea that was in his domain. Rumor had it that it meant human sacrifice. The preparations for the battle were magnificent. Everything went perfectly. After the reading of the message, the celestial women were to do the work of temporarily filling the sea. Isonokami was the first to do so, and was joined by Lady Yuhua afterward. The announcer called for a close look at what was happening. The screen showed the two islands getting hotter. The two celestial women gracefully performed the actions of filling the sea with water. This is what the power of the celestials looked like. At this moment, two celestials who were supposed to act as observers of the battle appeared in the covered area. They came here for fair judging. Along with the inspection, each of them brought a high official to enforce the conditions. The first spoke in the name of Shiva and said that he would judge with all the honor and justice he takes upon himself. And until the winner is decided, he has sworn to protect Lady Juva's treasure, even at the cost of his own life. The second spoke in the name of Odin. He also swore to judge honorably and justly. Just like the first one, he declared that he would defend the seven blades at the cost of his life. The moment the second watcher took out the box with the seven-pointed sword, something happened in the magic pouch on Hanul's belt. It was the resonance that came from discovering a seven-pointed sword nearby. The handle of the sword was in the pouch, and being in proximity to the blade showed this reaction. The blade reacted the same way to the approaching hilt and soared into the air. The watcher, who had time to notice, drew his sword. Everyone involved in the event was surprised at what was happening. The observer's sword was not ordinary either. He managed to stop the resonance and put the blade back in place. The observer apologized and explained to those around him that the blade badly wanted to chew up the victory, and being close to the opponent often reacted violently. Even though the blade had no owner, it was able to show such a violent reaction. He put his sword away in its scabbard and apologized for interrupting the event briefly. Lady Yuhua appreciated the level of the Watcher's sword spirit that was able to subdue the blade. In her opinion, what had happened belied the value of the treasure. And Hanul saw the Watcher's sword and realized what it was. It was a broken sword. The man who stood before Lady Yuhua was so strong that there was no weapon he couldn't hold without breaking. Valhalla was the rare possessor of a human skeleton with tremendous fighting strength. There were only a few like him. His name was Beowulf. The boy furtively glanced at his pouch and thought, thanks to what the sword had calmed down. If not for Beowulf, due to the attraction with the blade, his hilt would most likely have been popped out of the treasure pouch. But if you follow that logic, it was also about Hanul being in that place and wielding the hilt. The first stage of the battle had begun. Li Un and his opponent entered the field. The field was surrounded by a protective barrier. This was the first round of the heavenly battle. Li Yun stood firmly on the ground and was focused. His hands were clenched into fists. His opponent was similarly calm. The heavenly tour corresponded to the 5th level of strength out of 9. Hanul mentally wished good luck to the Lord and clenched his fists. The woman standing next to Hanul said she was sorry. She turned to the young man and asked him if he agreed with her. It was Go Hyunhwa, one of Lady Yuhua's family. Hanul had seen her when he was assigned the celestial level. He asked her what she meant. She replied that he hated to explain the obvious and the guy should see and understand for himself. In the distance, a voice called out calling for a glimpse of the battlefield. The enemy on the Japanese side summoned Kamaitachi to their aid. It was a weasel-shaped creature with sickle-shaped front paws. Kamaitachi charged forward to attack Li Un. Thoth took a defensive stance holding tightly to his weapon. The Japanese representative focused and used something to enhance his power. Li Yun did not expect this and was at a loss. He was taken by surprise. Hanul tried to think. Li Un was ahead of his opponent in terms of combat flair, but the Japanese celestial had a drastic increase in power. I don't know why. Finally, he realized. It was about the Dharma tool. Go Hyunhwa laughed at the fact that Hanul had taken so long to realize. Hanul wondered why they had taken a disciple into battle if there were no Dharma tools for him. Youngkwa said that if Li Un had been victorious, the next to attack would have been Go Chual, and he was the one armed with the Dharma tool. Reporters in the background said that the Tokto battle, besides its primary meaning, was also a place to test the skills of Japanese and Korean celestials. This battle was watched by the people of the world. One of the purposes of the battle was to give a performance worthy of their memory. Lady Yuhua wished to show how her clan would triumph. Originally, Li Un was just an ordinary assistant. Hanul looked at the battlefield and saw that Mr. Li Yun had not been defeated yet. He set his staff on the ground and rose to his feet. He almost fainted after the Japanese participants' attack, but he managed to control himself and withstood it. His condition appeared to be extremely serious. The wound Kamaitach had inflicted on him was a big problem for him. The Korean side warrior's breathing was hitched, but his gaze was pure and clear. What was the meaning of this situation? Did the Korean celestial lose this battle? Li Un was not going to give up. He tried to gather all his strength. He gritted his teeth and gripped his weapon tightly. He was not prepared to lose to a Japanese opponent so easily and quickly. The Japanese celestial was confident of his victory and considered the fluttering of his enemy useless. He aimed his kamaichi at his opponent, and powerful blows of magical creatures flew at him. Li Un was stunned. His breathing stopped for a second and his eyes glazed over in horror. Kamaichi circled over the Korean participant, who was bent to the ground. The Korean contestant was leaning on the ground with his hand on the ground and struggling to keep his balance. But his hands and staff failed him, and Li Yun collapsed to the ground without feeling. Hanul heard the announcement that the Japanese side had won the first round, and very near him someone shouted for a stretcher to be brought onto the field. They were yelling for a first aid kit. Hanul clenched his fists in helplessness as he heard Go Hyunhwa speak to him. She asked why he was not happy because thanks to what had happened, he had the opportunity to stand out in the field much more. With a sarcastic smile, she looked at the young man and said that this was of course only if he could win. Yunhwa asked him to try to lose quickly and beautifully so that her victory would look more remarkable against him. Hanul said that he would definitely try his best, that she would not be able to stand out from him. And he added that it was because the winner of this battle would be him, and his eyes flashed a bright green glint. Yunwoo stopped smiling dazzlingly when she heard that answer, lowered her head, and looked at him faintly. At that moment, the announcement was made that next to enter the field from the Korean side was Hanul Park, famous for hitting Lady Yuhwa's birdie putt. Hangul was calm and centered. His face did not express any emotion. His gaze was straight and his eyes continued to shine with green light. Reporters were wondering what he would show this time, and the Japanese opponent said he again sees nothing in front of him. And he added that they'd already seen what he wasn't capable of and smiled cheekily. He called out to his kamatachi, but the next thing that happened was something the Japanese participant never expected. In 1 second, his opponent formerly a few dozen meters away was right in front of him. Hanul swung around and punched the Japanese contestant in the face with all his might. The spectators watching the event did not even realize what had happened at first. The reporters who broadcast the battle couldn't believe their eyes. Hanul stood over his defeated foe. The Japanese contestant lay on the ground unconscious. Pa Hanul had won by an incredible margin. However, his entire body was covered with wounds. The reporter continued that he was afraid he would pass out from lack of blood like Li Yun. Jae Jungbi shouted to Hanul that he was crazy. She realized what had happened. When he attacked, he put all his power into speed and didn't defend himself. Deok said that in his opinion it was a bold but very effective decision. Jae Jungbi continued to be indignant. She screamed that he rushed in like he was immortal, with absolutely no concern for defense. In addition, it was unclear to her when it was that he had managed to master the speed traveling technique in the first place. Deok replied that Hanul in learning skills was like a bottomless bowl. Hanul, in torn robes and wounded body, stood steady and calm over the body of his defeated enemy facing the audience. He had to fight on, and he put a capsule in his mouth. It contained folic acid, iron, calcium, and vitamin E. All of these substances helped reduce the bleeding, but he needed something to stop it completely. Until then, he just pretended to be fine. The reporter wondered how long Park Hanul would be able to take the hits and when he would start attacking. Hanul turned his head and looked at his next opponent. His opponent from Japan seemed very young and seemed even a little worried. But that was only at first glance. He slipped his hand into his sleeve and pulled out a piece of paper. Seals. He wasn't as simple as he looked. With a wave of his hands, he threw out the seals. And behind his shoulders stood huge creatures shaped like samurai in armor and helmets. Hanul realized that he had summoned his own puppets to avoid close combat with him. This gave Hanul an idea of what he could do in response to try and recover his body in time. The guy clenched his fist tightly and channeled his power into his hand. The Japanese participants looked at him waiting for further action. The Japanese fighter assumed that he was going to use quick movement again and was sure that it was the only thing he was capable of. At first, he thought Hanul was a worthy opponent, but now he saw that his victory was near. However, some sort of movement not too far away caught his attention. The Japanese fighter saw that the huge walking trees were already in full swing attacking his samurai. He couldn't believe that his opponent had used the same tactic and summoned puppets. Hanul quietly said that he wished to end the battle in Korean. He decided to use the art of chanting. He watched his ents fight the Japanese puppets and prepared for action. The young man started saying it was time to sing a real battle march. Hanul folded his arms at his sides, took a deliberately serious look, closed his eyes, and coughed. And suddenly began to literally sing lines from the battle march, raising his hand up and shouting the words loudly. The spectators did not understand what exactly was happening on the battlefield. It was 15 minutes before the end of the battle, and the guy kept singing the march. He shouted the words of the march loud and clear, creating and evenly beating out the rhythm. The power of his song filled his wooden helpers with power. They absorbed the energy. And finally, they went on the attack to the very patriotic words of the march that Hanul kept singing. The Japanese fighter watched as his samurai could not withstand the Ents' attack and was horrified. A song glorifying Korea was still playing in the background. The Ents' tenacious and strong branch arms grabbed their summoned enemies and crushed them one by one. The Japanese fighter realized that his puppets could no longer help and protect him. Hanul was finishing the last lines of his country's strength and power and finally fell silent. He stood looking at his opponent with a satisfied smile. This is what the picture looked like after the past few fights between the Korean and Japanese sides. The battle reporters froze with their mouths hanging open. They certainly didn't expect to see anything like this. Park Hanul again instantly defeated the Japanese opponent. He and his Ents stood on the field. The Japanese participant barely had time to jump to his feet and immediately ran away from the scene of the battle. Hanul stood his ground and thought. He only used one technique in each battle, and so the next competitor could not assess his strength. Hanul realized that this battle was an ostentatious show to raise the reputation of the Yuhua clan. Most likely, she was counting on him to fall victim to the likes of Li Un and lose in the first battle. However, he had his own plans for the battle. He was not going to play according to their plan of being the protagonist of the play. The reporter announced that since both of Japan's Celestials had fallen, the next from Japan's side would be a Celestial of magnificent level. Reporters took one look at who would be fighting on behalf of Japan and realized it would be Shinobi, the Japanese ninja. Everyone wondered how it was that a shinobi was involved in the shrine's affairs. The difference between the heavenly and splendor levels was very significant. The Japanese ninja was already standing on the field. Hanul looked at his opponent and tried to assess his capabilities to work out tactics. But he didn't even have time to think about anything before everything happened on the field in 1 second. In an instant, his Ents were in front of him, protecting him from the kunai that were flying towards him. They protected their master with a human shield. The sharp blades of the kunai easily penetrated the wooden flesh of his Ents, and their bodies were instantly blown into thousands of pieces. Hanul was thrown backwards by the blast wave, but a Japanese ninja was already flying after him, eager to catch up with his opponent. At the same time, he released one kunai after another that flew precisely into the target. Hanul managed to dodge the 3 throwing weapons literally at the last second, and they stuck into the ground all 3 next to each other without finding their target. Hanul could barely keep up with what was happening around him. At that moment, the Japanese opponent reached into his scabbard and pulled his sword to the hilt. Hanul saw everything like it was in slow motion. He was falling to the ground while his opponent was already under him and preparing to strike with his sword. However, he managed to master the art of chanting, and he began to chant the first lines, which said that at the end of the earth he would turn into a cloud and soar above the earth. The Japanese participant stopped to assess the situation and adjust his future actions. Hanul had already pulled out his bamboo fan that his father had given him and said that he had almost hacked it off with his sword. Hanul had to do something. He waved his fan and shouted Guanak's name loudly. From the fan, a huge fire bear immediately appeared in an instant and opened its mouth, already set to finally use its power. The bear was approaching the ninja. He was furious and happy to use his power, which he had missed so much. And he also has a lot of negativity built up after having to spend a very long time with the puppy in one place. Guanak asked why Hanul looked battered, and Hanul replied that it was the ninja who did it to him. Guanak said it was Naburai Suzuki. He recognized him because he wore the emblem of a 3-legged raven called a saikashu. Bear demanded that he be allowed to deal with this shinobi. Hanul reminded him that this opponent was of a great level, but Guanak said that some magnificent celestial couldn't do anything to him, and also his armor was made of gold, so it was vulnerable to his fire. The gold that the ninja's armor was made of was already starting to melt right on top of him. Hanul, who was watching what was happening, felt a little uneasy. And for good reason, because the ninja had already cast aside his scalding sword and was getting ready to do something. It was indeed a worthy opponent who stood opposite the bear. He looked at his enemy with blue eyes, and the metal from his armor dripped to the ground. Gwanak didn't notice anything and was already rejoicing in his victory over his enemy. He swung his giant paw menacingly to deliver one last crushing blow. But Hanul had already guessed the Japanese enemy's plan and shouted to the bear to stop. The red-hot metal from the ninja's armor froze in a heap on the ground. The Japanese contestant soared into the sky and was above the bear looking down on it. The metal dripping off it dripped onto Gwanak and immediately restrained the bear. Nabarai Shinsen used the technique of manipulating the shape of metal with the wrought iron technique. Bear spun around in place. He asked Hanul to get some cold energy to cool the metal. But Hanul didn't have any cold-related techniques. He didn't have that kind of energy. The young man frantically tried to think of something, and finally an idea occurred to him. He shouted to the bear that the cold was on its way, and the bear shouted excitedly that he was glad Hanul had found a solution. Gwanak listened to his senses and caught some vaguely familiar feeling. He felt the cold approaching and finally began to realize exactly what Hanul had come up with. It was a Hethakun puppy that smelled cold and was of enormous size, already flying to Gwanak's aid. He wagged his tail happily as he approached the bear, and the bear couldn't believe that he was the one who was needed right now. With a cry of, "Put him away," Gwanak almost tearfully rushed to run away from him. Reporters filming the celestial battle were amazed at what they saw, because the technique Park Hanul demonstrated painted the battlefield in the colors of Taguchi. Hanul didn't understand at all what was going on or why the people watching had such a reaction. He didn't know what a Taguchi was. The Japanese ninja was kneeling on the ground and leaning on his hand. Hanul too came down to the ground. Gwanak, in his small form, was already sitting on his shoulder and the puppy was hovering above him. The ninja looked at his enemy directly and openly despite being exhausted. Hanul knew that for someone like him to lose a battle would mean disgrace, and despite his tired appearance, he clearly had something in store. However, at that moment, a voice sounded out ordering him to stop there. It was the celestial woman on the Japanese side of Isonokami. She stood beside her warrior facing Hanul. The woman looked the young man carefully in the eyes and remained silent. A little introduction to the bamboo fan from Hanul's arsenal. The head of the Japanese side reminded the participants that the purpose of this battle was the peaceful resolution of the conflict. And in her opinion, there was no need to put anyone's life on the line. Hanul listened to Isonokami in silence. The wounds on his face and body were almost healed. Diok and Jae-jungbi watched from their seats. The girl showed her tongue disdainfully, and the man nodded with his arms folded across his chest. This meant that the Japanese warrior didn't have to go to the other world today because he wasn't part of the temple. The Japanese probably made a pact with a group of mercenaries to take over the shrine. The warrior humbly bowed his head and stood on one knee in front of the celestial who spoke in his defense. At that moment, Hanul heard a voice behind him saying that they were now in a difficult position. Lady Yuhua continued that since Lady Isonokami herself had decided that a student's life was more important than winning, then the Korean side will also admit defeat on their part. Hanul, who hadn't expected something like this, turned around to make sure it was Lady Yuhua who had said it and couldn't believe his ears. She praised him and thanked him for his work, appreciating that he had made it to the third battle. Yuhua said loudly that she had no idea that Hanul had such amazing powers. Hanul realized that she was not praising him sincerely, but rather ostentatiously, and knew that the praise was actually an insult to him. But aloud, he said just as loudly that if he had been warned, he would have put on a much more interesting show. Lady Yuhua pretended not to understand anything and asked him what exactly he was talking about. The boy replied that he thought Lady Yuhua was concerned that he had attracted too much attention from the common people. But he himself was born an ordinary man who became a celestial, and but he knows what ordinary people think. Saying this in a loud voice, the guy turned around and walked away from the scene. Lady Yuhua and the ninja remained in the same place. The shinobi's gaze from beneath the hood was furious. He seemed to be furious. Hanul thought to himself that he even felt a little sorry for this ninja. He was walking in his thoughts and suddenly Jae-jungbi suddenly appeared in front of him. It turned out that she had moved to a seat closer to Hanul and was slapping the chair next to her and calling him to sit down. Hanul sat down. The girl crossed her arms irritably over her chest and said it was horrible. The boy chuckled and replied that he was fine. Jae-jungbi rolled her eyes and said that she didn't mean the young man. Hanul was surprised. She told him that on an idol show, such characters are called the producer's choice and are pushed forward by any means necessary. This guy had to show his best side to improve his reputation, even if he lost. Lady Yuhua didn't understand ordinary people. Jae-jungbi said it's like soccer. If you replace a strong striker with a new one, no one will support him no matter how good he is. Hanul was surprised that the girl knew what it was. She replied that she had not seen it herself and had just read it on social media. She reiterated that she had not seen it herself and that she had just read about it. Hanul still said in the same manner that he respected her. It became their thing. At that moment, there was an unforeseen heavy blow to the head, and the announcer's voice announced that the next fighter from the Korean side would be Go Hyunhwa. And at that moment, something strange began to happen. It was like an earthquake. Suddenly, a huge wall of water rose up from the seaside, and the waves started hitting the people standing on the shore. People were shouting to escape the tsunami. Onlookers hurriedly sought to escape the giant wave. And at the top of the water wall, 3 men appeared, and the one in the middle loudly demanded that the Yukdos rebelling against the royal palace show themselves. Hanul asked who Yokdo was, and Cheng Chambi was surprised that these men were here. He asked the girl if she knew who they were, and she said they were the sons of the North Sea Dragon King, with the eldest standing in the center. The king's eldest son warned menacingly that they were not going to listen to excuses and demanded an answer as to how they dared to deceive the ruler of the Eastern Sea, and thought I could hide where the blade of the 7-pointed sword was from them. Turning to everyone below, he asked if they really hoped to secretly exchange treasures away from the gaze of the main palace. People exchanged questions about what treasures were being talked about and what exactly the prince was referring to. The prince continued to speak. He said that if it were his will, he would have drowned them all, but he would only pass on his father's gracious words, who demands a sincere apology for the theft of the hilt and blade, as well as possession of them, and only then will he have mercy on them. Treasure keepers on both sides began to prepare to keep their oaths said in defense of their treasures. Broken Sword of Valhalla reached his hand for his sword, and the king's son asked what they had decided. Without getting an answer to his question, the elder prince took hold of his trident and raised it upwards. Holding it with his right hand with his left, he summoned fire dragons from the water and directed the energy down on the participants of the event. He was determined to send them all to the seabed and thus destroy them. The dragons at his command raced downward in pursuit of their goals, avalanching at the people below. The water covered the people on all sides. Some of them were up to their waists in it. Some of them were waist deep in it. Wondering what was going on, Hanul thought he could take advantage of the commotion and try to steal the blade. He tried to look around for Beowulf, but saw him nowhere. Finally, he managed to get a glimpse of the keeper heading towards the elder prince with the intention of attacking him. And the box with the blade was lying on the very ground sheltered under the water. Hanul got a good look at it. He pulled a hilt out of the treasure pouch and hoped they would start resonating again. However, with a glance at the wall of water, he realized that something was wrong and the idea wouldn't work now. The dragons continued to plunge into people's heads, and the wave was about to hit him himself. Hanul plunged into the water and only had time to cover his mouth with his hand. And at that moment, the hilt in his other hand began to vibrate. The resonance began. Its waves spread rapidly under the water. Hanul held the hilt in his hand as tightly as possible to hold on. And then, in an instant, the blade was finally in its true place. Overjoyed, Hanuli admired the sword he held in his hands as if enchanted. But suddenly the young man realized that the water around him had disappeared and he was hovering in the air. At the same second, the young man with terror in his eyes began to fall downward. But the ground beneath him was not solid ground as he had supposed, but water, into which he fell safely. In this picture, you can see a little spoiler with later events. The sword that Hanul held tightly in his hand pulled him down hard. The young man covered his mouth with his hand and frantically began to think about how he could get out of the water as quickly as possible. The water around Hanul began to glow with bright sunlight. It was the mecha in his hand that began to emit energy. This was the first time Hanul had felt such a powerful and pure force. The young man wondered if this power definitely belonged to the seven-edged sword. Apparently, because the artifact had been separated for so long now, it was giving off so much energy that it was beginning to transfer to whoever was holding the sword in his hand. Power was quickly filling his hand, but it was becoming too much. A little more, and his body wouldn't be able to hold it. Hanul gripped the sword firmly with both hands and swung it. The young man had to release as much energy as he could. However, immediately after swinging his sword, Hanul noticed something that was worth his attention. A portal-like crack appeared in the space directly in front of him. His body began to be sucked into him, and Hanul couldn't resist the flow. The young man was sucked like a toy right into the center of that crack. At the same time, somewhere in another space, the defense barrier was on edge, and finally couldn't bear to break through with a huge flood of water that splashed Hanul outside. Still holding the sword, the young man collapsed to the ground and hit himself painfully. He rose up on his elbows and tried to cough up the water and regain his breath. The young man lifted his head to look around. Hanul saw the huge hole in the barrier from which the water was still flowing, and from which he himself had fallen a moment ago. The guy looked around and thought about the fact that maybe this space had been created by a seven-edged sword. Apparently, he found himself in another dimension like the time he passed through the gate of the White Flower Pavilion. Hanwul wondered if he could get back if he swung his sword again, but first, he had to look around. He didn't have time to do anything because he heard a sharp sound and could barely turn around. Before a sharp pain pierced his body, it was as if 1,000 panes of glass were pierced into his body. The guy did not even have time to realize from which side and who let such a powerful and crushing blow hit him. With great pain, his body collapsed to the ground, and the one who had struck the blow was already standing in front of him. Still in terrible pain, Hanwul opened his eyes and tried to look at whoever was in front of him. At first, he saw only a dark figure coming toward him. He finally got a good look at who it was. The figure appeared to be the shinobi. Hanwul guessed that apparently the one had been stalking since the moment he'd been defeated. The ninja walked up to Hanwul and kicked him in the chest with all his might. Speaking in Japanese, the shinobi said that there were many tortures far more than Hanwul could imagine, and he was giving him the opportunity to choose. The young man looked up at his opponent and said he didn't speak Japanese. The shinobi continued in Japanese and replied that in that case he would choose for himself. At that moment, the Japanese ninja's gaze was caught by a movement. He looked to the side. He saw Hanwul summoning her power to help her sprout from the ground. The shinobi leaned over Hanwul, grabbed the sprout with his hand and asked if the guy thought he hadn't noticed it and said the techniques wouldn't help him this time. The ninja noticed that the guy had a strange celestial base and asked if it was an attribute of the tree and went on to say that he would make sure not a piece of it was left behind. A shadow of a smile flashed across Hanwul's face because his plan had worked. The shinobi plucked the plant from the ground. Hanwul asked if he was going to eat the plant because it was not suitable for that. The ninja looked at the plant and saw that instead of a root, it was a mandrake in his hands. At this point, she began to make horrible sounds that permeated her entire body. A terrible vibration spread around the root. The shinobi froze, holding the mandrake in his hand, until at some point, he collapsed to the ground, letting the plant out of his hand. Hanwul raised himself up on his elbow and said that he should be more careful with plants he hadn't encountered before. The young man then coughed and blood spurted from his mouth, and he fell to the ground for the second time. The wound on his body continued to bleed. Hanwul thought about the fact that he had finally dealt with the ninja, but now he couldn't really move. The guy needed to at least try to do something about it, and his hand reached for the treasure pouch. He managed to reach the fan, and in the air above him, there was finally a creature that could help him. Shining brightly in the sunlight, a man stepped onto the ground. He was cursing. It was Gwanak in human form. He saw Hanwul lying on the ground without strength and rushed towards him. Hanwul turned to him, but Gwanak didn't let him finish and told him that if he took the medicine now and started using the techniques, he would be fine. Hanwul realized from his look that it was not true and asked Gwanak to tell him the truth. The mountain god scrutinized the young man's wound and tried to determine what and how. He placed his hand over the wound and a little later reported that Hanwul's dantian was very badly injured. The young man realized that the shinobi had deliberately struck his dantian. That's why he felt his strength gradually leaving him, and not only his strength but his life as well. He had to do something, and he had no choice but one. Gwanak understood his intentions and wanted to stop Hanwul. The mountain god had already told him several times that this was not something Hanwul could handle. That pearl Diok gave him. It contained the power of a divine or even supreme level and the power of an imuji who had not yet become a dragon. This item was imbued with the tenacity and determination of an imuji who was willing to do anything to evolve into an adult dragon sooner. Hanwul couldn't handle such a huge amount of energy at such a young age, because being absorbed by that energy would be the worst outcome for him, even worse than perdition. And even Diok would not allow Hanwul to resort to this method. Hanwul took hold of the handle of the bamboo fan with a trembling, weak hand. The young man apologized to the mountain bugaboo. Gwanak looked at him with a disbelieving gaze. He realized that the guy had summoned him to use the pearl-closed bamboo fan. Gwanak only had time to shout out that he thought Hanwul was a moron. Here you can read about the capabilities of the Ekmaikon sword. At that time, Lady Yuhua was in her chambers in the palace. She asked everyone to come out. The maids who were worried about her approached her, but she didn't answer. One of the girls brought a tray of tea for her mistress. But Lady Yuhua was furious. She threw the tray aside and shouted for everyone to get away. She needed some time to herself and was annoyed by these intrusive servants. The maids had never seen her in such a depressed state. Furious, she clenched her fists in anger. He wanted revenge fiercely. Those three princes had no idea what they'd done to her. Just for being on their father's property, they attacked them, and only because of some rumors about a flute. She regretted helping them because even after that they stabbed her in the back. But she wasn't going to give up and planned to get revenge. Lady Yuhua wondered exactly what treasures that prince was talking about besides the seven-pointed sword. He couldn't lie. People like him, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, are not willing to give their lives in the name of lies. She pondered where such a decrepit lizard could have learned such rumors. Lady Yuhua was confident that the Dragon King of the North Sea could be trusted, and now her plans have fallen apart. Go Hyunhwa was supposed to be Lady Yuhua's new hero, but what happened was a crushing failure. The only good thing was that thanks to Damdeok, all was not lost. But we had to see what would happen next. Everyone was discussing what happened at the battle. It was Damdeok who became the new face of the hero. Lady Yuhua was sure that soon the entire Eastern Sea would bow to her. Hanul opened his eyes. His head ached. He couldn't realize how long he had slept. The guy held his head and felt that his dantian seemed to have recovered. He was going through his hair and his fingers fumbled with something very unusual on his head. He grabbed his head with both hands and realized that something incomprehensible was symmetrically on his head. It felt like horns. They looked like the horns of an animal, and now he could also feel the surrounding temperature. It must have been a side effect of the pearl. The guy looked at his hands and tried to realize how much time had passed. His body was clean, his fingernails were trimmed, his clothes were washed and tidy. Someone had obviously been taking care of him all this time. Hanul assumed it was Gwanak, but the boy didn't realize what place he was in. He strained his memory. The last thing he remembered was using the fan and absorbing the pearl, creating a barrier, but that required releasing Gwanak from him. Thoth was unwilling to leave him and stayed behind to take care of the young man. Hanul ran outside from the hut and started calling Gwanak's name loudly. What the young man saw as he stepped out onto the porch of the cabin stunned him. There was a dense green forest surrounding him on all sides that formed a barrier. Hanul couldn't believe that he had created it and wondered how long it had taken for it to grow so large. Looking around, the guy noticed something that made him take notice. The patch of land at the edge of the barrier looked like a huge ash heap. The ground was smoking, and there was even a smoldering fire in some places. In some places, the ground was even cracked. Something was clearly going on there. There were strange furrows on the ground all the way to the edge of the barrier that looked like marks from something. Hanul suggested that perhaps it was Gwanak fighting someone while he was unconscious, but he couldn't figure out where Gwanak was now, and he could still smell the smell of burning all around him. Some strange sharp sound came from the direction of the trees. Hanul asked who was there. The young man ran with all his might in the direction from which the sound came. And finally, Hanul saw something he didn't expect to see here. The young man was still running when the walls came into view. The boy only had time to slow down. A shrine stood at the edge of the forest. Hanul glanced at the building and the gate and assumed that this was where Gwanak might have lived. A huge, powerful clawed blue paw stepped onto the roof of the shrine. A fluffy tail and a huge fanged muzzle appeared behind her. It was a Hittite pup. He had grown a lot. Hanul didn't understand why he was so wary of him. Touching his horns with his fingers, he suggested that the pup's behavior might be related to them. No sooner had Hanul ripped his hand away from them than the pup lunged at him in an attack with fury. The young man hadn't expected this behavior, and the clawed paws were already closing in on his body. Hanul realized what he had to do to prevent someone from getting hurt. The clawed paw was already where the young man had just stood. Not finding him on the ground, the pup lifted his head up and looked. Above him was the dragon's huge muzzle that explained to him that one should not lunge at his master. The Hittite pup immediately became quiet and even trembled a little. All his aggression was gone. He laid down on his back and showed his most vulnerable spot with his stomach, saying that he trusted the creature he met. He squeezed his eyes shut in fear, but a man's hand lay on his face and a voice said that he was very nice. Because the puppy was still very young, it was necessary to show him who was stronger so that he would obey his master. Hanul thought about the fact that even though he had absorbed the pearl, his abilities hadn't changed much, probably because some of it had gone to his dantian. The guy stood stroking the puppy's muzzle and saw something on the porch of the sanctuary. There were his things lying there. They were clean and neatly folded. It looked like Gwanak had prepared them for Hanul. Hanul picked up his treasure pouch and decided to see what was inside. The young man turned it upside down and saw something unusual. A scroll of hieroglyphics fell into his hand. Hanul couldn't remember ever having this item in his possession. The boy saw that the inscriptions on the scroll were in Japanese and assumed that it belonged to that shinobi. Hanul already had several unique artifacts in his hands that he had obtained. It seemed that luck was his secret skill. This scroll was called a Yatagarasu, meaning three-legged crow. It was the Suzuki family emblem that shinobi had. Hanul looked at the things that continued to lie on the porch. Turns out, it didn't belong to the young man. It actually belonged to that ninja. The very clothes that could change shape with gold energy. Hanul needed to try it on immediately because it could increase his defense. The young man was putting on his shinobi clothes and suddenly there was a noise in the distance. Hanul tried to figure out exactly where it was coming from. It seemed to be coming from the side of the forest on the edge of the barrier. The young man rushed to run in the direction where he saw signs of the battle as fast as he could. From above, he saw some human-like creatures at the edge of the barrier. One of the men held a pickaxe firmly in his hands and was just swinging it to strike the barrier. Hanul continued to watch and realized they were trying to break him. He got a better look at the men below. They were of large build with red hair and blue skin. The creatures seemed to live here. When he looked at them more closely, he noticed something curious. They held maces exactly like the one Gwanak had once given him, a goblin-spiked club, and some of them had helmets on their heads. It became obvious that these creatures were goblins. Hanul hadn't expected to encounter goblins in the space that the seven-pointed sword opened up. It appeared to be their territory. The guy guessed they wanted to break his barrier because he was trespassing on their land. Another blow from this pickaxe managed to pierce a crack in the barrier. The moment when they would break it was very close. Hanul frantically tried to think of something. The young man had to stop them. He thought for a long time, and finally, he figured out how he could get out of this situation. The boy jumped to the ground behind the backs of the goblins. They noticed him. The red-haired men turned to Hanul and asked who he was. The young man holding a folded fan in his hand introduced himself and gave his name. Hanul asked who was in charge of their company. The goblins hesitated and finally pointed to one of them. The one they pointed to stepped forward and gave his name. His name was Malduk. Without waiting long, the goblin leader asked where the sword was. Hanul didn't expect him to get to the point so quickly and asked why he needed it. Malduk said that only someone who wields a sword can get into this place, so he demands an answer or the guy will be in trouble. Hanul stood his ground and repeated his question again as to why they needed a sword wielder. The goblins behind the main man doubted whether they should tell them, but after consultation they decided that they would. Malduk, after a bit of hesitation, informed Hanul that he must send the sword wielder to the other world. King Gwenchogo promised the goblins that soon a man with a sword would come to them who would be worthy to be a match for the chief, but the man did not come. Hanul remembered the king and thought about the fact that a new owner was supposed to come to this place, but before that, the sword had been lost. Sticking a pickaxe into the ground, Malduk said that the promise had not been kept, and for this reason their chief suffered and afterward became seriously ill. That was why the owner of the seven-pointed sword had to be punished. Gritting his teeth, the chief goblin said that he would take him to the current chief and he would take revenge himself. Supporting his jaw with a bamboo fan, Hanul deliberately pondered. And then out of the blue, the goblin guy asked if they had seen a huge red bear around here. Malduk asked if the lad was with him and told him that he had told him to leave the place, but he did not obey, and so their chief seized him. Hanul was angry at this news. He could not allow Gwanak to be captured by anyone. The young man tried to pull himself together and thought that now he at least knew where the bear was. Then Hanul loudly said that he was the one who wielded the sword now, and therefore he was the one in charge, and threatened them that he could destroy them with a single blow. He expected them to be frightened, but the goblins, after a little silence, began to giggle and mock him. The goblins cackled and said that he was weak and that he didn't seem to know any martial arts. They also questioned his gender. This infuriated Hanul. He closed his eyes and a red aura began to manifest around him. Malduk said that since he had a sword, he could open the passage and it would be better for him to leave here and not interfere. Hanul was slowly boiling over. But no such thing. The guy took hold of the handle of the mystical bamboo fan and opened it. Saying that they shouldn't have underestimated him, he waved the fan and let out a giant hete puppy that happily jumped out and was already wagging its tail. Pointing his fan at the goblins, the young man ordered the pup to spit it out. The puppy looked at his target with puffed-up cheeks and prepared to do his master's bidding. Then a thick red liquid flowed from his mouth in a thick stream. The red slurry that poured relentlessly onto the goblins stank. They didn't understand exactly what was going on and couldn't figure out how they were going to deal with it, and the puppy went on and on, pouring a scarlet stinking waterfall over them. In a moment, all the goblins were already lying on the ground from head to toe, covered in a red stinking slurry. Hanul said with a satisfied smile that if they didn't get up right away, he would order them to be doused with red bean porridge again. All the goblins were frightened by this threat in an instant. Tears streamed from their eyes. Malduk knelt before Hanul and begged him not to repeat it, saying that they would obey him. Sitting down on the ground, Hanul asked the goblins if their leader was really strong. Malduk answered that it was true and that he was the best with a club. The young man could not believe that this was the only reason he was able to defeat Gwanak. The boy wanted to know more about the chief and asked if there was anything else he needed to know. The goblins answered that he also had a shield in the shape of a golden gourd. The young man asked what other power the goblin chief had. At that moment, a voice came over him and said that he had no need to ask anymore. A fiery mop of thick red hair descended from the sky to the ground. Looking around, the goblins recognized the creature as their leader. Hanul tried to get a good look at the figure of the one who had descended. The chief turned to his subjects and called them cretins, and added that they could not be trusted with anything. In a small digression, we learn why the shinobi's clothes fit Hanula so well. Gwanak took care of that. The young man's clothes and body were badly damaged, and he made sure he had something to wear when he woke up. The leader of the goblin tribe was a woman named Sodom. Turning to Malduk, she said that she had come to see how they were doing here and now saw that they had been fooled. And as punishment, she made the decision to lock them up for 10 years. Sodom reached for the vial that video on her belt and opened the lid. This vessel was made of gourd, and Hanul realized that it was an unusual vessel but something like a seal. Hanul was curious to see how strong Sodom was. He carefully ordered the puppy to give out the bean porridge again. And the puppy didn't wait long. The red liquid poured outward like a fountain towards the goblin leader. But Sodom saw it in time and managed to avoid getting slurry on her. She reached for her weapon and said those cretins might have fallen for it, but it didn't work on her. Taking her club from over her shoulder and swinging it, Sodom uttered a call to her goblins. At that moment, goblins from all directions began to appear one by one. They were strange. It was as if someone had drawn them. Hanul, on the other hand, took out a shinobi scroll and unfurled it holding open a bamboo fan. He judged the chieftain's ability to be ridiculous. The opponent was too strong for him, and he had to put his best foot forward and get it over with as soon as possible. With a wave of his fan, the young man uttered only one word: attack. At that moment, the Hidari pup and the demon, with the cannon in his mouth, obediently rushed to attack the unusual goblins that had appeared at the leader's command. The demon attacked with the melody of a cannon, and the puppy wielded his clawed paws. Sodom watched from above, and more goblins appeared below her. She was pleased with the sight she was watching. A sincere, cheerful smile stayed on her face. Sodom was swinging her baton around in full swing, and a slew of strange goblins appeared in an inexhaustible stream. It was like she was dancing with her weapon in her hand, waving it left and right. Hanul noticed this and didn't realize what exactly was going on as he suddenly remembered. Like that day, Gwanak had told him that goblins could create anything with their imagination and a club. The Gwanak then clarified that it wasn't exactly like that. More precisely, their ability was to embody the images of their imagination. But the main point was that goblins do not think about the details of fantasy and do not imagine something specific. Rather, they act on instinct. In addition, all goblins are born with impressive physical strength and strong bodies, and if they had more intelligence, they would have already subjugated the world. Hanul realized that her level of imagination was far greater than those squishy pics were capable of embodying. The young man realized that the goblin tribe leader was on a completely different level. The Hitai pup was still handling his opponents for now, but Hanul needed to make a decision on how to proceed. As he looked around, he remembered the barrier and thought he should have used it. But at that moment, the young man heard a voice addressed to him, asking where he was looking. Hanul only had time to turn his head at the voice before Sodom struck him with her club. With the same smile, she asked if the guy still had time to be distracted. Hanul, who had managed to set his mystical bamboo fan to the baton, stared into her eyes. His hands were trembling. She was very strong. At that moment, a horned demon with a flute flew up to Sodom and directed his melody at her. She had to dodge, and she released the grip Hanul had on her. Swinging her club once more, she ordered her goblins to attack. A new batch of made-up goblins appeared, and all of them headed towards Hanul lying on the ground. He withstood the blows that hit him and didn't even use a fan. He sat on the ground at the edge of the protective barrier, holding his mystic bamboo fan in his left hand. Sodom approached the young man and asked if this was all he could do. Summoning another batch of goblins, she ordered him to scream and beg for rescue. Chief Sodom's made-up goblins were already flying at their enemy. She was pleased with what was happening and anticipated how she could seal him up like that bear right after he screamed. The goblins were quite close now, and Sodom was eager for Hanul to scream, but he remained silent. The second the attack nearly crushed him, he looked up and said he didn't understand what was so funny about the situation. And behind his back, huge ents appeared in an instant. Each of them held a huge pot in his hands. A giant pot of freshly cooked red bean porridge. Sojum, who had almost already seen closing the gourd on her belt sharpening. Hanul couldn't believe her eyes. And right in front of her, one by one, the ents began to remove the covers. And in an instant, all at once, everyone spat out the contents of the pots in her direction. From the horror of it, Sodom screamed. The leader of the goblin tribe continued to scream until at one point, some gurgling sound interrupted her. And it didn't disappear into thin air, leaving behind only a belted pumpkin, which fell to the ground with a thud and rolled on the ground. Hanul walked over to her, took her by the throat, and realized why she was so eager for him to scream. The young man picked up the pumpkin vessel and said that Sodam had fallen into her own trap. Guy twirled the vessel in his hands, removed the spigot, tapped it, and called for Gwanak to come out. A slightly howling sound began to emanate from the vessel, and a trickle of light pulled from the neck. Finally, the joyful bear showed up and rushed toward Hanul, shouting that he knew the boy would save him. Gwanak was almost crying with joy and said that Hanul should be punished because he was the reason the bear had to be a pet toy. Hanul asked the bear if he knew how much time had passed. Gwanak replied that it was about 150 days. The flow of time was different, but not very different. From all appearances, Hanul had to leave as soon as possible. He took the pumpkin and turned it over, telling everyone to leave. Various creatures came out of the gourd one by one, including the goblin leader and those goblins who tried to break the barrier with pickaxes. Hanul, with Gwanak on his shoulder, leaned over to Sodam and asked if she knew where the seven-pointed sword was now. The leader of the goblin tribe lifted herself up on her hands and looked at Hanul. She said the boy was too small and his shoulders were narrow, and everything about him is small. Hanul tried to explain to her that he was actually taller than average and that his height didn't matter at all. Sodam sat down on the ground and leaned on her arms. She said he was right and height didn't matter. Her mom used to tell her the same thing, but she always thought it was bullshit. But right now, he had the upper hand. He seemed smart to her and his looks were quite attractive, and so she made her decision. Sodam sat opposite to Hanul so that her eyes were at her eye level and asked him to become her husband. No one expected such a turn. There was silence. Time itself seemed to stand still. Hanul had no answer but to ask what. And Gwanak had only one thing on his mind, that if the young man got married, he would be the one to officiate. The bear thought for a moment that it might even be for the best. Hanul remained silent. Finally, the guy came into his senses a bit and had no choice but to ask Gwanak what was going on. The bear asked the young man if he had not heard the story the goblin had told. Hanul remembered that King Gwenchogo promised them that a man with a sword would come who would be a worthy match for the chief, but never came. There was a story about a man sent by the king of Gwenchogo. The man was Puck Hanul, pissing a seven-edged sword, and there was only one conclusion. Hanul's wedding was coming up. The boy was horrified and asked if the bear meant that he should marry her. Gwanak replied that he would take care of the ceremony. But the man who was to come is no longer alive, and Sodam was the daughter of the past chief. Hanul shouted and Gwanak said he had nothing to do with it. Gwanak added that Sodam probably did not share Hanul's logic. She looked upon him as her husband. Hanul tried to calm down, telling himself that it wasn't time yet. The groom, that is, Park Hanul, had to pull himself together. Hanul was approached by an ent with a pot of porridge, and the lad asked Sodam where the seven-edged sword was now. He threatened her that if she didn't tell him right away, she would eat nothing but red bean porridge for the rest of her life. He took her face in his hand and brought the spoonful of porridge to her mouth. Sodam gritted her teeth. She replied that the guy could do whatever he wanted to her, but she wouldn't tell him anything. And Sodam added that she wouldn't give him the sword until they had 3 beautiful, wonderful children. Hanul stood his ground and said it would be as she wished, and ordered Entu to dump the mush on her. Sojam was unconscious. Gwanak quietly told Hanul in his ear that his methods did not seem right to him. Bear went on to say that goblins are terribly stubborn creatures, and to change their minds you have to try very hard. Gwanak asked if the guy had any reason not to get married, and reminded him again that he could perform the ceremony. It was as if the goblins were trapped here and so were only young. Perhaps for that reason they didn't realize their full power. After all, even that pumpkin vessel was made of gold and was a treasure of the highest rank. If they possessed such an item, then their clan was no ordinary clan. Gwanak told Hanul that since he was a celestial, he could live at least 100 years, and in 100 or 200 years they would gain power, and then he might regret it. And this could happen even tomorrow. Hanul looked at Sodam, who lay unconscious on the ground. The young man pondered Gwanak's words. He thought that perhaps the bear was right in saying that goblins should not be underestimated, and instead of intimidating them, maybe we should have tried to subdue them. I just had to figure out how. And at that moment, Hanul had an epiphany. The young man smiled happily. Some time passed. Sodam, who was lying on the ground, opened her eyes. When she moved, she found she was tied up. She struggled to get free and screamed. She couldn't understand what the young man was trying to accomplish by such means, and suddenly, she saw something that caught her attention. A table was set up right in front of her and there were 2 plates of food. She only had time to ask what it was when Hanul came up to her and asked if she was awake. Sodam proudly declared that whatever he did to her, she would not say anything until they were married. Hanul replied that it didn't matter. Hanul picked up a plate and took out chopsticks, saying that he should eat first and only then would he think. Intentionally slow, the guy picked up 1 rice cake with his chopsticks, and still as slowly and savoring the moment he put it in his mouth. He purposely bit down on its edge and pulled his chopsticks to the side to demonstrate how resilient it was. Slowly chewing the cake, Hanbal said that it was the perfect combination of soybean paste and rice cakes, and that it was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. Sodam looked at this sight and tears even glistened in her eyes, and her mouth filled with saliva that almost started dripping. She shouted that she wanted to eat it too, but Hanbal, as if not hearing her, continued to praise the taste of the patties. Sodam shouted very loudly that she was also very hungry, and Hanul put 1 cake in her mouth with the words, "Here you go." Sodom fell silent. She closed her mouth and began to chew slowly. Tears filled her eyes again, and she almost moaned at how delicious it was. After swallowing the rice cake, she asked for another one and almost demanded to be given another piece again. Hanul was extremely satisfied seeing the Goblin Chief's reaction. A devilish smile appeared on his face, and he defiantly tipped the plate with all the pies that were there right into his mouth in front of Sodom. She called him a horrible man and added that he did not think that she would refuse to marry him because of such a thing. Sodom continued to talk about the children. After chewing the pies, Hanbal said with a satisfied look that it was very tasty and there were only 2 pies left. Tears came to Sodom's eyes again, and she said since he didn't want 3 children, they could settle for 2 boys and a girl. Hanul pretended not to hear anything and popped 1 pie in his mouth, saying there was only 1 left. Sodom was almost already sobbing and agreeing to at least even 1 daughter. Hanul opened his mouth with a satisfied face and slowly pulled the last rice cake into it. Tears spurted from Sodom's eyes. She saw everything in slow motion. At the last moment, she couldn't stand it. She bowed to him still sobbing and screamed that he should at least let her get married. Hanul still, with the same devilishly satisfied face, was happy that he was able to achieve the result he wanted. Looking at Sodom, he stated that he agreed to the wedding, but only when he wanted to because he couldn't do it now. For Sodom, it meant that he might not marry at all. Then Hanul answered no and assured her that he would marry in 100 years, for it was not a long time for her. But in return for her patience, Hanul said he would give them corn tortillas that remained lying around. He said he would teach them how to grow the ingredients for them and teach them how to cook them properly. Sodom joyfully declared to her husband-to-be that it would be a wedding present. Hanul agreed. After all, what was the point of his getting married when he would be 120 years old? Hanul and Sodom stood in front of the chest. The boy asked if it was treasure or something else. Sodom replied that it was something very beautiful that she had gotten from her mother. She rather wanted to find it to show her future husband, and finally finding it, she happily held out her hand to Hanul, holding something in it. She told the young man to take it. Hanul and Guanak didn't realize what was in front of them. Sodom opened her fist and said it was her dowry from her mother. They were cones like in a fairy tale. The tale told of a kind old man with a terrible lump on his face who met a goblin, and the goblin traded his lump for riches. But there was another old man who was angry and greedy. He was jealous of the first and came to the goblin, but instead of riches, he only got a second lump. You can check out Hanul's rice cakes recipe here. Sodom put 2 lumps in Hanul's hands and said that it was her dowry for the wedding. She then sat down on the ground and ate corn tortillas while Hanul and Guanak discussed what had happened. The young man asked the bear if these were really the same cones. Guanak replied that yes, they were, and apparently they were very valuable. Bear said that in fact the main character of this folktale was a famous Korean singer of that time. Hanul didn't know about it. The young man was sure that it was a common folktale. The real story was that goblins giving people what they dreamed of always took away their main talent, whether it be a talent for carpentry or a talent for singing. The goblins were honest in their intentions. They came up with a way to take even something intangible that couldn't be touched or seen. So these bumps were proof that people who were in a difficult life situation were capable of doing anything to solve the problem. That was the value of those bumps, the price that was paid for them. Guanak stated that these bumps are huge and Hanul just has to pin them on himself. Hanul took one in his hands and thought about the fact that since they were a good item, it had to be okay too. The guy turned around and called Sodom by name. She answered and said he could call her sexy. Hanul asked her if she knew where they came from. She said she got them from her grandmother, who had gotten them before she came to Korea. Guanak explained that this happened during the reign of King Shasan. It was a very loud but very kind time. Hanul glanced at the lump and Sodom continued that in any case their first owner was a healer. He was a renowned master medicine maker and was well versed in acupuncture. But one day while traveling, an overbearing man forced him to treat an incurable disease and afterward imprisoned him in a cell and starved him. In fear for his family, the healer gave his lump to his grandmother to protect and hide them. Hanul came to love being a healer, because when he tried to make medicine from the prescription in Gumijinen's book, he hit a dead end. While the young man was daydreaming about how he was going to solve the problem, with that cure, Sodom noticed that the second lump belonged to the warrior, who was skilled in martial arts and horseback riding, but his vanity ruined him. One day he took his beloved with him to the battlefield, and when the situation was beyond his control, he gave his bump to save his soulmate. Hanul and Guanak couldn't believe their ears, and Sodom continued with her mouth full that it was the only time he had ever sacrificed anything for another. The young man grew sad upon hearing the story of the second bump. The guy had nothing to lose, but this story disappointed him. The image of the second owner suited him better. Finished with the corn tortillas, Sodom rose to her feet, asked if she could start. With a slightly misunderstood and unsure look, Hanul answered her positively. And at that moment, he saw that Sodam had picked up her baton and was swinging it with all her might. Her eyes shone and a mysterious and enigmatic smile appeared on her face. The club had reached its goal. The young man grabbed his head with his hand. His fingers groped the skin beneath his hair. However, Hanul realized that he didn't feel any pain at all. Sodam happily explained that it was because she had done it, and Hanul didn't understand how it could be after such a blow. The boy tried to feel the change, but there was nothing. Sodam said that when the moment came, he would have the opportunity to use his talent. Sojam happily ran to see if there was any more food left, and Hanul turned around. The young man slowly walked over to the wooden box and stood in front of it. He opened the drawer containing the seven-pointed sword and said it was time to take what they had come here for. Looking at the treasure, Hanul said that usually this level of items had self-awareness, and from the looks of it, this one would be very arrogant. It was also worth noting that Hanul's base attribute was wood, which was the opposite of the sword's attribute of metal. Gwanak carefully reminded Hanul that he should be careful and that he shouldn't overdo it. The young man was very excited. He stood silently looking at the sword, which was still lying in the box and had fiery streams of energy coming from it. Hanul was obliged to try it. The young man raised his hand over his sword and concentrated his energy. Mentally, Hanul summoned the sword into his hand, and finally the blade obediently fell into his palm. The young man gathered all his willpower and channeled it to subdue the sword and subdue him. However, the seven-edged sword stubbornly resisted its new master. But Hanul didn't give up and continued to persistently concentrate. The glow of the sword began to change. The young man did not retreat, and at this moment, hieroglyphics began to appear on the sword. Gwanak, who was very worried that Hanul would overdo it with the sword, saw that he had changed. Normally, he had a smirk on his face, but now his expression became angry. A warrior spirit appeared behind Hanul's back. The guy held the seven-edged sword firmly with both hands, and it finally started to give way. His glow calmed down, and Hanul let go of one hand, enjoying the fact that he had finally calmed down. Gwanak was amazed at how Hanul had managed to subdue the sword by sheer force of will. He had only heard of people using it to subdue an enemy before. The young man thought about how at some point he had felt a clear feeling and confidence that he would succeed in subduing the sword. Hanul looked at his hand and thought that perhaps this was how the warrior's talent manifested itself. The young man holding the sword in his hand was pleased with what had happened and how it had ended. He smiled dazzlingly and looked at Gwanak and said that now it was time for them to go back. It had been quite some time since the day Hanul had subdued the seven-pointed sword. Gwanak held the huge glass firmly in his paws and enjoyed the delicious drink. Hanul sat at his computer desk and drove his mouse from side to side. The Fire Mountain God and a young man were sitting in an internet cafe in Korea. In the beginning, they wanted to go to Mount Gwanaksan. Hanul was full of energy after using the sword. But by the second time, there was almost no energy left because he had spent it all in the battle with Sodom. They stayed in a village near Mount Gwanaksan. Sodom wanted to go with him but could not leave her subjects without a leader. 7 months had passed since the Tokto battle was never finalized, but people were still discussing it on the internet. The headlines said that there were still no answers to people's questions, and people continued to question what might happen after the intervention of the North Sea Dragon Sons in the battle. On the same day, the representatives of the Japanese and Korean side said that their battle had been interfered with, and the representative of the Dragon Palace stated the opposite. But 7 months later, the Dragon King suddenly announced that he had made a mistake due to false data. However, both sides knew it was a lie. Gwanak asked what the dragons of the other seas were saying. Hanul replied that they had not expressed any position, but it looked like they supported the Eastern Sea. Bear continued to drink the cocktail through the tube and said that the position of the dragons of the Eastern Sea is clearly ignored. The three Dragon Kings don't get along, but they've always been united when it comes to humans or celestials. Gwanak said the East Sea's provocation would not go unheeded. After pondering the bear's words, Hanul thought that the dragons of the Northern Sea were partly to blame themselves. In the discussions, people also wondered where the seven-pointed sword disappeared to. According to rumors, Beowulf told the Northern Council that he would stay on the Korean peninsula to participate in the war in the East Sea. Hanul remembered the Guardian's oath he had heard at the talk and thought that was the reason for his action. Beowulf had enough power to calm the resonance of the seven-pointed sword, and so they had to be careful because he was looking for it. After reading another article, Gwanak exclaimed that the East Sea had been cornered, because even people were talking bad about them. A message appeared on the screen saying that the computer session had expired. Hanul stood up and put his hands on the table. Gwanak looked at him and asked what the boy was going to do now. After a little thought, the young man replied that it was time for them to go to Mount Gwanaksan at last. If he just came back now, it would raise a lot of suspicion because he was probably on the missing persons list. So the best solution was to observe the situation from afar. And at the same time, we had to take care of the peach tree. Gwanak said he liked the idea because he wanted to check his main body because he was worried he had stopped feeling his energy. Hanul asked how long it had been, and the bear replied that it had been since they had entered the goblin world. He had hoped that things would be better when he returned, but no. Hanul was horrified to learn that Gwanak had been out of touch with his main body for 7 months. The young man couldn't understand why it had taken Gwanak so long to say anything about this very important issue, and without waiting for an answer, he said they were going to mount Gwanakson right now. After a while, Gwanak and Hanul stepped behind the protective barrier. They both looked up and opened their mouths in surprise because they saw something they hadn't expected. On the branches of the peach tree were huge beehives. They were approached from all sides by bees buzzing loudly. They crawled around the hive for a while and then flew away again. Hanul and Gwanak's head froze as they stared at the amazing sight that appeared before their eyes. Gwanak asked how the bees were able to get here through the protective barrier, and Hanul said with a little concentration that it wasn't like the barrier had weakened. Saying he noticed something strange, Gwanak jumped off Hanul's head and onto the ground. Digging his paws into the foliage, the bear reasoned that maybe the bees had broken through the barrier, but maybe the tree had summoned them. Hanul watched what Gwanak was doing, who was sitting on a pile of leaves and going through them. He scattered leaves right and left, getting deeper and deeper into the pile. And at some point, he stumbled upon what he was looking for. Hanul was horrified to see it. At that very second, the bees that were flying near the tree started getting bigger. Hanul was still trying to get Gwanak's advice on what was going on and didn't notice the bees approaching them increasing in size. Finally, when the shadow of one bee didn't cover them, he looked up and saw. Gwanak was still standing there with his mouth open. In a pile of leaves lay Gwanak's body, over which he himself stood. Hanul looked at the bees, and they were already above their heads. And at that moment, they all at once, like a writhing cloud, flew into an attack on the young man. Hanul barely had time to wave the shinobi scroll and put the tube in his mouth. The young man was surrounded by puffs of smoke, and Japanese demons with guns appeared behind him. The young man ordered them to shoot the bees, and they obeyed the keeper of the scroll. The Japanese demons' attacks flew at the bees, and each one hit its target. But more and more bees took the places of the fallen, and they continued to fly forward. Hanul looked at all the new bees coming in and saw that even the cannons couldn't handle them. Holding the pipe in his teeth, the guy thought about what he needed to do to deal with this humming yellow-black cloud. At this moment, the space around the young man began to glow with a fiery light. And finally, a huge bear with eyes shining with fire showed up. The bear roared loudly and stood up on its hind legs and called out to the body that was lying in the foliage. The fire blazing around the god of the mountain burned the bees that flew up to him. Hanul called out to Gwanak, and the bear replied that bees can be easily burned with fire. But if he tries to burn the hives, he could damage the peach tree. And in each nest, there was another bunch of bees. So they were in a vicious circle. Bear menacingly asked the young man if there was another way to end them. Hanul took a drag on his pipe and thought about how the safest way to deal with the bees was to use. The guy opened his eyes and looked at the bodies of bees lying on the ground. The young man didn't understand how they could be dead if there were no wounds on their bodies. Hanul thought about what he had done, and his eyes grew larger with wonder. He finally realized that Gwanak digging through the foliage found his main body. Bear explained to him that there was no need to worry because if something happens to the main body, the copies can restore it. And he scared Hanul because he likes to scare him a lot. The guy frowned and took out his fan and said that it was time for the Hetai puppy to go for a walk. Gwanak realized he was being threatened. A new batch of attack bees were already quite close to the heroes. The bear stood closest to them, and at that moment Hanul called his name and he turned around. Hanul held his treasure pouch in one hand and shouted to Gwanaku to move aside. The young man pulled a seed from the pouch and pointed it with his hand in the direction of the bees. These seeds, flying in the air, began to ignite little by little until they turned into something like pomegranates. They hissed in the air and smoked, releasing acrid smoke around them. Hanul, at the same moment, managed to grab the handle and shove it into the ground with force. And the young man managed to create a protective barrier exactly the second the bees got to him. Hanul sat down on the ground and exhaled in relief. He was out of reach of the bees and could relax. Gwanak lay on the ground beside him, and the young man was glad they had gotten beyond the barrier in time. The bear looked up and said that he still didn't know where the bees had come from, but he had one guess. There was a story about a queen bee who grew something called gumobong on Gongyunsan Mountain. Hanul didn't understand, and the bear said that it had been a long time since they had been seen, and there was no reason for them to appear now. The young man suggested that it might be related to the peach tree, which was a symbol of youth and immortality, the tree of life. Maybe there were still bees here from that time, or they could have been in another place but smelled the tree and flew in, or they were from another dimension altogether. By now, the smoke inside the barrier had cleared and the heroes knew how to get rid of the bees. Hanul and Gwanak rose to their feet. The young man smiled enigmatically at the sight of the tree and motioned for Gwanaku to come inside. Quite a bit of smoke was still flying in the air near the tree and nests. Hanul picked up one of the fallen hives and it opened in his palms. He and Gwanak, who was sitting on his shoulder, were very surprised that the honey inside was not ordinary honey but filled with yang energy. Gwanak was mesmerized by the honey and said that if he ate it, his body would be filled with strength. Hanul handed him half of it and told him to hold it. The young man scrutinized the other half of the hive. He thought about the fact that this honey was peach honey, but it smelled just like regular honey. Hanul remembered that he had read a lot of useful information in Jemme Jinin's book. The young man gently groped the honeycomb with his fingers and finally found what he was looking for, a honeycomb with maggots. While Gwanak was eating honey from his half, the boy decided that since the larvae were alive, he should move them elsewhere. Hanul scooped up some honey and scrutinized it carefully. It definitely contained many useful substances that could help him in the future. The young man was very curious what effect it would have on him and put a small drop of honey in his mouth. An active substance in the form of royal jelly immediately entered his body, which cleansed the dragon's head and filled the body covered with scales with power. At this moment, Hanul tasted that honey and his face creased. The boy thought that since it was honey, it would be sweet. Gwanak heard him and questioned what he said. The bear rose to its feet and holding half of the hive in its paws, approached Hanul. He noticed that the young man's head was glowing and told him so. Hanul looked a little embarrassed and then pushed his hair back with his hand, revealing his horns. The very horns that had recently appeared on his head exuded an even, calm glow. Gwanak was greatly surprised and asked where he got them from. Hanbal replied that they had appeared after he had accepted the pearl. Gwanak shouted that it was nonsense and that the two events had nothing to do with each other. Hanul said that something else strange had appeared on his body and that he noticed it when he was changing clothes. The bear looked closely at the green spot on Hanul's side and said that it was strange that he had gotten it. The young man asked if it could be related to the dragon pearl, and the bear replied that there was more to it than that. Dragons are creatures that are born from water and only after years of training are reborn. But human nature is different, and to get stronger people use different methods. And at that moment, Gwanak said that Hanul had become a dragon even though he was human before. The bear was silent. He couldn't find the right words to explain himself. Finally, the young man heard what Gwanak had been meaning to say for so long. He said that Hanul was now a real monster, which meant that it would now be difficult for him to live like a normal person. Hanul said that he was then forced to accept the pearl. But dragon horns and scales had their advantages. Then when the guy ate the honey, the dragon parts grew, and if he had been a normal guy, nothing would have happened. And now no one knows, and maybe even someday, Hanul will become a real dragon. The young man thought about what Gwanak had told him. Hanul looked at the half of the hive with the larvae and thought about the fact that since the horns had already responded, it meant he should have been taking royal jelly regularly. And if you leave the larvae alone, after some time they will grow, and when this happens, you can collect more royal jelly, and it will have a constant supply. However, the larvae have not yet grown. The young man wanted to learn a new technique. Gwanak was surprised at this conclusion. Hanul was very lucky that the first elixir he took was guachin extract, because when his base awakened, it was inexplicable. But after Hanul learned new techniques, his foundation changed. Therefore, he only had to absorb elixirs that only possessed the attribute of wood, which was not efficient enough. Therefore, if he were to learn other techniques, he would be able to absorb other elixirs as well. Gwanak said that was a very good idea, but where to get the new techniques? Hanul replied that he already had them. The young man opened the treasure pouch and took out a scroll of shinobi and techniques of Jinin and Qianwan's disciples. And since Hanul still needed to hide, he had the opportunity to try them out. Gwanak asked where he was going to start. Hanul took the shinobi scroll in his hand, said that this would be ideal to start with. The young man smiled happily holding the shinobi scroll in his hands and anticipating learning a new technique. He already had 3 items with the attribute of metal, including a 7-pointed sword. Gwanak praised Hanbal for planning everything and said that since they were in a safe place, they could start. Hanbal said something was bothering him. The young man reminded Gwanaku that he had never been able to get the jade bowl, and now to get her for himself, maybe he should have contacted Diok. Gwanak said that Hanul's failure to get her meant nothing and doesn't understand why it bothers him at all. Hanul asked the bear why he was so serious. Gwanak replied that the young man should have learned to see the world more broadly. Gwanak knew what the flute was, and he said that if they got it, it didn't mean it would solve all their problems. And there was no need to risk her life now for the first person she met. Hanul remembered seeing the injured Diok off after their attempt to get the jade bowl and thought sadly. Gwanak said that the guy shouldn't act stupid now and that he could always find someone to do everything for him. Hanul couldn't believe his ears and re-interrogated the bear. He asked Guanak if he knew anyone who could help him with this, and the bear realized he had blabbed and said too much. Guanak got angry and said that even if Hanul gets the flute, he will not use it and will give it to Diok. Hanul smiled happily and declared that the bear was wrong, and actually, he planned to keep the flute for himself. The bear was skeptical of the young man's words and interrogated him. Guanak eyed her suspiciously, while Hanul talked about how he honestly wasn't going to give her to her brother Diok, because there was no reason for him to do that. After all, he was going to use it against the Dragon Palace, and that ultimately meant the same result. Guanak relaxed a little and said he was willing to help. Hanul got excited and said he was the best. Bear said he would introduce him to Master Hwadok Jigun, who had long served his older sister and nephew. But to do that, he and Hanul had to go to Mount Kuwolson, which was in North Korea. Hanul had an epiphany. North Korea, Bear's sister, all this reminded him of some story. The boy asked what Guanak's sister's name was, and he said she had no name. He, as a spirit of the mountain, inherited her name, but his sister was not a spirit. But his nephew was usually called Tangun Wang. He was one of the 3 leaders along with Lady Yuhua, who ruled the Korean peninsula. He still rules Asadal near Mount Kuwolson in Hwanghae Namdo province. Hanul caught himself thinking that he never thought he'd ever make it to North Korea. After a while, Hambo looked at the mountain and thought that it really deserved to be called the sacred mountain of the Korean people. The young man followed Guanak in human form and looked around for Asadal. Guanak turned to him and told the boy not to get his head in the clouds. Hanul tiredly asked when they would get there already, and Guanak replied that they were already here. Hanul couldn't believe his ears and began to look more closely before him. Finally, the young man saw before him 2 statues of immense height with faces. One of the heads asked loudly and menacingly who dared to come here, and stated that Asadal did not accept uninvited guests. Looking high above herself, Guanak said to betray her that a red bear from Mount Guanakson had come. The head asked to wait a second, and Guanak hurried her up and ordered her to remove her disguise. Hanul looked at Guanak and thought about how he always thought of him as a cute bear, and now he looked very proud and noble. But while he was thinking about Guanak, he realized what he was talking to the statue about. The young man began to feel dizzy and kept thinking, why discuss disguises? For a moment, Hanul opened his eyes and an incredible picture appeared before his eyes. Down in the valley, directly in front of him, was a huge village. There were many people walking in the street. Merchants were chatting with customers. A cat sat next to a man. The children frolicked and ran around playing catch-up outside, laughing loudly and shouting with joy. The village was hidden behind a barrier, and Hanul thought that everyone here was a celestial, but Guanak replied that this was not the case. Before Asadal disappeared, they took in all those who wished to stay, but the main rule was that their rights to life and death belonged to his nephew, and these people were their descendants. Hanul chuckled involuntarily at Guanak's wording and sarcastically pronounced heaven on earth under the rule of a chief. While the young man was putting on the mask, several people approached them from outside. The man in the middle greeted Guanak, and they all bowed their heads in respect. The man stood just ahead of the 2 women. Guanak asked where his sister was now. The man replied that she was waiting for him in the abode of grace and asked who was the man behind him. Guanak replied that it was his servant. The man kindly pointed in the direction with his hand and invited the travelers to pass. A few minutes later, they were all walking down the street of the village. Guanak and Hanul were walking a little behind. Hanul heard the man say they had arrived at the location. The young man looked at the entrance to the abode of grace and did not understand why such a place was located in such a wilderness. For very near them was a splendidly beautiful and large palace. A girl came out of the gates of the cloister to meet the guests. The man who had escorted Guanak and Hanul bowed his head. The young woman's name was Unyo. Hanul had time to think that she was very different from Lady Yuhua, even though they shared the same godmother. She thanked the man for seeing her brother and the guest off, even though he was very busy. The man said it was his job. Then he bowed again and said it was time for him to leave, leaving the 3 of them. Unyo looked at her little brother and said sadly that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Guanak stood silent and looked down at his older sister, until at some point Unyo lunged at him, saying that it had been too long. She hugged her little brother tightly and asked how he could be separated from her for so long. Unyo stroked Guanak's head and said that he had traveled a very long way to return and so should rest. And Guanako's soft, supple body sank into her older sister's arms. Hanul's face distorted behind the mask. He had not expected to see such a sight and became furious. The young man immediately reached for his weapon, but Unyo stopped him, saying she was just putting her brother to sleep for a while. Hanul stopped and froze. He had no idea what was happening before his eyes. Unyo continued to speak and said that Guanak was her only relative left since she became a successor of Grace. So she demanded he answer why the dragon claimed to be her brother's servant as. The young man clenched his jaws with tension and reached a hand toward the mask on his face. Taking it off, he said he wasn't a dragon, but was more properly called a monster. A while later, Hanul and Unyo were sitting and having a conversation. Gwanak slept peacefully on his sister's lap, and Hanul told her the whole story and how they ended up here. Unyo stroked her little brother's head affectionately, and after Hanul finished his story, she nodded. She looked up at the guy and said it bothered her that he told her absolutely everything, and asked if he thought she knew too much. The young man looked completely calm and closed his eyes, and then glancing at Unyo replied that Gwanak was very aware of Hanul's predicament. But no matter what, he brought him here even though they had to hide his identity, which meant he trusted his older sister completely. Uno's hand stroked Gwanak's again. Sestar Gwanaka pointed out that Hanul has a lot of potential, but here is not who they were looking for. The young man could not believe what he heard. He was very surprised and disappointed. Unyo said that the man they were looking for hadn't lived in Asadala for a long time because he didn't like crowded places. But because Hanul cared for Gwanaka, he would make him a flute if he brought him a small gift. Hanul was worried, but it turned out to be better than he thought. Then he thought that since Jingong hadn't lived here for a long time, Gwanak must have known about it, but then why did he bring him to this place? At that moment, Unyo uttered what Hanbol finally realized. In her opinion, Gwanak was going to ask Hanul to join Asadal. The young man was very much surprised at what he had just heard. Unyo clarified that it wasn't just to join, but to take the throne that would soon be vacated and enter their clan. Hanul thought about the words about the throne that would soon be vacated, and it came to him. He remembered Gwanak talking in an internet cafe about the East Sea being conspicuously ignored. Now, the young man understood exactly what it was about. The throne of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Looking affectionately at Hanul, Unyo smiled silently at the young man. A short time later, Dam Deok sat across from Lady Yuhua. They were returning from a leaders' meeting. The young man was thoughtfully silent and looked downward. Something was bothering him. Lady Yuhua turned to him and asked him what he was thinking. Dam Deok tried to avoid answering. She asked if he was not happy with the decision that was made at the meeting. And wasn't he raring to lead the offensive against the Eastern Sea? Dam Deok nodded. When the Draken Sons intervened in the battle on Tokto, they caused great damage on land. A great many ordinary people suffered because of them. Dam Deok could not forgive them and could not accept it. They had to be punished for what they had done. However, there was something else bothering him that he couldn't face. It was the children. Lady Yuhua became furious and shouted that he was talking nonsense and asked if he had forgotten what they had done. She shouted that they were enemies and had to disappear without exception, and if Dam Deok mentioned it again, she would take away his rank as commander. Dam Deok bowed his head obediently and quietly replied that he agreed. Lady Yuhua calmed down. She was deep in thought. The reason they'd brought up the subject of a new Dragon King at the meeting was to make room. And if this throne is occupied by a puppet of one of the factions, the consequences could be catastrophic. Fortunately for Lady Yuva, dragons were quite rare, and they had a hard time finding a suitable candidate for the position. Looking out the window of her carriage at the city below, Lady Yuhua thought about the fact that she couldn't let someone else take advantage of it. She had to find the right dragon to control before anyone else. Hanul asked Unyo to help him leave Asadal unnoticed so that no one would know he was a dragon. She was surprised because it would be easier for him to accomplish his goal after ascending to the throne. Hanul explained that even if he ascended to the throne as a member of Asadal, he would still be his puppet. And more than anything, he didn't want anyone else running his life. So in addition to his first request, he also asked Unyo to advise him on his next course of action. He was sure that there was no one among the Celestials who would want to help him in his plans, so he needed the wise counsel of someone he trusted. Unyo looked calmly and silently at the young man bowing his head before her and thought. Finally, she smiled and said that her brother would be saddened by their parting. Hanul raised his eyes and looked at Unyo. He asked what she meant. Unyo calmly replied that she would no longer allow her younger brother to leave these lands. Once upon a time, a very long time ago, her Bart had to leave these lands despite the fact that she was against it. However, he did become the guardian god of Mount Guanaksan and eventually lost everything and became like this. Hanul asked if she wanted to trade her help to him for Guanak, and Unyo said no. She wouldn't have let her brother go even if Hanul hadn't asked for anything. She added that the throne a dragon can ascend to is not only in the seas. It could be formed in places where a lot of water energy is concentrated. Although the level of such a throne would be lower than that of the seas, its energy would still be quite pure. Unyo knew of one such throne. She had a rather close relationship with one Dragon King, and when he was gone, she inherited lands nearby from him. Unyo offered to give them to him so he could take the throne. It wasn't as good as the sea, but it was enough to build up his forces quietly. Hanul glanced at Gwanak and thought he probably needed to leave before he woke up. But the young man really wanted to say goodbye to him. He had become very dear to him. Hanul bowed low and turned to Gwanak and said he would never forget all he had done for him. 3 days later, Hanul held the shinobi scroll in his hands. The young man pulled the edges apart and the scroll tore. Holding the scrap of paper in his hands, the young man looked in front of him and marveled. Hanul felt a very strong and unusual energy in front of him. He could not believe that the throne was on Mount Baekdu, one of the symbols of the Korean people. The young man looked at his reflection in the water and said that he had to absorb the water core of this lake first. The guy took a deep breath and dove into the water, sinking deeper and deeper into the depths of the lake. However, he realized that it was very easy for him to swim and breathe underwater. He felt as if he were a fish. While Hanul pondered if it could be because he had become a dragon, he saw what he was looking for. At the bottom of the lake, right at his feet, was an area that glowed in the deep darkness. The young man felt incredibly powerful. He felt a surge of strength as he approached the place, and he hadn't even touched it yet. Hanul reached out his hand to take the core. The lake core glowed very brightly under his hand. A blinding light filled the space next to him. The young man wondered how strong it would become when it consumed him. But it was as if the core energy was resisting and wouldn't let him touch it. Hanul tried harder and harder. He could feel the core resisting and tried to concentrate on his willpower. The young man was determined to absorb this core and tried his best to feel that desire. Finally, he managed to overcome the resistance. He took the cannonball in his hand and it seemed to pass through it. The guy still kept his fist clenched and the core penetrated deeper into his body. Hanul felt a little strange. He had the feeling that the lake core was merging with the dragon pearl. At that moment, the young man heard a sound that reached him from somewhere above. Before he left Asadal, Unyo told Hanul that soon after he would remove the barrier by absorbing the core. An emoji who senses this will quickly appear in that place. They have trained hard to be reborn as dragons, and they will be strong. Looking up, Hanul said he expected to see them a little later. The young man pushed off the bottom with his feet and swam upward with ease. Before him stood a single emoji whose eyes glowed with a bright scarlet light. Hanul's plan was not to give up, no matter what or whoever was in front of him. The young man took out a 7-pointed sword and swung it around, outlining a circle. Emoji continued to float above him, and the light from the sword mark was right in front of him. His eyes scrutinized and scrutinized whoever had disturbed the lake's energy. And then he attacked. The electric energy flowed toward Hanul, but the circle outlined by the sword acted as a shield. Despite the sword's protection, Young still felt how strong the emoji that was in front of him was. Another jolt of electricity flew towards Hanul like lightning. But once again, the Zakita of the 7-edged sword protected the young man from perdition. At this moment, his second brother appeared beside emoji. He looked like a snake. They were discussing amongst themselves what had happened. One said to the other that it was ridiculous. The other agreed with him. He sensed the dragon's energy in Hanula, but thought that the boy was unable to handle even his own power. According to their plan, the guy wasn't even supposed to take one hit. One told the other it didn't matter. They didn't have long to be reborn. And to speed it up, they needed to eat this man. Imuga's eyes were drawn to the glow. Hanul's sigh billowed at the bottom of the lake, and a pink light spilled around him. Nearby, roots sprouted, and the petals of a peach tree floated in the water. The young man held on tightly with both hands to the trunk and channeled his power through his hands into the tree. The emoji who had been watching stated that it was useless to resist them. The first emoji opened his mouth and told Hanul to savor these petals before his demise. But the young man kept concentrating and channeling his energy. Finally, Hanul raised his eyes and looked at the two emoji brothers. He had a plan. More and more flowers bloomed on the tree one by one, and the petals from them filled the space around them. Holding onto the trunk, Hanul directed the petals into the lightning bolts, and those stopped the streams of electricity. The two emoji brothers couldn't have expected such a thing. All their self-confidence was gradually fading away. The peach tree petals destroyed the Imuga attack one by one. They both aimed their forces at the young man, but neither of their attacks reached their target. And Hanul had already unrolled the shinobi scroll, and demons with guns in their mouths appeared behind him. The snake-like emoji was amazed at how the guy fended off two attacks at the same time and thought he must have some more secrets. He offered his brother to retreat right away, but he was turning his head and didn't see that the first emoji was already flying away from the battlefield. Both emoji headed backwards away from Hanul with all their might, and the boy looked on and didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, the young man coughed violently. He covered his eyes and mouth with his hand. The young man had spent too much effort to absorb the core, but he couldn't leave it like that now, because he got that opportunity in exchange for Gwanak staying with his sister. Emoji continued to move away. Snakehead struggled to catch up with his brother. He yelled at him to wait for him, but at some point he realized something was happening behind him. It was Hanul who was approaching them in full armor, catching up with them. The young man held a seven-edged sword in one hand and a staff in the other. Imuji couldn't understand how the one had gotten so close to them so quickly. They were trying to assess exactly who this guy was that had such abilities and powers. Red-Eyed yelled at his brother that he shouldn't wait and needed to attack him because here the guy couldn't use the petals as a lightning rod. But Hanul had a plan of his own. He held the seven-pointed sword tightly and was already swinging it and outlining the next pattern. Red-Eyed couldn't figure out exactly who he was facing and how to fight him. And finally, he realized that it was useless because Hanbal was as if he was in several places at once and his attacks were unpredictable. Until at some point, the red-eyed man saw the young man's face with an expression of complete confidence and concentration. Finally, his staff reached its target and Hanul stuck it into Imuga's body. The snakehead who saw it all couldn't believe that his brother was smitten. He tried and tried to figure out where this guy with such dragon strength and energy came from. But he knew he couldn't handle him, and the only way for him to survive was to flee. Snakehead was disappointed. He had hoped with all his heart to take the place of the Dragon King. Thinking about all this, Imuji didn't notice Hanul catching up with him as well. The second Imuji was also struck by the staff. Hanul defeated the two Imugas with the help of Chinese black bamboo. In ancient times, it was believed to help in fighting dragons. And if you pierced the dragon's body with it, it began to gradually lose its energy and vitality. Snakehead asked his brother not to fall asleep. Swimming through with tied Imuji, Hanul noticed something curious at the bottom of the lake. The young man saw a gate and a flag at the entrance. Behind the gate was a courtyard with trees. Hanul thought that maybe it was a dragon palace, but he had noticed it before. Perhaps he only appeared when the owner of the lake core approached him. The boy jumped off the bound Imuga. He had to look around. Hanul stepped to the floor and walked forward, but the snakehead called out to him. With tears in his eyes, he told the guy that he was willing to do anything he ordered and begged him to take the cane out of him. He couldn't take the pain any longer. Hanul took hold of one of them with his hand and said he would get them if he answered the question. The young man warned him that if Imuji cheated him, he knew what would happen. Snakehead said he understood. Hanul asked if there was anyone here besides the two of them. Imuji replied that the 5 who guarded the palace were hiding in their lair. Hanul said they showed up right after he removed the barrier and asked how they knew about it. Imuji replied that they were connected to this place. The snakehead's name was Haylock, and his brother Kanbei, and they used to be the servants of the previous owner of this place. But 600 years ago, he was gone. For a long time, he and his brother have been practicing to take over as owner. Hanul thought that since they were servants, they knew the place well and could show them where the valuables were kept. The boy took hold of the reed and pulled it out. He said that now he had to show him the palace. Haylock said that Hanul had missed one staff. Snakehead asked to wait a bit so he could take another form because he would be uncomfortable in this case. And in an instant, the huge snakehead took the form of a young man. He introduced himself and said his name again. Imuji turned around and asked Hanul to remove the fox that was watching over him, but the guy replied that he was only willing to do that when they were done. The young man turned to the palace gate and said, then it was time to start the tour. Haylock looked sadly at his brother who remained lying bound and losing strength. Mentally, he turned to him and told him that they were lucky to still be alive. Hanul shouted for him to hurry up, or he would stick him with sticks again. Haylock hurried after the young man. They entered the first room of the palace together. In the center was a huge staircase, and next to it was a tall statue made of stone in the shape of a dragon. At the far end, after a series of columns, was a door where Hanul headed. Haylock said that the devices and mechanisms of the palace were powered by the energy of the water core, and so Hanul could control them. Although the palace wasn't huge in size, it was built in the Sango era. Until the last owner, no one had succumbed to the Sea Dragon Kings. Hanul was surprised that there were fish swimming around the palace but no water inside. The courtyard was spacious and he thought he could move the peach tree here. The young man together and the Imuji walked further into the palace and reached a large door. The door had a large circular emblem of a dragon on it. Haylock said that behind the door were the treasures of the Palace of Paektu. He added that only the owner of the core can open that door and that's why they are still in the safe house and waiting for him. Hanul smiled and raised his hand up to say it was time to see what was inside. The door obediently opened and the young man saw a large spacious room in front of him. They went inside and Hanul thought that even though no one had been here for a long time, it was pretty clean. Walking a little further, Hanul saw a huge shelf of books that was different from the others. He asked Haylock what it was. The young man reached his hand to the shelf and pulled one book toward him. He realized that the books here were not ordinary. Carefully holding the book by its pages, the boy opened it and looked at what was written in it. Haylock behind his back said that the martial art of the White Sword King technique is recorded here. Hanul thought for a moment and asked how creatures like Imuji should train if they wanted to become dragons. Haylock replied that most of them find a teacher to guide and train them. He and his brother had been trained by a past dragon king. But unfortunately, Master Beck is no longer on Earth, and so he and his brother will never become dragons. Hanul wondered if the former king had taught them his technique. And if what Haylock said is true, then they could become dragons by learning these techniques. Hanul decided that he could use them with his brother in that case and told Haylock that he would give the technique to him. But in return, he had to become his servant. Imuji said he would do anything for that. Hanul said that in that case, he had a first task for him. Haylock had to get ready for the guests. The young man thought about the fact that Haylock's appearance was like that of an idol, and those three brothers sons of the North Sea Dragon looked the same. Hanul wondered if all dragons had that appearance. It was also curious to see what Kanbei looked like in that case. Here you can see roughly what a mystery character might look like. Wadog Jigun sat opposite Hanul in the underwater palace. They were drinking tea. The divine Fire Lord took the cup and took a small sip from it. Hanul was unaccustomed to Jigun showing up directly at his palace. Even though he only had a magnificent level, Jigun recognized the Dragon King, and now he didn't have to be respectful to Lady Yuhua. Jigun asked why the Dragon King, who was supposed to be in the process of rebuilding the palace, had called him to him. After hesitating a bit, the young man reached into his sleeve to pull something out. Hanul held a stick of black Chinese bamboo and said he had a request. Jigun immediately recognized what fell into his hands, and Hanul said he should make a flute for him. Jigun was surprised at such a request and said that the ambition of such a young man was very deep. Hanul raised his hand and said that it was not his plan to use it. Jigun said with a fake smile that he knew how to keep his clients' secrets. Hanul realized that he didn't believe him. After twirling the bamboo a bit in his hands, Jigun said it was the perfect size and he would use all his skill to fulfill the order. Hanul appreciated that he could determine the value at a glance, and it looked like he was indeed a great master. That inspired confidence. And Hanul dared to ask him what had been bothering him lately. Jigun said he would answer the question. The young man reached his hand into his sleeve again and pulled out a sword from there. Performing a deft trick so that the sword described a pattern in the air, Hanul stuck it into the floor. The Divine Fire Lord jumped up and cautiously glanced at the sword. This sword the guy found in the treasury among other items. He seemed strange to the young man, and he decided to get a better look at him. However, as soon as his fingers touched the surface of the hilt, he felt an aura that emanated from the blade, and it greatly confused Hanul. There was no anger or resentment in him, but as soon as he took the sword in his hand, he was overwhelmed with the desire to slash and destroy to see blood, pure evil. Hanul was sorry because he could have used it, but his strength wasn't enough to match the sword. After a moment, Jigun reported that this sword was not from these lands. Before the young man knew it, Jigun walked over and grabbed the hilt with his hand. He jumped up from his seat to stop the Lord of Divine Fire, but he had already pulled the blade towards him. Jigun stood with his sword raised in his hand and stared at him intently. He managed to control him. Hanul was amazed at what he saw. He himself had not been able to subdue the sword even with his best efforts. He admired the true master of his craft, the Lord of Divine Fire. Jigun said the sword was forged by the dwarves of the Northwest. It could give the wielder great power, but if not handled, it would bring death. But it was possible to make a special scabbard, and as long as it was in them, everything would be fine. But whoever took it out would feel all the life that the sword took. At the end, the Fire Lord added that no matter how hard the wielder tries, the sword will only calm down once it has gotten blood. Hanul nodded gratefully and promised the Divine Fire Lord to remember everything. Jigun turned toward the door, and as he left, he said he would let the young man know when his order was ready. A while later, Hanul was sitting in his study studying books. He was pleased to be here. The study seemed to him a nice and spacious place. It was just a pity Guanak wasn't around. He could have used his help. Hanul missed his time as a student. The young man had time to think that while the flute was being prepared, he would not be disturbed, but just at that moment, Haylock entered the office and addressed him. Imuji bowed deeply and announced that the Dragon King had a visitor. Hanul didn't expect anyone to come to him and was very surprised by it. The young man went out into the yard and saw a man standing there. The man turned when he heard the footsteps and asked Hanul if he was the new master of Paektu Palace. The man gave his name. It was Taebek Sonin, the sage of Taebek Mountain. He was from Balsundan, the name of the 8 sacred halls. When the Goryeo dynasty ruled, the monk Myocheon founded the 8 sacred temples. Each had its own deity to whom they brought gifts and asked for prosperity, but it wasn't really like that. The 8 mountains were inhabited by celestials who possessed great power, and so the Goryeo authorities declared these mountains sacred and brought gifts. Soon they were dubbed the sages of the 8 sacred mountains. However, over time they were abolished, but now that the gates of heaven are open again. The Korean government returned the Bolsungdan sages to their status, and the master of the Baektu shrine appeared to Hanul. In other words, the rightful owner of all of Mount Baektu is the immortal Taebek Sonin. Hanul greeted the sage. He apologized for not coming and did not introduce himself to him first. Taebek replied that it was all right. He had just returned from Weiryu. He turned around and pointed to the girl behind him and said that this child was his youngest student and told her to say hello. Shin Soman gave her full name and said that she was Mr. Taebek's junior apprentice and that she was paying her respects to him. Hanul could not believe his eyes. He recognized her. It was a good thing his face was hidden behind the mask and the guy just said it was nice to meet her. The young man pointed with his hand toward the castle and invited them to come with him into the living room. All three of them moved in silence down the corridor, rustling their clothes in the droning silence. Hanul felt the atmosphere around him change. He knew that Shin Soman had been dubbed Tai Bayek's fairy after his recovery. Hanul appreciated that Tai Bayek had shown him favor, but he didn't understand what he wanted. Taebek suddenly asked what his relationship was with Unyo of Asadal. Hanul replied that it was common knowledge that she was the owner of heaven and earth, and he added that even though he got help from her, it was her initiative. Taebek pondered and said that it wasn't enough that the guy had reached a splendid level at such an age and had personally visited the Gate of Grace. He had a close relationship with the successor of Grace. He had never seen a celestial who had achieved such a thing so quickly. Taebek pointed his hand at Somin and said that despite her young age, she had talent and had already almost reached the heavenly level. The sage bowed his head enigmatically and asked how the young man was looking at getting. The Dragon King gave his apprentice some instructions. Hanul hadn't expected to hear such a thing. All three of them sat at the table and drank tea. The Dragon King asked if it could be interpreted as training to build friendships. Taebek nodded and said that by practicing together, they could give each other pleasure. After all, who knows, and this young girl could become the concubine of the Dragon King. The young man was taken aback by such a statement from Master Taebek. He nodded again, as if nothing had happened, and added that this was the point of pair training. Taoist sexual practices were a sacrament, and by properly releasing qi energy, one could bring the masculine and feminine into harmony. This is the only way to achieve the highest path in a short time. Hanul finally realized what was going on. Using Shin Somin, Taebek was going to tame the dragon. This was how the celestial world worked. Hanul apologized to the older man and said that he had no intention of entering into such a relationship. Taebek asked him to take his time before replying. After all, the pair practice could help him a lot, and besides, the dragon could become his son-in-law. The man took a vial from the table and sipped from it and added that he was not one to mistreat his sons. The young man looked at the vial and felt a familiar feeling. He remembered what the sensation reminded him of. The energy of the Gongqing extract was emanating from the vial. Thanks to him, then, the young man was able to hide his inexplicable foundation, but he never managed to find anything similar. And the rarer the extract, the greater its value. Hanul had to get his hands on it. Master Taebek stared intently at the young man who was hiding his face behind a mask. Hanul said that he was already engaged to someone else and he intended to marry her. Taebek replied that practice has nothing to do with feelings. According to him, it didn't matter if there was a spouse. The most important thing was to pay attention to each other. Besides, a dragon was not supposed to be chased. The young man looked at Shin Soman. She sat with her head and shoulders down. She was clearly uncomfortable with this conversation. There were tears in her eyes, but she obediently bowed her head and looked down, until she heard the dragon's voice say it was okay, and deep down, she'd hoped otherwise. Hanul respected Soman but had to get as much benefit as he could. He said he agreed to have a couple's practice with her. A few days later, Hanul sat on the floor in the study of heaven and earth with his arms folded. The young man was as focused as possible on what he sought to create. And finally, he succeeded. He spread his arms slightly apart and a small storm cloud formed between them. The boy was pleased with the result of his efforts. He liked the way he had done it. Now that he understood the principle, he could cause rain using air energy. And when he reaches the 6th stage, he will be able to combine different properties and cause natural disasters, like when Haylock used lightning. The young man thought that it was quite fun and he couldn't wait to reach the 6th step as soon as possible. Hanul held one of the scrolls in his hands, and at that moment, Haylock entered the study and addressed his master. He reported that the young mistress had expressed a desire to join him in the bedroom. Hanul smiled and thought that was great because it was time to use Immortal Taebayek. The young man rose to his feet and told her to come in. Shin Soman stood with her head low and recalled the conversation with her mentor. She tried to convince herself that it was an ancient dragon, and she was about to take advantage of a unique opportunity to become part of the Dragon King's lineage. Taebek told her to understand what that meant and that if she did everything right, she could get the dragon, and reminded her that everything that belonged to her was his, adding that he believed in her and that she would succeed. Soman closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, telling herself mentally that the teacher was right and she should do anything for him. The girl resolutely opened the door in front of her and apologized for the disturbance and her master. But no matter how hard she tried to tune in, what she saw really surprised her. The room smelled of incense, and on the round bed in front of her in the center of the room, with a fan in his hands, was a young dragon king. He was lying sprawled out. The same mask was still on his face. He fanned himself and turned to her. He said he thought the atmosphere should be like that and asked what she thought about it. Somin mentally reminded herself that it was all for the teacher and timidly thanked him for his concern. She was mentally repeating again that it was all for the teacher's sake when she heard the question that she didn't really want to do it after all. The dragon said that you could see from her face that she didn't like it, and it wasn't surprising because a mere mortal wasn't his equal. Even though she said everything she needed to say, she didn't think the Dragon King would give her the most valuable thing. The young man said he could only get the treasure by turning away from the teacher, but then how could she be called Taebaek's fairy? Or was it really all about Taebaek's situation getting worse? Somin clenched her teeth again, but she couldn't help herself and reached for her weapon with the words that no one dare insult her teacher because otherwise they would regret it. But Hanul calmly reached for his magic bamboo fan and swung it. A Heta pup instantly emerged from it, and Hanul got up from his bed and walked towards her, saying that no one compares to the Dragon King. Hate pressed Somin's body to the floor with his paw, and Hanul added that it didn't matter what her teacher thought of him. This was his palace, and he was the Dragon King. Shin Somin tried to get up from the floor, but the huge paw of the Hete puppy held her body tightly. Hanul behind the mask smiled and said that she could do whatever she wanted, but she wouldn't be able to harm him. Somin lowered her head, and her eyes reflected her helplessness. Hanul turned away and told her to follow him, and he would show her another way. The Heta puppy let go of his paw. Shin Somin sat on the floor with her legs tucked under her and didn't understand what was going on and what she should do now. She finally found the strength and followed him into a room where there were many different vessels and coils on shelves and carts. The Dragon King abruptly turned to her and held out a pill in her hand, saying she should eat it. Somin couldn't understand what exactly was going on or why he was giving her this pill. A while ago, when Hanul was preparing to meet Somin, he told Halok that this was a great opportunity to mess with her. Imuji then answered him in agreement and told him that the young man was so beautiful that anyone could fall in love with him. Hanul replied that when he said that about him, he found it hard not to believe it. Somin took the pill from her outstretched hand into her own and tried to get a better look at it. She couldn't expect such a thing because she realized that it was the 8 Treasures Energy Conservation Pill. The girl thought about the fact that it was the most common medicine and she didn't need it now. But a close look at the equipment in this place would suggest that her quality was different, and she should have tried it. Somin decided that she should try it because it couldn't get any worse. She opened her mouth and put the pill in it. If the medicine was prepared correctly, it had no taste or odor, but this pill was very different from the ones her teacher had given her. Her strength increased and the wounds from hate healed. She couldn't believe that such a basic medicine could have such an effect on her celestial level. Realizing what exactly had happened, Somin looked up at the Dragon King and asked what the trick was. He replied that it was all about good ingredients and craftsmanship, and he was an excellent craftsman. Hanul thought about her teacher being a cunning opponent who couldn't be ignored, and Somin, he said he wasn't going to get into a relationship with her. And looking intently at the girl, he asked what she thought about just pretending. Somin felt insecure and asked what would happen if the teacher guessed. Hanul replied that she had not thought about it when she took the pill from him. Shin Somin couldn't believe her ears and was greatly surprised by what she heard. But the Dragon King said that he was just going to keep giving her the medicine in return for the Gongqin extract. Somin thought for a moment. Doubts would be dispelled as soon as the air energy began to rise. She pulled out her pouch and searched in it for the vial and said she agreed, but only on one condition. The Gongqing extract was very valuable and the young man was to let her know when he was going to use it. Hanul grabbed the vial and said that she would cry and run to complain to the teacher if he misused it. The Dragon King continued and said it was time to get down to the real business. The young man smiled wickedly and said the real deal was drinking alcohol. Somin couldn't believe what was happening in her head. She couldn't make sense of what was happening. She thought she had made a terrible mistake. Everything was ready. The guacan extract had been stirred with alcohol and was already in the cup. Hanul reached out his hand, took it, and took a few sips and finished the rest of it. Wiping the remnants of the drink from his lips, the guy thought about the fact that the effect of the drug was diminishing. Licking his lips, he made the decision that it was necessary to increase the dosage. Talking to himself, the young man said that it was enough for practice, but that he needed to add more alcohol. At this point, he was approached. It was Shin Somin. Her face was red and her eyes were hazy. Almost out of control of her body, she reached out and asked for more. She was drunk. Hanul, surprised, asked if she had not already drunk 2 barrels, but she got angry and said she could drink 8. Waving her fist violently, she demanded more alcohol. She demanded guarantees. Hanul asked Halok to take her away. Somin resisted. She became quite upset and started insulting him by calling him a lizard. Somin shouted that he dare not ignore her because she is the daughter of her father, whom she was proud of because he was a firefighter and had a presidential award. Haylock couldn't handle her and calm the rampaging Soman, who continued to scream with tears in her eyes. She shouted that she thought he wouldn't know she was going alone and couldn't finish. Hanul realized that something important was hidden here. The young man realized that she had blurted out something she would never have said if she hadn't been drunk. But Soman was already silent, hanging exhaustedly on Haylock, who was trying to drag her into the chambers. Hanul reflected that in all this chaos he had managed to learn something useful after all. And a little later, he'll figure out how to take advantage of it. The young man held out his hand for a vial of guasine extract, picked it up, and smiled. It was time to finish this case. A few days later, Hanul was carrying a barrel with a lid on it. The young man put her to the second barrel that was already on the ground and thought that now everything should work out. The aroma from the barrels was very strong, and if the heavenly men of soul smelled it, Hanul could be in a difficult position. The young man leaned over to one of the barrels and carefully lifted the lid. A stream of light burst out of the barrel along with a bright fragrance and petals. Hanul covered his mouth with his hand and, blushing slightly, noted that the flavor alone intoxicated him. Inside floated a fig peach, and as a base the young man used bee carcasses to make the drink more sour. Still covering his mouth with his hand, the young man pulled a glass vial from his pocket. He dipped the vessel into the liquid, contemplating whether the drink would be much different, and the flavor alone was capable of driving him insane. At this moment, a man with a sword approached Hanul from behind, and the young man felt him. The young man quickly put the mask on his face and thought about the fact that he didn't even have time to sense this celestial beforehand. The man with the sword started to approach Hanul and said that he shouldn't have been so cautious, because he was just an ordinary passerby who just likes to drink. The young man was surprised that he was approached by an ordinary man and not a celestial. The man asked if Hanul had any objection to him trying the drink, because the flavor of this drink was very tempting to him. At that moment, a jug flew straight into the man's hands, and the man barely had time to catch it. He couldn't believe they were giving him a whole vial and asked if it was all for him, and Hanul asked if he wanted to try it. The man smiled and said that Hanul was a very kind man, and since he had given it to him, he would accept it. And in front of the young man, he tipped the entire jug into his mouth. Hanul watched him carefully. After drinking it all, the passerby declared that it was a divine drink and he had not tasted anything like it for a very long time. The man started to talk about his friend, but Hanul interrupted him and said that he would forget the taste of alcohol forever after his death. The man was amazed that the young man could know such information about him. Hanul folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and apologized for being late to introduce himself. According to the records of Pektugon, this wanderer settled north of Mount Pektu after becoming addicted to Pektugon's alcoholic beverage. Yodong Bin is one of the 8 immortals, a descendant of the Thunder Sword technique who has destroyed countless dragons and conquered evil. Hanul greeted the master of heaven and earth with an immortal sword. Bin said he was on his way to greet the new Dragon King. Since he had lost in a dispute with the past Dragon King, now Hanul was becoming his named brother. Bin told the past Dragon King that he wouldn't drink until the new Dragon King himself gave him a drink, and if he didn't, he would become his brother. Hanul said he was the new Dragon King, and it appeared that Bin hadn't broken the terms of the bet. Bin was ashamed to admit it, but he didn't know who he had made the request to, so it didn't count. Hanul replied that he had kept his word for 600 years. And despite the fact that from the smell alone he realized how precious the drink was, he showed no anger and was quite polite. The man was still disappointed with himself and was very ashamed. Hanul tried to support him, but he stopped the young man. He asked him to call him a real drunkard from head to toe and not to seduce him with sensitive words. Hanul froze in place and fell silent. It seemed that the man planned to keep his word after all. Either Bin was too stubborn or he was too righteous. Hanul said it hurt him to see his elder brother berating himself with such bad words. Instead, the young man suggested that they sit down together over a good drink and honor their ancestors. The man listened carefully to Hanul's words and calmly replied a little, that in such a case he had nothing against the young man's proposal. He thanked Hanul for helping him avoid a lot of inconvenience and offered him his help if Hanul ever needed it. In that case, the young man asked if he could ask Bin for a favor. The astronomical sword technique was an amazing martial art obtained from a sage named Hwaryong Jinin. Legends say he used it to defeat an evil dragon, even with the most ordinary sword if you can master the technique. It was possible to achieve strength far beyond other martial arts. Hanul was also studying swordsmanship and asked Bin to teach him his sword skills. Bin replied that it was never too late to learn. 2 months later, on a full moon at the height of the night, one event began to happen. The shadow of a huge creature with many legs moved smoothly and silently in the darkness. The huge creature was approaching a lonely house standing alone in the woods. The girl hugged the child tightly, tears streaming from his eyes, and told him that everything would be all right. And if they don't move, this creature won't hear anything and will leave. But the many-legged creature heard them, and its head with its many red eyes was already bent over them. It opened its giant maw with teeth as sharp as a blade. A girl with a child sitting in the corner was horrified by what she saw. And finally, crying bitterly, she cried out loudly. She begged for salvation. At this moment, the young man smiled and said that these possessions were beautiful. It was Hanul who had already started his attack on the multi-legged creature. The girl was still hugging the child tightly and couldn't believe that someone had heard her pleas. Hanul stood on the body of the millipede and continued his inner dialogue until he saw the girl below. Two crying children looked at the one who had come to their rescue. The young man could not believe what his eyes saw. He was amazed to see children here. By all accounts, these children were used as a sacrifice. Hanul gritted his teeth in indignation. He couldn't imagine how they could use children who were so small and defenseless. At this moment, the many-legged creature hissed and said, "How dare that one touch him?" It raised its eyes. Saliva dripped from its mouth and it glared fiercely at the young man. With a cry that it was going to tear him apart, it opened its fanged maw again. The children waited in a daze for what was about to happen without daring to move. They saw the young man's body disappear into the mouth of the many-legged monster and realized that even such a strong man could not cope with it, and that meant that no one could save them now. The girl cried and squeezed her eyes shut in fear. She was sure it was the last moment of her and the boy's life, but suddenly something happened. It was Hanul who, with his sword in hand, was already floating in the air and was about to strike at the monster. The monster raised its head to look at the enemy and couldn't understand how it happened. It was sure it had swallowed him, but the young man was focused and was already concentrating. His attack outlined a pattern around the multi-legged monster, causing it pain. But it had no intention of surrendering and was going to destroy the enemy. Twisting rings surrounded the young man on all sides, trapping him. But Hanul already knew what he had to do. He was prepared for this turn of events. Heavenly escape meant an opportunity to escape the gaze of heaven. The monster that intended to devour the enemy a second time realized that there was no one in its trap. If it was possible to conceal one's presence and change the direction of the attack, so was the body in which the power was concentrated. It was also capable of disappearing and reappearing. Invisible, countless attacks poured down on the monster from all sides. The young man practiced his newly mastered technique and finally struck the multi-legged monster. Stepping softly to the ground with his feet, Hanul got down and walked around. Wiping away the sweat, the guy looked at the monster's body that was also falling down. At that moment, Hanul became muddled and covered his mouth with his hand. His stomach was giving slack. The young man's body couldn't get used to it. To teach him that, Bean threw him off the mountain and made him fight monsters at the bottom. But nevertheless, it worked, and now he was training in a place where there were a huge number of monsters. The young man smiled and thought they would all make great fertilizer for him. At this moment, a girl came up behind him and in a quiet voice timidly thanked him for saving her. She addressed Hanul, calling him senior. The young man didn't expect to be addressed that way. The young man asked the girl, wasn't she from Asadal? She said it was true. Even though they had been kicked out, their family had honored the gods for generations. The witches with fans and traditional costumes were hereditary shamans. After a little while, two soldiers who were standing at the post heard a suspicious sound. They both pointed the muzzles of their assault rifles in that direction and asked who was there. In response, powerful streams of water flew towards them from the other side. Drops of water struck the soldiers with precision, and they lowered their weapons and tried to take cover. Hanul, along with the Hete pup, were heading towards the soldiers. The young man thought back to what the girl had told him. Then, as they stood there, he asked if her mother was a shaman. The girl answered that she was. And she told me that when this creature appeared in their village, the villagers began to sacrifice to it. It swallowed up many of the inhabitants and even her father. People were very afraid of it. Then her mother created an iron spear to stand up to the monster. But the soldiers somehow found out about it and stormed the village. And after what they did, her mom was no more. The girl fell silent, and her baby brother in her arms snuggled into her shoulder, crying quietly. Hanul gritted his teeth in anger and thought about what their mother had suffered for simply trying to protect the village. The young man silently approached the crying girl and gently stroked her shoulder. He turned to the children, asking them not to cry. The boy was still sitting in his sister's arms with his nose on her shoulder. Hanul turned to the children and promised that he would avenge their mother. Holding a fan in his hands and clinging to the body of the puppy, who was already quite grown up, Hanul rushed towards the building the soldiers were guarding. The young man ordered the puppy to attack, and it did not hesitate for a second to do so. Hanul watched him and thought about the fact that the pup had been very clear lately in doing whatever he ordered him to do. Perhaps he began to see him differently after Hanul became a dragon, or maybe because he had been lonely lately. Maybe he was used to him and Guanak being together, and now he missed the company. Hate, meanwhile, had destroyed the floor of the building and was already carrying one of the soldiers in the young man's teeth. As he looked at the soldier, he realized that he was not a celestial or even a master. But what was actually in the puppy's teeth was a regular monster masquerading as a human. It had a head and paws like a dog but was the size of a man. The dog-headed man yelled furiously, asking who the young man was since he dared to attack them. Hanul replied that he had come to seek justice for an innocent man and to recover a stolen artifact. The monster realized he was talking about the shaman. Doghead said that if the artifact was taken, the general had it now. These creatures have taken rank and infiltrated the human neighborhood. This monster was dressed in an officer's uniform and took advantage of his position. He manipulated the government and the people to make the villagers fodder for that many-legged monster. The dog-headed man said with a grin that if the guy reacted like that, he had no idea who he was dealing with. Their scouting parties had already reported back to headquarters what had happened, and that reinforcements were about to arrive. Hanul reached up to the ear of the monster pup hanging helplessly in his teeth and gripped it tightly, and loudly ordered him to take him to the den of these scum because he wished to pay them a personal visit. Doghead said that the guy was digging his own grave because he knew that even though the guy was a celestial compared to their main man, he was nothing. Without a second's hesitation, Hanul and the puppy Hate, who was still holding the dog-headed man in his teeth, set off. When demons were fleeing from the celestials of China and North Korea, they settled in North Korea and they were all led by a 1,000-year-old white tiger. Tanga Duryong was a demon who had almost reached the supreme level, and no matter how strong the Dragon King was, he was unable to defeat him. From above the demons, the shadow of Hanul and the Shank Hate swept over them. The young man saw the demons on the ground below him massacring ordinary humans. They tore their flesh with their sharp teeth and clawed paws. Hanul thought that it wasn't enough for them to pretend to be human, but they were openly devouring them. The young man thought it was gross. He pointed his finger at them and prepared himself. Concentrating the energy of the air, the guy started to create a kind of whirlpool out of it. Finally, accumulating enough energy, Hanul released it towards the demons. The dog-headed man watched the scene gloating. He was sure Hanul would fail. Hanul ordered the Hate pup to spit it out, and the dog-headed man stopped chowing down and begged him not to. But the puppy obediently obeyed his master's command, and the dog-headed man flew to the ground from the heights. A huge fist was brought up to strike. The muscular arm was gathering strength. Hanul had to cover his face with his hand from the dust that flew in his direction. A loud growling voice announced that he was wondering what all the fuss was about. A huge white tiger with a scar over his eye said that it was a pathetic little man who had gone mad. Hanul appreciated that he was able to stop his air cloud with a single swing and wondered aloud if he was Tanga. Looking at the guy from the ground, Tonka said that he considered him a lowlife who dared to call his name unceremoniously and that punishment would follow. He waved his hand and ordered his warriors to devour the young man, and after that he was going to taste him himself. A bolt of lightning lit up the sky above what was happening, and a rumble of thunder sounded very close by. The lightning struck first one demon, then a second, and some of them began to look around. The huge bear froze in horror and turned to his general with a slight stutter. The 1,000-year-old white tiger turned around and looked up above him. Finally, he was able to see the source of those pinpoint lightning bolts. It was the two Emoji brothers. Hanul smiled and said softly that after all those battles, he was a little hungry. He turned to Haylock and Kanbei, telling them not to keep him waiting long. And the brothers obeyed faithfully. They carried out their master's task. While Hate's pup was frolicking in the sky, Hanul ordered his brothers to collect all the bodies. Watching what was happening, the young man thought about the fact that Haylock had almost like a real snake devoured all the most valuable things. To Hanul, distracted in thought, footsteps approached from behind. It was Kanbei. He reported that all the spoils had been collected as ordered by the Lord. Hanul nodded contentedly and told him to go first and get everything ready. Kanbei nodded and went on his way. The young man thought Kanbei was funny. When he saw Hanul drinking alcohol, he burst into tears and said that he reminded him of King Baektu's past. The guy headed towards the trophies Emoji had collected and decided to see what was there. Hanul walked over to the cage and looked into it, remembering what those children had told him. It was a higher spirit who fed on iron. He was able to ward off nightmares and evil spirits. He was called Pulgasari. The guy handed him a small piece of metal through the bars and beckoned him over. The young man thought he would relax if you gave him some food. At that moment, Hati came down from the air and approached Hanul and asked him if he was hungry. The puppy looked closely at the caged creature with its huge yellow eyes, and the creature was horrified. Hanul thought they might be friends since they were of the same species. Hate nudged the piece of metal through Pulgasari's bars with his paw, refusing the treat in favor of his new friend. He accepted the metal a little hesitantly. The happy puppy looked at his master, who was pleased at this turn of events. Hate was happy, and he looked at his master with a look that waited for confirmation that he was the best in the world. Hanul affectionately rubbed him behind the ear and told him that he had done well, and was the ultimate troublemaker. And now at least Hate had a new friend who Hanul hoped would at least brighten the puppy's loneliness a little. Two magical creatures were drawn into a mystical bamboo fan, and their images frolicked merrily on it. The young man folded the fan and said that now it was time to go back. A short while later, the Dragon King and the two Imuga brothers arrived at the palace. All of them did not expect to see what appeared before their eyes, because when they left, everything was fine. There were alcohol bottles everywhere, and Soman was sleeping on the floor. Hanul asked if the teacher had left, and Halok said he had to clean up immediately. Soman was lying on the floor, hugging a keg of alcohol and sleeping soundly. The pair of them became great drinking buddies. Hanul thought it was funny because he didn't know who the teacher really was. At that moment, children came running to him from the opposite end of the yard and turned to the older man. They were very excited. The young man apologized for making them worry and said that everything would be all right now. He held out to the girl in his hands the neatly folded woman's clothes that had belonged to their mother. The girl couldn't believe her eyes, carefully picked up some objects and held them in her hands. She cried bitterly, remembering her mother, and tears dripped from her face onto her hands. Hanul appreciated that they treasured these items very much, asked the children what they were. Holding the object in her hand, the girl said it was their family heirloom. Their grandmother got it a long time ago and told the kids that if they kept it, she would help them in their time of need. Hanul felt sorry that in their time of need they didn't have the opportunity to take advantage of it because they lacked the knowledge and skill to read the spell that was engraved on the relic. Hanul crouched down to be level with the kids and said that maybe he could help them use it and asked if he could take the relic. The boy and girl looked at each other, wondering if they should entrust such an important thing to this man. Finally, the girl, holding the jewel of their family with both hands, held it out to Hanul. The young man took the relic left for the children in his hands and looked at it carefully. Calling upon the energy within, he turned to it and concentrated. Hanul placed 2 fingers on his midsection and channeled his energy into the object. A few seconds later, a huge glowing beam burst out of it and headed upwards. The children sitting on the floor lifted their heads up and looked at it in surprise. And a ray of light broke through the water column and flashed a huge glowing ball in the sky. Hanul thought about the fact that it was similar to the signal flash talisman he had once had to use. The young man looked up, seeing the glow in the sky, and wondered. It bothered him whether, after all this time, the person who had given it to the children would remember. At this moment, a huge stream of power broke through the water column from above and struck exactly in the center of the courtyard. Hanul covered his face with his hand, blocking the children from the stream. The young man was surprised that the one who had given the children this relic had appeared so quickly. The figures approached with quick steps from the center to the edge of the courtyard where they were. A female silhouette with long hair stood on the body of a huge snake and looked down on the young man from above. She loudly ordered Hanul to immediately release the descendant of her benefactor. The young man recognized the voice and thought the encounter was unexpected, but aloud apologized for the misunderstanding and offered to listen. The woman on the snake's body was the wilted sakura flower Jaejongbi. The children stood on the floor, holding each other tightly, and looked at her. Finally, she saw them, and tears came to her eyes. She could not believe her eyes. The girl immediately rushed to them and hugged them affectionately. She apologized to them and asked them to come with her. Jaejongbi promised that they would have plenty of food and nice clothes and that she would teach them martial arts. Remembering Hanul, she turned around and asked how she could make it up to him. The boy replied that it was all right and offered her something to eat after the long journey. She insisted, but Hanul blatantly lied and said he had seen her on TV during the battle between Japan and Korea, and it was an honor to meet her. The young man was pleased that she didn't recognize him, because he'd switched to water-based. The wood was rare and might have given him away. The boy asked what she had to do with the jewelry, for she was famous for her powers, and it was hard to believe that the ancestor of these children was a benefactor. Jaejongbi lowered her eyes and briefly wondered if she should tell this man the truth. After the tedious events, the children fell asleep in their bed, still holding each other tightly. Halok and his brother stood outside the door and overheard the girl's account of living as an apprentice shaman in Okugu. Hanul asked if this was the place where Mujosin, the deity, considered the ancestor or progenitor of the shamans, lived. Jaejongbi still bowed her head and replied positively and continued with the story that Princess Bari lived there. Mujosin Bari was considered one of the 3 deities of the Korean peninsula and came right after Lady Yuhua and Tangun Wangum. She was treated as the progenitor of all shamans. She had a difficult life, and like Jaejongbi, her parents had abandoned her. That's why they became close. The girl said that Bari had been very kind to her, and she didn't understand why she deserved it. But when asked to give her the key to the garden, Sochon refused. In response, Jaejongbi got angry and trashed that garden. Hanul guessed the case in question. Jaejongbi said that she would like to revive those creatures to destroy them again. And after that, even though she failed to get the key, she stayed in Okuduka to work off the debt. It was there and then that she met the ancestor of these children. She was a young apprentice shaman from Okuguk Shaman Gemsoni. The girl was very nice and polite. She questioned Jae-jungbi for a long time. And after that, there was a very unpleasant incident involving a key. It was made from a branch of a sacred tree. To fix it, Jae-jungbi wanted to perform a ritual at a waterfall filled with water element and yang energy, but the key disappeared. And while everyone was looking for him, Princess Bari accused Gemsoni of stealing him. When Hanul saw Kanbei in human form, he said that he had changed a lot since their last meeting. Kanbei replied that he had changed his appearance. He had already lived for many years and wanted to match his age. He asked if Hanul wanted to see his real appearance, and the boy answered positively. A moment later, a young and tall man with Kanbei's facial features appeared in front of Hanul, smiling contentedly at the effect he had produced. Back at the palace, the story continued. Princess Bari reasoned that no one but Gemsoni knew where it was kept, but even if it was her with just the key alone, there was no way to get into Sochong Garden. After Jae-jobi shared her thoughts on the matter, Gemsoni was released after all. However, she was very badly maimed during the interrogations, and when it was over, she was banished. After a while, Jung Jongbi tracked her down and they met. By then, Gemsoni was already married and preparing for the birth of a child. She was extremely persistent and could have been a great success, but fate ordered her life differently. Jae-jungbi blamed herself for a long time for what happened because she was the one who lost the key and she never managed to find it. That was why she blessed the pendant and gave it to her. Sometimes she visited her and Jae-jungbi even thought her friend was living quite comfortably. And after that, Jae-jungbi also left the temple because she couldn't stay there anymore, because it was her fault that Gemson was kicked out. Hanul asked what happened to the key, and the girl said she still didn't know where it was despite having searched every grain of sand in the temple. Hanul reached into his treasure pouch and said he had found something in the children's mother's things. He held out his hand with the item to Jae-jungbi, and she looked at the thing in his hand. Her eyes widened in surprise at what she saw. In the palm of the young man's hand lay a small charred piece of wood. The girl could not understand how he could be in the things of the mother of these children, until a hunch popped into her head that she couldn't believe. Hanul carefully moved the wooden piece into Jae-jungbi's hand, saying that whatever she thought, she was wrong, and said the girl was right when she said she thought Gemsoni was stubborn, and that when he scrutinized the trophies, he discovered 2 books. These books were diaries that Gemsoni personally kept and wrote in. Even though she could not continue to live as a celestial, her knowledge did not disappear, and she set it down in these 2 books. In the first one, she wrote in great detail about Pulgasari, mystical creature, and the second one recorded the story of the missing key. Hanul quoted the inscription and said they tried to burn it and hide the remains. Jae-jungbi guessed what the young man was getting at and asked if he thought this burnt piece of wood was the key. Jae-jungbi clenched her fists in anger and asked who did it. Hanul replied that Gemsoni had called her mom in her diary. When the girl heard that, she was stunned. A woman's image appeared in her mind. Hanul said that Gemsoni was actually a witness, not a thief. The girl couldn't understand why it had happened then. The young man replied that it was so because she wanted to get Jae-jungbi. She made the girl depend on her. Gemsoni herself had seen the man in red garb attempt to burn the key with a Sama Jinha, and standing next to this man was the woman Gemsoni called Mom in her diary. To tell Jae-jungbi everything, she gathered the remains of the key, but before she could hand them to her, she was captured and tortured. They accused Gemsoni of being the one who stole the key. She knew the torture would continue until she admitted she'd done it. Princess Bari was obsessed with Jae-jungbi and was very jealous that she and Gemsoni were so close. And just when Gemsoni was one step away from finally giving up, the door to her cell swung open. They wrote that it was Jae-jungbi who shouted her name and stormed into her cell. She believed in her friend's innocence and pulled her out of that hell. Gemsoni realized that if he told her the truth, she would want revenge on everyone involved, even though she might have been hurt herself. Gemsoni realized who would then become Jae-jungbi's opponent. The head of Okuguka is one of the 3 deities Princess Bari. She would destroy her friend. If Jae-jungbi were to oppose her, it would greatly undermine her position. And Gemsoni made the decision to keep quiet about everything until the Jae-jungbi regained their status. And when she did, she'd return the leftovers to her friend who believed her. It was written in the book that even when Gemsoni would be gone, the reader was to bring water to the sacred tree every morning and recite prayers. And even if it takes a few millennia to get there, gradually, the key will return to its true form, nourished by water and prayers. It will become what it was before it was burned. The reason why it will be possible to recover the key lies in the friendship of close girlfriends who cherished each other as their own lives. Jae-jungbi listened attentively to the story told to her by Hanul, who had read it in her friend's diary. And finally, when the full meaning of the story came to her, she clenched her teeth in anger and called Princess Bari a creature. Hanul tried to calm her down by saying that breaking into Okuguku now was suicide. and added that she had an alternative offer for her. The young man put his hand forward and a piece of wood soared into the air above it. Hanul infused it with water energy and the key was restored before his eyes. Jae-jungbi took it in her hands and couldn't believe her eyes. The key was as good as new, as if it had never lost its true shape. The guy explained that he controls the water energy that helps plants grow and offered his help to get into Sochon's garden. The young man was very pleased with the effect he had on the girl. He looked at her silently and attentively. Still not believing her eyes, she timidly asked if he was sure he wanted to help her. Jae-jungbi thought about the fact that to fix the key he had to use his own life energy. But even if he was a divine being, he would have to spend most of his energy to fix it. And if this young man went through with it, he must have really wanted something from her. Hanul tapped his finger on his mask and asked the girl if she knew why he wore it. And without waiting for an answer, he continued that if his identity was revealed, not only he but also the Dragon Palace and the lake would be in danger. He'd planned to stay here for a long time, but once she got here, neither the protective barrier nor the Imuji could block her path, and he was very lucky that she was the one who broke in. If someone else had been here instead of her, everything would have been in danger. It was for this reason that the young man repaired the key for her. In Hanul's opinion, even though she had tremendous strength. When he saw her for the first time, he felt they were alike because she, like him, was disgusted by the world that the Celestials had built. Jae-jungbi realized that he needed her help in opposing the current regime of the Celestials, to take a position that will not yield to the 8 temples and 3 deities. Jae-jungbi stretched her neck and thought about how the celestial world wasn't easy, and did he really think he could only pull it off if she was on his side? But what he did for her could really help her in her goals. If the key to Sochon Garden is fully restored, the Celestials will have to reckon with her. Jae-jungbi extended her hand to the young man and finally said that she agreed to help him. A satisfied smile appeared on Hanul's face. He had hoped to hear that. The young man took the key in his hands, again concentrated the energy to redirect it into him. Jae-jungbi watched carefully and watched as the key was recovered. At some point, the young man reached such a level of energy transfer that a glowing sphere of his energy formed around them. Jae-jungbi couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at him. She demanded that he stop because he had already used up so much energy at once. She would shake him by the pecs and tell him that he would die if he continued and that the guy was acting like a child. But the main element of Hanul was the wood. It wasn't hard for him to do it, but it seemed crazy from the outside. Jae-jungbi took the key in her hands and thanked Hanul. Nodding, she promised to do her best to help him lead the celestial world. The girl added that now was the perfect opportunity. Hanul was surprised. After a little bit of silence, Jae-jungbi only uttered 3 words: conquering the Eastern Sea. Belligerently clenching her hand into a fist, she invited him to participate. Because of what the East Sea did during the Battle of Dokdo, West Sea, South Sea, and the adepts of the shrine agreed to participate in the conquest of the East Sea. In case of success, it was agreed to divide the treasures of the Eastern Sea among the conquerors according to their contribution. Therefore, there were a lot of people willing to do so. The sooner they perform, the more they get. And even though the guy wasn't famous and had little power, they had a year to spare. She knew how to fix it. Hanul looked at what Jae-jungbi threw in his hands. It was a pass to Shinshi. She said that to prepare for the conquest, he should have gone there. Shinshi was the name of the place Hua Nung had created with his lawful wife. Time there was slower than in the human world. The place where his father settled after being the keeper of the 6th garden. Jae-jungbi tossed the key in her hand and said that since she had it now and had fully recovered, it was time for her to regain her powers. To take a plant out of Socho's garden, one needed the permission of Lord Sorado. Only he could remove plants at will. But as of late, he has been forbidden to leave the garden in any way. Therefore, only Jae-jungbi and Princess Bari could take out plants from there. She was allowed to take out 3 plants. The flower of life, the flower of reincarnation, and the flower of destruction would help her get some of it back, but for full power she needed permission to bring out the 4th. That was all that needed to be done right now. Hanul was puzzled, because she said that she really wanted to give him all her credit and it would help him get a good position. Hanul was in shock. He didn't understand because she was entering Lady Yuhua's gardens. But the girl replied that it was fine and she had achieved everything through her abilities. Lady Yuhua couldn't do anything to her. And if she tried, she would have set her straight. She was good at it. Jae-jungbi smiled strangely and lowered her gaze, and thought about the fact that someday she would go crazy again. Hanul was surprised at what had happened and stared at her in silence. Jae-jungbi asked the young man if he knew about her past. The young man continued with words on Jeju Island. The girl confirmed and added that in fact her revenge had not yet been accomplished. Hanul remembered the story of the wilted flower he'd heard and didn't know what she was talking about. The girl continued and said that she would help him because it would help her finally get her revenge, and asked if she could tell the young man something else. He nodded. The girl said that her name Jae-jungbi was given to her by her father. He prayed for a boy, but a girl was born, so he named her Jaijung, which means born of desire. The first time she left home, she put on men's clothes and pretended to be a man. She'd been thinking for a long time about what name she should choose that didn't have to do with her family. Kim Daeon meant all the blessings of the world. The girl almost soared while saying it. She looked at Hanul and said it was her nickname, but she didn't mind if people close to her called her that. Hanul thought about the fact that he had gotten to know her much better in these couple hours of their conversation than he had in the many hours in Lady Yuhua's gardens. And since she'd asked to be called by the name she'd come up with, she trusted him. Hanul smiled. When he read Jemsini's diary, he learned how much she valued the people closest to her, and how intense and unbearable the pain of that betrayal had hurt her then. Hanul nodded and said that he would call her Daeon Nanji from now on. The girl heard him smile dazzlingly and said it sounded pretty good. Hanul staggered through his palace. The children went along with Jae Jungbi. The young man reached for the mask to remove it. He decided that when he went to Shinshi, he would leave the management of the palace to the Imuji. Holding the mask in his hand, the guy approached the room where the peach tree was located. Hanul walked over to him and looked around at the densely sprawling tree. On the branches of this tree, juicy, ripe peach fruits were in full swing. After examining the tree, the guy headed towards it, tucking his mask into his pocket as he went. At that moment, a disgusting odor reached Hanul's nose. He even had to cover his nose with his hand to avoid smelling it. It hadn't been long since he'd caught them, and even though he'd planted plants nearby that absorbed the toxins, the stench was terrible. Still covering his nose with his hand, the young man looked up and scrutinized the fruit. There were already 3 of them. Plucking one of the fruits of the tree, Han Yul thought that monster bodies were a good fertilizer. Usually fruit took about 100 years to grow to this size, so he was very surprised. Biting into one of the fruits, Han Yul thought about what would happen if he ate them all at once and then licked his lips. After a few seconds, he felt an unbearable pain in his head and screamed. He didn't know what was happening and wondered if he'd made a mistake. Drool flowed from his mouth. A substance with the active ingredient menthol was adopted. It had an antibacterial and analgesic effect. Han Yul grew horns and immediately fell off. He felt like nothing had changed in his body this time, but he thought he was getting something useful and then realized that maybe he was being too greedy. But he still felt bad about it, and then he wondered if there was anything he could make out of those horns. He was suddenly distracted from his thoughts by the news that a guest had arrived. He was from the residence of the Lord of Divine Fire. Han Yul was overjoyed at the news and asked if the flute was ready. Wearing his mask, he arrived at the building but was very surprised at what had happened. The entire residence of the Divine Fire Lord was battered and destroyed, and Han Yul didn't understand what had happened here. When he approached the Lord, he thanked him for the visit and apologized for receiving him here on the street instead of in the guest room. However, Han Yul waved his hand and said that everything was fine, so he didn't worry, and then he looked behind the door and saw a man. He was surrounded by a huge number of servants, so it was probably some kind of celestial, and judging from his wounds, he was now in a critical condition. At this moment, the healers were treating the boy's wounds, and Han Yul didn't understand who could have done such a thing. The next moment, the Lord said that he wanted to make the scabbard first and then pay a visit. To create a scabbard that would neutralize the sword's evil energy, he used steel imbued with the sword's energy and to gauge its power. He tried to insert a spirit stone possessing the stone attribute. However, the problem was that he underestimated the blade. To suppress his power, he tried using a unicorn horn and even a dragon's fang, but it didn't work, so he ended up inviting an artisan. He was known for being able to create the best metal called Buin, and in the process he had to show this sword. When the Lord took it in his hands, his mind clouded and he sent the artisan to the other side with a strong sword shockwave. At this moment, Han Yul couldn't believe his ears. The Lord had said that before his death he had managed to tell him why it had happened. The materials he used didn't suppress the sword at all, but became the source of his power. The moment he sent the artisan to the other world, the sword broke into the manor and subjugated the minds of those inside. His wife, using her power to create a yellow circle, tried her best to stop him. Fiercely repelling his attacks, she shouted that he couldn't do whatever he wanted here because she wouldn't allow it. She shouted that they must not miss this opportunity and told her husband, who ran out, to act. Then he heeded his wife's words and burned her with him. He had no choice but to save the others. Then the Lord said that the sword had possessed the body of the girl who had recently joined their clan. Though he had managed to shackle her, the sword still controlled her. It was necessary to either destroy the sword or create a new scabbard that would be able to subdue it. But the Lord couldn't fulfill Han Yul's hopes. Then Han Yul remembered that he had used the dragon fang and that dragon parts were very hard to find because they were highly valued. Then he asked if the dragon's horn could be used to create a scabbard, to which the Lord replied in the affirmative. But it had to be in perfect condition, and finding one was like plucking stars from the sky. And the next moment, Han Yul pulled out his horn. At Han Yul's surprised question about where he had found such a thing, he replied that if that was enough, we should get started. After a while, Han Yul came to the girl with the sword-chained sword. At first, the sword did not remember who he was, and then said happily that he had been the first to hold it, and it was amusing to watch him shiver as he felt its power. He tried to put it in its scabbard. After the girl mumbled that if his life was worth nothing, he could come up, but he could do nothing, Han Yulu, precisely because he was restrained. Suddenly, Han Yul noticed the cell phone in his hands, and then he remembered that the Lord had said that the sword had taken over the body of the new girl who had recently joined them, and it wasn't clear where she'd gotten her cell phone from. The sword had only recently taken possession of her mind, and perhaps that had affected it somehow. When Han Yul asked what he was doing, the sword told him to fuck off if he didn't have a charge, and he thought he had become like a child. A novel was open on the screen of his phone, and then Han Yul asked about its name. Sword grudgingly replied that it was called I Am Absolutely Unrivaled, and then Han Yul asked what the novel was about. Then he said that the protagonist was a loser from the beginning, and the heavenly sword annoyed him because he had ruined his friend. Specifically for touching his sword, Han Yul didn't even know how to react, and compared to when he first picked it up, he didn't seem so angry now, perhaps because of his sharp temper. However, Further Sword could not say how the novel ended because he ran out of cookies and said with frustration that he could not read further. And at this point, the battery on his phone died and the sword fell to its knees and then mumbled that since he didn't have a charger, he could give him his phone. And when Han Yul said he didn't have a cell phone, the sword became even sadder, saying that God had abandoned him. Since things were so bad, Han Yul offered to tell him a story he didn't know if it was interesting to him, but it was his story. When he heard his story, the sword screamed that it was all horrible. It pissed him off and hurt him. He couldn't take it. The father abandoned his wife and young son and remarried, while Han Yul was saving people and was beaten and imprisoned for it. The sword didn't understand how they could kidnap people and make them watch the garden. Because of the sheer number of dangers, Han Yul had to leave the teddy bear behind. Then the sword took him by the shoulders and said that they could destroy them all. And if he lacked the spirit, then he could help because he felt a strong anger. Han Yul said he appreciated his responsiveness, but now he was sealed in here and couldn't help. And no one can free him either, because he's torn the place apart. The sword was furious with him, and he became enraged. Then Han Yul turned to him and told him there was a way to blow off steam, and he knew what it was. The next moment, he handed over his sword with the words that in the end, the protagonist of this story had better do everything himself. The sword angrily shouted that it would use his body to punish them and chop them into small pieces. But his dreams were not destined to come true, and the next second he was attacked by an enraged lord. He threw a pillar of fire at him, saying that he should bear with him for a while. At that moment, the sword shouted that he would not be able to seal it here again, because it could not be stopped and his attempts were futile. At that moment, a snake of fire appeared in front of him, but the sword didn't think it could defeat him and said that he was already losing ground. When he noticed the new scabbard, the sword was quite surprised, but the next moment he mumbled that he would break it for him. But as he grabbed the scabbard, he realized that he had lost control and realized that the Lord had planned this from the beginning. The next moment, he involuntarily drew his sword and began to beg him to stop, but it was useless and he was soon defeated. After a while, Han Yul woke up in his bed, already conscious, and when asked by Hylock, he said he was fine. Then he said that everything had gone as he had planned and then repeated his question, to which Han Yul replied that he was fine. He looked him over and said that except for the fact that he was exhausted, there were no problems and that he should get some rest now. After getting up from the bed and drinking the drink, Han Yul realized that they had succeeded and the sword was now sealed in its scabbard. He realized that the sword was too noisy, and judging by the fact that Hylock didn't react, he was the only one who could hear it. Maybe it was because the scabbard is made of his horns, and if you think of it that way, the horns are like antennae to radiate energy, and so he is now bound to this sheath. The next moment he shouted to the sword to be quiet. When the sword replied with a question about what he had heard all along and ignored it, Han Yul was surprised to realize that it had worked. And then, he thought that maybe it was fate that after he ate the peaches, he grew horns. The peach was a very mysterious fruit to him. Han Yul then asked him to try to calm down because he understood why he was angry, but it would be better for him. If it wasn't for him, the sword would still be gathering dust in the warehouse, and when they sealed it up, the old man wanted to destroy it. But if he went with him, he would have a chance to personally destroy those scoundrels. And when asked by the sword if it would replenish Han Yul's balance, he said yes. When the taming was completed, Han Yul decided to leave so as not to disturb the Lord, since they still had houses to rebuild. Then the Lord said that if he hadn't given him such precious horns, he wouldn't have been able to create the scabbard, and it was all because of his negligence. Han Yul said it was just horns, and if he hadn't asked him for help, nothing would have happened. He was sorry that his request had caused all this to happen, so he wanted to reimburse the cost of their work and repairs, but the Lord said it was not necessary. Because as a craftsman, he never imagined that one day in his life he'd be able to work with Dragonhorn in such perfect condition. Thanks to him, the Lord was able to create a scabbard capable of subduing even the most ferocious demonic sword, and he was able to create the best masterpiece of his life. And that's why he won't charge him and he shouldn't worry, because his wife is just a human being and she'll be fine soon. Before leaving, Han Yul asked out of curiosity if that artisan had said what kind of sword it was. The artisan said the name of the sword was turfing. Han Yul was able to gain his trust just like that because he felt that this had happened before, namely with a bear named Guanak who had joined his troop and was to return later. When Han Yul returned, he met Song Min, who was determined to go to Shinshi with him. He said that wishing for it was not enough to get there, but she said that she had already received the teacher's permission to do so. Han Yul remembered that Tai Bek's sage was behind her and asked her why she had suddenly decided to join, and she said she would. Namely, in the conquest of the Eastern Sea, and they must train together to avoid the teacher's attention because they made a pact. So Han Yulia didn't have to do everything alone. After her speech, he waved his hands and said that she could do whatever she wanted. She was later told that in North Korea, the gentleman had saved the kids on his way back from practice by being generous. The demons were after those children, and at that moment Sonmin was annoyed to think that while she was drunk, he was saving people. She didn't realize what she was doing and clenched her fist tightly, thinking that she was pathetic and that was why she didn't want to give in to Han Yulu anymore. There has been much debate about whether Mount Taibek exists because it is hidden behind a space barrier, unlike Mount Baektu and Mount Mihan. Behind the same barrier is Guwol. There was a huge number of people in front of the gate and they all wanted to enter Shinshi. Because of the conquest of the East Sea, it was crowded. Suddenly, Songmin said that they should go because they had a pass and didn't have to wait in line. The people standing in line noticed Taibek's fairy and said that she had been to Shinshi twice in 1 year, so Mr. Taibek's influence was great. And she used to be a simple person, so she was lucky to meet such a teacher. Someone said that if he were in their shoes, he would have searched this upstart immediately. Han Yul noticed that the locals didn't like her very much. Walking over to the sleeping checker, Songming said that they wanted to get to Shinshi and then showed the Jade Pass. When the inspector asked who Han Yul was, he said he was the Dragon King of Paektu, much to his surprise. The next moment, he said he didn't know where he got the pass from and said that only Sonmin could pass through, but he had to stand in line. They only let in those who had a patron and those who didn't. They made them wait a long time. Han Yul was in a hurry, so he didn't have time to wait in line. And besides, the inspector's face was familiar to him. Then he asked him to do his job and check him out, which he didn't understand why he was being so cocky. Han Yul then asked if he was just sitting here to bask in the sun. He asked if he was a dragon and said that for a lizard he overestimated himself. Showing his strength, he said with mad eyes that he shouldn't have angered him and then prepared for battle. At that moment, he was called from behind and asked what was going on. It was his father. Han Yul thought that even though he didn't remember him, he still recognized him. Because he sees that face every time he looks in the mirror and now he wonders if he'll look like that in a few years. He knew he was here but didn't think he'd see him so soon, and then he turned to him and asked him if he was the man's father. When Han Yul answered in the affirmative, he said that he was the king of the Baektu dragons and that he was no more important to this man than a stone on the road, and shouted that if he allowed himself to be humiliated now, he would not be able to carry on the legacy of past dragon kings and asked for an apology from his son. The father said that they should all apologize for the disrespect they had shown and that they were happy to have such an honored guest in their town and would show hospitality. But only if he can prove that he is worthy to be a guest of the city, for only those with power and authority can enter Shinshi. The problem now was that there was no one who could prove his abilities, so they would duel. Although his son lacks a lot, he's already reached a great level, so he'll be a worthy opponent. Han Yul realized that he wanted to settle things with a battle and wondered how long he had waited for this moment. He had imagined countless times the moment when he would meet the father of the man who had destroyed his family with his own hands. He wanted to yell at him to ruin him, but when he finally met him, Han Yul's mind went blank. That's why he was able to be more honest with his feelings and merge with turfing, because there was nothing left in his heart but the desire to destroy. When he merged with the sword, he mumbled that he could start the battle first. Gyeum-sun said that he would not regret it because he would kill him and then rushed into the battle. Although he was fast, it was not enough, and Han Yul immediately dodged his first strike. When Han Yul didn't hit him, Gyeum-sun laughed at him and asked him about where he was hitting, then hit him directly with his sword. Those standing in line watched the battle and noted that the Dragon King was being overpowered, and one of them said he was weaker than he looked. They thought he'd be stronger than Fairy Tae-beek, but it looks like he just inherited the title of Dragon King. At this moment, Han Yul thought that Gyeum-sun wasn't that strong, but it was annoying that it was difficult for him to attack and Gyeum-sun wasn't. He used space as a shield, and could only affect those with material form. Realizing that he needed to transport himself, he did so, and thus was able to surprise Gumsun. When he repelled the attack, he began to question why his shield didn't work, and the next moment he heard his father's words of surrender. He told his father not to worry because he couldn't beat him with a couple of tricks, but the next moment Han Yul wounded Gumsun, after which the other inspectors ran to him, but he was ready to repel the attack. After beating everyone, Han Yul thought that if his father had taken such care of his family before, this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly, he saw that after his attack, all the Celestials hovered in the air and didn't understand what was happening. It was a man who suddenly appeared and said there was no point in going on. He lowered himself to the ground and said that his father had personally ordered him to clear up the disturbance and meet the guest. He was personally ordered by a heavenly king that no one is allowed to see, and he had a time-stopping technique. Han Yulu's face made him remember this person. He greeted the Lord of Heaven and Earth, Prince Hamos. He inherited the royal blood more than anyone else in the Go family because he and his brother Deok shared the same face. At that moment, the crowd spotted Prince Hamos, the closest relative of King Huang Wun. Han Wun came down from heaven and founded this city. Since the gates of heaven closed, he has never been seen again. Some believe that Huang Wun has become a being superior to the heavenly beings, while others believe that this city is his new incarnation. There were many gossips and rumors surrounding Huang Wun, but the only one who knows the truth is Huang Wun's son Qian Wan Ran. Pointing at Han Yul, his father started shouting that he had ruined Gyumsan, who was the grandson of the heavenly king and didn't understand why he was being treated like this. But the prince said that he himself had suggested a duel, and he had not heard him make it a condition that they should not take each other's lives. At that moment, Han Yul seemed to draw a clear line between work and personal life. It was good for him, but there was something mysterious in his demeanor and mannerisms, and it could be described in one word: divine. Then the prince turned to his father and said that if he was going to apologize, he should hurry up, because the time stop was not long. And there are also some flower petals from the Sochong flower garden in the city treasury. And if the guest asks for it, he can put the head back on the body and keep Gumsan alive. Then Han Yul told his father to apologize properly, and then the sword said that in exchange for his life, they would take his hand. In front of him was Shinshi. The buildings gave off a completely different atmosphere from Asadal. The prince said that the buildings here are made in a unique manner, which he will not find anywhere else, because this style was used in his father's homeland. Han Yul noticed that the prince began to dialogue in a looser manner, and then thought that he was holding a more serious tone because of the crowd. The city was built by Huang Wun, and it was truly a paradise. After a while, they reached Sindangsu. It is a divine tree that grows on top of Taibek Mountain and towers over the whole city. Legend has it that when Huang Wun first stepped on the ground, this beautiful tree grew on that spot. After a while, the prince led him to his house and invited him in, hoping that he would not be embarrassed by such modesty. It was indeed modest and not at all like the dwelling of the man who runs this town. The cup the prince gave him was empty, but with a wave of his hand the table was filled with drink and food. This surprised Han Yun, and he thought that he truly fit the image he had envisioned. He was surprised to feel such elegance in so humble a place. Then he thanked the prince for his kindness and favor. The next moment, the prince said that he had already thanked him enough and called his real name, which took Han Yul by surprise. When he asked how he knew, the prince said that no one knows but him, and asked him not to worry. 2 years ago, in the wee hours of the morning when the gates of heaven opened, he read his destiny in the stars and saw a sign. That's how he knew Han Yul existed, but he didn't know his name or gender or age. But he could be sure of one thing: the man who awakened in the direction where the star fell will be just like him. Which meant only one thing, and that was that he, the prince, was also a monster. Monsters were anomalies that belonged neither to heaven, nor earth, nor man. In ancient times, those who are not part of the Trinity of Heaven were called monsters and hunted, believing that they did not obey the laws of nature and negatively affect the general order of things. But the protector of the Korean peninsula's main sacred site has become a monster. Han Yul took off his mask and said he didn't know why he was telling him all this. To which the prince said that anomalies are naturally attracted to each other, and once long ago he met a man with the same fate and got help from him. That's when he was first told about the laws of monsters. The elder is obliged to show kindness and help his kin in order to preserve the future of all. Then Han Yul said he didn't know they existed, to which the prince replied that it was because there were very few of them. Then he mumbled that he had followed his every move from Mrs. Yuhua's false accusations to his association with Demdeok, and disappearing during the battle for the seven-pointed sword. In such a long time, this was the first time the prince had experienced such pleasure. Han Yul was both comforted and embarrassed by the fact that he had someone watching over him all the time, and because they were both monsters, he was unconsciously drawn to him. Then the prince told him to take whatever he saw fit, adding that it was his kindness to him. Then he showed him a dragon-colored sword and said that he had saved him many times in his youth. At this moment, Han Yul noticed that he was still in good condition despite all the years, and the sword said that he would be A-ranked, and then shouted that it didn't mean he should take it because he was S-rank. And at that moment, Han Yul thought that if he took the sword, his eardrums would burst. However, he could sense the aura of that sword, and since they were both monsters, the prince had the same type of ability as him. The sword was in the first bag, and the second bag contained wormwood and garlic, and since these bags were of equal value, he decided to choose the second one. For in the future, he would be able to raise them, and at that moment, the sword shouted that he had made the right choice and he believed in him. When Han Yul asked how he could repay the prince, he said that if he met others like them in the future, he should help them. At this moment, Han Yul thought that he was firmly following his principles, and then the prince bid him farewell. The city center is a sacred place for the Huang clan and is therefore untouchable. Han Yul was able to get here due to special circumstances and wondered if he would ever be able to visit this place again. There was a celestial here with the same peculiarity as him. He couldn't believe he felt so related and comfortable, because they're both monsters, and the times he hit it must have been hard on him. Someday he hoped to come back here. At the exit of this sacred place, a celestial named Seung Ok was waiting for him and asked him to check the token. He looked at the token and said that it was a token with a value of 10, so he could stay here for 250 days multiplied by the value of the token. 2,500 days was almost 7 years. Then Ok asked about the level of accommodation he wanted. Han Yul was surprised that he could choose but still had to pay for it. When he checked in, he saw a small studio apartment that reminded him painfully of his last apartment. The dwelling that was in front of him belonged to the lowest class of Chongso, and it is a 6-month residence of the 5th class. There are a total of 5 ranks of housing, and they are arranged in the following order: Chongseo, Salk, Solgye, Bum, Kirin. Higher ranked housing is located in 3 districts that favors the process and cultivation, so the higher the rank, the more expensive it is. Maranbu is the currency of the Celestials. A certain amount of energy is transferred to the amulet and used as currency. Their number varies from 1 to 9, and the higher the number, the higher the cost. It was forbidden to go outside of Shinshi, and to leave, he had to use up all the days or just give them up. Han Yul truly didn't understand why this place was sacred, since he only needed a pass to rent a place to live. There were a bunch of landlords around. At that moment, Han Yul decided to check how much money he had left since he hadn't been told that he would need money. After a while, Ok told him that for the next 6 months, this bomb rank room was his private property, and no one can come in here without his permission, and then Ok wished him well in his endeavors. At that moment, Han Yul realized that he had lost everything he had but found a decent room, and now he would try to get that money back. And first of all, he will plant the garlic and wormwood that he got from the sun god. It was a familiar smell to him, for he had bought this fertilizer for growing food during his training and was glad he had taken it with him. During the training period, he can use it for something useful and have them work with the squad while he trains. Then he spread his arms and said with a smile that he now felt finally alive again. It was tedious for him to use chi water, and finally he can practice the star wind breathing technique. He was now at the pure level of everything, just like 3 months ago when he was not yet the Heavenly Lake Dragon King. Even after he absorbed the energy around the Heavenly Lake and drank half of the elixir he received from immortal Tai Baek's disciple Son Min. After that, there was no change, and Han Yul thought there was something wrong with him, like he didn't have the talent for it. Or he had reached the apogee and even the elixir couldn't improve his abilities, but in the end, he decided to train the Stellar Wind technique. It seemed like a long time ago, but luckily he didn't have to be discouraged because his skills hadn't improved. A tree of his strength appeared in front of him. It was quite large. It was not tall, but it was a wide thing. When he noticed the tree carrying the crates, he realized it was the same. It seemed to him that he had been practicing the breathing technique for a long time. This tree had 5 rings, which means it was 5 years old, probably only 6 months outside of this world. And that's why everyone underestimated time. Han Yul looked at the box and realized that what he had planted had grown well. Then he took the garlic and decided to try it. Even if he eats it, he doesn't feel an increase in ability. Maybe the problem was with the Stellar Wind technique because it was celestial art. Even though he is still learning, the first star wind technique has reached the final stage and he has received the 10th star. Even if he practiced more, he would not be able to improve this technique, but this technique is easier than others. This technique was originally created for pure immortal level, or is it an unfinished technique? The next moment, Han Yul was thinking of creating a new one. In the heavenly arts, there is a skill that must combine all attributes. But there's one energy attribute not mentioned there, and that's wood. Then he thought he'd try to apply it to the Stellar Wind technique. First, one had to combine all the attributes into the 6 stars of heavenly art, but before that, one had to pay again, because it's been half a year. When he tried to take the box from the tree, it flew away from him because of his strength. The garlic looked normal to him, but maybe that's why he was able to lose it all at once. Perhaps he can strengthen any body type or endow a human physique. The human physique is the physique that allows immortals to use the human body. If the heavenly body and earthly body use chi as fuel, the human body uses it as a nutrient to strengthen the body itself. So even if a man's physique is on par with others, his strength is still stronger in comparison. Sitting on a mountain of wooden scarecrows, he said that if he bit into this garlic, he would have a human physique for about 3 hours. He scratched his head happily and said that he had not expected the effectiveness of garlic and wormwood to manifest itself so soon. And since he already knew the effects of garlic, now he had to try wormwood. Suddenly, Seung-ok reminded him that he had to pay before dawn, and then Han Yul climbed down the mountain and decided to do the renting. He had to get his money, so he went to the market. A man dressed in red offered to sell a necklace to a salesman at a low price just because he needed money, and he would have regretted it if he had left. Then the salesman regretfully held it out, and the one managed to get another item for cheap, and thought that people who don't have money because they train in God's city are very easy targets. Suddenly, he noticed Han Yul displaying his wares and noted that he hadn't seen him here before. He thought he needed money, because there's no reason to come here if you don't need money. Walking over to his desk, he saw the medicinal ingredients that were important for people in training. When he saw all this, he exclaimed whether he really wanted to sell all these medicinal ingredients. A crowd of people gathered around him. Some people thought the root was at least 500 years old. Chinese ergot is quite common, but apparently not so common that it is 500 years old. There was also ginseng and Chinese foxglove and dianthy herb. People here were really interested in it. With only one piece, the man could increase his abilities, but in the end, he had only one choice to sell these herbs at a low price. Suddenly, Han Yul said that they only had an hour to write a name on a piece of paper and a price, and he would eventually sell to the person with the highest bid. Around, he didn't see anyone selling goods this way, so he decided to try it and give everyone a fair chance. Because they can bid the amount they want, and then he calls the auction. The man suddenly started shouting that this upstart was talking nonsense and that he should be struck down right away, but he was stopped. He was stopped by another man who looked at Han Yul carefully and said that he was the heavenly master of the lake. He Mo-su had chosen it personally half a year ago, and the residents thought that if it was true, these herbs were straight from the heavenly lake palace. In front of Han Yul, there was a commotion. Everyone was asking for paper, shouting, and thinking about which herb to take. At this point, he thought things were getting out of hand, and the next thing he knew, he spotted a man amongst the crowd. Seung-ok came up to him and asked him what all the fuss was about, and Han Yul asked him to keep an eye on the counter and left. He left to ask that man in the crowd how someone who should be at the Paekwa Pavilion could be here. The man in front of him grabbed his head and shouted that he was tired of it, adding that it belonged to his family and he wouldn't give it to those evil women. Then he fell down, and Han Yul ran up and looked closely, realizing that it was Lee Sunbai and that he was definitely the one who lived in Paekwa Pavilion. But it was strange that he wasn't there now, and his reaction was strange, so it wasn't clear what happened. First, he had to find a place to lay him down, but he could not enter any room without the master's permission. And he couldn't throw it away, which is why he decided to go to his room. After laying his guest on the floor, he got him drunk and thought that would be enough. And we had to prepare the meds ahead of time so he'd eat them when he woke up. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his mouth, and then Han Yul thought that it was the symptoms of poisoning, so he was originally poisoned. It was unclear who poisoned him and when and why they would try to poison Lee Sunbae. He had a lot of herbs, but if he used them wrong, he could have made him worse. I should have been more careful, but when he gave him the first antidote, he got worse and coughed. He just wanted to stop the effects of the poison, and he was sure the detox was working well. Then his herbs weren't the problem. And if he gives him stronger drugs, he can push the poison out of his body. But the problem is, he doesn't know what it is. Then other methods had to be tried, and with a spell, he decided to place 5 dice on it. It was his first time. Now all we could do was not to worry and watch. After a while, Lee Sunbae came to his senses. And when a snake emerged from his mouth as he coughed, Han Yul realized that he was infected with great malice. He reached out his hand to the snake and asked where it had come from. At that moment, the snake reached for him, but he managed to remove the venom. Now he should have been fine. However, looking at his body, Han Yul was greatly surprised at his condition. At this point, he thought he had failed, but he was sure he had removed all the poison. Suddenly, his body began to crumble and emit a bright beam of light. It was unclear what was coming from his body. Suddenly, his body changed drastically, and Han Yul's real body, Lee Sunbae, appeared in front of him. It was the girl's body, which he immediately covered with a blanket while turning his back. Then he said that while they were talking, he had a seizure from the poison, so he needed to examine his body. Lee Sunbai didn't seem surprised at all, and then Han Yul asked if he knew about it, to which the man sadly replied that he knew and added that it was his uncle who had given him the deadly poison and imprisoned him for many years. Han Yul didn't understand why he would do such a thing, and then Lee Sunbai explained that in this world, people called his uncle Seijo or Su Yang. At that moment, Han Yul couldn't believe that he called his king Seido his uncle. Yun was the nickname his grandfather called him. Yi Honghui was the 6th king of Tanzhong, and that was his real name. After that, Han Yul thought that he had awakened and become immortal during the Korean battle. And if you think about it, something must have happened at Baekwa Pavilion, and it was unknown if Lady Yuhua knew who he was. It was hard to understand, and Han Yul wanted him to talk about who he really was. And if he had nothing to hide, he would have listened to him. Suddenly, Lee Sunbai looked at him and said that he looked upset. Sitting down on the floor, he decided to tell about his real identity because he must be interested because it was about the palace. Everyone knows he was dethroned at a young age, and the reason his uncle didn't stage a coup sooner was because of Song. He wanted to make Lee Sunbae puppet, so he promoted him, but his uncle had a different opinion. And to make it happen, Songhae tricked him and often fed him poison. At first, he didn't know what it was. Every time he took that drug, he would get dizzy and fall asleep, and without realizing it, his body started to deteriorate. It seemed like he was trying to tarnish their bloodline, but they had to do it because the Yi family was afraid. Namely that someone not even immortal would turn against them. Then Song successfully manipulated his uncle, and soon gained control of the royal power. Later, his uncle changed his mind and was unable to suppress his ambitions for the throne. Eventually, his uncle became king and punished Lee Sunbae with a devastating poison, and then he realized he was addicted. But none of the remedies he tried worked to detoxify him, and when he came to, he was already buried in the ground. And that's when he realized he was immortal. Disillusioned with himself, he thought about killing himself, namely for failing in his duty to keep his family together and take care of people. But soon, Seol Jam found him. It was his savior, teacher, and friend. His name was Kim Si-Sup in the Songjae era. He was one of the most famous personalities in history. After the abdication of King Tanjong, he gave up his official career to devote himself to hermitage. To give him back an existence that had become non-existent in this world, their relationship became that of mentor and pupil. As his mentor, he told him to conceal his identity because he thought it could be dangerous if Song's minions learned of his existence. He was sure that it wasn't easy for Shu Seung to take care of him poisoned and no different from a criminal. Lee Sunbae crossed his arms and said that whenever they met, he always gave him his money and essence. After spending several centuries cultivating, it seemed that he had absorbed all of Shi Ship's essence because he was the only one who had retained his youth. While Shai Sung grew old, knowing that his time was short, he worked hard to become a host at Baekwa Pavilion, and then made room for him, so he became Shi Seung Lee Eun's disciple. In the end, he never got anything done for his supporters and had to say goodbye. Han Yul then asked if he had been able to keep his head down all this time, then how could he have been caught? He replied that it happened a few months ago after the battle for the 7 branches sword. He bowed and greeted Lady Yuhua. Then she asked him if he knew of anyone who knew him, to which he replied that he did not know anyone. She then asked if he knew that Seol Jama's real name was Kim Si-Sup, and then said that he might have been involved in the recent conflict, namely, the conflict over the battle with the Dragon King of the East Sea. He may have been involved in the intrigues of the sons of Donghae Wung. Han Yul was interested in the battle for Chilgeo and didn't understand why Donghae Wang's sons interfered in the election process. Perhaps Yuhua was trying to find out if Donghae Wung had remained silent to the end and would be investigated. From all of this, she learned that there was someone who could deceive Donghae Wang, and it was unclear how far they had gone to bring Soljam to his knees. Yuhua didn't specify where she got her information from, but according to her, the one who incited Donghae Wang is a member of an organization created by his father and grandfather's servants. A sudden realization came to Han Yul, and it was all about the ceremony. They were the ones who had hidden the activation mechanism inside King Sejong's statue. Then Lee Sunbae said that he had been hiding for so long and didn't know that there were loyal servants left, and Shu Si should have been among them. But when it was revealed that he was a loyal servant of the Lee family, it was clear to him that his identity was about to be exposed. When Yuhua said they were going to explore Shi Seung's shrine, he knew it was for sure, because it was the place he used as his hideout. Under the pretense of storing the teacher's remains, so protective spells were placed on it, and when he found out it was guarded, his suspicions were only heightened, and it became clear to him that the past would soon be revealed. So he gathered his strength inside the shrine and ran here to escape the attack. After the story, Han Yule's curiosity was satisfied, and he mumbled that he knew it was hard to talk about it and then thanked me for the information. After thanking him for saving him from prison, Li Sunbai gave him his amulet, and it was the only thing he could offer. He could have practiced with him for at least 50 years. Then Li Sunbai asked him for help, even though he was embarrassed. He said sadly that he wanted him to hide it, and if he had the power, he could hide it well enough. It's been a long time, but I'm sure there are those who still follow him. And if he can get out of Bai Huazhang, his wife will probably still suspect him and look for him everywhere. He felt that his strength had weakened a bit since his return, and now his true colors had been revealed. The situation that it was no longer poisoned was good, however, it was a two-edged sword. It seemed that because of his long wanderings, he was still seeking refuge. The man who had spent so many years on the defensive in the peaks was now so passive. Han Yule also understood that sometimes one had to hide one's essence and then asked about whether the shards would wear off when used. And when Li Sunbai answered in the affirmative, he said he would keep half of the shard for himself, and then they would spend time together. However, there was one condition Han Yule asked to be under his patronage, and gave him the dragon bone. Han Yule didn't even think that the remains after making the sheath could be used like this. The next moment, Li Sunbai said that it was an amazing handcuff and asked about whether he would use it in exchange for hiding it. To this, Han Yule replied that whether it was a fetter or a guardrail, it depended on his desire to be majestic. After saying that, Li Sunbai shouted that he dared not call him majesty because he was in this position because of his royal blood. Han Yule then took him by the collar and asked him if he had ever thought about why the obedient loyal servant had defended him so stubbornly. He did it because he thought he was his best friend and mentor and everything he did was for him. And Li Sunbai didn't need to cover himself with impossibility, because all this time he had only been influenced by others and hadn't done things personally. The next moment, Han Yule said that if he wanted to live, he should remember his friend who sacrificed for him. After his speech, Li Sunbai agreed that Confucius's words were true and he was only being influenced. But he could no longer waste time in this way, even for his friend. Then he thanked Han Yule and swallowed the bone with the words that now it seemed to him that his path had become clear. After a while, they found themselves in front of a building. It was a training palace, and Han Yule noticed that it was like a weightlifting gym. Turning to Li Sunbai, he said that for the moment we should concentrate on training and not interfere with each other. Han Yule didn't like this environment where everyone was willing to help each other because they almost forced him to be their subject. They had to spend 25 years training together, so Han Yule was learning to trust for now. As he walked out of the house, Li Sunbai noticed the food in front of him, and at that moment thought that he brought food every day and disappeared just like a magician. 2 months later, Han Yule sat in the house looking at the scattered sheets on the floor. He found out that he only had a combination of magic and wind left, but he couldn't destroy it. He couldn't believe that nothing had happened in 4 years, and now he would have to turn to magic again because the 4th degree was coming up. The sword who was sitting next to him with the phone didn't understand what was happening to him and why he was so angry. His book said that this monkey character was a monk and he didn't want to destroy, but he liked to be strong. The sword said that Han Yule's achievements didn't impress him very much, and the more he hurried, the farther away he got. And then added that he had to learn to see everything around him. At that moment, Han Yule realized that his precious medicine had run out, and he needed to make a new one. Han Yule suddenly ran into Li Yun when he went outside. At this point, he thought they hadn't seen each other for 4 years, but he'd been watching him secretly, and he'd grown a lot in that time. Compared to when Li Wang was here, he had become more advanced, and Han Yule was curious about how much he had grown. And then he said that only last night he was able to achieve a complete bone transformation. Then, with excitement, he said that at first he did not trust Confucius, but if it were not for what Confucius had told him, he would have continued to live in the underground. And then, he promised to remain faithful to Confucius, whereupon Han Yule turned away and told him to take the sweet medicine while he could. After Li Wang asked what he was holding, Han Yule replied that it was a method he was developing but it was not working now, and he always keeps it with him to write down any ideas and solutions that come into his head. Then Li Wang asked to look at it, and at this moment, Han Yule remembered the sword's words that he needed to take a broader look at his surroundings. When Li Wang read his notes, he was very surprised because it spoke of the fusion of the two methods. The fusion of different methods was not easy and rarely succeeded. Then Li Wang congratulated his Confucius on his achievement. At that moment, Han Yule felt like he was presenting his thesis to a professor, and then said embarrassedly that he wasn't even halfway there, to which Li Wang said that he wasn't even halfway there, even though he had everything he needed. Suddenly, he mumbled that he wanted to put his little hand on the last step of his great work if he didn't mind. Placing the paper on the table and picking up a pen, he hoped that his recklessness would not be a threat to his Confucius. Then he began to write, and everything was illuminated with a bright light. When Li Wang handed him the papers, he realized that everything was finally finished. After a while, Seong-ok knocked on his room, annoyed that he hadn't come out. He had something urgent. He was holding an invitation to a meeting at the Hwanun clan's main palace, and if he didn't hand it over, he'd be in trouble. When the door opened, Seong-ok felt a huge gust of wind, and it suddenly rained, which meant that someone ferocious enough to break through the god's defenses had come to Cincy. The man outside said he didn't feel any magic and it was just rain. Another man said that it could be a dragon, because he deals with the weather, especially since the Confucius of heaven and earth was here. The other said it's a pit anyway, and if you think about it, the Shintosians also managed to reach a Zen state. But she denied it, and said she would never have done it without her teacher's support, to which she was told that no matter how humble she was, she deserved the title of Taibekshan. And the fact that she was chosen by her teacher is the superiority of the believer's natural qualities. It was made possible by the defeat of King Han, by the new god Tao, and the most outstanding of the master's disciples were named after the 7 stars. Except for the king of green tea and his apprentice. It was an honor for them. Above all, King Hong Kong was not really her achievement, but a facade in comparison. After a while, after a long wait, the disciples were invited to go inside. They were given a view of the Eastern Sea. Since most of the factions that will be involved in the slaying train here, it was opened here. One of the students noticed that there was no one here above their 7 stars, and then they were asked to sit down. The girl stepping into the middle of the arena assumed everyone was present and decided to cut to the chase. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was so ruthless that the dragon palaces of the Western and Southern Seas decided to destroy the Eastern Sea. Casualties on both sides. At the previous leadership meeting, it was decided that the adepts would join forces to conquer the Eastern Sea. For his efforts, he was awarded the Palace of the Eastern Dragon. The most favorable positions for raising bets were occupied by those who had a lot of money. However, they received many complaints about it, so they decided to change the way tribal positions were allocated. Then she announced that all ranks except for the 2 lords and ladies are now competitive. Everyone was surprised that the fights would be held at such a turbulent time, but the Celestial added that victory was only 3 months away. They couldn't afford to give up, so they had to succeed and get a place. Then, one of the 7 thought that whatever it was, these people were in trouble, so they'd get good seats. Suddenly, Han Yule appeared in the arena very late, much to everyone's surprise. They didn't think the Confucius of heaven and earth would come here. Then, he took one of the seats in the arena. There was a contest to choose a seat today. Since there were many members of Pantheon and Clan Samvosin in the top positions, it seemed that the choice was in favor of small groups or loners. But even among the junior members of the Pantheon and the Samvonsen clan, there were quite a few representatives. Members of this circle, even if their development is low, get more support in spells than others, so victory for them is natural. In the end, it was a structure in which those with the most support took the top positions. Looking at one of the 7, Han Yule thought it was disgusting. Since the number of participants was quite large, not everyone could get the desired places at once, so they determined the ranks based on spirit level. The Celestial then pointed to the ranking based on their level of achievement, and said that if they had complaints about their rank, they could fight someone whose rank they wanted to switch with. No changes will be made when you lose, but when you win, the ranks change, and the one whose rank was changed moves down 1 rank. Suddenly, Han Yule said that his rank was not here, and the Celestial woman could not believe her ears. He may not have been ranked there, but he was eager to participate. At that moment, the surprised competitors looked back at him. After the Heaven's Gate opened, it was easy to see and measure cultivation levels. So many adepts used it. The Celestial said that she had made a mistake without checking anything, so she decided to give Confucius a chance to prove himself, and then asked about the order he would prefer, and Han Yule thought that by doing so, he would be able to show his abilities. Suddenly, he stood up with a thumbs up and declared that he wanted the first level and the first place on the list, which surprised the Celestial woman very much. The others didn't understand what he was thinking, and then the person at the top of the list got up from his seat and said it was very brave. It was the 3rd son of Baredagi Nokdagon Sluku Dagon. He was at a higher level of divine state than 7, and she focused all her energy in Aaron's direction. Dagon stated that even Ganji's level didn't seem that bad to him, but now he thought that they might lose Ganji in a place like this. Han Yule interrupted him and said with a smile that he wouldn't know until he tried it. When the competition began, Dagon wanted to at least show a little bit of divine power for Goji, clearly not considering him as an opponent. Han Yule was attacked by a man created by divine power, and suddenly the sword said it was Jingangzhou. He'd seen it in a novel where the protagonist was a monk, and it meant that it relieved the restlessness of the heart. creating a punching ball with his power. Han Yul noted that it was a good point regarding who was using it. He looked at Dan-gun and said that he seemed concerned, to which he replied that he might have underestimated him. However, he now decided not to be frivolous and lunged at him with renewed vigor. Han Yul was getting stronger, pouring out his energy, but it still wouldn't help him. With another attack, he hurt Dagun so much that he took his human form. Han Yul said that although the laws are good, he doesn't know how to use them, so he looks so sad. And it looks like he's seeing a wise man who's just woken up. At this point, Dagon thought he had drained all his energy but was still lagging behind, and yet he hadn't used a single technique. He used the pure Guangni method that Bidugan was talking about. Han Yul then said that such high levels could be reached without this monstrous artifact. After saying that, Dagon started yelling at him not to laugh because he hadn't lost yet. A scarlet dried flower appeared in his hands. At that moment, the Celestial didn't understand where he had gotten it from. Out of gratitude to Baridagi, who had helped her, Zhang Chenbi gave once, and among the visitors to the Heart Garden, she alone possessed the ability to break the... Among the many flowers containing tens of thousands of different forces was a flower focused solely on the martial action destruction of Asura. Clutching the flower in his hand, Dagon shouted furiously that there was no way he could lose with this flower. Turning around, Han Yul reprimanded because he noticed an unexpected attack from above. He was suddenly hit and Dagon's giant wounds had all healed, and his speed was now quite different from before. And if you look at Daon Nanja insulting Baradega, it's like the spell Baradega uses. And this caster can do as much as God incarnate. At this moment, the Celestial cried out Han Yulu to be careful because this flower has tremendous power, which meant that if you pluck one petal, it's the end of the army that destroys the army. If two, it's the end of the country and he destroys the country. And if three, it's the end of the world and he douses the world in blood. Han Yul didn't realize how strong Dao Nanja must be to pluck such a powerful flower. Dagun suddenly attacked him from behind. Han Yul didn't realize how he had gotten behind him so quickly. When Han Yul realized that he could fall behind, he decided to channel his strength into Dagun and did so with a smile. But it didn't work and Dagon hit him. He was able to stop even Mech and Singon. Just recently, Han Yul couldn't believe that it was the person who always lost to him. Suddenly, the sword caught his attention. He shouted for him to quickly take it out of its sheath and use it. Then Han Yul smilingly asked the swordsman if he had studied spells because he saw that he only read novels. Leaves suddenly appeared around Daegong, and Han Yul mumbled that he would show him something cooler than just destruction. So he should pay attention this time, and the next moment he launched his attack. When Dagon started to defend himself and told the man to just give up his strength, suddenly disappeared. Han Yul used the giant to soften the blow, and Dagun regretfully realized that the flower's effect had ended. After Han Yul asked if he realized that this was the limit of his magic. Dragoon was surprised by the attack and didn't understand how he hadn't lost his strength yet, but Han Yul said that it was the last blow. A huge plant sprouted in the middle of the field, reaching far into the sky and surprising everyone. This force was God incarnate, and he destroyed everything, and it was even higher than the Sensen stage. The sword that Han Yul held in his hands was fused with the dragon's power and created by its horns. He decided to use it that time because with his form it was easier to use the combined methods of swords and magic. The Celestial Maiden said that Han Yul had nothing to worry about, and it was definitely a success in his training. Suddenly, she saw a petal in the sky and didn't understand where it came from. It turned out the tree was in bloom. At this, Han Yul thought what was blooming in the Garden of Might, and apparently his spells had affected the garden. Picking up an object from the ground, he thought it might be something the Moon Prince was holding. Suddenly, the Celestial turned to him and offered to go with him to the Chamber of Mirrors. Hai Dongmin's role in the administration he knew, but didn't understand why such a person was going to the Huang-Un administration. Han Yul didn't understand why he was suddenly invited there and whether it was because of the blooming of flowers in Shinsu. After looking around, Han Yul noticed that the ceiling was very high, and it was probably because of the painting hanging on the wall. Looking closely, he noticed that the painting was moving, and at first thought it was a monstrous mural, but then realized it was Sanhegan. According to the books found in Baekdugo, the creatures of Sanhegan came from a distant cosmos in ancient times to rule this world. But the heavenly sages who saw the way closed the gate to prevent them. And if it weren't for the sacrifices of these wise men, the world would have perished long ago. But after the opening of the heavenly gates, the wise men are too busy with personal interests and power. Suddenly, the Celestial said that they are called external deities. They are those who were great masters in those times. If they were great, they were very powerful. But since the heaven's gate was opened, Han Yul had never heard from them again. It was unclear where they had disappeared to. Suddenly, Han Yul noticed something resembling a flower on one of them. The next second, he realized that this was the 2-star solar wand he'd used before. Then the Celestial mumbled that what he saw before him was Imgesenon. He was one of the 3 great rulers and 5 emperors who ruled ancient China, and he studied agriculture. It suddenly became clear to Han Yule that he was using the same technique he had first. It was called stellar wind, and it was even better than the 10th star. He looked at the picture and wanted to be shown more and more. After a while, he was disappointed to see the beginning and realized it was just a repetition of the same action. Han Yule thought that perhaps this sage had created the stellar wind technique, and the story of the solar wind was here, and it gave a clue to the 10th star. Han Yule then asked if there were any offspring of this man, but the Celestial replied in the negative and added that it was unknown. It seemed that, except for a very ancient saint, no one knew about it, and it would be good for Han Yule if any relics were left behind. Nevertheless, he was glad that he recognized the clue about the stellar wind here, and also checked the match with the 10 stars. After some time, they arrived at the spot, and before them was the root of that very sacred tree. Then the Celestial said that he must know that his name was Haydenman and that he was in charge of the Huawang clan. The Celestial being stood before him and threateningly asked him to answer from now on without lying, and then asked about what he did to Shindansu with the altar tree and whether his action was intentional. The situation had changed, and now he addressed Han Yule as the leader of the Han Wang clan. It was unusual for Han Yule to see Shindansu blooming. Whereupon he replied that although he had contributed to the blooms, it was not his intention. His tension reached even Shindansu, and the Celestial didn't understand how a dragon with the element of wood could make it bloom, and how he made his father in such a beautiful state that even he hadn't seen him in thousands of years. Han Yule suddenly realized that the father of the tree was Huan Wang. After the Celestial told me that father was using the power of this ridge to become a powerful being by taking advantage of the roots here. And yet only his brother Hamos has the right to hear whispers of revelation. Then he reached for the root and said that they were only allowed what Hamos and this one root would provide. At this moment, Han Yule thought that this was his tribe's secret and didn't understand why he was telling it so easily. Then the Celestial said that he thought he was qualified and gave him the holy blood that was shed from his father and binds their tribe. And by accepting this blood, he would become connected to his power and be able to communicate with his energy, making the tribe stronger than the powers that Zhongji gave him. Then he offered him to drink it, and this holy blood would make him cleaner, allowing him to take his place beside his brothers. Han Yule still decided to refuse. However, the Celestial said that it was something that could not be rejected, so he had better accept it and not rebel. Because of the elders, Han Yule couldn't even escape, and judging from the color of his hair, his father was recognized as part of the tribe. After all, it seemed to him that only Hamos could hear Shindansu's voice and he would feel that power in battle. Exactly, if this holy blood was so powerful, but what the Celestial said sounded like propaganda. And he'd rather recover on the other side of the world than harden his views by happily counting others as members of his father's tribe. Shindansu's energy would definitely help his strength, however, he was worried about the programming. It gave them the power of the Huanwan clan. Then he had a hunch that maybe it's a poison that's injected to program. Then he said that even if he drank it, he would not become what they wanted him to be, and then he drank from the cup. After that, he was in a lot of pain, and it suddenly felt like the roots were penetrating his body. His head felt like it was torn apart. Suddenly he heard something and thought it was obviously a sign he had never heard of, but he knew about it. Straightening up, Han Yule realized that his assumptions were confirmed, and he had decoded this holy blood. His liver had purified it. Everyone noticed that it didn't turn white and didn't understand what was going on, but it was just ordinary sacred blood with nothing special in it. However, the connection was still established, and Han Yule didn't understand how it was even possible. Grabbing Han Yule by the throat, the Celestial fiercely asked about what he had done. He just smiled and said that he was talking about how things would not be the way they wanted them to be. And at that moment, I thought that if the Celestial was up to no good, there would be no connection at all. Letting go of his throat, the Celestial mumbled that there had never been dragons in their line, so perhaps it would take time. And anyway, the amount of blood bestowed upon him is enough to rank him as head of the clan. Then he announced that he would consider him his little brother from now on, and Han Yule hoped for further cooperation. After a while, he returned to the arena. The second place in the Young Masters competition was occupied by a certain Li. It was Li Hongwei, and he was in a bad condition. Then Han Yule took him and said his wounds were too serious, and said it was time to go home. And he thought he didn't tell him to come in second place, but he got his way and he came in below him. After a few days, Han Yule was watching Hongwei, and also it seems like the sacred blood wasn't going to harm him. And Han Vi seemed to have recovered well too. The order of the participants in the Eastern campaign had been determined, and at the next meeting, they were to discuss the details. There wasn't much time left. He had finished his training in Cincy and needed to finalize his preparations for the trek sooner rather than later. He didn't understand why Manhwa's piper wasn't here yet, since it should have been delivered by now. He didn't want to hurry because of Tyrving, but the trip was coming up and he needed to check on them. He decided to take Hanvi with him. Then they traveled to the north of the peninsula to meet with General Hwadok. There he met General Hwadok's apprentice, whom Tyrving had possessed, and asked where her teacher was, to which she replied that he was away on business. Then he asked about the item he ordered and if she knew anything, but she said there were some difficulties. Then she invited them into the house and they entered General Hwadok's chambers, after which Han Yul asked about what they would do. When he looked at the floor, he saw a door on the floor. As the girl had said, it was the hiding place where his item was kept. Then she mumbled that she didn't know what had happened, but the people from Bakwaguk had suddenly taken her teacher away. And before he was taken away, the teacher hid the object in this cache, but they cannot open it, and the teacher told them to wait for his return. Hanvi had a hunch that the seal had been set so that only one lord could open it. He added that most of the disciples and servants here possessed fire chi, and if they injected water energy of the opposite element into the seal, it could be removed. But they needed to know where and in what order to direct the force, so they had to do whatever Hanvi said. At this moment, the girl thought that even her teacher's students couldn't take her down, and this gentleman in front of her had dealt with her with a single glance. Then she thought it was expected of the king who had saved her life and wondered what he looked like without the mask and looked at him admiringly. Both of them continued to channel energy into the seal, and after a while they managed to open the door. Manhwa was there. It was exactly what Han Yul had ordered, and at that moment Hongwei said that it was no wonder he had hidden it so securely before being taken away. Han Yul thought he'd get it from General Hwadok's hands over a pleasant conversation, and it was unclear what Yuhua was up to since she'd ordered him to come. Suddenly, Hanvi noticed a small note. It had one word Tevin written on it, and he thought it was about Tevin Rock, which meant that General Hwadok knew he would be captured. Han Yul didn't know where Taewang Rock was, and Hanvi told me that this name is not used nowadays and is more commonly referred to by another name, King Moonmu's tomb. Moonmu, the 30th king of power, is the son of Kim Chunchu, the illustrious ruler who completed the battle with Tang and united the 3 Korean states. He was well known to Heiloku, and he told him that this king was well known among those who meditate on Yo-Yoja. It was said that Manhwa's flute also went there when she decided to become a dragon and left her there. It was just after the end of the Silla-Tang War. The 7-year war between Silla and the Tang ended with the retreat of the Tang. But Emperor Gao Tsung refused to admit defeat. He awakened what should not have been awakened and brought it down on the Korean peninsula. To confront the unstoppable beast, King Moonmu himself turned dragon and succeeded in defeating the beast. But the details of that battle remained unknown, and rumors swirled that the king had turned into a dragon, and all demons and celestials rushed to find the secret of his transformation. The peninsula was flooded with both, turning it into a gathering of evil. There were even rumors that General Hwadok knew the secret of the transformation, but there was no proof of it. Han Yul then thought that perhaps because of this knowledge, Lady Yuhua had ordered him to bring him to create a dragon that would obey her. At this moment, the general was sitting a prisoner in a cage, and before him stood Mrs. Yuhua demanding to speak to him. She didn't want to interfere with his family and make things worse. She needed him to talk without making too much noise. The next moment, she mumbled that a craftsman's best tool is his hands, and then ordered them to be separated from him, which startled the general. At this moment, Han Yul remembered that Lady Yuhua had tried to strengthen Bakwaguk's position before. So it's likely that if she creates a dragon, she'll announce to everyone that they're the next Lord of the Eastern Sea. Since there was no news yet, the general apparently held on and left him this note because he hoped for his help. Regardless of whether this secret exists or not, seeing their past deeds, Han Yul could not allow them to seize power over the East Sea. But if he went against Bakwaguk, he would incur the wrath of the entire celestial world. However, his connection should have helped him resolve the conflict. The problem was that he knew nothing about King Moonmu's transformation, and the Bakwaguk could extract the information from the general by force. He'd want to know anything about this secret and finally decided he needed to prepare to thwart them. Suddenly, he remembered the one who knew the answers to everything. It was a tree with fruit. When he came to it, he smelled a sweet aroma and noted that the tree had eaten all the spirits he had fed it and that the fruit was ripe. Bringing the peach to his mouth, Han Yul wondered what revelations it would bring him and took a bite the next moment. He took the cure. The property of this elixir was the peach of the peninsula. The next moment, he felt pain again, and then felt the metal energy forming in the phalanges of his fingers. He was glad to have first water and now metal, but it was too little too late. Then he concluded that perhaps each of the peaches gave one of the 5 elements. Now he was just someone who ate a tasty peach. The first peach gave him a water chi liver, immune to poison, and a horn like a dragon. This peach was relatively weak. Then he remembered that the elder Guanak had said that the larger the peach tree grew, the stronger the effect of its fruit. Looking up, Han Yul realized that his tree had long since stopped growing and was probably cramped here. Of course, the wood created a protective barrier, so it would be difficult to move it, but it could expand the space. When he remembered the space, he immediately remembered that he had a bracelet that would help him in this difficult endeavor. This artifact controlled space, and Han Yul completely forgot it existed. He activated with Qi, and in a few moments the space for the peach tree to grow was finished. Now the soil had to be found. A few days later, he arrived at the Naju Plain. He was advised to do so by Hanvi. One of the main breadbaskets of the Korean peninsula has been the fertile land that has fed countless generations of Koreans. Han Yul started to fill the earth into the bag with words about how it was good that Hong Wei was good at this. Seljio's sword suddenly appeared in front of him, and Terving began to resent him for not saying he had another sword. All because this was the first time Terving had seen Seljio. Then Han Yul tried to calm him down by saying that this sword was not meant for fighting. Terving heard what Seljio was saying and said that she was talking nonsense because she was just a little girl. She said she was happy to be back home, and then Han Yul remembered that Cheolgyo was forged in Baekje, and Naju was their former land. He felt the power again and thought if he swung it something would happen, which it did. The next moment he was in front of the building and Seljio said it was Wierson and was absolutely delighted. During the reign of Kero, the 21st Wang of Baekje, the state fell under the onslaught of Goguryeo. The city was wiped off the face of the earth, and to this day, no one knows where it might be. Han Yul didn't think they'd find Wierson here. And if you think about it, the time he swung it to follow the response, he met the spirits associated with Seljio. Then perhaps Seljio was reacting to hidden places that hold memories of the past. In the next moment, Han Yul sensed an incredible concentration of metal here, yet there was no aura of people here. Suddenly, he noticed iron skeletons in front of him and realized that it was probably an army guarding this place. There were countless of them here. Suddenly, he noticed the flag of the Kilji army. Perhaps they were members of the royal family or their guards. The next moment, one of the skeletons asked him to introduce himself and tell him who he was by pointing his sword at him. Then he declared that he was the master of the sword, whereupon the sword slipped from his hands and swept away without recognizing him as its master. When Han Yul said he was surrendering, he was asked to identify himself and took off his mask, gave his real name, and said he was a Korean citizen. He was not listened to, so he decided to act differently and took a medicine with the property of garlic elixir and made himself temporarily strengthened. After that, his eyes lit up with a bright red light, and then he decided to start the battle. He deftly used all his techniques and skills to tear the iron skeletons apart. But things were bad because the roots were very weak because the place was cursed and the energy of the metal suppressed the energy of the wood. And the problem was that the broken skeletal parts were self-repairing. Han Yul thought that if they came back to life, it wouldn't be easy to get out because he was facing a real immortal army. They reminded Tervinga of dragoons. In the north, they said there were some as resilient as these guys, and they were kept in this world. And to put them to rest, you have to break the chains that bind them to mortal existence, so he has to break those chains. Then, Terving asked to give them a dignified doom, to which Han Yul agreed, and at the same moment took him in hand, uniting with him. As Han Yul chopped them apart with this sword, he could feel their threads being severed, and it really worked. Suddenly, the iron skeletons started launching arrows at them with fire at the tip. In the next moment, countless fire arrows were already flying at Han Yul. Then he noted that there were too many iron skeletons to break the shackles individually, and he himself might be exhausted from it. The next moment, he thought that if there was such a huge army, there must be a king to command it. As he burst into the building, he saw the king sitting on his throne and felt the incredible energy of the metal. The king didn't look very impressive to him. He was quite small, but he was holding Seljio in his hands, so it was him after all. The king suddenly said that he smelled like the clan, but it was surprising because Han Yul had left Hwagok a few years ago. The next moment, the king began to accuse him of having taken away Jeoljo and destroyed Baekje, and that it was at his mercy that he was humiliated. Then he said that if he got his body, he would get his crown back, so he shouted for him to give him his body. In the next moment, the skeletons rushed at him, and Han Yul thought he was crazy and had lost his mind after so many years of imprisonment. But that didn't mean he'd give up without a fight. He summoned his animal, greeted it, and asked it to send everyone to the other side. After his words, it lunged at the skeletons and began chopping one by one without regret. He was also assisted by an elephant, and Terving was surprised to note that he was growing larger and larger with each of his attacks. In the next moment, Han Yul explained that it was because he feeds on metal and only feeds and feeds on metal. An indestructible metal beast that could grow to incredible size and devour metal, which is why it was named Pulgasari. Kimson's book on Pulsari said he could appear out of nowhere from the last breaths of a dying monarch or a rice ball that the monk shared with his wife. Pulgasari have appeared at all times, and each time in a mysterious way. To subdue these invulnerable creatures, many Celestials have tried to create Pulsari with their own hands, but all their attempts were in vain. So when Kimson heard of Pulgasari in Ogu country, he thought it was nothing more than a fable. But strangely enough, Kimson found the answer to this riddle. Though Pulsari was born out of human suffering, it was not created by one man, but by the Age of Troubles. A time when the people groan under tyranny and the ruler is blind to other people's misfortune, and greedy officials fill their pockets sucking the last juices out of people. The people who spawned Pulgasari were gripped by hatred, pain, and despair. When the country is plunged into chaos, the despair, the pain, the hopes and dreams of the people form the egg of Pulgasari. And that woman, the boy's mother, used the knowledge in the book to summon Pulgasari. It turned out that Han Yul had been worried about Pulgasari attacking him or his beast, which was having a lot of fun. The Pulsari that had just been huge had become very small, and Han Yul didn't understand why this was the case. Perhaps it shrank when it spent its strength. Then Han Yul decided that next time it would need to feed it metal. But now he had already eaten a lot, so it was time for them to go home. And then Han Yul took Pulsari into his fan. Before he left, he saw the king's skeleton in front of him and didn't understand why he was so obsessed with him and why he wanted his body. Han Yul also didn't understand why his crown and clothes were lying with the servants and not on him. And then he realized why he wanted his body so badly. Judging by his words of defeat at the hands of Kogur, it is Karo, and it seems he is cursed for the defeat and cannot wear the crown while in this body. Then, Han Yul said that the crown is now his, and it's payback for stealing someone else's body. The next moment, Han Yul put on the crown, which the skeleton didn't like. In the blink of an eye, he was in a different place. It looked like Virusen, but it wasn't the same place. The decorations and buildings looked like they had been built recently, but the aura was the same. Suddenly, he saw a man in front of him, who said that an unexpected guest had come to his domain. He turned around and told him not to be afraid because he was in his dream world, and then remarked that he had been a spunky young man and shouldn't have been reckless in putting on the crown, and he really hoped it wouldn't happen again. And added that he wanted to teach him a lesson, but his actions were a real power grab. Han Yul said with a smile that he was expecting anything but that and greeted Anjo, the descendant of Buyeo, cheerfully. Anjo saw that the man had been through a lot and thanked him for coming all this way. Han Yul then asked about how one could compare his unworthiness to him, the founder of the state, and added that he was willing to undergo any trial he could because he had usurped the crown of Baekje. Anjo was amused to hear this from someone who already wore the crown, and then he told him to leave, but Han Yul said that he was not a descendant of Baekje, to which Anjo replied that he was born a commoner, but by fate became a ruler, and even after his death he continued to protect his throne, watching his descendants prosper. However, he was still here and had passed on his throne. And all because it is his duty and his burden, and few are able to give up so easily that which he himself has built, even if fated. So he tested in this world of illusions those who were worthy of the throne. He watched them and tried to see if they had the makings of a ruler. Then he said that he wished the madman had come here because he would have loved to test him. But Han Yul didn't know who he was talking about. It was King Karo. He never got to wear the crown, so he decided that one day he would take over someone else's body and wear it. He learned the magic of doom and stayed in this world, and his obsession with the throne turned him into a monster. Afterward, Anjo said that he liked Han Yul because he was strong in body even though he was born as a simple man, and his older brother was the same. The story said that unlike Han Yul, who founded Wireson, Pir Yu founded Michuhol, but finding his holdings too modest, he took his own life. His brother was originally supposed to lay the foundation of Virusen. He was worthy of the throne, but his power attracted the attention of the Celestials. And then, he made a play that Han Yul knew about. After his death, Anjo was able to rule in peace. And luckily, the Celestials were only interested in his power, not what surrounded him. And if he were alive, they would have ruled together. Said that power has its own laws, and Anjo decided to repay Han Yul for his brother and then asked him to follow him. And added that if he wanted to take the throne next time, he should use the Imperial Seal. Han Yul had one, and instead of wearing a crown, it's much more effective to use the Imperial Seal. Han Yul realized that this Imperial Seal had previously belonged to Paradega's son. This seal belonged to the Ogu state and could be useful to Han Yul when Lady Taoan decides to take revenge on him. After a while, they came to the place and Han Yul didn't understand why they came to the throne. Then Anju told him to get up. When he began to rise, he told him that he was naming him his heir, Anjo's descendant, and that was all he could do for him. The next moment he was back, but without the crown, and the king of the iron skeletons lying on the floor noticed it. Suddenly, it disappeared without even rotting, and the sword said that it had been held together by the power of desire alone, and that it had destroyed everything. Selgio was beside her, trembling with fear, and the sword said that she should be burned, because she should have thought of it earlier. And Han Yul thought that now that he had inherited the Baekje throne, they should visit all the places where the sword would respond. He leaned toward her and said that she had nothing to worry about and that if she continued to obey him, he would not melt her. But the problem was that if the sword shone in front of people, they would have nowhere to hide, so there was a way around it. But for now, Han Yul decided to busy himself with raising his sword in front of his nose and shouting to the skeletons to listen to him. He shouted that from this day forward, Park Han Yul would be the ruler of Virasan and they should honor him. After his words, the skeletons stood before him, raised their hands, and recognized him as the true king. At that moment, the TV in the city was broadcasting live that Mrs. Yuhua wanted to create a real dragon. She loved being on TV because she loved to be praised. It was said that Chu Man would be the dragon, but the villagers had never seen him. There was a legend that Chu Man ascended to heaven while stepping on the head of a yellow dragon. The creation of the dragon was to take place in Kenju. It was all supposed to happen today at King Munmu's tomb. Meanwhile, it was raining there and some people didn't understand why the Celestials were sitting closer than some important bigwigs. Another person said they crave flattery but openly divide everyone into second and first class. One of the reporters thought they'd all get a kick out of it because they said there were 7 stars. The journalist, noticing the genteel, said he didn't know who it was because he had only heard of Tanguna, but not of others with high positions in Asadla, and she looked just like Unyo. Suddenly, everyone in the square in the distance saw a dragon approaching them. Han Yul was also with him. The villagers nicknamed him the Heavenly Lord. When he landed, he said he was here to congratulate him on the momentous occasion of becoming a descendant of Anjo. The villagers clearly disapproved and shouted that he didn't belong here. The man who had cut off Baekje's head in the mortal world stood before him. Suddenly, one of the crowd shouted that the guest had honored them with his presence, so they dared not bare their knives against him, and also told Korin to calm down too, to which he said he was sorry he couldn't cut his head off today. In front of Han Yul was a person who had already reached the Ji-song stage, so he had to be as careful as possible. Then a man from the crowd apologized for his tribesman's rudeness and welcomed the descendant of Wang Anjo to his lands. Then he said sternly that his mistress wished to meet the Anjo heir and asked him to follow him. When they arrived at Mrs. Yu Wei's house, he greeted her and announced that he had brought the Heavenly Lord. General Vadok stood beside her, looking shabby and very haggard. He looked nothing like himself. Han Yul saw something unexpected. Hwadoku's right hand was cut off because he wouldn't give them the secret of becoming a dragon. At this moment, Han Yul was seized with anger, but there were too many people here to do anything about it, so he decided to wait for the right moment to get Hwadok out of here. Yu Wei said that he had done something incredibly daring, and added that she was curious about the Baekje descendant who had come to their feast, so she ordered him to be brought. The next moment, the one who brought Han Yul asked about whether little brother had any reason not to come here, and added that the names of these states, and even more so the enmity between them, are thousands of years old. Then, Yuhua asked about how he thought that in a measly 1,000 years, they would forget how those Baekjuk mutts ruined their future. Han Yul then said that it was impossible to forget, but he could try to forget the past, and he had come here as the heir. It was to put their ancestral feud behind them and congratulate her on the momentous occasion. After his speech, Yuhua clutched the cup with anger, and then threw it at Han Yul's feet and started screaming her ears off. She told Tamadek to throw him out, but he stood up for him, and said that Han Yul had come here to end the feud. And if it had been 1,000 years ago, he would have agreed with her. But now was a different time, and there was no need to chase a pipe dream. Many people have suffered because of her obsession, and Tamadek said she's no better than the upstarts from the Eastern Palace. After the gates to heaven were closed, the inhabitants of the celestial world shut themselves off from the mortal world. And so she continued to despise them, believing herself to be something more, even though humans are their descendants. And by humiliating them, she humiliated her own descendants, so they should let go of the past and live in the present. Tamadek then questioned why she didn't just talk to the Sky Lord. Yuhua didn't understand why he dared to go against her will, and ordered her guards to throw the boy out. To which Tamadek replied that if that was her wish, he had something to object to. Then he put his hand forward and shouted that whoever dared to raise a hand against the Heavenly Lord would have to deal with him. He shouted vehemently that the Lord was his honored guest, and any offense inflicted upon him would be considered an offense inflicted upon him. When Yuhua got up from her seat and told the guards to take him away immediately, she was suddenly stopped by Hwadok. Han Yul said something quietly to her, and then she calmed down and said that it wasn't worth ruining the party now. Then she told him to take Han Yul away after all, and then turned to Tamedek and told him that he would soon realize that she was right. After a while, she spoke to the crowd, saying that she was happy to welcome everyone here because today was the birth of the dragon, is where King Silla Moonmu turned into a dragon to protect the land from an ancient beast from China. And then she shouted that today they would revive ancient magic and create a new dragon to be her son Chumon. Suddenly, the people in the crowd heard a childish cry coming from Chumon, who was wrapped up like a child but didn't look like a child at all. Then Yuhua began to comfort him and said that he would soon be reborn as a dragon, so his death was not in vain. At this moment, Han Yul realized that she had forcibly kept her son's soul in this world by using death magic. After a while, Yuhua stepped away from the baby carriage with her son and told General Huadok standing nearby to get down to business. After her words, Vadok turned to the sea, looked at the tomb, and began to cast spells in an unknown language. In the same instant, he was wrapped in his magic and also the tomb that was on the island in front of him. After a while, the water began to hit the rocks harder, and Vadok continued to speak the spell. The next instant, a huge green stalk of seaweed rose out of the sea with round fruits on it. The algae stalk had grown to the shore, and Vadok was able to easily pluck the round fruit from it. Yuhua snatched the fruit from his hands and turned to the crowd and shouted that this fruit was the key to becoming a dragon. The crowd sensed that these fruits did indeed emit incredible energy, but they felt uncomfortable. Yuhua then brought the fruit to her son and began stuffing it into his mouth. At this moment, Han Yul shouted what she was up to and asked her to stop immediately, but her son had already bitten off a piece of fruit. In the next instant, algae rapidly began to grow from Jumong's mouth, and Yuhua was very concerned about this phenomenon. Then Huadok said with a smile that she was pathetic and blinded by her lust for power, had condemned her own son to suffering. Then he asked if she really believed that his friend King Munmu, or Popman as he used to be called, had turned into a dragon. Then he said with a wicked smile that he had created Manpasichek for a reason, and that Moonmu had told him about it. Manpasichek is a weapon created from the egg of the ancient goddess Mago to destroy Pompin, should anything happen to him after eating the dragon fruit. After Vadok shouted that these fruits don't give dragon power, but only give birth to monsters, and added that now she should rejoice because her son, who is already 1 foot in the grave, will gain unprecedented power. Korin suddenly stabbed Huadok with a knife, and added that it was payback for daring to defy Bayek Huagok. Then he pulled out his knife, and Huadok's body fell to the ground while the worried Han Yul had already rushed to his aid. Taking the general in his arms, he shouted at him to wake up, and after a few moments the general coughed and said that she had robbed him of his pride. But it was all he could do, and now he could only beg for Han Yul's help. What he gave him was an artifact created from the remains of a powerful divine dragon, and he was to be the proof that he was worthy to be called a dragon, after which Huadok apologized and asked to avenge him, and his request was to destroy the monster he created with the dragon fruit. After taking one last look at Huadok's body, Han Yul stood up and called out to Hongwei, announcing that it was time for them to act. By this point, there was nothing human left of Juva's son. He turned into a green monster with stalks and sharp teeth. In the next moment, the monster directed its fierce attack straight into the crowd of people who started screaming for help. The servants grabbed Yuhua and asked her to leave, but she still looked bitterly at her son and held out her hand to him. All the people ran for cover, but Tamedek stayed where he was and looked at the monster. Then he said that Lady Yuhua's greed had awakened the evil and drew his sword and rushed straight for the monster's toothy stalks. He decided to end this monster here and now. However, when he cut the stalks, he noticed that his wounds were healing. It looked like there was no easy way to defeat this monster. Some of the stalks Tamedek had cut off began to fall on the people. But Sonmin had time to put her umbrella out in time to protect them, and then shouted that she would take care of them, and added that Tamedek should take care of the monster, and then she told the people to run away quickly. Looking at the monster, she realized that even the best Celestials couldn't defeat it, and she didn't see a single weakness. And yet the monster had just been born, and perhaps that was the power of the gods. According to Korean mythology, Mago was the goddess of creation, often referred to as Mago's grandmother. At this moment, Han Yul didn't know what to do because the monster was getting stronger by the minute. Then he remembered the general's words. He talked about revenge, but blamed himself for creating this monster. Then Han Yul promised to avenge him. The next moment, he asked Hanvi to cover him, and himself played his flute called Manpasichek. The music coming from the flute had a devastating effect on the monster, and its stems began to dissolve. At that moment, Tamedek shouted that the monster's regeneration had slowed down, so he told everyone else to push on. When everyone furiously rushed to the attack, the monster was not confused and made of his stems cannons and began to fire at the Celestials. Many of them were injured or mauled after the indomitable monster attacked. The Hanvi, who was covering Han Yul, said that from the looks of it, this monster had more trump cards up its sleeve and they should go to a safe place. But he was distracted for nothing, because even without speaking the next second he saw an arrow in front of his chest ready to plunge into him. As befits the legendary Chumon, every arrow hits the target, but it's just a fated legend. Hanvi still managed to avoid that arrow, and the next moment he pulled out his own bow and prepared to shoot. Si Soup was still alive, and he gave Hongwi a bow called Konwang Hongcheon. It was the treasure of their family. He said he needed to lay low now, but the day would come when he'd need him and they'd regain their former glory. After thanking Si Sung for such a wonderful thing, he fired an arrow straight at the monster. He started screaming in pain, and a huge hole formed in his body, and Hongwi said that he would never forget Shi Seung's sacrifice. When the monster dissolved, all that was left was the young body of Yuhua's son, who thanked them and immediately disappeared. Everyone was happy that everything was finally finished, and suddenly Tamadek saw Hongwi calling his name Li. After touching what was left of the monster, Han Yul realized that it was ordinary clay and seaweed, but he thought that the foreign deities were made up of something else. In the next moment, he assumed this monster's shadow was a way to expand his holdings. The monster couldn't get in from the outside, so it used organics to take over as much territory as possible and increase its influence. After a few moments, a disappointed Yuhua ran up to the green pile that was left of her son. She was heartbroken and in tears and couldn't believe it had happened. With an angry look at Han Yul, she rose from her knees and pointed her finger at him, saying that he was the one who had sent her son to the grave, and shouted angrily that he had conspired with the old man and they had deliberately mutilated her son men. Han Yul didn't understand what she was saying, because everyone knew that she was asking the general for the secret of turning into a dragon. To this, she only shouted angrily that he dared not cross her and that she had said so, so it was so. Then she ordered Han Yul to be captured because he must pay for what he did to her son. One of the Celestials said he was one of the three deities, so their pathetic rebellion would get them nowhere. And even if everyone knows the truth, Yuva's lie will still be the truth and that dragon is innocent. When Yuva shouted for the dragon to be captured, none of her subordinates moved. But after a moment, they moved toward them, at which Hanvi shouted how dare they, for they had saved them. Tamadek suddenly threw one of Juvi's subordinates to the ground and said that they wouldn't succeed because he wouldn't let them do it. He said angrily that he couldn't stand to watch Bekwagak do evil anymore, and added that he might have the same blood in his veins as they did, but he would take responsibility for their sins and become the new head of the Baikwagak. Pointing his hand at the guards of the Juchfa, he told them to listen to him attentively and said that they must memorize everything they saw and heard here, and they should tell others and let everyone know who was right and who was wrong. And if anyone dares to lie, he Tamadek, on behalf of Bekwagak, will unleash his wrath on him. At that moment, Yuhua began to shout furiously at him. She didn't understand how he dared to claim her place while shouting that the other Celestials would never recognize him as a new head. The next moment, Han Yul came forward and said with a smile that he would recognize Tamadek as the new head of Byakwagak. Yuhua didn't understand how the Heavenly Lord dared to do such a thing and called him a small fish while doing so. To this, Hana Yul replied that no matter what, he is the new Wang Baekjae and the fiancé of Lady Shin Seongmin, one of the 7 stars. The people standing around didn't understand how Shin Songmin, Taebek's disciple from the 8 heavenly heavens, could be his bride. Han Yul then proudly added that Lady Sinshi had accepted him into her clan, which also surprised the people around. Everyone began to whisper that Cheon Wangnan himself had met him, and some said they had seen him at that moment. Han Yul then asked Mrs. Yuhua if that wasn't enough to support the new head of Baekwagak. At that moment, Yuhua thought she had heard about it too, and didn't understand how that worm was able to gain the support of Taebek and Shinshi. Without waiting for her response, Han Yul told Tamadek that he had stood up for him so he would do the same, and congratulated him on the beginning of the new Baekwagak era. Sometime later, the television reported that during the Baekwagak celebrations, details of Mrs. Juva's atrocities came to light. It caused a wide public outcry. Baekwagak announced that Mrs. Juva had been stripped of all her titles and appointed Ko Tamadek as the new head of the clan. Mr. Ko promised to take responsibility for all of Lady Yuhua's deeds. And soon there will be a hearing for Mrs. Juva in the court of the underworld. Then other news began to be shown. At this moment, Han Yul was sitting on the rooftop listening to the news, and the sword was surprised at how famous he was. But Han Yulu didn't find it amusing in the slightest. He just stared sadly into the distance from the roof. Down near the building on the roof of which he was sitting, a crowd of people had gathered to demand that they be allowed to go to the Lord and deliver something to him. Rumors of his connection to Taebek had reached these people, and now they all wanted to be his friends. The sword mockingly said that he was not only strong, but also had the ability to charm, and added that there was a rumor that he had reached Jisung's level. Han Yul replied that he might be able to reach Jisung's level for a short time, but then there would be nothing left of him. And yet he's as far away from Senior Tamadek as the moon. Han Yul didn't know if he would ever reach that level. During the fight, he fought as if he had already surpassed Jisung's level, and it was no wonder how he had defeated Nuke Chachowan with such ease. With sadness in his heart, Han Yul thought it would be a while before he could call him brother. The next moment, the sword asked what he was going to do with all these people, and advised him to accept them, for they had brought him valuable gifts. But Han Yul refused, explaining that if they accepted their gifts, they would owe them something, so let them stand. But the sword said they wouldn't give up, so Kanbei Hiroku would have to sweat. Han Yul suddenly saw Zhang Wuqi lying on the ground and picked him up, remembering that the strongman Zhang Wuqi had already died. But no one knew that Hei Mosu had a strong body for a long time either, so the rumors about young Wu He shouldn't be taken at face value either. They said he made everyone turn around and left this scroll right in the center of the throne room. Unrolling the scroll, Han Yul said happily that he couldn't miss this opportunity. When he did, he immediately moved to a place that reminded him of a club. There he was greeted by a pink-haired girl named Sari, who thanked him for coming and offered to go to her master. The people on the dance floor were young men and women who had come here from all over the celestial world to express their admiration for her master. Her master was no stranger to human pleasures, so all these people enjoyed his favor day and night. The next moment, they entered a room where Mr. Sari was sitting in an embrace with several girls. Then he stood up and told Han Yul that he was even more reckless than he thought while thinking that his mask was completely tasteless. Han Yul was surprised that he was not the one who had called him here, and the Lord replied that he may have left the scroll, but he was the one who opened it. At this moment, Han Yul didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and then the Lord asked him about his strength, which meant that he had a lot of nerve. The next moment, Han Yul asked how he knew about his strength, to which the Lord replied that he had opened the scroll without hesitation, that had the name of the most famous strongman written on it, and that's what made him think that. The next moment, the Lord mumbled that he thought that he had not come to capture him, and now all the Celestials knew of his power, and then added that if he asked them, they wouldn't distribute it. Throwing his glass on the floor, the gentleman said that before he would tell everyone about his secret, he must fall on his knees before him. Han Yul was annoyed that he was trying to blackmail him and drew his sword, saying that he had messed with the wrong person. His power began to spread throughout the perimeter, and the Lord began shouting furiously that he couldn't handle them all. Han Yul answered in the affirmative and asked what he could do with his useless illusions. He didn't understand how Han Yul realized that everything around him was an illusion, and then he said that he should have thought of something more original. Han Yul then asked about who he wanted to deceive by putting him in front of a crowd of celebrities, and shouted that next time you shouldn't waste his time with useless tricks but just call him properly. The next moment, he and Zhang Wuqi turned down in the gray room. Then Zhang Wuqi's true face showed. He was missing both of his legs. At this moment, Han Yul looked at Zhang Wuqi's true appearance, not believing his eyes. Then he asked if he liked and felt satisfied looking at him, and then asked if he wondered how the famous Young Wuqi got to such a miserable life. Then calling him brother, he said that it was not worth the trouble and that if he did not obey him, he would suffer the same fate. In the next moment, Han Yul thought that the Celestials should not know about his strength and asked why he had called him and organized this whole spectacle. He asked what he thought about why the three princes of the Eastern Sea had turned against Baekwagak. He thought the reason was the same as what Lady Yuhua said, and said that someone had tricked the Dragon King. Then he said that it was unlikely to be revenge, and to turn things around so brazenly, one must be able to fish in troubled waters, which Zhang Wuqi agreed with, and said that everywhere you look, people are trying to profit from other people's misfortune. And no one likes it if some dragon baby comes out of nowhere and tries to take over. After that, Han Yul started asking questions about whether he wanted to say that the one who tricked the Dragon King into taking him away had a grudge against him. And now, he wants revenge and he knows who it is. Han Yul didn't understand what this had to do with Zhang Wuqi and his threats. When he asked if he was interested, Han Yul shouted furiously that he hadn't put his sword away yet, which scared Zhang Wuqi. Adding that he would tell everything, he shouted out the name of the culprit. It was Hong Gil-dong from Hualbindan. He and Zhang Wuqi both had power, but aside from their bones, there was nothing special about them and they were unable to control the energy of the universe. But Hong Gil-dong is different. In a word, he can make the Celestials act and can change the world. And it's probably because of Hong Gil-dong that the Celestials are afraid of people with supernatural powers. So Zhang Wuqi thought that since this guy had his eye on him, they could team up. Han Yul asked if he wanted to intimidate him into cooperating, and Zhang Wuqi asked him to stop because he had already surrendered. When Han Yul looked at Zhang Wuhe, he felt that he was not telling the truth, but it was obvious that he was speaking sincerely and knew where to look for information, and decided to ask him how he did it, to which Zhang Wuqi replied that it was easy to get information through illusions, which means that among the treasures that Byakwagak and Shingun have staked, there's something valuable that the Dragon King believed their lies for. Then Zhang Wuhe said the answer. It was the liver. Among the water creatures, this is a famous story. This story is about Master Woljong. Then Han Yul thought it was like the story of the tortoise and the hare, but hare liver doesn't really exist. It was about an eastern sea dragon who was sick and looking for a cure. According to the prophecy, only the liver of a rabbit could cure him. After Young Wuchi said that, how can you not know the history that has been passed down by word of mouth since time immemorial? He was very indignant. Then he began his story. From time immemorial, there lived a great celestial named Woljong. One dragon king, jealous of his gift of foresight, decided to seize it and eat Woljong to perfection. But the wise celestial foresaw the dragon's intentions and outwitted him. And that deceived man could only watch helplessly as Woljong soared skyward toward the moon itself. Since then, a legend has been passed down among sea creatures that whoever finds and swallows a liver that shimmers with all the colors of the rainbow would become the new Lord of the Seas. Of course, they were just fairy tales, but the king of the Eastern Sea seemed to believe them. At this moment, Han Yul thought that perhaps the tale of the tortoise and the hare came from this legend. Zhang Wuqi really wanted him to agree to his proposal, but Han Yul was still thinking. He looked at the troubled man and couldn't believe it was him who had just threatened him and thought it was an attempt to bribe him. He thought that it must be because they both had strength, because Han Yul was the same. He tried to threaten him because the Celestials had caused him a lot of pain, and Han Yul decided to forgive him, especially since he knew who was behind it and knew what bait was being used to draw the Dragon King away. For Han Yul, he was not only useful, but a treasure trove of information he needed. As Han Yul came closer to him, he asked him to tell him everything he knew and asked him what his true purpose was and why he had called him. When Han Yul disappeared, Haylok and Hanvi started to panic, and Hanvi told them to search everything. Honghui was angry at Zhang Wuqi for daring to deceive them and steal the lord right out of the palace. At this moment, Han Yul fell from the sky, and everyone furiously rushed over to check if he was an imposter. When Han Yul said it was him, Honghui told them not to give in to illusions and to keep searching. After a while, everyone calmed down and Honghui asked him if he had met Zhang Wuqi. He didn't think he'd be easy to kill, but he didn't expect him to actually survive, and added that he was a master liar. So don't take what he said to him seriously, and took the scroll in his hand and decided to destroy it. Then Han Yul started yelling that everything was fine, and he fed him his horn, and that stopped Honghui. He said that in that case he should get ready, for a messenger had arrived with an invitation to the Council of Clan Heads. After a while, Han Yul arrived at the Stargazer's palace. After the gates of heaven opened and demons invaded the earth, this building came in handy. These ruins, once the Olympic Stadium in Seoul, were taken over by the Council of Clan Leaders. That's how the Stargazer Palace came to be. It seemed to Han Yul that he had just watched the sporting events here yesterday and everything had changed. He thought the council would meet just before the trek, and they decided to do it so early. Maybe it had something to do with what happened in Byakwagak, and a lot of people want a piece of the pie before they come to their senses. Han Yul seemed to think that after that their position would be quite shaken. A girl with a dark aura was sitting next to him, and Han Yul thought that it might be Parid Dagi. And it was no wonder she was allowed to enter Sochon's gardens, since she was almost equal in strength to the elder Tamadek. Suddenly, Han Yul felt the gazes on him. The Celestials, who had already recovered their strength after the battle, were looking at him. Han Yul was glad that they had already recovered their strength and were doing well. He had not seen the elder Kwanak for a long time. The Council of Clan Heads was about to start in a few minutes, and suddenly, Han Yul noticed Senior Punchbuck. Earlier, he thought he was a subordinate of Lady Yuhua, but Senior Kwanak quickly put him in his place. And yet they don't belong to any clan. In the next instant, Usa greeted everyone gathered here today, and said that they had previously held councils in Shinshi, but that the preparations had been completed and they would meet here in the Stargazer's palace from now on. A map hovered above them, and Usa decided to cut to the chase. The first thing he did was to start referring to the past council, and reminded them that they had to settle the matter with the Dragon King before they could start their march. They were about to make a plan and divide their forces. But a few days ago, there was an incident at Byakwagak, and as a result, their ranks have thinned, and they are now short of men to protect the coastline. After Elder Tamadek expelled all dissenters from his ranks, there was almost no one left in Byakwagak. They were the ones who were supposed to be defending the coast, and the crowd was outraged that they were going to have to move their forces from the front lines. There was little glory in the defense, and no one in the crowd wanted to do it at all. However, Usa found a way out and looked at Han Yul and asked his heavenly lord to support Behwagak. Han Yul said that according to the results of the competition, he was in the attack group and was not happy to join the defense of Baekwagak. Usa mumbled that they had seen his power in King Munmu's tomb, and the power of Manpasichek's flute and his subordinates would more than make up for their losses. Especially in the offensive, they have enough forces, and Usei asked about why he was not helping those who really need it. Suddenly, a girl from the crowd shouted that it was arbitrary, because he had achieved his place by his own efforts and they wanted to take away everything. She didn't understand why they were asking for a heavenly lord if they said they had so many warriors. When Usa said it was just a suggestion, the girl disagreed and said that a celestial of his level would find it hard to refuse such a request. In the next moment, Han Yul still agreed, but with one condition: he would do it alone and alone defend the entire peninsula. Unsa then said, "Don't talk nonsense," and even though he got the power of Pektusan, but he is only the lord of the lake and is too arrogant. But Han Yul disagreed with him and asked him if he knew anything about the way of dragons. For many years, they have been perfecting their powers to achieve harmony with heaven, and much effort and dedication is required to do so. And even though their celestials are called gods in mortal legends, deep down they are no different. In the next moment, Paridechi, who was sitting next to him, asked if he would be willing to answer with his head if he failed to fulfill his promise. When the meeting was over, the girl started yelling that he was crazy, but Han Yul said he wasn't lying and had a plan. He was actually bluffing for another reason. He had heard that Valbindan was planning to attack him during the campaign. The girl was surprised that there was something left of Hong Gildong. However, they just pretended to disappear. And Han Yul had proof of it, namely the silver coin of Hvalbindan. Daeon said that when Hong Gildong and his minions wreaked havoc in the celestial world, they were told to destroy them. And for every such coin, the council promised a reward. Daeon concluded that his informant was Zhang Wuqi, and he too had survived. Suddenly, Dao Han Yul asked her to go with him, which surprised and took her by surprise. Zhang Wuqi told him that 2 hidden artifacts could help him, and Han Yul offered to find them and share them. Daeon didn't believe that Zhang Wuhi could just take everything and tell her, and yelled that maybe he was being blackmailed, but Han Yul said it was okay. Zhang Wuhi is also strong in body, and they usually help each other because they're not favored in the celestial world. Daeon agreed, but she suddenly realized that he was also strong in body. When she asked him about it, Han Yul replied positively and added that it was all about the phalanges of the fingers. Then he asked if she was going to send him to the other world, to which Daeon shouted that being a strong body was not a crime, and added that she would never hurt her benefactor just because he was strong in body. After calming down, she summarized that she and Zhang Wuqi had teamed up and asked about the treasure. It was the treasure with which the last prince of Silla, Ma Wei, traveled to the afterlife. His words surprised Daeon again, and she said that it wasn't easy to get there. Han Yul replied that Mrs. Taeyeon goes there every time she needs to go to the West Heaven Garden. Daeon can of course visit the garden, for the keeper of the flowers has given him the right to do so, but in order for the Lord to get there, he must go to the other world, the afterlife, otherwise known as the Yellow Springs. It was the world where the souls of people went after death. It is divided into levels depending on their distance from the mortal world, and the higher the level, the further it is from the world of the living and the harder it is to get there. The first level is the closest to the mortal world. It contains worlds created by the celestials such as Asadal or Sinsi, and separated from the human world. Asadal and Sinchi are 2 mythical cities. They are associated with early Korean history and are symbols of ancient civilizations. On the second level, and the environment and inhabitants are not much different from the mortal world, but it is smaller and the energy there is much less. From the 3rd to 4th levels onwards, the scenery is very different from the human world. Monsters dwell there, and mere mortals cannot survive there. The 5th and 6th levels are dangerous even for celestials, and even high-level celestials can't get there without fulfilling certain conditions, like the Garden of the Western Paradise, so they try to keep their noses out of it. The 7th level and above is the domain of the other gods. What lies beyond them is unknown even to the celestials, and Ma Wuyi is at least at the 3rd level. At that moment, Daewon shouted that even celestials couldn't return from there after they died. Han Yul said that Lady Taeyeon could help him return, and it was about the reincarnation flower. Daeon then expressed her fears that this flower might not work the way he thinks it should. It's called the Flower of Rebirth, but it actually just absorbs negative energy. And if you take it with you to the afterlife, it can protect him from death for a while, but eventually it will wither away. And if he doesn't make it back before that happens, he's finished. Daeon wouldn't want the Lord to wither there like a flower, and so was against it. Because Daeon was so inclined, Han Yul decided to look for another way after she left with words to call her if she needed help. In the next instant, he used the Heavenly Sword technique to escape and apologize to Daewon. Where Han Yul's monsters came from since the gates to heaven opened, After learning about the afterlife, he realized that the farther away from the mortal world, the more monsters there are. They must have come from the afterlife, from the closest place to the domain of the other gods. In that case, through the tunnel that was in front of Han Yul, one could enter the afterlife to a place where there were countless of them. He thought he was no longer the weakling he used to be and jumped into that tunnel with determination. In it, he smelled a very different odor, sulfurous, and a few moments later the afterlife appeared before him. He noticed that the aura of doom here was not what he expected and thought it was because this place was near the mortal world. So he shouldn't need the flower. However, Han Yul didn't understand how he could find Ma Wuyi in this wasteland. Suddenly, he and the sword noticed that Chilgeo had responded, which meant there was a place connected to him. Han Yul waved Chilgeo and said that they would start from wherever this sword would lead them. Suddenly, a portal opened in front of him, containing a small creature that immediately pounced on him, shouting something in an unfamiliar language. Then the creature started crying and saying that he missed him very much and had been waiting for him for a very long time. At this moment, Han Yul thought it was unlikely that he was waiting for him, and perhaps he was waiting for the ruler of Baekje. After the creature said that this is where he created weapons and armor. His children, his grandchildren, his great-grandchildren all fought with the weapons he created. Chilgeo was also his work, which surprised Han Yul very much. The creature said that one day Oraha stopped coming, and the 10th emperor of Japan was Suzin, like Dagun. In Korea, his reign is considered the beginning of Japanese history. From the 2nd to the 9th, almost nothing is known and only a few legends and myths have survived. Suddenly, Han Yul stopped him and said he should know his story, but he didn't want to spend too much time on it because they had a treasure to find. Then said that his Tano family was descended from the gods. His relatives hoped that he would inherit the appearance of his patron god ancestor, whose name was Amatsumara. But unlike his brothers, his bones were not heavenly. The phalanges of his fingers have awakened. His father was very angry at him, disappointed in him, and tried to send him to the next world, so he ran away. And that's when he met Anjo Arak, who gave him a helping hand. He was very kind to him, and they became like brothers. Anjo's children also began to serve him and even made him an armor of tiles. But at one point he disappeared, and he was left all alone for many years and thought he would never come back. He had tears in his eyes because he didn't understand why he was only coming back now. When Han Yul wanted to explain, he interrupted him. After touching his clothes, he stated that it was very roughly done and new fabric should be sewn on, and then asked if he had brought the material. In the next instant, he began to shake out all of his clothes from the bag. However, Han Yul did not understand why Gidal was doing this. When he took out the cloak, Han Yul explained that it was Saika Shu's clothes, and Gidal, with shining eyes, said that it could be used to make a clothes cover. Afterwards, calling Han Yul Ara, he started pulling off his clothes, but the latter shouted that he would do it himself. After a while, his new clothes were ready, and his treasures that he didn't know where to put were perfect for the overlay. He said with a smile that he was glad that the treasure could be used to make such a wonderful piece of jewelry. All of a sudden, Tyraving mumbled that this swordsman Chilgeo says that this guy is a descendant of Amatsumara the smith god, and it's amazing. Looking at Turving, Jidal said that if the dream of Jo Arak could be melted down as well, then Han Yul's dream would be closer, and Han Yul refused to do so, and said with a smile that it was his favorite piece. He looked at Gyadal and wondered why such a skilled craftsman was hiding here, and then asked if he wanted to go to the human world, which Gyadal refused, and explained that he was happy here and no one could see him, which Han Yul didn't understand. Then Gyadal said that the more he pounded the hammer while learning from Arak, the stronger his aura became, which is why he hid here. In this place, his ancestor is not video, and then Han Yul asked about the bad thing that God sees you. But the point was that Anjo Araha once said that his ancestor god is a foreign god. 2,000 years ago, Anjo traveled to Japan for his friend Gidal and to learn new celestial arts and strengthen Baekje. Han Yul listened to his story with utter amazement. Since ancient times, this country has been isolated from the rest of the world. Japan is an uncharted land. It was full of energy equal to that of the Taibexan Mountains on the Korean peninsula. Anjo was confused by how strong and powerful the Tenno clan was. However, for the sake of learning more about Gidal's ancestors and for the prosperity of Baekje, he decided to make a peace treaty. Anjo quickly became close to the Tenno family, began to study their history, and soon learned something incredible. It turns out that the gods from whom the Tenno lineage descended are from Tamka Magahara in the celestial realm. These gods are from another world. He wondered if the people had accepted them without any resistance, because according to the annals, they had to fight off the gods and close the gates of heaven. Then it occurred to him that they might actually worship these gods. Gods from other worlds had foreign powers, and given that their energy was no weaker than that of the Taibexan Mountains, This version seemed the most likely. But that theory collapsed when he saw one sword, a sword called Amatsunomura Kuna, or Kusanagi. It was one of the 3 sacred treasures. This sword was defeated by Yamata no Orochi, the most feared demon in Japan. Even though this sword was created by demon energy, it radiated pure power. He decided that such pure power could not be possessed by a demon that had not been purified. He put his hands on the table and scrutinized the ancient records. And then he learned the terrible truth that it was not a demon but a guardian deity protecting these islands. He lost to the other gods and turned into a demon. Han Yul thought that some of the great masters who had fought gods from other worlds had lost, and so Orochi had been defeated in Japan. Even in Korea there was a creator god who was actually a foreign god, so don't believe all the stories and legends without reservation. Anjo Araha also said that the Japanese gods foresaw the imminent closing of the heavenly gates, so they divided Orochi's body into 8 parts and hid it in the ground to fill it with their power and then raise people to worship them. They did it so that they would still have loyal followers after the heaven's gate closed, and Anjo Araha secretly collected Orochi's body. He wanted to restore Orochi's power, which he had lost to the gods from the other world, and use that power to elevate Baekje in Japan, and thus enable him to defeat the foreign gods. He planned to give Chilgyo to his favorite disciple Kungusuwan and send him to Japan. So he engraved on Jiljo the path the sword was supposed to take. However, Lady Yuhua prevented him and Baekje fell. He didn't tell Han Yul all this in Wyverson because he knew he'd figure it out on his own with the help of Silgio. Now, the gate to heaven has opened again, and he wanted him to use the power he'd gathered to protect the world from invading gods from other worlds. Han Yul thought he couldn't let Anjo's efforts go to waste and asked if he knew who Ma Wee Teja was. The latter replied that he had heard this from those who wanted to order weapons from him and told him not to worry because he would not forge weapons for anyone but Araha, and said that there were rumors that a long time ago someone had crept into the world of doom and was hiding in the lands granted to the founding mother Ogu. Han Yul was dumbfounded by this statement because it was about the lands that Paradegi had received in the world of doom. After a while, Han Yul floated on the water and soon the black and white world opened up in front of him. When he got ashore, he thought that now they had really crossed the border because there was an atmosphere of doom here. When he put his hand outside the border, he felt it all in his gut, and if you lose the colors here, you can't go back. Before him were the lands granted by the 10 kings of the underworld to the founding mother Ogu. It was said that she was on close terms with Yem, the lord of the underworld, and it may have been he who gave her these lands. Han Yul was curious what Paradagi was up to, but either way he had little time and needed to hurry. Activating the flower, he ran across the border in a flash. Against the backdrop of these places, he glowed with a lively light. After a time, he made his way through the woods and trees to the waterfall of which Gadal had told him. There at the waterfall, he met a black and white old man sitting beside him who said that he had not seen colors here for a long time. At this moment, Han Yul realized that he was facing the last prince of Silla, Ma Wee Teja. Turning his head slightly towards Han Yul, Ma Wei recognized him as the Dragon Lord and felt the aura of the Puye family. The next moment, Han Yul mumbled that he was not born with this power, but Anjo's ancestor had made him his heir, and added that he had come to retrieve 2 artifacts belonging to the last prince of Silla, to which Ma Ui wordlessly told him to take them, and asked him if he was surprised that he gave them away so easily, even though he had come all the way to the world of the dead. Han Yul was surprised that the last prince of Silla, Ma Ui, was completely devoid of colors. Then Ma Ui gave him a chest containing artifacts. It contained a golden ruler capable of healing any ailment and even bringing the undead back to life, and a fire gem, created by Queen Sondok to gain immortality and surpass herself. It took all of Scylla's strength and resources to create it. The value of the pearls was unknown, but Han Yul was certain of one thing. Then he asked if he was sure he wanted to give them away. Then the old man said that in the world of the living, many years of Scylla had surely passed and a new era had dawned, so there was no reason to hold on to the past. And he decided he would give the artifacts to whoever came for them. And when Han Yul wanted to object, Maui said he seemed to have company. He didn't want to say goodbye to him in such a hurry, but he wished the descendant of Pue good luck and vanished. The next moment, Hictagon appeared in the air in front of him and heard that a person from the world of the living had arrived in the world of the dead and came here. He said that he was happy to see the Lord and was glad to have such a pleasant meeting, but Han Yul didn't know who he was. And then, he introduced himself as Hictagon, the Black Great Prince 5th son of the founding mother Ogu. Han Yul replied that he probably wanted to avenge his brother, and then asked him angrily why he was so happy to see him. Hectagon said, gathering his strength in his hand, that it seemed necessary to inform his mother that a new convention of Celestials was coming. And then the battle began. He and his subordinates attacked Han Yul, who in response began to use his water power. When a jet of water rushed up to them, Hictagon only laughed at him, saying it was all he could do. After shouting that the Heavenly Lord was no better than the others, he threw Han Yule off with his strength. At this moment, Han Yule thought that his strength wasn't working at full strength here, perhaps because it was a different space. Hictagon said, gathering another dark lump of energy, that he should just let him try his dirty tricks on his brother. After saying those words with a smile and a sneer, Han Yule took a medicine with the property of the rebirth flower elixir. A colored dome appeared around him, and everything around him began to have color, and Han Yule decided to see what he could do. Hictagon immediately realized that he had taken the rebirth flower from Sochon's gardens and shouted about how he had managed to get it. After which, he created a multitude of black monsters with glowing purple eyes with a single sweep of his hand. When all those monsters rushed towards Han Yule in a flash, he separated them into many pieces with his light. Hictagon asked him angrily about how he dared to touch his spirits. The next moment, with just a single piece of paper, he dissolved his subordinates and created new monsters out of them, and then ordered them to turn Han Yule into fertilizer for his flowers, and in the next instant, they were already rushing at Han Yule with great speed. Han Yule at this moment thought that he had used doom magic to turn the living into spirits, and noted that it was a disgusting sorcery. After Han Yule used his light again, he fought the monsters and once again killed them all, but Hictagon couldn't understand how he could do it. Han Yule said with a smile that he had recently seen someone like him, and then decided to test Gaidal's ability. When Han Yule drew his sword, water and wolves created from that water appeared. When he directed the jet at Hictagon, the latter, unable to withstand such force, fell to the ground with a crash so that it cracked beneath him. Next to him, Han Yule saw something that reminded him of a memorial tablet, but Hictagon was very reluctant to touch it. Han Yule suddenly realized that it seemed to store the souls used for doom magic, and of course it was convenient to control the souls, but it was also very easy to lose them. In King Karo's scrolls that he found, there's a description of a magical ritual that uses a memorial tablet. Following this ritual, he hurt Hictagon very badly, and when he asked him to stop, he decided that he had had enough. And then, he asked me to tell him everything he knew about the lands granted by the 10 underworld kings of Ogu State. Very surprised by his story, he soon arrived at Zhang Wuqi's house, who was very happy to see the artifacts in front of him. Han Yule then asked about whether it was a golden ruler that healed diseases and could even resurrect those who had already died. But Han Yule said he wishes she could do what he wants. That really surprised Zhang Wuqi. Because of what the ruler was told about the properties of the body, she could quickly determine the condition of a person who was dying and save them. With tears in his eyes, Zhang Wuqi couldn't believe that he had gone through so much to get her, and in the end, she wouldn't help him. Han Yule said he had better information and asked if he had looked for information about the flowers in Seo Chang's gardens, and especially about the flowers that Paradagi brought, healing flesh, breath, bone, soul, and even life. Young Wuqi started yelling that he had tried everything and it was useless, but Han Yule said that he had not tried the soul-healing flower yet, and pointed to him and said that his body wasn't just mangled, his soul is torn. Han Yule was sure and questioned Hictagon about the magic controlling souls, and then asked about who did this to him. When he replied that Kangnim, Han Yule said that he knew that and he must have used the heavenly art of affecting the soul. So he needs a flower to heal his soul, and it turns out that everything the Celestials know about him was a lie. Han Yule used the rebirth flower when he went to the dead world, and it turned out to have a different property. It turned out that this flower does not grant rebirth, but protects the living from the energy that can send them to the other world. And that's why it's called the flower of rebirth, because it allows you to return from the world of the dead. And the flower healing breath that supposedly allows the body to breathe actually calls the soul into the world of the dead and allows it to breathe. That is, it has the properties that everyone thought were inherent in the soul-healing flower, and Zhang Wuqi didn't understand why no one knew about it. And that's because the flowers only belong to Paradega, but Han Yule is sure that the flower that heals the soul does exist. Precisely because Paradegi's son told him about it, and Paradegi wouldn't correct him, and Han Yule would get him those flowers. After a while, it started to rain. The operation to destroy the Lord of the Eastern Sea was beginning, was announced by a loudspeaker telling everyone in town to take shelter. A few days passed, and it was Pohon, the site of the operation to destroy the Lord of the Eastern Sea. The warriors were already gathered on the shore, ready for battle. The girl said, "There's nothing to be done because he's impossible to negotiate with, and he even caused the storm. So it's easier to calm down a 7-year-old child." And her cousin who lived on the coast died in the tsunami he caused. And for this girl, the problem was whether this dragon could protect the entire Korean peninsula. She thought perhaps he wanted them distracted while he plundered the treasury of the Eastern Palace. The warrior standing next to him said that if he were like that, he would have done it by now, and recalled the incident at Munmu's tomb. As soon as it became known that Palsongdan, Taibaeksonen, and Shinshi were behind the Skylord, the Skylords rushed to him, trying to grease his ass and pelted him with treasure, and he gave it all back and chased them away. Everybody was talking about it. The other man said that maybe he wasn't so bad, and then they were told to stop talking. But suddenly, someone shouted that there was trouble. It turned out that the two princes of the Eastern Palace had attacked Seoul and were destroying the city. It looked like they had guessed their plan because almost all the Celestials had gathered here and only the defense forces were left in Seoul. Then they shouted to the Skylord to create a sky barrier because the tsunami was already moving on them. But the tsunami suddenly stopped. It was because Han Yul used his power. With a wave of his hand, Han Yul said that it was good that they had prepared for the operation in advance. Everyone around him was surprised that the Heavenly Lord was able to stop the tsunami with his metal energy. Suddenly, a bright light erupted everywhere from Han Yul, and a skeleton began to emerge from the ground. Han Yul suddenly started playing the same tune as the one at Manhwa's tomb. The man's earpiece told him that a wooden skeleton who played the flute also appeared in Ulsan. A wooden puppet was seen in Daegu and Daejeon. The sounds of the flute were heard all over the country. Han Yul was thus spreading his energy and flute music, which greatly surprised everyone around him. The other Celestials did nothing but try to vilify him for fear that he would take away their power, but he, having such power, does not boast but does his duty. When Daeon asked how he did it, he said he put a shard of his horn in each puppet, and in doing so, filled them with his energy and the sound of his flute. This could help them weaken the onslaught of the Eastern Palace. But the problem is that the prince who attacked Seoul broke his puppet, so his power didn't work there, but his job is to protect the country. So he must go there, and if they fill the puppets with their energy, the sounds of the flute will not fade, and the country will be safe. So he asked them to look after them. But the warriors were against it because he promised to protect the Korean peninsula, and they divided up the tasks. But Han Yul said not to worry because the sounds of the flute won't fade as long as the puppets are intact. After Daeon started yelling at them and saying it was nothing for them to fill the puppets with their energy and offered to fight if they didn't want to. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was Tamadek who asked me to leave it to him. And approaching the Lord added that he would send his men to protect his puppets, and added that he has full confidence in Seoul, the Heavenly Lord. At that moment, a prince of the Eastern Kingdom in the guise of a blue dragon was wrapped around one of Seoul's buildings. When Han Yul arrived in Seoul, he noticed that many buildings had been destroyed, the streets were empty, and the wind was raging. In his opinion, it was an incredible power, but he was still the son of the Lord of the Eastern Sea, albeit a prince. However, Han Yul thought that he was just trying to distract the Celestials gathered in Pohang, but he seemed to have other plans. It seemed to him that Seoul had been attacked by two princes at once, which meant that it was time for his plan to come to fruition, so he turned to Hongwi, and then said he would go downstairs and gave him a flute and told him to go upstairs with the Celestials. Hongwi started yelling about what he would do if he gave him his flute, but Han Yul told him not to worry and to get on with it. Then wishing him luck, Hanvi shouted to all who had come to help the Lord to follow him. When everyone was leaving, Han Yul decided he had to go downstairs, so he did. A man was sitting in front of the dragon in the tower. The dragon was angry that he dared to try to stop him, and then growled that this was the punishment that the Azure Dragon of the East brought down upon those who dared to reject his favor, and told man to resign himself to his fate. The man sitting in front of him was horrified to think that there was not a single celestial left here, and he didn't understand how they knew that all the strong ones had headed for the Eastern Sea, and why they had decided to write when only the weakest of the defense forces were left. The dragon laughed at the fact that he thought he could handle him, and in a moment shouted that the game was over. The dragon had a pillar of chaos in his teeth and tried to drive it into the ground, and the man thought he was crazy because he tried to destroy the world with this action, but the dragon said it was time. Wrapped around the pillar, the dragon swiftly flew towards the ground with the words that it was for the Azure Dragon's sake. However, the Celestial could not allow this and began to use his magic from the last of his strength. The dragon was delayed for a while, and the Celestial had only a little time left, but the dragon called him a fool and destroyed his power. He said that he was trying in vain to resist because they were willing to die to become pillars of chaos. They will flood their lands and expand the Eastern Sea, and then their father will have the power to destroy everything and create a new world. It seemed insane to the Celestial, for his lust for power had clouded his judgment and was driving the dragon to his doom. Han Yul suddenly appeared beside them ready to fight, and the prince remembered that there were rumors of a small dragon and it was him. Then the prince said that even if the land went underwater, he would make sure he had a place to live, and then asked about what he would say and if he wanted to join them. However, Han Yul smilingly apologized and said that he was not like them. He decided to use a power that could destroy even a ray of sunlight. Reinforced by Machong Singon and the solar wind. He didn't want to use it to the last, but it seemed he had no choice. He had previously asked Zhang Wuqi to tell him more about dragons because he didn't know much about them. But Young Wuqi said that he already knows how to do everything, so he should only tell him what not to do. And then said that if he wanted to win, he needed to save his back scales. And added that he would feel her that place on his body that he didn't want to touch, and that was his back scale. You can only pierce it as a last resort when there's no strength left, and then the destructive power will come out. That's what Han Yul did. He activated his destructive power of incredible might, and blue-colored lightning bolts began to emanate from him. His strength increased manifold, his face changed, and his eyes became an emerald bright color. And the dragon's horns appeared. In the next instant, he attacked the dragon with a fury he didn't expect. He roared in pain and realized that he had pierced his reverse scales, and then shouted that he had brought himself closer to his own demise. And added that even if he unleashed his full power, he would still die and then rush to attack. However, Han Yul didn't think so, and unrolled a red scroll in the next moment. Many red heads emerged from the scroll, and Han Yul said that it was the one who would go to the world of death. The redheads immediately destroyed the heads of the dragons that the prince sent back. When they started to melt, the prince got very angry and shouted that he couldn't win. Then Han Yul said he wanted to do without bloodshed, but he was too stubborn. Enraged, he chopped off the remaining dragon heads, and the prince couldn't believe that his brothers were no longer alive. Making another attack, Han Yul asked about whether their plans would collapse if he destroyed this pillar of chaos. And then he yelled that he would destroy it, but the dragon couldn't let him do it. After Han Yul tried it, he realized he couldn't destroy the pillar, and then decided to try another way. He put roots with his magic that pierced the prince in the form of a dragon. These roots wrapped around him and shackled him so that he could no longer move. Then the dragon asked if he had used the reverse scales to stop him, to which Han Yul answered in the affirmative, for he was not alone. When he turned around, he noticed that they seemed to have done the same, and at that moment the dragon called him a fool and asked him if he thought they were only interested in land. Pan thought that the energy of the Eastern Sea was getting stronger and needed to stop them before it was too late. In the next moment, he was pierced by pain, and the celestial who flew up to him asked if he was all right, to which Han Yul replied in the affirmative. At this moment, Han Yul realized that it was the one who had tried to destroy him, and he had also lost his mask so he could easily recognize him. If he had recognized him, he would have sent him to the other world, but he didn't, and the celestial only shook him, asking him to come to his senses, and added that the Lord must have used up a lot of energy, so he decided to heal him. Han Yul was surprised that he didn't recognize him. Suddenly, Han Yul realized the reason why he didn't recognize him because he looked at his reflection in the sword. His face had visibly changed. Then Hanvi appeared above them flying a kite and asked if he was all right, and after a while he landed next to them. Han Yul was glad that he too had handled the prince and his pillar, but like that Hongwei felt that things weren't as good elsewhere. So they had to return to Pohang. A celestial tried to stop them and was concerned that the Lord needed treatment. Han Yul bared his fangs and shouted that he didn't have time for this because the power of the East Sea Lord was growing by the minute. By this time, many on the island had already died, but Daeon was still alive and did not understand how the Lord of the Eastern Sea could gain such incredible power. Han Yul and Hongwei soon arrived at the place. Daeon was glad to see them, and that the Lord had checked with Seoul and found out what they were up to. He said that the Lord of the Eastern Sea wanted to seize land and expand his domain by sacrificing his own sons. Daeon was surprised to think that he was doing it with earthquakes, but did not understand how exactly he wanted to flood the earth. Then Han Yul thought about it and said that it was about some pillars, and then the celestial who had appeared behind him said that they were the pillars of chaos, and added that the Overlord had succeeded in stopping them in Seoul, and it seems they had failed to do the same in Japan. Then Daeon said that the Lord had never shown up and it was all over here. She wanted to dive into that sea and pull him out. Suddenly grabbing his side, Han Yul announced that he would go right behind him. Then the Celestial grabbed his hands with the words that the Lord had already fought the prince alone, and now he needed to be healed. However, Han Yul snatched his hand with the words that he was the only one here able to fight, so he would go. Besides, he had to show his incredible strength alone. Suddenly, he was stopped by another Celestial with red hair. He said that he wanted to do it all by himself again, and asked him not to go alone because he might get killed. He wanted to go with him, but the older Quanak was bleeding from his mouth, and another Celestial noticed that his wounds were too serious. He was always kind and helpful as before, but when he became a Celestial, Han Yul's power could only hinder him, and he asked him to leave. As he left, he told Hanvi that he was leaving everything to him, but the older Quanak disagreed and shouted after him. But it was too late because Han Yul ran straight into the water with all his speed. After some time floating in the air, he saw the Eastern Palace, but walking through it, he realized that there was no one there. Han Yul then thought that he could sacrifice all of his sons, but it was unclear why he would have such power. Something was wrong because Han Yul thought that someone would try to stop him here, but it was as quiet as a tomb. Suddenly, he felt an energy that reminded him of wood energy, but it was alien, and there was a lot of it. He thought that such a place had a huge number of wood energy celestials gathered together and rejoiced because it was a great rarity. However, in front of him, he saw people wrapped in tree branches, and it looked like all of them had recently awakened their celestial bones. And it was then that Han Yul thought it might be the people who had been sacrificed to the Lord of the Eastern Sea. Touching this alien wood energy, he realized that the Lord of the Eastern Sea was experimenting on these people. But he didn't understand why, and looking at the table and seeing various herbs, he thought that maybe he was creating some potions. There was also a statue on the table that emitted faint wood energy and was probably the subject of the East Sea Lord's research. Han Yul suddenly read the name on the statue and realized that it belonged to Shen Nong, the great master who taught the art of star wind. It was a technique based on wood energy, and it seems that the Lord of the Eastern Sea was also studying wood energy. Someone lying on the floor bound by tree branches began to cry for help. Han Yul clutched the statue in his hands and said apologetically that he couldn't help him now. But he thought that if he returned to the world of the living and regained his strength, he would be able to get rid of the energy of the tree and awaken his own heavenly bones. But there was one condition. To do so, they would have to accept an invitation from the Lord of the Eastern Sea. When Han Yul saw the huge stalk in front of him, he thought that it was the Lord of the Eastern Sea and not only had the energy of a tree, but it was also a plant. Turving also couldn't believe that this huge plant was the Lord of the Eastern Sea. Then he shuddered and said that it was not the energy of a single dragon, but every algae was a living being, and there were tens of millions of them. Suddenly, the Lord himself appeared in the form of a dragon, but he and his face were made of plants. He said that he had been waiting for him and called Han Yul a small dragon. Han Yul didn't understand why Oh Chong, Lord of the Eastern Sea, had called him and asked him about it. And the Lord asked how someone with the energy of wood could be so small and already possess the energy of water and metal, and added that no one can control opposing energies, but then realized that Han Yul has a moon spirit liver. At this moment, Han Yul was horrified to realize that not only did he immediately realize the strength he possessed, but he had also guessed that he had a liver, and wondered if the liver he'd gotten from Bando wasn't just an element-changing organ, but the liver of a moon spirit. He didn't understand what was so special about this liver, and at this point, the dragon began to say that he thought Havalbadan was just laughing at him. The next moment, the Lord shouted for him to give him his liver, because with it, he could become stronger, and then began to spread his stems in different directions. But Han Yul didn't want to just give her away, and the next moment, he jumped up with the words that let him try to take it away and released a multitude of red heads from the scroll. His hair was white again, and his face had a more draconic look. He slashed furiously at the Lord's stalks. But then sword-sharp dragon stalks flew into him and slashed his face. These stalks were even able to cut Han Yul's red heads, and at this moment, he thought that the Overlord had managed to break even his steel staff. Tyrwing shouted that there were so many stalks, and if he fought each one, all his teeth would fall out, and Han Yul asked him to be patient for a while. He decided to use metal energy. It was stronger than wood, but the Lord was strong and he thought he could use Ma Chong Singon with metal energy. However, if Han Yul uses the power of Ma Chong Singon, his strength will run out faster than he can defeat the dragon. Suddenly, Han Yul's mouth was bleeding. It was because the dragon had hit him in the back of the scales. He let go of his sword and began to fall downward. He fell right into the dragon's jaws, thinking that he no longer had the strength to use artifacts or fight. With a final glance upwards, he thought sadly that this might be the end of his battle and his life. Once inside the dragon, they became entangled in its stems and Tyrving started screaming that it was melting. He trembled with fear and asked Han Yul to get up because he didn't want to go to the other world here. But at this moment, Han Yul's whole body ached and he couldn't move his fingers, let alone stand on his feet. He realized that he'd pierced his reverse scales too soon and wasted all his power here. He was thirsty and wished there was something to eat. When he thought of something edible, a sudden thought came into his head. There was a lot of wood energy around him, and he put his hand on the stems and said that now the power of this dragon would be his. He started to get deeper and deeper, and the dragon howled in pain and asked what he was doing. Its belly began to glow with yellow light and sparkle with yellow lightning bolts, spreading out in different directions. The next moment, Han Yul came out of there. Tyrving said he was a bastard because he almost died, and Han Yul said he thought it was the end. Leaning over him, the dragon said that he knew the technique of stellar wind and was surprised that he hadn't turned into a plant like him. Turns out he spent hundreds of thousands of years searching for it, but he never got his old self back. Han Yul thought about whether this was why he was forcing people to worship and experimenting on them. Han Yul decided that this was no excuse and said that if he wanted to return to his past life, he should go to the next one. Then, he swung his sword and everything around him lit up with a yellow light. The dragon didn't know what it was at first, but then realized that he was sucking the energy out of him. The people on the shore noticed that the sea had calmed down, which meant that the Lord of the Eastern Sea had lost his power. Looking out at the sea, Daeon hoped Han Yul was okay. Suddenly, one of the men noticed something in the sky. It was a crater from which the nearly lifeless body of the Lord of the Eastern Sea fell out. Han Yul appeared behind him and said that it was Ochang, the azure dragon of the East who was wreaking havoc in the mortal world. His words meant that the Lord of the Eastern Sea would no longer threaten this world, and they were able to protect their country. The crowd began to cheer, and the next moment Daeon ran up to him and said that it was good that he was back safe and sound. But she still didn't understand how Han Yul had managed to pull this huge thing onto land. Han Yul then explained that he had found Chilgeo and used him to pull the dragon to dry land. Then Daeon concluded that Chilgeo had been at the East Sea Lords all along, and Han Yul thought to himself that she was wrong and he had him. In any case, Daeon was grateful to the Lord that they had won and offered to tend to his wounds. Han Yul's mouth suddenly bled and Hongwei immediately rushed to him and shouted that he was too weak, and then asked to let him share his energy, but Han Yul refused, citing that he was exhausted too. Using the reverse scales could not be without consequences. Han Yul mumbled that he trusted him with everything and vanished the next moment. Hongwei looked sadly into the distance and said that the Lord had used up all his strength and left this world. The other men began to mourn for him, for he had protected them by fighting alone against the Lord of the Eastern Sea. Then people wondered what would happen to the treasures of the Eastern Palace and whether they would go to Cheonji, and then the princess shouted that it was nonsense. She said it was nonsense because she didn't believe the Lord of Heaven was as strong as the Lord of the Eastern Sea. She didn't understand how a dragon ruling over Cheonji Lake could be equal in power to a dragon ruling over an entire sea. And then she said that he must have set it all up to get the treasures of the Eastern Palace. One man in the crowd was outraged that she thought the Sky Lord had done nothing. The next moment, he pointed to the lifeless body of the Lord and questioned then what those lifeless bodies were. The man said that the facts speak for themselves and he is a witness to that, to which the princess only sighed dejectedly. Then the man put his hand over his heart and declared that he had seen the power of the Lord with his own eyes, and said that he instantly increased his power and sent the son of the Lord of the Eastern Sea to the other world. The man didn't know much about dragons, but he thought he was hiding his power because using it could cost him his life. Hongwei suddenly said that Han Yul wanted to divide the treasures of the Eastern Palace among everyone. The next moment, the man asked in surprise about why he was involved in the operation to destroy the East Sea Lord. In fact, Hongwei thought that he wanted to defeat him to equal the power of Palsandon and Samwonsin, but he couldn't reveal the truth to them. In which case, he held out his hand and declared that he had done it all just for the people. All the people around were touched by these words and did not understand how such a person could even exist. The next moment, the princess laughed at the fact that he was doing it for the people and shouted that it was only a brazen lie, because he killed her son to elevate his status with Cincy, and if he didn't have ulterior motives, he wouldn't have done it. Daeon was very angry at her words and questioned how dare she insult the hero who had sacrificed himself for them, and added that if she said one more word she would be in trouble, but the princess only laughed. Then Hongwei took Chiljo's hand and said that the Lord wanted to divide the treasures of the Eastern Palace among everyone. But in his memory, he wants to take Silgeo, in which he put his last strength, precisely because it's also part of the treasures of the Eastern Palace. But Daeon said they're still arguing about who it belongs to. And they know what the Lord has done, but it's a matter of diplomacy. But Tamadek suddenly appeared and said he would take over. Daeon started yelling that Baekwagak is already on the verge of collapse and Shingun might start pushing back, but Tamadek told her not to worry. He said that the Lord of the Eastern Sea wanted to expand his domain, and to do so, he used the Pillars of Chaos to flood the lands. Japan couldn't stop him, and now there's chaos there, so they need to take advantage of that and get Chilgeo. But Daeon didn't understand how he could say that, because it was the artifact that started the Battle of the Celestials. Then she thought of Han Yul, and decided that in memory of the Lord who had sacrificed himself, she could do it, and decided to help. Tamadek thanked Daeon, and glancing at Hongwei thanked him too, calling him by his real name, Aowen. He explained that after they had suspended Mrs. Yuhua, they had stopped looking for her, and he had decided to suggest that he return to Baekwagak. Hongwei thanked him for this and said that he might have returned before, but the Heavenly Lord had helped him to understand his destiny. He stared at Tamadek and removed his mask, saying that he had no place in Baekwagak now. Tamadek looked at him in surprise and then said with a smile that he was doing good even when he left, and added that if they were to meet again. Before leaving, Hongwei thanked Tamadek for everything and then disappeared. Quanak's sister went to him, but he said he was all right because the Sky Lord was alive, and it was true. He flew with Hanvi. Han Yul complained to him that he had no strength to move a finger after the heavenly dance, and Hongui said that he had done a good job. Han Yul thought he was going to the next world when he talked to young Wu He earlier, but that wasn't the case. He said that the dragon loses its form and returns to the state it was in before it went through the Dragon Gate. He ate with great appetite after a hard day's work and was glad he had gotten Chilgyo because he no longer had to hide. And besides, the pearl he got when he broke out of Ochen's body will help him regain his strength so he can openly declare that he's alive. But if he uses it again, he can sleep for a long time, and no one knows how long he will sleep because it is the Dragon Pearl of the Eastern Sea. Hongui reported to him that things had more or less calmed down outside, and Kanbaye and Hiroku had accepted his energy and become Qianji's new masters as he had requested. After Han Yul thanked Hongui for doing so much for him, and now Kanbaye and Hiroku will take care of Qianji. He was going to leave a Qianji because everyone knows he's dead, and if he stays here, he'll be found quickly because he's connected to Qianji. And he has other plans, so it's better if Qianji is under their control, and then Hongui asked if he could leave too. Han Yul reacted very violently to this and didn't understand why he wanted to leave and what he didn't like. But Hanwi stopped him and said he would be happy to serve him further, but he was moving on and he should move on too. He stated that he wanted to find his way as his teacher wanted him to, and by helping, he was looking for a way to recover the secret techniques of the Li clan, and learned that the Yuan and Ming dynasty techniques that influence the Li clan techniques are still stored in the same place. And that's why he was going to go to Zhongyuan and study the way of the Celestials there. At this moment, Han Yul sadly thought that it was time for them to say goodbye and lowered his head down, and then said with a smile that he was sorry he had put so much on him, but Hanvi replied that it was all right and he was doing what he had to do. After Han Yul shyly said that he had never imagined that he would become so devoted to him, even though he had behaved rather rudely at first. It was about their meeting in Baekwagak Garden, after which the smile slipped off Han Yul's face and he asked since when he knew about it. Hanvi said that he had changed too much so he didn't recognize him at once, but the smell of the tea he was making was the same. Han Yul was greatly surprised that he knew everything from the beginning, and Hongui only smiled calmly. He realized how much he had done during this time, and Hanvi only looked at his actions in silence. Then Hanwi said that he was good at impersonating a dragon, and that he knew he was human but pretended to be a dragon anyway. He patted him on the head and said that he had saved his life, so he couldn't be so mean to him. Han Yul thanked him embarrassedly for his silence and apologized, but Hongui said he was safe because of him, and then said that Mrs. Cha Chonbi was taking his death very hard, but it seemed like Han Yul was going to tell her the truth. But the next moment he pictured her furious expression and mumbled that he was afraid of her reaction and the consequences. Because he and Hanvi would never see each other again, he decided to give him a gift and gave him his books, adding that he took it from the prince of the Eastern Palace. He wanted to find more, but there were too many guards there, and he also gave him something he wanted to give back a long time ago. It was the formula for activating Hangul that King Sejong had created. After Hongui remarked that it was a rather generous parting gift, but Han Yul reminded him that this thing belonged to the Li family, so he should take it back. When Han Yul got up from the bed, he said that he had recovered a little and had to go. Then he extended his fist and told Hongui to take care of himself, calling him brother. Hanvi wished the same and also called him brother, and then they bumped fists. At this moment, people were walking towards the Eastern Palace and discussing whether or not anyone else could stay there. Once inside, they smelled a horrible odor and saw an unpleasant sight before them. There were people lying there with tree roots wrapped around them. When one of the people saw all this, he asked for a stretcher. Television was broadcasting that it had been 3 weeks since the operation to destroy the Lord of the Eastern Sea. But the cities had not yet recovered from the devastation, and at least the situation in Korea was better than in other countries. But it was said that one of the heroes who defended Korea was a heavenly lord, and he, among other things, prevented the son of the Lord of the Eastern Sea from driving a pillar into the ground. It was a pillar called the Pillar of Chaos, and the ground into which the pillar was driven is slowly going underwater, which means the sea level is rising and the sea is getting much bigger. So the Lord of the Eastern Sea wanted to expand his domain to become stronger, but now the Lord of the Eastern Sea was not alive. But pillars of chaos still flooded lands such as Honshu, one of Japan's 4 main islands. There were 2 poles, but one was destroyed, and if the island goes underwater, the people living on it will be in trouble. But at least they managed to avert the worst, and it was all thanks to the Heavenly Lord. The girl sitting at the table listened to the people talking about the fact that the Heavenly Lord had died, and there was no telling who would protect them next time. It turns out this girl had been held captive at the Eastern Palace for months, and her mom, who she was on the phone with, was very excited. Her mom wanted her to join the defense force because it's safer, and they're in the main building doing recon. She didn't understand why she had to go through all these hardships, but the girl thought that she was strong in body, and because of that, she could die at any moment. When her mother started calling her to America, she said her phone was ringing off the hook and hung up quickly. It turned out to be Han Yule in his new form. After the conversation, Taring said that he had no ears, but for some reason they were bleeding. But his mother was just worried about him, and he was glad she was safe and glad he'd sent her to her aunt as soon as the gates of heaven opened. It's been 2 weeks since he was supposedly rescued from the lab in the Eastern Palace and returned safely as Park Han-ul. And the one who helped him escape from the Eastern Palace prison was Tamadak, who interrupted his meal and asked to talk when he was done eating. He was surprised that he came to him and thought that something serious had happened. Then he asked if he had heard what was going on with Chiljio. When Han Yule responded positively, he said he wanted to ask him for help. He said that in Korea, thanks to the sacrifice of the Heavenly Lord, everything was fine, but other countries were in trouble. It turned out that other countries along the East Sea coast were hit hard, especially Japan. Japan was the hardest hit, and they had trouble destroying the remaining pillars and said they would give them to Chiljio if they helped them. At this moment, Han Yule irritatedly thought that this was making things difficult, and he thought that they would easily get Chiljio. It turned out that Tamadak couldn't go there, but he remembered how skillfully he fought during the battle for Dokdo, and added that they would provide him with all the elixirs he needed to increase his strength. And the other Celestials will also go there. They have selected the best fighters who have proven themselves during the monster hunts and battles of the Celestials. It was a great opportunity for Han Yule to bring back Giljio and still get a reward on top after he asked about when they were leaving. Then Tamadak told him that they would go to Japan after his memorial service. Han Yule really wanted to get Chiljio and find the remains of the Orochi that Gadal had told him about, and so he was going to go to Japan anyway, but he didn't think he'd get the chance. And he returned under the name of Park Han Yule because he couldn't go to Japan under the name of Heavenly Lord. Soon after the Heavenly Gates opened, all countries banned Celestials from freely crossing borders to prevent chaos in the mortal world. And given that there have been instances in history where Celestials have fought each other, security measures have been beefed up. So much so that even dragons are forbidden to leave the country they've settled in. So newly awakened Celestials can get permission to travel abroad, even though it's more difficult than getting a regular visa. And he was going to use it to get to Japan. Han Yule thought that now all the problems were solved, he could try Yuju. He wondered how he could speed up the process and thought about asking Harak and Kanbei about it. The next moment, an old man came running up to him and said that if he had told him he was coming, he would have met him. Then Han Yule asked if he had come at a bad time, to which the old man replied that he was always glad to see him. Then he revealed that Hyoroka was now trying to absorb the Yoiju he had given him, and was fighting the spirit of its former owner, the prince. Han Yule was surprised to see Han Yule fighting with a spirit. The old man explained that the spirit of the former owner had to be absorbed first, because Yoju holds the power that the dragon has accumulated throughout his life, and this spirit of determination won't give it up. When Han Yule asked how long it would take, the old man said that Haruka would be able to do it quickly, because he was much stronger thanks to him. Han Yule suddenly thought about the fact that when he was absorbing Yoyu-Jiu, nothing like this had happened, and he had slept for too long. Then he remembered that his dungeon had been destroyed, and he was on the verge of going to the other side of the world. Maybe that's why he slept so long, because he needed to recuperate and get rid of the spirit. But the Yoju he wanted to swallow now was Ochun's, and there was no telling what would happen if they met him in the world of illusion. Then he asked the old man to describe in detail how he felt when he met the spirit. The old man replied that it was more of an encounter with the power of the spirit. He added that it was more like a battle of imagination and fortitude, and Han Yule thought that in that case, he would definitely win. And then he began to merge. His body was wrapped in blue flames and his body was in the air. The next moment he saw the true face of the prince before him, who said that he could not resist temptation after all. At this moment, Han Yule thought with a smile that the spirit of Ochang Azure Dragon East was standing in front of him. As he looked around, he realized they were in white space, which meant they were in his world. There was a haze around them. The spirit said that it was an incense to calm the mind, and added that it seemed to have prepared for the meeting with him but was mistaken, and then shouted furiously that he wasn't just an illusion and ran in his direction with all the anger in the world. Gathering the strength in his hand, he spat out a huge jet of water towards Han Yule. The end of the jet turned into the head of a toothy blue dragon in an instant. The dragon struck the spot where Han Yule was standing, but he managed to jump back and only the tiles were broken. While trying to withstand the dragon's attacks, Han Yule couldn't believe that the dragon had such strength. And also when the dragon used wood energy, his attacks were visible, but with water his attacks are almost invisible. And he used water power skillfully in a different way than before. Now this was the true power of Ochang, the Azure Dragon of the East, before he became a plant. In a moment, Han Yul thought that this was an amazing power, and then doubted whether he had really defeated that dragon. The Azure Dragon of the East suddenly noted that he was quite resilient and added that he would do anything to make him feel better. As he snapped his fingers, Han Yul was pierced by sharp jets of water, and blood spurted from his mouth. At this point, he thought something was wrong because he was being attacked in the illusion world, but there was a problem with his body. Then, the dragon said he could see that he was confused, and things were not going according to his plan. And then explained that the body is a reflection of the spirit, and even though it's a world of illusion, it's real to him. Han Yul was disappointed to think that the wounds he had received here could affect his real body, but then he told himself to calm down, because even if he was back in a human body, this was his world. Taking on the form of a dragon, he thought that he had already reached the pinnacle of dragon power and would simply embody that power. But when attacked, the Azure Dragon of the East told him not to think because it's not that simple. And then he said he had to do it like this and punched Han Yul in the face with his powerful fist, and then laughed and called him a fool who can't do anything at all. Han Yul was disappointed to think that this dragon had no weaknesses at all, and the next instant he landed with a thud on the floor, in which a large hole was formed by his fall. Flying up to him, the dragon asked him how he was doing, and added that he couldn't even use his trick properly. Han Yul stood up and asked if he was too confident and told him not to forget who sent him to the other world. Ochang took him by the throat and lifted him off the ground, saying that he seemed to underestimate him, and said that the power in this world comes from the imagination, and that he was just an insignificant worm who only lived for a moment. He wasn't happy that his soul had moved into someone else's body to survive, but using Han Yul's body with the power of a tree was quite good for him, and he had the liver of the moon. Then Ochang said that this was his last blow and swung. But Han Yul managed to break free. He explained that it looked like the medicine he had taken was taking effect. Getting to his feet, Han Yul told him that he hated magic tricks, but he had gotten a prescription for a medicine especially for him. And in the end, whatever's going on in your head can be solved with therapy and pills. It turns out, he took a drug called aripiprazole to treat schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and depression. Then he began his attack and used the energy of the tree. The stems began to penetrate the floor and move towards the dragon. The one using water energy said that he was too confident if he thought that one pill could help him, and added that it wouldn't work. When he saw what Ochang was doing, he realized it was the same trick and shouted that he already knew all of his techniques, every single one of them. Now, the Azure Oriental Dragon thought he didn't have a single weakness after seeing all of his power, and he used his power so recklessly that if he waited a little longer, his fortitude would run out. The next instant, he was stiffened by the stalks and irritated by the accursed power of the tree. Han Yul then asked if he was offended by the fact that he had spent so long experimenting on the power of wood, and he was able to do it so easily. Han Yul grabbed the stem with his hand and pulled Ochang's head to him, saying that if he was so offended, he could try it himself, and added that he had let him go too easily and would make him suffer even in the spirit world. At this point, Ochang began to gasp from how hard the stems were pulling him down, but thought there was no way he could lose, because he couldn't afford to lose to a youngster like that, because he's accumulated a lot and built a lot. But Han Yul told him not to worry because he was going to take everything he'd built for himself, and then shot a jet of water at the Azure Dragon of the East that immediately pierced its body. And then he started dissolving into thin air, cursing him, and then vanished. And Han Yul finally said that he told him not to underestimate him. It was said at the meeting that the Dragon of the Azure Sea did not care about what was happening in the world and sought absolute power. The Celestial Lord said that in return, their Celestial Lord spared no expense in defeating the King of the Eastern Sea and saving the world, and he invited people to this meeting specifically to honor his memory. Daeun irritatedly said that this guy doesn't do anything and just talks with his tongue, and Tamadek rebuked her for it. And he thought that if Sensum Sangan had divided the men into offense and defense groups, he wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself so much. But if they pointed out, it will make it worse. The Celestial announced that he would now like to hear Palsundan. Suddenly and unexpectedly, a huge jet of water appeared above the place where the meeting was held and turned into a dragon. The people looking at this thought that a dragon related to the East Sea Corps had appeared and did not understand what those guarding the Dragon Palace were doing. All rushed to run, but not Quanak. He only smiled because he knew what was going on and who it was. It was Han Yul who said he was pleased they'd arranged it, but asked them to settle it. Han Yul appeared in front of them in the guise of a heavenly lord, which surprised everyone around them. He explained that when his body was on the verge of disappearing, his subjects carried it to the palace and rebuilt it with a core. And during this process, he contacted Yar, thinking it was better than Ochang taking over the East Sea. People were surprised that he had contacted the core of the Eastern Sea because it meant that he was now the king of the Eastern Sea. Fayan Songsun suddenly asked about how one could verify that he was indeed a heavenly lord. Then Daeon blushed and said to look at that sly face because she could immediately tell it was a heavenly lord. Then Han Yul asked if he wanted him to prove that he was him. It was understandable for him because many people had seen him die. In the next instant, Han Yul offered to fight with a smile to see his strength.